Kṛṣṇa had entered the tent and heard Kara and Dushasana's attempts to encourage Duryodhana. Seeing Duryodhana's resolution, and knowing that he was incapable of tolerating any insult, he said, "O descendant of Kuru, you have heard Kara's speech. It is full of wisdom. Why then are you foolishly throwing away the wealth which I won for you? This is childish and unnecessary. It seems you have never waited upon your elders and learned self-control. As an unfilled earthen pot leaks when it is filled with water, so one without self-control is lost when grief or joy arises. This is no occasion for grief. The Pandavas have helped you. Now you should not indulge in grief, reward them instead." Kṛṣṇa had always recognized that the Pandavas were superior in strength. Thus he had advised Duryodhana to defeat them at dice rather than to face them in battle. He also recognized that the 5 heroes were devoted to virtue and truth. They posed no threat to the Kauravas at all. Whatever enmity and antagonism there was between the two families came only from the Kauravas. But it seemed as if there was no way to overcome the Pandavas. Perhaps it would be better to accept that fact with good grace rather than to be annihilated in some final confrontation. Thinking in this way, Kṛṣṇa continued, "Your behavior makes no sense, O king. You owe it to the Pandavas to repay them for their favor. Do not undermine what they have done for you by lamenting. Rather, go to them with a cheerful heart and return their kingdom. You will thereby win both virtue and renown. Establish brotherly relations with the Pandavas and then you will be happy." Kṛṣṇa thought that now would be an opportunity for Duryodhana to display his nobility. By going to the Pandavas and offering them their kingdom in return for being saved, he would reverse the situation. Instead of appearing foolish, he would appear generous and upright. The Pandavas would also appear the recipients of his mercy. Duryodhana bent down and lifted the weeping Dushasana. After hearing Kara and Kṛṣṇa speak, he was overwhelmed by shame. Despair overtook him completely. "I have nothing more to do with virtue, friendship, wealth, renown, sovereignty or enjoyment. Do not oppose me. Leave me all of you. I am resolved to abandon my life. Go back to the city and, on my behalf, worship my gurus with respect." Kara said, "O King of Kings, how can we leave you here? Your way is our way. We are all united in happiness and distress. Give up this resolve or we too shall die." Still, Duryodhana did not waver in his determination. He spread kusha grass on the ground, took off his royal garments and put on rags, purified himself by touching water, and sat down in a yogic posture. With a desire to attain heaven, he began to observe the vow of fasting until death. He stopped speaking, and ceasing all other external activities, half closed his eyes. Soon he was meditating. In the nether regions, the Dainavas and Daityas became aware of Duryodhana's resolve. The celestial beings, who had been defeated in a war with the gods, were depending upon Duryodhana to oppose the gods' purpose on earth. Many of the demons had even incarnated upon earth as kings and warriors with the hope of overthrowing the pious kings who made sacrifices to the gods. Fearing that their party would not succeed without Duryodhana, the celestial demons began a fire sacrifice. They employed Brahmins to chant mantras which had the power to summon to their presence a man from another planet. As the Brahmins offered ghee into the fire while reciting hymns from the Atharva Veda and the Upanishads, a strange, effulgent goddess rose from the fire and asked, "What shall I do?" Pleased, the demons commanded her, "Bring Duryodhana, the son of Dhtara, here. He is engaged in a vow of fasting." "So be it," she said, and vanished. She went immediately to the place where Duryodhana sat. Unseen, she took him in his subtle body and brought him before the demons in the nether region. As if in a dream, Duryodhana found himself standing in an assembly of Dainavas. Their leader, his eyes wide with delight, said, "O King of Kings, O perpetuator of the Bharata race, you are always surrounded by heroes and illustrious men. Why then have you undertaken such a rash vow? Suicide always leads to hell. One who kills himself is reviled on earth and he attains no auspicious destination. Intelligent men like you never engage in acts that go against their best interest. O king, give up your resolve to die. Such a resolve is destructive to morality, profit, happiness, fame, prowess and energy. If you commit suicide, you will enhance your enemy's joy. Listen now as we tell you the truth of your position, your celestial origins, and your power. Then you may decide what you wish to do." The Dainava then described how Duryodhana had been born as a result of the demons' austerities. They had obtained him as a boon from Eva. His body was made of thunder and was virtually invincible. He was being supported by the kings who were themselves powerful Dainavas incarnated on earth. United in battle, he would doubtlessly destroy his enemies. Other great demons would, at the time of the battle, possess the hearts of Bhma, Droa, Kapa, and others. Thus the Kuru chiefs would cast aside restraint and compassion and kill anyone who opposed them, even their brothers, sons, friends, fathers, disciples, even children and old men. Blinded by ignorance and wrath, they would show no mercy and would slay hundreds of thousands on the battlefield. As Duryodhana listened in amazement, the Dānava continued, "O hero, you should not fear Arjuna. We have already decided how he will die. The soul of the powerful Naraka, who Vu himself slew, has taken birth as Kṛṣṇa. Remembering his former enmity, he will kill both Kṛṣṇa and Arjuna. Knowing this, the wielder of thunder, Indra, will try to divest Kṛṣṇa of his natural armor and earrings, both of which render him invincible. We have therefore also arranged that hundreds of thousands of mighty Kshatriya warriors, now present on earth in the form of the Samsaptakas, will fight Arjuna. If Kṛṣṇa does not slay Arjuna, these warriors will. Therefore, do not grieve. You will rule the earth without a rival. Go back and give up your vow. You are our refuge and we are there to assist you in every way." The Dānavas and Kshatriyas came forward and embraced Duryodhana. They all spoke encouragingly and cheered his mind. Finally, they said, "Go and attain victory." Then they commanded the goddess to return him to his body. After being returned to his seat on the Kusha grass, Duryodhana opened his eyes. He recalled his meeting with the Kshatriyas as if it had been a dream. The prince was not certain if it had actually occurred, but it had changed his mind. Whether or not he had met the celestial beings was unimportant. He took their prediction seriously. Surely their words would come to pass and he would defeat the Pandavas. Kṛṣṇa and the Samsaptakas would kill Arjuna, and thousands of other Kshatriyas would assist him in the war to come. While Duryodhana sat ruminating on the Dānavas' words, Kṛṣṇa came before him. Duryodhana immediately decided not to tell anyone what had happened. Seeing that he had stopped his meditation, Kṛṣṇa said, "It is good to see that you are restored to your senses, O king. A dead man can never conquer his enemies. This is not the time to grieve. Why do you wish to die so ignominiously? O hero, rise up and kill your foes. Go out and attain victory and immortal fame. I swear that when the Pandavas emerge from exile, I will conquer them and bring them under your subjugation." To the delight of his brothers and Kṛṣṇa, Duryodhana replied, "So be it." He stood up, still reflecting on the Dānavas' speech. He then took his place at the head of his army and started back for haste in Pura, his mind set upon amassing his army for war. Chapter 32 Sage Durvas. When Bhma heard of the events at Dvavana, he decided to speak to Duryodhana. Finding the prince seated with Akuni in his majestic palace, Bhma approached him and said, "O child, I have repeatedly requested you not to maintain enmity with the Pandavas. You were advised not to go to the forest, but still you went. Now you have clearly seen the Pandavas' prowess and also that of Kṛṣṇa. In your presence he fled the battlefield. It was then left to the Pandavas to rescue you. O king, in either martial skills, heroism or morality, Kṛṣṇa is not even a fourth of any one of Pu's sons. Make peace with the brothers for your good and for the good of our race." Bhma knew that most of Duryodhana's hopes of defeating the Pandavas rested on Kṛṣṇa. Ever since Kṛṣṇa had appeared at the martial arts demonstration and challenged Arjuna, Duryodhana had seen him as the only way to conquer Arjuna. Now it should be obvious that Kṛṣṇa was no match for Arjuna. Bhma looked hopefully at the prince, but Duryodhana, remembering the Dānavas' words, laughed. What did this old man know? The Pandavas were in for a surprise. Bhma himself would be a part of that surprise when the demons took hold of him. Duryodhana did not bother to reply. He stood up suddenly and walked out of the room. Bhma could only shake his head sadly. He was not surprised to see Duryodhana's arrogance. It now seemed that the Kṛṣṇa's destruction was imminent. Bhma returned slowly and sadly to his own chambers. After he left Bhma, Duryodhana was joined by Kṛṣṇa, Akuni and Dushashana. The prince looked around at his counselors and asked, "What remains to be done? How can I secure my good fortune? Let us fix on some plan." Duryodhana told them what Bhma had said and Kṛṣṇa became uncomfortable. The Kuru grandfather was always berating him. He did not seem to like him. Kṛṣṇa felt he was as much a well-wisher of the Kṛṣṇa as was Bhma himself. Maybe it was time to prove Bhma's assessment of him wrong. Wringing his hands he said, "O mighty king, Bhma blames us and praises the Pandavas. It is clear that he favors them over you. Because he bears you ill will, he abuses me too. I cannot bear to hear his words any longer. "O king, give me an army and I shall single-handedly conquer the world for the Kauravas, just as the Pandavas did before the Arjamya sacrifice. Let the wicked-minded wretch of the Kṛṣṇa, the senile Bhishma, see it and regret how he has treated me. Simply command me and I shall leave at once." Duryodhana slapped his friend on the back in delight. "I am blessed because you have favored me, O hero. What more could I want than to see your mighty self-interest in my welfare? Surely my life has borne fruit today. Go out, dear friend, and vanquish my foes. May good come to you. Just ask and I shall do whatever I can to help." Kṛṣṇa at once began to make arrangements for his expedition. Duryodhana amassed a vast army with a year's supplies. After consulting with Brahmins and gaining Dharma's permission, he selected a favorable day to depart. Bhishma and Vidura, however, did not approve of Kṛṣṇa's plan, but they chose to remain silent. Perhaps the fool would be defeated somewhere and his pride would be curbed. At least while he was gone, he would not be influencing Duryodhana toward yet another rash scheme. Blessed by the court Brahmins, who uttered prayers for his victory, Kṛṣṇa went out of the city followed by thousands of troops. He first attacked King Drupada's beautiful city. Drupada did not pay allegiance to the Kauravas. Like many of the kings who had accepted Yudhishthira's rule, Drupada was not inclined toward Dharma. In the end, however, Drupada was overpowered by the superior force brought from Hastinapura and obliged to offer Dharma tribute. Kṛṣṇa then moved north, subjugating all the kings in that region. He vanquished Mahābhārata as well as all the Himalayan mountain kings. Traveling east, he overcame many tribes. None were able to defeat him in battle as he rained down fierce arrows. Surya's son was a peerless fighter whom few on earth could face, especially when he was joined by the Kuru army. He soon defeated all the kings in the south and made his way west, conquering and subjugating all in his path. Well, within a year Kṛṣṇa had accumulated a huge amount of wealth from his conquests. He carried it back to Hastinapura in a long line of chariots and oxen. Duryodhana and his father and brothers greeted him as he entered the city. They congratulated Kṛṣṇa and embraced him. Duryodhana said, "What I have not received even from Bhishma, Kṛṣṇa, or any other, I have received from Kṛṣṇa. O mighty armed hero, in you I have my protector. All the Pandavas and other kings are nothing compared to you." Seeing Kṛṣṇa successful, some of the citizens were pleased while others, favorable to the Pandavas, lamented or remained silent. Dharma was overjoyed and embraced Kṛṣṇa with affection, considering him his own son. From that day on, Duryodhana, seeing Kṛṣṇa's prowess, considered the Pandavas defeated. The prince was encouraged and began to think about performing the Arjamya sacrifice. Now that the world had been brought under his control, he wanted to equal the Pandavas in every way. If he could preside over the Arjamya, then all his desires would be fulfilled. But when the prince approached his chief priest and requested him to perform the sacrifice, he was told it was not possible. As long as Yudhishthira lives, the priest said, no man on earth can perform the Arjamya. It is only possible for one monarch to perform that sacrifice at any one time. Nor can a man perform the sacrifice in his father's presence. Then the priest explained that there was another sacrifice, resembling the Arjamya, which Duryodhana could perform. It was called the Vyava sacrifice. No person other than the immortal Vyu had ever performed it, and it was equal to the Arjamya in every way. O king, using the gold offered as tribute by the kings of the world, make a golden plow. With this plow you should prepare the ground, and upon that spot I shall begin the sacrifice. Duryodhana immediately discussed the sacrifice with his father and counselors, who all expressed approval. He then appointed people to the various posts required for the sacrifice and instructed artisans to make a golden plow. All the Kuru elders were delighted to see Duryodhana performing a sacrifice, an act which they hoped would increase his piety and the glory of the Kuru race. Swift messengers were dispatched to invite the kings of the world. Dasa asked messengers to go to the Dvana and invite the Pandavas so they could see the Kṛṣṇa's power. When Yudhishthira heard the invitation, he replied, "It is indeed fortunate that Duryodhana is perfuming such a great sacrifice. I should very much like to attend, but it will not be possible. I cannot leave the forest until my vow is completed. Duryodhana will see me in Hastinapura only when the 13 years of exile are over." Bhishma, however, glared at the messenger. "King Yudhishthira will go when we are ready to put Duryodhana into the fire kindled by weapons. Repeat this message to Duryodhana. When 13 years are complete, Dharma, the Lord of men, in the sacrifice of battle, will pour onto the sons of Dharma the ghee of his anger. That is when we shall come." The other brother said nothing. When Duryodhana heard the messages, he simply smiled. Thousands of Brahmins and Kshatriyas arrived in haste in Pura. They were warmly greeted and offered food and drink and appropriate accommodation. Vidura took charge of receiving the guests, ensuring that they were satisfied in every way. Once they had been properly refreshed, he showed them to the sacrificial compound outside the city. The visiting kings brought tribute and Duryodhana and his brothers offered the Brahmins charity. At the end of the sacrifice, Duryodhana re-entered his city surrounded by his brothers and eulogized by bards and singers. His friends and relatives glorified him, saying that this sacrifice had surpassed all those performed by his ancestors, all of whom had gone to heaven. However, some fearless citizens said that the sacrifice did not compare with Yudhishthira's Arjamesya. Although Duryodhana heard what was being said, he did not respond. He knew it was true. The Arjamesya had been the most opulent and splendid ceremony he had ever witnessed. His had come nowhere near its magnificence. Kṛṣṇa saw his friend becoming pensive. Placing his arm around the prince, he said, "O foremost of the Bharatas, by good fortune your sacrifice has been successful. This is only the beginning. When the Pandavas are slain in battle, you will then complete the Arjamesya. I look forward to again glorifying you at that time." Duryodhana embraced Kṛṣṇa and thought of the Arjamesya. "O Kṛṣṇa," he said, "when shall I celebrate that best of sacrifices, the Arjamesya, after killing the wicked-minded Pandavas?" Kṛṣṇa stopped walking and spoke gravely. "Hear my words, O king. As long as I have not killed Arjuna, I will not taste meat or accept luxuries. I will give to anyone anything they ask of me. When asked for something in charity, I will never say, I cannot give it." Dhtara's sons cheered to hear Kṛṣṇa's vow. They considered the Pandavas already slain. As the handsome Kṛṣṇa strode powerfully into his palace, even as Kuvera enters his abode, the Kauravas all praised him. The Pandavas also heard about Kṛṣṇa's vow. Bhishma and Arjuna sneered, but Yudhishthira was alarmed. Thinking of Kṛṣṇa's impenetrable natural armor, he knew Kṛṣṇa could not be slain. Yudhishthira brooded on the situation. He had brought on all their hardships and dangers. Out of their devotion for him, his brothers now accepted miseries they did not deserve. Soon they would face great danger in the battle with the Kuru heroes, who would be assisted by Kṛṣṇa and the other powerful warriors. Yudhishthira fell into anxiety day and night. Remembering the gambling match and the harsh words of Kṛṣṇa and Duryodhana, he felt as if his heart had been pierced by a lance. His brothers and Draupadi, seeing his condition, also felt pained. Enraged at the Kauravas, they longed for the time when they could at last confront them in battle. Each day the brothers practiced rigorous physical exercises, keeping themselves fit for fighting and giving vent to their wrath. In the final months of their stay in the forest, Vaisadeva again came to see them. Yudhishthira worshipped him with devotion and then sat before him to hear his words. Seeing the Pandavas lean and anxious, the sage was moved to compassion. In a voice choked with tears he said, "O foremost of men, no man can ever experience unmixed happiness. Everyone experiences happiness and distress in due course. A wise man therefore becomes neither joyful or grief-stricken. He does not indulge in happiness or give way to sorrow when each arrive. Rather, he practices asceticism to attain the eternal happiness born of spiritual realization. From asceticism comes the greatest happiness, not from improving our material circumstances. Foolish persons, seeking material enjoyments by any means, obtain births as beasts in their next lives. They never enjoy happiness. O king, your practice of asceticism, although difficult, will lead to your ultimate welfare." After describing the many qualities a man would develop from asceticism: truthfulness, freedom from anger, self-control, non-violence, Vaisadeva went on to speak of charity, which Yudhishthira always practiced when he had wealth. When Vaisadeva fell silent, Yudhishthira asked, "O great eye, which is better, asceticism or charity? Which produces a better result and which is more difficult to practice?" Vaisadeva replied, "O child, there is nothing more difficult to practice than charity. Men thirst for wealth and obtain it only after great effort. Risking their lives, they enter the depths of the sea and the forest in their search of wealth. There is nothing they will not do to become rich. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to part with hard-earned wealth. But, O hero, properly earned wealth should be given away with an open heart to worthy persons. Ill-gotten wealth, however, even if given away, will not free its owner from degradation in the next life." Yudhishthira asked Vaisadeva to speak more about the benefits of giving charity, and the sage told him an old history. There had been a poor man named Mudgala who had attained the supreme spiritual abode simply by his practice of giving charity to Brahmins. The Pandavas were fascinated. Finally the sage said, "O son of Kunt, do not grieve. Happiness and distress revolve around a man one after the other as if on a wheel. You will surely recover your father's kingdom at the end of your exile. By your asceticism and charity you will attain all auspiciousness. Be at peace. I am going." The Pandavas offered their obeisances as the eye rose to leave and felt comforted by his words. Duryodhana thought continuously of ways by which he might harm the Pandavas. He consulted with his brothers and Kṛṣṇa, trying to devise a means to overcome the brothers before they returned from the forest. While he was considering different plans, the ascetic Durvas happened to visit the city. He had with him 10,000 disciples and he came to the royal palace asking for food for all of them. The sage was famous for his anger. If he were not served properly, he would quickly curse the offender. He would also test his hosts to the limits of their patience, wanting to see if they adhered to their religious obligations under all circumstances. Fearing that his curse would be brought upon them by some incompetent servant, Duryodhana served Durvas personally. With all the humility and gentleness he could muster, he carefully ministered to the sage's every request, acting just like a menial servant. Durvas was unpredictable. Sometimes he would demand that a meal be prepared immediately, but when it was fetched he would go away to bathe. He would then return after a long time and say, "I will not eat now. I am no longer hungry." He would rise at midnight and call for food and other attentions, often criticizing the food and service he received. Duryodhana served him without complaint and remained attentive to the eye's every wish. Durvas was pleased with the prince. Just before leaving he said, "You have served me well. I will grant you a boon. Ask from me whatever you desire. If it is not opposed to religion, I will satisfy you at once." Duryodhana felt as if he had received new life. He had already conferred with his counselors as to what boon he should request if Durvas should ask him. Thus he replied, "O Brahmin, just as you have been my guest, so you become the guest of Yudhishthira in the forest. He is accomplished and well behaved and he is a great king, the best and eldest of our family. He therefore deserves to receive your blessings. You should go to him when his entire family has finished eating and are preparing to rest. You will then be well received by those pious men." Durvas replied, "I will do as you ask." He then left with his disciples, heading for the Kamayaka. Duryodhana punched the air in joy. The Pandavas would never be able to receive Durvas and his many disciples properly after Draupad had eaten. They would have no way to feed 10,000 Brahmins without the magic plate they had received from Asriya. Surely they would be cursed by Durvas, and I's curse could never fail. Duryodhana ran to his friends. "Our plan has succeeded," he cried. "The Pandavas are doomed." He embraced Kṛṣṇa, who said, "By good fortune you have fared well and fulfilled your desire. By good fortune your enemies are cast into an ocean of misery, difficult to cross. Through their own fault they now face great danger." Laughing and clasping each other's hands, Duryodhana and his counselors rejoiced. Some days later, Durvas arrived at the Pandava camp just after Draupad had eaten. Leaving his disciples on the outskirts of the camp, he walked in alone and appeared before the brothers. They all immediately stood with joined palms. Seeing the famous eye standing before them, they fell to the ground in respectful obeisance. Yudhishthira offered Durvas an excellent seat and worshipped him with all attention. Durvas then said, "I am here with my 10,000 disciples and we need to eat. We have been walking all day and are hungry. O king, please arrange for our food. We shall first take our bath and then return for the meal." Yudhishthira said, "So be it," and Durvas left for the river with his disciples. After he had gone, Yudhishthira expressed his alarm. How could he possibly feed that many people? Draupad had already eaten and the mystical plate would not yield more until morning. Yudhishthira asked his wife if she could do anything. Draupad, who always thought of her husband's welfare, began to contemplate the problem. Her only hope was prayer. The princess thought of Kṛṣṇa and prayed, "O Kṛṣṇa, Lord of the universe, O destroyer of your devotees' difficulties, O unlimited and all-powerful one, please hear my prayer. You are the refuge of the helpless, the giver of endless boons to all beings, the unknowable and all-knowing Supreme Person. Kindly protect me. I seek your shelter. O Lord, as you formerly saved me from Dushashana in the assembly, so please save me now from this difficulty." Kṛṣṇa was in his palace at that time, lying on his bed with Rukma. That mysterious person, whose movements are unknown to all, heard Draupad's prayers. He immediately rose from his bed and, leaving his wife, ran from the palace. Within a few moments he was standing before Draupad, who fell at his feet with tears in her eyes. "O Kṛṣṇa, we face a great danger from Durvasa's curse. What can be done?" Kṛṣṇa smiled. I will do whatever can be done, but I too am hungry. Please feed me first, and after that I shall do whatever is required. Ashamed, Draupad replied, My lord, the vessel given by the sun remains full until I have eaten. I recently took my meal and now it will not give more food. This is no time for joking, said Kṛṣṇa. Quickly fetch the vessel and show me. Draupad brought the dish before Kṛṣṇa and he examined it closely. In one corner he found a particle of rice and vegetables stuck together, and he ate it at once, saying, May Lord Hari, the soul of the universe, be satisfied with this food, and may the Lord of all sacrifices be pleased. Kṛṣṇa then turned to Sahadeva and said, Go quickly and bring the ascetics here and feed them. The Pandavas looked around fearfully. There was no sign of food, but they had faith that Kṛṣṇa would not let them down. Sahadeva left for the river to find Durvas and his disciples. At the river the innocent Durvas was expecting Yudhishthira to have prepared a meal for him and all his followers, but suddenly he felt as if he had just consumed a large meal. He looked at his disciples. They too appeared full and were rubbing their stomachs and belching. Looking at each other, the ascetics realized that none of them felt like eating at all. Durvas said to his disciples, We have uselessly made Yudhishthira prepare a meal for 10,000 men and done him a great wrong. Will not the Pandavas destroy us by looking upon us with angry eyes? O Brahmins, I know Yudhishthira to be possessed of great powers. He is devoted to the feet of Lord Hari, and I fear such men. They can consume us with their anger as fire can consume a bale of cotton. Let us therefore depart quickly from this place before they see us again. Although he was a powerful mystic Yog, Durvas knew that his power was nothing compared to that of those devoted to the Supreme Lord. He recalled a previous incident when he had upset another devotee of the Lord. At that time he had been placed in great difficulty and had almost lost his life. Without another word Durvas came out of the river and walked swiftly away from the Pandavas camp. His disciples fled away in all directions, keeping well clear of the Pandavas. When Sahadeva arrived at the river he found no one there. A few water pots and pieces of cloth were lying around, but there was no sign of the ascetics. He searched around and came across other Brahmins who informed him that Durvas and his followers had left suddenly. Sahadeva went back to his brothers and gave them his report. Yudhishthira was worried. The ascetics will come back in the dead of night and demand their meal, he said fearfully. How can we escape from this great danger created by destiny? Kṛṣṇa smiled. O Yudhishthira, you need not fear. Durvas and his disciples have fled, afraid of your ascetic power. Those who are always virtuous need never fear danger. With your permission I shall now return to my home. Yudhishthira replied, O Kṛṣṇa, as persons drowning in a vast ocean are saved by a boat, so we have been saved by you. Be pleased to go now as you desire. Kṛṣṇa left and the Pandavas surrounded their chaste wife, thanking her for her presence of mind and praying to Kṛṣṇa. They discussed the incident among themselves. The incident seemed to have been arranged by the Kauravas. Fortunately, Kṛṣṇa was always there to save them no matter what danger they faced. Thinking of their friend from Dwrak, the brothers entered their thatched cottages and rested for the night. Chapter 33 Jayadratha kidnaps Draupad. About a month after the incident with Durvas, the Pandavas were out hunting together. They had left Draupad at the hermitage under Dharma's care. While they were gone, the king of Sindhu, Jayadratha, passed that way while traveling to Salva's kingdom. Seated upon a royal chariot, he came to the outskirts of the Pandavas' ashram and saw Draupad gathering flowers. The king at once fell in love. The beautiful Draupad, her dark complexion framed by bluish curls, shed luster on the woodlands. As she bent over to gather the wild forest flowers, Jayadratha was captivated. He said to his son Kautika, Go and ask this lady her name. Find out if she is an Apsara or a daughter of some god. Jayadratha was on his way to marry King Salva's daughter, but upon seeing Draupad he lost all interest in that other princess. No other woman could ever match the beauty of this forest lady. Go, Kautika, and find out why this lady loiters in the forest full of wild beasts and thorns. If she will have me as her lord, then I will consider my life successful. The prince jumped down from the chariot. As a jackal approaches a tigress, he went up to Draupad and asked, O fair one, who are you who stands here leaning on the branch of a kadamba tree, looking like a brilliant flame? Why do you feel no fear in this forest? Are you a goddess or the daughter of a celestial? Perhaps you are the wife of a low-cap-la. Tell me, gentle lady, who and whose you are, what is your race and why are you here? The prince introduced himself and then, pointing to his father, said, That one there, shining like a sacrificial fire, is the king of Sindhu. Surrounded by powerful kings he is traveling at the head of 6,000 chariots and many elephants, horsemen and infantry. Like Indra amid the Maruts, he is journeying amid his friends. He is gazing upon you, O thin-waisted one. Draupadi stepped back and pulled her cloth over her head. O prince, it is not proper for me to speak to you here. The ordinance dictates that a woman should never be alone with any man other than her husband. Under the circumstances, however, I will tell you who I am. I am the daughter of King Drupada and the wife of the 5 heroic Pava brothers. My husbands are now out hunting, but they will return soon. You should tell your father to dismount from his chariot and wait for them. Yudhishthira is fond of guests and will doubtlessly offer you a fitting reception. Draupadi turned and walked back toward her cottage, leaving Kakita standing by the Kadamba tree. Kakita then returned to his father and told him what she had said. The king replied, "Why have you returned unsuccessful? I must have that woman. Now that I have seen her, all other women seem to me like monkeys. My mind was entranced the moment I saw that princess. You will have to take her by force, dear father. She will surely not come willingly." Jayadratha got down from his chariot and went with his son and several other kings toward the Pavas hermitage. Like a pack of wolves entering a lion's den, they went into the ashram and saw Draupadi standing there. In a silky voice Jayadratha said, "Is all well with you and your husbands, O queen?" Draupadi answered that everything was well, then said, "Is all well with your kingdom, treasury and armies? Are you justly ruling the prosperous countries of Sindhu, Savra, and all others brought under your sway? Yudhishthira will soon return and offer you refreshments. For now, please accept this water to wash your feet and be pleased to wait for my husbands." Draupadi pointed toward several large pitchers of water standing by her cottage. Jayadratha smiled. "All is well with us, O fair-faced one, but we have no interest in food and water." He stared at Draupadi as he continued to speak. "I wish to take you with us. Why do you remain attached to Kunt's wretched sons? They have lost all their prosperity and are forced to dwell in the forest. A woman of good sense does not devote herself to a fallen husband. Your husbands have fallen from their dignity and have lost everything. You need not share the Pavas' miseries. O you of beautiful hips, renouncing them, become my wife and share with me the kingdoms of Sindhu and Savra." Draupadi frowned and retreated a few steps. She felt pain to hear Jayadratha's speech. "Are you not ashamed to speak in this way?" she retorted. "How dare you address me thus?" Draupadi's face flushed and her eyes turned crimson. Her voice rose to an angry shout. "O fool, how dare you insult the illustrious Pavas, each of whom is like Indra himself? They all abide by their duties and never waver in battle even with the celestials. The wise never criticize men who practice devout penances even if they are impoverished. Only dogs speak like that. I do not see anyone here who can save you from the pit you have dug under your own feet. By expecting to defeat the pious Yudhishthira you hope to separate with a stick a Himalayan elephant from his herd. Out of childishness you are rousing a sleeping mountain lion to pluck a hair from his face. You will have to flee with all speed when you see the furious Bhishma. When Arjuna returns you will not know which way to turn. Your inviting these two heroes to an encounter is like a fool trampling on the tails of two enraged and venomous cobras. As a bamboo bears fruit only to perish, or as a crab conceives only to die, so shall you meet your end when you lay your hands upon me." Jayadratha left, enchanted by the sight of the furious Draupadi. "I know all this, O PCL," he replied derisively. "You cannot frighten me with your threats. I am born in a royal line endowed with opulences and qualities. I consider the Pavas inferior. Therefore mount my chariot and come with me. Do not speak so boastfully." Draupadi was horrified. "Why does this fool take me to be powerless?" she cried. "Even Indra could not abduct me. Even if he tried, Arjuna and Kṛṣṇa, riding upon the same chariot, would follow and destroy him. What then of a weak human? O king, when Arjuna releases his deadly arrows, you will see your entire force destroyed as dry grass is consumed by fire. Beholding Bhishma rushing at you with his upraised mace, and the twins ranging on all sides vomiting forth their anger, you will then be sorry. As I have never proven false to my husbands even in my thoughts, so those men will destroy you. I do not fear you, wretch." Draupadi looked away from Jayadratha. She knew that by her own ascetic power she could reduce him to ashes, but she did not want to be drawn to violence by Jayadratha. Her husbands would deal with him soon enough. Jayadratha stepped forward and seized the princess by her arm. She cried, "Do not pollute me by your touch," and called out for Damya. Jayadratha took hold of her upper garment, but she pushed him back with such force that he fell to the ground. Then Jayadratha was angry. He grabbed Draupadi and dragged her to his chariot. Damya suddenly appeared and rebuked Jayadratha. You cannot seize this lady without defeating the Piyavas, O king. You should observe the Kshatriya's ancient custom. Truly you will reap the results of this wicked act when the heroic Piyavas return. Jayadratha ignored Dharma. He placed Draupadi on his chariot and sped away, followed by his army. Dharma entered among the king's troops and stayed close behind, continuously reprimanding him with strong words. The Piyavas were some distance from the ashram. As they went through the dense forest, Yudhishthira began noticing inauspicious signs. He said, "Do you see how these birds and animals flee toward the sun and pass excrement? This indicates that the forest has been invaded by enemies. Let us return to the ashram. My heart seems to be aching for some reason, and my mind is clouded. I feel as if I were about to fly out of my body." The 5 brothers immediately started back. As they raced through the trees and bushes with their weapons flying behind them, they saw a jackal yelling hideously. Yudhishthira became still more concerned and urged them on. Suddenly they burst into the clearing where they were camped. There on the ground they saw Dhrupada's Draupadi's maid, weeping loudly. The Piyava's ever-present servant and charioteer, Indrasena, dismounted and went over to her. "Why do you weep? I hope no ill has befallen the Princess Draupadi. Could anyone have been fool enough to snatch away that incomparably beautiful lady? Dharma's son has become so anxious that he is ready to go after her even if she has entered the earth, soared to the heavens, or gone to the bottom of the sea. Who today will fall to the earth with his body pierced and torn by arrows? Do not weep, gentle girl, for PCL will come back this day and be reunited with her lords." Rubbing her face, the maid said, disregarding her 5 Indra-like husbands, "Jayadratha has carried Draupadi away by force. See there the trail left by that wretch and his followers. It happened not long ago. He cannot have gotten very far." Dhrupadi looked up at the Piyavas and said, "Quickly give chase, my lords, lest Draupadi be violently overpowered and, being beside herself, gives up her person to an unworthy man, even as the sacrificial oblation might be thrown onto ashes. Do not let the ghee be poured onto an unigniting fire of chaff or the sacred garland thrown into a crematorium. Let no mean man touch with his lips your wife's brilliant face, as the soma juice might be licked up by a dog through the priest's inattentiveness." Yudhishthira said, "Go to your hut, gentle woman, and govern your tongue. Kings and princes who are puffed up with their power soon come to grief." The brothers immediately went after Jayadratha. They twanged their bows and breathed the hot sighs of furious serpents. Soon they saw the dust raised by Jayadratha's army. Coming near the soldiers they saw Dharma wailing, urging Bhishma to go after Jayadratha. Yudhishthira consoled the eye and said, "Go back now, O priest. This low-minded one will soon be punished." Like hawks swooping on prey, the Piyavas rushed upon Jayadratha's army with fierce cries. Seeing the Sindhu king in the distance with Draupadi on his chariot, their anger increased like a fire fed with ghee. They called out to him to stop and fight. Upon hearing their thunderous shouts, Jayadratha's soldiers lost their senses and were seized by terror. Jayadratha looked back and saw the Piyavas' 5 chariots racing toward him. He said to Draupadi, "5 great heroes approach, O princess. I think they are your husbands. Tell me which of them rides which chariot." Draupadi snorted angrily. "After committing an act which will end your life, fool, why do you ask such a question? Still, as you are on the point of death, it behooves me to answer. Seeing Dharma here with his brothers, I have not the slightest fear." Draupadi pointed to the foremost of the 5 chariots. "Do you see that car upon which there is a staff with 2 celestial drums that are always being beaten? There you can see a lean man the color of pure gold, with large eyes and a high nose. That is Yudhishthira. He is merciful even to an enemy who seeks his shelter. Therefore, put down your weapons and fall at his feet if you wish for your own safety." The princess then indicated the chariot to Yudhishthira's right. The one seated on that car, who has long arms and is as tall as a sal tree, who is biting his lips and contracting his brow, that is Vikodara. His strength is superhuman and the earth knows him as Bhishma. Those who offend him cannot live. He does not forget an enemy but always takes revenge, and even then he is not pacified. Draupadi went on to point out Arjuna, who rode by Yudhishthira's left. He who blazes like fire, who is always firm in battle, who never commits a cruel deed, who never relinquishes virtue out of fear, lust or anger, and who can face any enemy, that is my husband Dhananjaya. Behind Yudhishthira you see the twins on golden chariots. Here comes the religious Nakula, who is loved by his brothers as if he were their own life. He is an expert swordsman and today you will see him cut your troops down like wheat. By his side is Sahadeva, the youngest and favorite of all the Piyavas. His wisdom and eloquence are without comparison. That intelligent hero, so dear to Kṛṣṇa, would rather enter fire than say anything against religion or morality. Jayadratha looked alarmed. Draupadi laughed. Now you will see your army like a ship with its cargo of jewels wrecked on rocks. If you escape unharmed from the Pandavas, you will have a new lease on life. Jayadratha shouted commands to his generals, quickly arraying his forces for battle. The Pandavas left off the infantry soldiers, who were begging for mercy, and made straight for the chariot fighters surrounding Jayadratha. As they charged into battle, they darkened the sky with a thick shower of arrows. Seeing them advance like dreadful tigers, the fighters in Jayadratha's army lost heart. Raising his mace, Bhishma flew toward Jayadratha with a roar. Kotika and the other charioteers came quickly to protect their king. They rained down arrows, darts and clubs upon Bhishma, but he careered on without flinching. With a single blow from his mace he slew a great elephant with its driver that was fighting in front of Jayadratha. With a few more blows he mowed down 14-foot soldiers. At the same time he fended off all the weapons hurled at him. As Bhishma moved closer to the Sindhu king, Arjuna killed 500 warriors who stood before him. Yudhishthira himself slew hundreds more, and Nakula went about with a sword, scattering the heads of the soldiers fighting in the rear of the army like a cultivator sowing seeds. From his chariot Sahadeva released fierce iron arrows which cut down many warriors fighting on the backs of elephants. They fell like birds dropping from a tree. A powerful king named Trigarta, fighting against Yudhishthira, suddenly descended from his chariot and slew the Pandava king's 4 horses with his mace. Yudhishthira pierced Trigarta's breast with a sharp-pointed arrow and he fell to the earth vomiting blood. Yudhishthira, with his charioteer Indrasena, then leapt onto Sahadeva's chariot. Nakula was assailed by Suratha, a mighty elephant fighter. The elephant crushed his chariot and dragged it across the battlefield. Nakula jumped down with his sword and shield and fearlessly faced his foe. Suratha goaded his elephant toward him and the infuriated beast rushed at Nakula with a scream. Nakula swung his sword and severed the elephant's trunk and tusks. The beast, which was clad in golden mail, fell headlong to the earth, crushing its rider. Nakula quickly jumped onto Bhishma's chariot. Bhishma released arrows with deadly accuracy. With a crescent-headed shaft he slew Kakita's charioteer and his chariot flew about pell-mell on the battlefield. As the confused Kakita tried to restrain his horses, Bhishma shot a beautifully plumed arrow and severed the prince's head. At the same time, Arjuna killed 12 other princes fighting by Kakita's side. Thousands of other warriors were slain by the Pandavas. The battlefield was now strewn with the bodies of men and animals. Many chariots with tall standards lay smashed on the ground, along with armor, helmets, swords and severed limbs. What was left of Jayadratha's army fled. Many ravens, crows, falcons and jackals, all crying out in joy, came to feast on the flesh of the dead warriors. Jayadratha was now terrified. He quickly put Draupadi down from his chariot and fled into the woods. Yudhishthira had Sahadeva take Draupadi up onto his chariot while Bhishma continued to slay fleeing soldiers. Arjuna, however, checked his brother. What will you gain by killing these poor soldiers? They are afraid for their lives and running here and there. Leave off and chase Jayadratha. Bhishma agreed. Turning to Yudhishthira he said, O king, the army has been routed and its leader has fled. If you wish, go with the twins and take Draupadi back to the hermitage. Arjuna and I will deal with Jayadratha. He will not survive even if he goes to Indra for protection. Yudhishthira replied, O mighty armed one, you should remember that he is the husband of our sister Dushala, Gandhar's daughter. Therefore, do not kill him. Draupadi became agitated to hear Yudhishthira's words, and she said to Bhishma, If you wish to please me, then do not spare that infamous and despicable Sindhu king. An enemy who carries away one's wife or who wrests his kingdom from him should never be forgiven in battle, even if he begs for mercy. Yudhishthira consoled Draupadi and returned with her to the hermitage. Bhishma and Arjuna at once headed into the forest after Jayadratha. The Sindhu king had already gone about 2 miles. Arjuna took out 4 arrows and began uttering mantras as he placed them on his bow. Pulling back the jiva into a full circle, he fired the arrows. They sped through the air over the tops of the trees, covering the full 2 miles and killing Jayadratha's 4 horses. The king fell from his chariot in fear. Getting to his feet he stumbled through the undergrowth deeper into the forest. Quickly catching up to him, Arjuna shouted, O Sindhu king, with what prowess did you dare take away our wife? Stand and fight. It does not become you to flee, leaving your followers to face the enemy. Jayadratha did not look back. Bhishma jumped down from his chariot and bounded after him, his eyes red with fury. He quickly caught the terrified king and seized him violently by the hair. Arjuna called out, "Don't kill him," and Bhishma, who was about to deliver a powerful blow, pulled back his fist. He dashed Jayadratha to the ground and kicked him in the head. As the dazed king staggered to his feet, Bhishma knocked him about, striking his head and chest with his fists and knees. Jayadratha fell unconscious to the ground and Bhishma dragged him to Arjuna. Through clenched teeth Bhishma said, "This one committed a heinous crime and does not deserve to live, but because Yudhishthira has commanded us, what can we do? The king is always merciful and forgiving." Bhishma looked contemptuously at Jayadratha, who was returning to consciousness. The Pava considered how best to punish him. He took from his quiver a razor-headed arrow and shaved off Jayadratha's hair, leaving only 5 tufts. For a Kshatriya, such treatment was tantamount to being killed. It meant that he had been defeated and humiliated at the hands of a more powerful enemy, but left with his life. It was better to die in battle than to suffer such humiliation, and Jayadratha was consumed by shame. Bhishma threw him to the ground and said, "Fool, if you wish to live then listen to my words. From now on, wherever you go you must announce yourself as the Pava's slave. This is the accepted custom." Jayadratha sat on the ground with his head bowed. "So be it," he replied, trembling. Bhishma pulled the king up and pushed him toward Arjuna's chariot. "Get aboard," he ordered. "We will take you to Yudhishthira to receive his command." They rode back to the hermitage and found Yudhishthira seated amid the Brahmins. Bhishma dragged Jayadratha down from the chariot and had him bow before Yudhishthira. "Here is the wretch who offended Draupadi. You may tell the princess that this vile man has now become our slave." "Let him go," Yudhishthira said with a smile. Draupadi came out of her hut and saw the bedraggled Jayadratha on the ground in front of Yudhishthira. The soft-hearted princess, thinking of her cousin Dushala, said, "Yes, we should spare him. Bhishma has punished him sufficiently and he has now become our slave. Set him free." Bhishma told Jayadratha to go. The Sindhu king, beside himself with anguish and shame, bowed before Yudhishthira and the Brahmins and then stood up to leave. Yudhishthira said, "You are a free man. I will release you this time, but do not commit such a vile act again. Although weak and powerless, you tried to abduct another's wife by force." Seeing Jayadratha's piteous condition, Yudhishthira was moved to compassion. He held up his hand in blessing and said, "May your heart grow in virtue. Go now in peace with your followers. Never again contemplate such impiety." Jayadratha walked away from the hermitage sorrowfully. He thought only of how to avenge himself on the Pavas. Realizing that he would never be able to overcome them in battle, he decided to accept a vow of asceticism to please Eva. If he was empowered by that great deity, then surely he would be able to defeat any enemy, even the mighty Pavas. The Sindhu king made his way to the bank of the Ganges and sat down in meditation. For a long time Jayadratha practiced severe austerities, eating only leaves and remaining wrapped in prayer to Eva. Eventually, the god came before him and said, "What do you desire?" The delighted king replied, "May I be able to vanquish in battle all 5 Pavas seated on their chariots." Eva smiled. "This cannot be. The Pavas are unconquerable because they are protected by Kṛṣṇa. Even I cannot slay them. Therefore, your desire is impossible to fulfill. But I will grant you this. With the exception of Arjuna, who is the invincible Nara incarnate, you will be able to check all of them in battle one time only." After granting this boon, Eva vanished, leaving Jayadratha to return to his own kingdom, wondering when the day would come when he would be able to use his boon. Chapter 34 The Lake of Death. As the Pavas passed their 12th year in the Kamayaka, Indra thought of how he might do them good. The king of the gods knew that Yudhishthira was afraid of Kṛṣṇa, especially because his divine armor and earrings afforded him supernatural protection from weapons. Indra decided to disguise himself as a Brahmin and beg the armor from Kṛṣṇa. Divining Indra's intention, the sun god appeared before Kṛṣṇa in a dream in the form of a handsome Brahmin. Gently, the Daymaker said, "O mighty hero, my son, I have come to advise you for your everlasting good. Listen carefully. Indra will come before you disguised as a Brahmin in order to beg from you your armor. He is aware that you have vowed never to refuse charity. You must somehow resist his request. Offer him anything else in its place. If you part with your armor and earrings, which are made of the essence of celestial nectar, you will die in the battle. Possessed of your armor and earrings, however, not even the gods can slay you." In his dream Kṛṣṇa asked, "Who are you who care so much for my welfare?" "I am the god of limitless rays. I advise you out of affection. You should heed my words." Kṛṣṇa did not know that the sun god was his father. He replied, "I am fortunate that the Lord God of all splendor, whom I worship daily, desires my welfare. Out of my love for you I say this. Please do not prevent me from observing my vow. Such dishonor would be worse for me than death. O Sriya, all the world knows I will part with my life if a Brahmin begs for it. Should Indra come to me as a Brahmin, I shall not be able to refuse him whatever he may ask. Fame was everything to Kṛṣṇa. He would never do anything that would lead to infamy. He added, if I give my armor to Indra, I shall win great fame in this world, while Indra will become infamous. Fame prolongs life and leads to heaven. A famous man lives even after his death, while those who are infamous are as good as dead even though they still breathe. O Sriya, I will preserve my fame even at the cost of my life. Sriya replied, Dear child, a wise man does not do anything that will injure himself or his dependents. There is no doubt that the everlasting fame you desire will cost you your life. Therefore, what profit is there in sacrificing your body for fame? Only while you are alive can you use the fame you accrue. Fame is useless to a dead man. It is a garland around a corpse. Because you worship me, I speak for your good. If you use reason, you will be able to distract Indra from his purpose. If you wish to face Arjuna in battle, you must not give up your earrings and armor. You will not be able to stand against Arjuna without them. Kṛṣṇa was still not convinced. O God of brilliant rays, you are dearer to me than my wife, sons, friends, and even my own self. Please cherish me as a devoted worshipper and allow me to do as I please. I cannot embrace falsehood. Death would be preferable. With bowed head and repeated prayers I implore you to forgive me, for I cannot do as you say. I do not fear Arjuna. Parabrahma has given me powerful weapons. I will defeat Arjuna in the battle when the time comes. Please permit me to observe my vow when Indra approaches me. Sriya could see that Kṛṣṇa would not change his mind. It was as the god had expected and he had already considered an alternative. He continued to address his son in gentle tones. O powerful one, if you must give your armor and earrings to Indra, then you should ask him something in return. Worshipping him with pleasing words, you should offer him your armor only in exchange for the infallible dart he possesses. That weapon can destroy any enemy. If you possess that weapon, you will remain invincible. Ask him for it. It is called the Akti. Suddenly, Sriya vanished and Kṛṣṇa awoke, thinking about his dream. After bathing he went before the rising sun with folded palms. He told the sun everything that had occurred in his dream. From the heavens a voice echoed, "This is all true." Amazed, Kṛṣṇa returned to his palace, expecting Indra's arrival at any time. A few days later, Kṛṣṇa entered the Ganges at noon to perform his daily worship of the sun god. Each day at the end of his worship, the Brahmins would come to beg charity. He never refused anyone anything. Now Indra came to him, dressed as a Brahmin. Seeing the effulgent ascetic standing before him, Kṛṣṇa said, "You are most welcome. What can I offer you? If you like, I can bestow upon you villages, cows, and beautiful damsels adorned with gold." "I do not desire any of these things," the Brahmin replied. "You may give these to others who beg for them." "O sinless one, if you are true to your vow, then cut from your body your armor and earrings and give them to me. This is all I desire." Realizing that this was Indra, Kṛṣṇa replied, "I will gladly give you whatever you wish, but why ask only for my armor? Take from me instead enough wealth to maintain you and all your dependents for as long as you live." Kṛṣṇa tried in various ways to distract Indra from his goal, but the god made it clear that he wanted only the armor. Finally Kṛṣṇa said, "Divested of my natural armor and earrings, which were created from celestial nectar, I shall die in battle. That is why I am reluctant to part with them. Still, I know you are Indra and that you are here to help the Pandavas. As the Lord of the gods, it is you who should be bestowing boons upon me. Therefore, O Deva, please consider offering me a boon in exchange for my armor." Indra replied, "Before I came here, Sriya divined my intentions. No doubt he has told you all. Let it be as you desire. With the exception of my thunderbolt weapon, ask from me what you wish." Kṛṣṇa asked for the Akti dart Sriya had mentioned. Indra reflected for a moment and replied, "I have invoked the weapon and will give it to you as soon as you give me your armor, but I do so under one condition. When I release this dart, it kills hundreds of my enemies and returns to my hand. However, you will be able to release it but once to kill one powerful enemy. When your enemy has been slain, it will return to my hand, not yours." Kṛṣṇa was grave. "I desire to kill only one mighty foe. I know your desire. But the one you wish to kill is protected by a high-souled being. The great Lord Kṛṣṇa, who is the inconceivable and Arya, protects him. Be that as it may, give me your weapon, for it will surely be capable of slaying any human enemy. I shall then cut my armor from my body. But I ask that you prevent my body from becoming disfigured." So be it. Because you desire to adhere to truth, you will not be scarred. You will be restored to your present handsome and shining complexion. With a sharp sword, Kṛṣṇa immediately began to cut away his armor. Seeing Kṛṣṇa smiling through the pain, the gods and demons roared like lions and beat celestial drums. A shower of heavenly flowers fell upon Kṛṣṇa as he took off the armor and earrings and handed them, wet with blood, to Indra. Then Indra gave Kṛṣṇa his weapon, saying, "Do not use this unless you face the gravest danger. Otherwise it will fall upon you." The god then soared into the sky, feeling he had accomplished the Pandavas' purpose. The Pandavas stayed in the Dvana for the final part of their exile in the forest. Only a short while remained before they had to disguise themselves and hide for the 13th year. They wondered where they should go. One day, as they sat discussing in the company of a Brahmin in obvious distress came before Yudhishthira. He explained that a deer had caught hold of the sticks he used to light his sacred fire and taken them into the forest. The sticks, along with my ladle and other paraphernalia, were tied in a bundle. Somehow the deer caught them on his horns. "O hero, I must have them back so that my sacrifice may not be stopped." Yudhishthira reassured the Brahmin and stood up at once with his brothers. Taking up their bows, they went in pursuit of the deer. Although they shot many arrows at it, however, they could not catch the animal. It bounded swiftly away and vanished into the woods. The brothers became tired and disappointed and, coming to a large banyan tree, they sat down in its shade. With a heavy heart, Nakula said to Yudhishthira, "In our race, virtue has never been sacrificed and we have never been idle, nor have we ever refused anything to any creature. How, then, has this calamity befallen us, O king?" Yudhishthira placed his large bow on the ground. "There is no limit to misfortunes in this world, dear brother. We cannot always ascertain their causes because it is the great god Dharma who distributes the fruits of both virtue and sin." Bhma frowned. "We have met with this disaster because I did not slay Dushasana when he dragged Draupadi into the assembly hall. I too am to blame for our present misfortune in that I did not retaliate when Kṛṣṇa uttered his cruel words that day," Arjuna added. "And I too am to blame," said Sahadeva. "I should have slain Akuni at the dice game as soon as he cheated you, O king." Yudhishthira turned to Nakula. "It is certainly hot in this forest. Quickly climb a tall tree and look around for a lake. Your brothers are tired and thirsty. Having refreshed ourselves, we can then decide what to do next." Nakula climbed a nearby tree and gazed around. "There seems to be water not far away," he called. "I see what appears to be a lake and can hear the cries of cranes." As Nakula slid down the trunk, Yudhishthira said, "O handsome brother, go and fetch water for us all." Nakula emptied the arrows from a couple of quivers and left his brothers. He soon arrived at a large, clear lake covered with lotuses and lilies. Kneeling down on the shore, he was about to drink when he heard a voice from the sky saying, "O child, do not drink this water. This lake is mine and no one may drink its water without first answering my questions." Nakula looked around. He could not see anyone. His thirst was intense. Not caring for the voice, he cupped his hands and drank the water. As soon as it passed his lips, he fell down dead. After some time, Yudhishthira became anxious. Nakula had not returned. He asked Sahadeva to look for him. Sahadeva followed his brother's path and also came to the lake. Seeing Nakula lying dead on its shore, he was grief-stricken. He touched his brother, looking for signs of life. Nakula seemed to be buried in a deep slumber. He had not lost his bodily luster, but there was no pulse and he was not breathing. Sahadeva stood up, perplexed. Feeling an unbearable thirst, he went to the water's edge to drink. As he knelt down, he heard the same voice from the sky. "Do not drink the water of my lake. First of all answer my questions and then you may drink." Sahadeva was unable to heed the words. His thirst was oppressive. He took a swallow of the cool water and, like his brother, fell dead. Seeing that neither of the twins had returned after nearly an hour, Yudhishthira told Arjuna to go and see what had happened. With his bow at the ready and his sword unsheathed, Arjuna proceeded with caution. Finding the twins lying on the water's edge, he was seized with pain. He ran over to them and knelt by their sides. There were no signs of life. Arjuna was amazed. Who could have killed them? There was no indication of a fight. Arjuna looked around but saw only the trees moving in the breeze and the water birds on the surface of the lake. He went down to the water's edge to slake his thirst, and again the voice resounded from the sky. "O Tirtha, do not attempt to drink this water by force. It is mine and you may only take it after answering my questions." Arjuna shouted up to the skies, "Come into my presence and prevent me. You will not speak in this way again when you are riven by my arrows." He immediately released countless arrows which, empowered by mantras, were capable of hitting an unseen object. Arjuna filled the sky with arrows, darts and javelins. Again the voice spoke. Your exertions are useless, Arjuna. Answer my questions, or, if you drink the water you will die. Disregarding these words, Arjuna took a sip of water and fell dead alongside his brothers. Almost another hour had passed. Yudhishthira felt increasing anxiety. He now sent Bhishma. O tormentor of foes, we have been seated here for a long time awaiting our brothers. I think you should find them and bring them back. I shall wait here. Bhishma nodded and rose, running quickly along the path to the lake. When he saw his 3 brothers lying there he was astonished. Surely this was the work of a powerful Rakshasa. It seemed hardly possible that any being could have slain Arjuna and the twins. Bhishma considered that he would soon have to face a formidable enemy. He had best drink some water and overcome his fatigue in preparation for the fight. The Pava ran down to the water and again the celestial voice resounded in the heavens. O child, do not attempt to drink from my lake. First answer my questions. Bhishma thought that the voice must have come from whomever had killed his brothers. He looked around angrily. That wicked being would soon repent his vile act. Not caring for his warning, Bhishma plunged his face into the water and drank. Like his brothers, he fell to the ground, dead. Alone, Yudhishthira waited. But when Bhishma didn't return, his mind was filled with foreboding. He thought it impossible that Bhishma and Arjuna could be overcome in battle. Where were they? Perhaps they had found celestial delights by the lake and were enjoying them together. No, they would surely not neglect their duty. They had received his order and knew he was waiting. The Brahmin's paraphernalia also still had to be recovered. Something must have happened to prevent them from returning. Apprehensively, Yudhishthira set off along the forest path. Passing by trees covered in blue and red blossoms, Yudhishthira approached the lake. The warbling of birds and the hum of bees resounded in his ears as he moved quickly through the woods. Within a short time he came to the lake, which seemed to him as if it had been transported from Indra's abode. It was covered with lotuses and surrounded by blossoming trees and varieties of wild forest flowers. By the side of the delightful lake, however, Yudhishthira saw his 4 brothers fallen to earth, resembling the 4 Lokaplas fallen from the heavens at the end of an age. Yudhishthira ran to his brothers and fell to the ground by their side. Breathing heavily he shed tears of grief. He lamented loudly, his voice echoing from the tall trees around the lake. O mighty armed Bhishma, you swore you would break Duryodhana's thighs in battle. Of what value is that promise now? O Arjuna, how are you lying here today? Human promises may prove false, but how can those of the gods? We heard all the celestials proclaim your glories and declare that you would win back our lost kingdom. None will be able to vanquish him in battle was Indra's prophecy. How has this come to pass? Surely my heart is made of stone because it does not shatter upon seeing such a sight. As he looked at his motionless brothers, Yudhishthira was beside himself with grief. He cried for some time, his mind utterly confused. Gradually, he managed to control himself and ponder the situation. Who could have slain these great warriors? There were no signs of battle, their bodies were unmarked and they seemed to have dropped to the earth in some deep, dreamless sleep. Yudhishthira looked carefully at the lake. Perhaps Duryodhana had made it and filled it with poison. But no poison could kill Bhishma. Maybe the Kauravas had conspired with the Asuras to bring about the Pava's death. But again, what Asura could face Arjuna, who had single-handedly overpowered the Nivtakavakas? Yudhishthira looked around. He could see no footprints. Arjuna's arrows were scattered here and there, but there was no blood. It was unimaginable that Arjuna would not have hit his enemy. He never discharged his arrows uselessly. Yudhishthira considered that some mighty being without a material body must have overpowered his brothers. He examined them closely. Although they appeared dead, they had not lost their color and their features were unchanged. Their souls were surely still present, although the symptoms of life were gone. It seemed that their life force had been removed by the god of death himself, acting from within them. Convinced of this, Yudhishthira thought he would discover the truth if he entered the lake. It was because of this lake that his brothers had met their death. Yudhishthira went down to the water and, throwing off his armor, plunged in. Immediately he heard the same voice that had spoken to his brothers. O child, do not take this water. This lake belongs to me and if you want to drink, you must first answer my questions. Yudhishthira gazed around. Who are you? He shouted. I am a crane living on moss and fish. Your younger brothers, disregarding my warning, have been brought by me under the control of death. O king, if you do not answer my questions, then you shall become the fifth victim. Yudhishthira looked about in astonishment. He saw the crane on a tree bough near the lake. Are you Eva or the foremost of the Vasas? Or are you a Marat? It is not possible for a bird to have killed these four mountain-like heroes. O strongest of all those endowed with strength, you have achieved what even the gods, Gandharvas and Asuras could not do. I do not know who you are or what is your intention, but I am curious to know these things and I am also terrified. My heart is troubled and my mind confused. Please tell me why you stay here and what you desire. Yudhishthira then saw the crane transform into a huge, fearful-looking being. His large red eyes were pointed and he blazed like the sun. Roaring like a thundercloud, he said, I am a yak, not a bird. Hail to you. It was I who killed your energetic brothers for their own faults. Although forbidden to drink, they disregarded me. If one loves life, he should not attempt to take this water by force. The lake is mine and one may take its water only after answering my questions. O yak, I do not wish to take what is yours. I shall try to answer your questions to the best of my ability. Please ask me what you will. The Yaka began to place questions before Yudhishthira. What makes the soul rise out of his entanglement in matter? Who keeps him company? Who is his guide on that spiritual journey? And on what is he established? It is knowledge of the Supreme Lord which makes the soul rise. Godly qualities are his companions. Dharma is his guide, and he is established on truth. What makes one learned? How does one attain to that which is most exalted? How does one acquire a second self, and by what, O king, does one become wise? One becomes learned by studying the Vedas. By asceticism one attains what is most exalted. Intelligence is like a second self, and serving one's elders makes one wise. The Yaka then asked about all kinds of subjects, ranging from worldly wisdom to knowledge of religion to spiritual matters. Yudhishthira answered them all without hesitation. Finally the Yaka said, I am satisfied. Answer my last 4 questions and I will restore one of your brothers to life. Who in this world is happy? What is the most wonderful thing? What are the tidings of this world? And how can one find the eternal path of religion? With folded palms Yudhishthira replied, He who is neither in debt nor exiled and who lives simply, eating simple food in his own home, is happy. The most wonderful thing is that although every day innumerable creatures go to the abode of death, still a man thinks he is immortal. The tidings are that in this world which is like a cauldron with the sun as its fire, days and nights as its fuel, and months and seasons as its wooden ladle, all creatures are being cooked by time. The eternal religious path is found only in the heart of great mystics. The Yaka smiled. You have rightly answered every question. Tell me which of your brothers you wish to have restored to life. O Yaka, let Nakula, as tall as a sal tree and endowed with a broad chest and long arms, be brought to life. The Yaka was surprised. Bhishmasena is surely more important to you than Nakula, O king, and Arjuna is your chief support. Why do you ask for Nakula to be revived? He who sacrifices virtue is himself destroyed, replied Yudhishthira, and he who preserves virtue is in turn preserved by it. I am therefore careful to always observe virtue. For me, great virtue lies in refraining from cruelty. It is superior to all worldly gain. Thus I ask for Nakula. Both Kant and Mdr are the same to me. In myself Kant still has one son, but Mdr now has none. With a desire to behave equally toward my 2 mothers, I ask for the life of Nakula. Since, O Pava, you consider abstention from cruelty superior to both profit and desire, then let all your brothers be restored to life. As the Yaka spoke, the 4 brothers rose from the ground as if from a sleep. They felt refreshed and free from hunger and thirst. Yudhishthira then asked the Yaka, Who are you, O great being, who assumes the form of a crane? Tell me in truth your identity. Are you a god? Perhaps you are my father himself. Yudhishthira had guessed correctly and the Yaka replied, I am indeed your father, O best of the Bharatas. Know me to be Dharma. I have come here with the intention of meeting you. Fame, truth, self-control, purity, simplicity, charity, modesty, steadiness, asceticism and celibacy are my limbs. I am reached by abstention from cruelty, impartiality, peacefulness, asceticism, purity and humility. You possess all these qualities, dear son. By good fortune you have conquered your mind and senses and practice virtue. I wanted to test you and I am fully satisfied. Ask me for boons and I will bestow them. Those who are ever devoted to me need never experience misfortune. Yudhishthira bowed respectfully before his father and said, My first desire is that the Agnihotra of the Brahmin whose fire sticks were lost not be destroyed. O son of Kṛṣṇa, it was I in the form of the deer who carried away those sticks. I shall return them to you. Ask for some other boon. Yudhishthira thought carefully and said, the 12 years of our forest life are now complete. For the 13th year we must live incognito. Please grant that no man will recognize us during that time. So be it. Even if you wander about in the world as your actual selves, you will not be recognized. Through my favor you will lead a secret, incognito life in the city of Bhārata. Now take these fire sticks and ask from me another boon. I am not satisfied with conferring only these 2 favors. O Yudhishthira, you should know that I beg at you. Vidura, your friend and well-wisher, is also a part of myself. Dharma handed the sticks to Yudhishthira, who replied, O God of gods, it is enough for me that I have seen you. To please you, however, I will accept one further boon. O Lord, grant that I may always overcome avarice, folly and anger, and that my mind be always inclined toward charity, asceticism and truth. Dharma smiled and said, by nature you are gifted with these qualities, O Pāva. You are already the embodiment of virtue. But I grant your desire. The god then disappeared, leaving the 5 Pāvas standing together on the shore of the lake. In wonder they returned to their hermitage with the Brahmin's fire sticks. Chapter 35. Into Bhārata. As the rainy season came and went, Dharma determined by astrological calculation that the 13th year of exile was about to commence. The brothers discussed their strategy. Encouraged by Dharma's boon, they were hopeful. Although Duryodhana would undoubtedly send hundreds and thousands of spies all over the world to search for them, he would not find them. But they did not want to take any chances. Thus they considered how best to conceal themselves. Yudhishthira spoke to Arjuna. O ruler of men, what is your view? How shall we remain incognito? By virtue of Dharma's boon we shall be able to go about without being discovered. I have no doubt about that. But let us consider carefully the places where we could reside peacefully. I shall name them. Arjuna listed a number of countries where their allies lived and asked Yudhishthira which he felt was most suitable. Yudhishthira thanked his brother for his suggestions and replied, Dear brother, what Dharma has said must come to pass. We shall reside in Matsya, the kingdom of Bhārata. That aged king is powerful, charitable, of a righteous disposition, and always favorably disposed toward us. Let us go there as his servants. Tell me, O sons of Kṛṣṇa, how we should each present ourselves to the king. Arjuna replied doubtfully, O virtuous one, how will you become the servant of the king? You are like a god among men and have always been the lord of others. How will you submit yourself to a lesser man? Yudhishthira reassured Arjuna. There will be no problem. I shall become the king's dissing partner and friend. Presenting myself as Yudhishthira's former personal servant and close friend Kṛṣṇa, an expert at gaming, I will offer him and his ministers various kinds of pleasing service. Now, O Vikodara, tell me in what capacity you will enter Bhārata's city. Bhishma had already decided. O Bharata, I will present myself as a cook named Vallabha. I will say that I formerly worked in Yudhishthira's royal kitchens. I am an expert in the kitchen business and will prepare fine dishes for the king's table. I will also please the king by feats of strength and by wrestling. I will overpower elephants and bulls and throw down the best of Bharata's wrestlers without killing them. O king, do not fear for me. I will take care of myself. Yudhishthira nodded approvingly and turned to Arjuna. What work will Dhananjaya, who possesses invincible power, who is the joy of the Kṛṣṇa, and before whom the god Agni appeared as a Brahmin begging a favor, accept? As the sun is the foremost of all planets, the Brahmin the best of all men, and the thunderbolt the best of all weapons, so Arjuna is the best of all archers. What humble office can he accept, having gone to heaven and obtained all celestial weapons after pleasing the god of gods, Mahābhārata? I think Krishna's friend does not deserve to be reduced to such a plight. Arjuna then remembered Urva's curse and Indra's subsequent instruction. O ruler of the earth, I shall become a member of the third sex. Anak. In order to conceal the scars the bowstring has made on my arms, I will wear numerous bangles. With bright gold earrings and braided hair I will go before the king as Bihanala and offer to instruct his ladies in singing and dancing. I have acquired proficiency in these skills from the Gandharvas. Living in the king's sraglio, I will act as a female and please the king and his women by my services and by reciting many stories. On being asked for my background, I will say that I was formerly a waiting maid in Yudhishthira's palace. O king, hiding myself in this way, as fire is concealed by ashes, I will pass my days during this last year. Yudhishthira looked in wonder at Arjuna. Anak, how astonishing were the movements of destiny. He turned to Nakula and asked him how he planned to appear before Virata. Nakula replied, I shall be a keeper of horses known as Granthika. I am thoroughly acquainted with all aspects of horsemanship and enjoy that work. O king, horses are as dear to me as you are. I will tell Virata that I was previously in charge of Yudhishthira's horses. Yudhishthira finally asked Sahadeva what disguise he would assume. The youngest Pava replied that he would become a cowherd. This work pleases me, O king. I possess the skills of taming, milking and breeding cattle. I can recognize all the signs and characteristics of different kinds of cows and bulls. Known as Tantrapala, I shall thus render service to Virata, telling him that I used to work in that capacity for Yudhishthira. Yudhishthira looked across at Draupadi, who sat near the brothers. Here is our beloved wife. She is dearer to us than life. Like a mother she is to be cherished and like an elder sister respected. How will she appear before Virata? She is not accustomed to the position of servant and has been accustomed from birth to royal opulence. Draupadi replied, O Bharata, there is a class of maid known as Srindra who serves others. It is understood that no respectable lady would accept such service, so I will conceal myself in that guise. Saying that I was formerly Draupadi's waiting maid, I will serve Sudai, the king's esteemed wife. By my expert service of dressing hair and ornamenting the queen, I will please her. Do not be anxious for me, O king. Yudhishthira looked at his devoted wife. She was prepared to undergo any austerity to serve her husbands. Although she was energetic and accomplished, it would not be easy for her to accept the position of menial servant to someone inferior, and her stay in Virata would be fraught with danger from lusty men who thought she had no protector. You have spoken well, Yudhishthira said. Devoted as you are to piety and chastity, O queen, you are a stranger to sin. You should behave yourself in Virata in such a way that no wicked man might become attracted to you. The Pandavas had discussed their plans for the final year in a secluded place. They did not want to risk disclosing their whereabouts even to their friends and servants. When they had decided upon their disguises, they went back to the hermitage. Yudhishthira then said to Dharma, O learned Brahmin, if it is agreeable to you, please go to Drupada's city. There you may live in peace and preserve our Agnihotra fires. Yudhishthira ordered his servants, headed by Indrasena, to go to Dwarak and live with the Vaidavas. Upon arriving there you should tell everyone that you were left alone by the Pandavas at Dvana. You have no idea of their whereabouts or intentions. Dharma made all arrangements for the Pandavas' journey. He lit the sacred fire and offered oblations on their behalf, invoking auspiciousness upon them and blessing them that they would achieve victory. The brothers and Draupadi then walked around the sacred fire and, after bowing before the Brahmins, left the hermitage. Lean and bearded after their long stay in the forest, the 5 brothers, clad in deerskins and carrying their weapons, seemed like 5 powerful as they made their way on foot toward the river Kalind. As they passed through various countries, staying sometimes in the wild and at other times in inhabited regions, they presented themselves as hunters. Bhishma carried Draupadi and they moved quickly toward their destination. After many days of travel they finally arrived in the Matsya's expansive country. They saw the well-laid roads and paths that led from the forest into the capital. When the Pandavas reached the outskirts of the city, Yudhishthira sat them all down in a grassy clearing and said, O best of men, although you are all acquainted with the science of diplomacy and policy, it still behooves me to advise you. We should conduct ourselves carefully in Virata's presence. Kings are always to be feared as one fears a deadly snake. The protectors and cherishers of all beings, they are deities in human form and are like great fires equipped with all weapons. One should always act with the utmost caution when in a king's presence. He who acts falsely with a king is killed by him, of this there is no doubt. Yudhishthira spoke for some time, giving detailed instructions about all aspects of behavior with kings. He did not want his brothers to make any mistakes now that they were so close to completing their vow. Just one more year and they would be able to reclaim their kingdom. After finishing his instructions, Yudhishthira led them toward the city. As they walked on he said to Arjuna, if we enter Virata with our weapons, we will frighten the citizens and be quite conspicuous. Indeed, your jiva is famous throughout the world. If we are discovered by anyone, then we will have to live a further 13 years in exile. Yudhishthira had faith in Dharma's boon, but he did not want to take unnecessary chances. The Pandavas decided to conceal their weapons near the city. After looking around they came upon a huge sami tree near a cremation ground. The area was dismal and deserted, far from the road and close to the forest. Arjuna suggested they wrap their weapons into a cloth bundle and place them high in the tree. Anyone seeing that bundle by the crematorium would assume it to be a corpse and leave it alone. Agreeing to the suggestion, the brothers unstrung their bows and placed them upon Bhishma's large deerskin garment. They wrapped and tied the bows, swords, quivers and arrows. Nakula ascended the tree with the bundle and secured it to a high branch which he felt offered sufficient shelter from the rain. The Pandavas then made their way toward the city. They passed some cowherd men and told them that they had just placed their mother's body on the tree. "This is our ancient custom," Yudhishthira said. "We have placed our old mother's body high in the tree. May she attain to the blessed heavenly regions." As they reached the city gate, Yudhishthira prayed to goddess Durga. Seeing her as Krishna's divine energy whose service it was to conceal the Lord's identity from the atheists, he asked for her protection. Pleased by his prayer, the goddess appeared before the Pandavas. "O heroes, you will soon attain victory in battle. After slaying your enemies you will again enjoy the earth. Through my grace, neither the Kṛṣṇa nor the inhabitants of Mahābhārata will recognize you until the final year has expired." The goddess disappeared and the Pandavas entered the capital, Mahābhārata. Yudhishthira went first, but before parting from his brothers he gave each of them a secret name by which they could call each other if the need arose. He was called Jaya, and the others were Jayanta, Vijaya, Jyotsna and Jyotbala. Yudhishthira then strode into the city like a mighty lion. He went directly to the king's court. The king saw him enter like the moon emerging from clouds. Turning to his counselors he asked, "Who is this man who walks into my court as if he were a king? He cannot be a Brahmin. I think he is a lord of the earth, although he has neither a slave nor any other attendants with him. He shines like Indra and approaches me as fearlessly as an elephant might approach a lotus." Yudhishthira came up to Mahābhārata and said, "O sinless one, know me to be a Brahmin who has lost everything and now seeks your service. I wish to live with you and accept you as my master." Joyful at having acquired such an obviously qualified man, Mahābhārata replied, "O worshipful one, I bow down to you. You are most welcome. I will give you the post you desire. Which country are you from and what is your name? Do you possess any particular skills?" "I was formerly a friend of Yudhishthira and my name is Kṛṣṇa. I am expert in casting dice and can entertain and please you in that way." The king smiled without thinking for a moment that the so-called Brahmin before him might actually be Yudhishthira himself. Although he felt the newcomer to be extraordinary, he accepted his explanation. He felt an immediate affinity for Kṛṣṇa, whose expressions and bodily movements were gentle and pleasing. If he was Yudhishthira's friend, then he was surely of the highest character and worthy of his respect. "Live with me in peace," Mahābhārata said cheerfully. "This kingdom is as much yours as it is mine. I am always pleased by expert disers." Yudhishthira asked that he not be called to play with low-class people or involved in disputes or fights over the game. The king replied, "I will kill anyone who does you any wrong. If the wrongdoer is a Brahmin, I will banish him from the kingdom. Let all my subjects hear my proclamation. This Kṛṣṇa is as much the lord of this dominion as myself." Turning to Yudhishthira, the king continued, "You shall be my friend. You will ride on my chariot, wear the best clothes, and enjoy the finest dishes. My door will always be open to you, and you will become my closest advisor and counselor." Yudhishthira was then shown to his quarters in the king's palace and he began to live there happily and undetected by anyone. The following day Bhishma entered the city. He went down the main road toward the king's palace, appearing like a powerful lord of elephants. In his hands he held a ladle and a cooking spoon, as well as a shining, unblemished sword, azure in color. Dressed as a cook he went before the king, illuminating the royal court with his bodily effulgence. Mahābhārata looked at him in amazement and asked his counselors, "Who is this young man, exceedingly handsome and with the shoulders of a lion? Although he is new here, I feel as if I have always known him. I cannot place him, but he surely must either be Purandara himself or perhaps the powerful Gandharva king. Whatever he wants, let him have it immediately." One of Mahābhārata's counselors went to Bhishma and asked him what he desired. The Pandava looked up at the king and said, "O king, I am a cook named Vallabha. Pray appoint me to your kitchen, for I am expert in the culinary arts." Mahābhārata gazed at Bhishma's massive arms and broad chest. "I cannot believe that you are a cook. You shine like the thousand-eyed deity, and from your grace, beauty and prowess you appear to be the best of men. O king, I am your servant. Allow me to work in the royal kitchens." As he addressed the king, Bhishma's voice resounded in the royal court like a great drum. "In days gone by, my cooking was tasted by Yudhishthira, but I possess other abilities as well. I am a peerless wrestler and can entertain you by fighting lions and elephants. As with Kṛṣṇa, the king felt an immediate affection for this unusual arrival. You shall become the head of my kitchens. But I do not think this office worthy of you, who should rather be the ruler of the earth. Bhma began to work in the kitchens, becoming a great favorite of the king and recognized by no one. Draupadi was next to enter the city. With her glossy black hair twisted into one long braid thrown on her right-hand side and dressed in a single, soiled cloth, she walked through the city streets as if in distress. Many people gathered around her and asked her who she was and what she wanted. I am a Srindra, Draupadi replied. I seek someone who will employ and maintain me. Hearing her sweet voice and observing her incomparable beauty, the people found it hard to believe that she could be a maidservant. They directed her to the royal palace, and as she was walking, Sudha, Virata's wife, saw her. The queen asked, "O gentle one, why do you wander about in this way?" Draupadi repeated her story and Sudha replied, "This surely cannot be true. O most beautiful one, it seems to me that you yourself could appoint numerous servants. By your bodily appearance I take you to be of the highest and most noble lineage. Your countenance shines like the full moon, your body is shapely, your eyes are like lotus petals framed by curling lashes, your lips are red like the bimba fruit, and your skin is as smooth as silk. In beauty you resemble a goddess and must surely have descended from the heavens. Pray tell me who you are, for you cannot possibly be a maidservant." Draupadi straightened her disheveled cloth and turned her dark eyes toward the queen. "I am neither a goddess nor a celestial. I am a maid of the Srindra class. I am skilled in dressing hair and preparing unguents. I can make variegated and beautiful garlands of jasmines, lotuses, and lilies. Previously I have served Satyabhama, Krishna's beloved queen, and Draupadi, the Piyava's wife. My name is Emlyn. Now I have no engagement. Please allow me to serve in your palace, O queen." Sudha gazed at Draupadi's unparalleled beauty and obvious nobility. How could she be a serving maid? Still, she would make a valuable addition to the palace. But what effect would she have on the king and, indeed, any other man who saw her? The queen smiled at Draupadi, but spoke doubtfully. "I can place you on my head, never mind as my servant. I do not doubt it. Yet I fear that your beauty will captivate the king's heart. Seeing how even the women here are staring at you, I feel there is no man alive who could resist your charms. It seems that even the trees are bending low to pay you homage. Surely upon seeing you the king will lose his heart and forsake me. O lady of sweet smiles, the person upon whom you cast a glance will certainly fall victim to the god of love. By engaging you I will bring upon myself my own destruction. Although I should love to have your company, this is my fear." Covering her long hair with her upper cloth, Draupadi reassured the queen. "Neither Virata nor any other man can win me, fair lady, for I have 5 Gandharva husbands. Those invincible heroes always protect me and I will not cast a single glance on another man. However, they stipulate certain conditions for those who would engage me. My husbands desire that I not eat any food which has already been taken by another and that I not be asked to wash another's feet. Guarding me secretly, my husbands bring about the immediate destruction of any man who desires me. No one is able to sway me from the path of righteousness, O queen. Indeed, I ask that you always keep me safe from other men. Therefore, allay your fears." Sudha decided to employ Draupadi. She promised that her food would always be fresh and untouched by another and that she would not be called upon to wash anyone's feet. Draupadi thanked her and was led by the queen into the inner chambers of the palace, where she began her life as a maidservant. The day after Draupadi's entrance into Virata, Sahadeva made his way into the city dressed as a cowherd. He arrived at the cow pasture in the region of Virata's palace. The king happened to be visiting his herd and was present when Sahadeva arrived. Virata sent for him and asked who he was and why he had come to the city. Sahadeva replied, "I am a Vai named Tantrapala. I used to work with the cows belonging to the Piyavas. I am expert in handling cattle and desire to render you that service." Virata observed Sahadeva's broad shoulders and long arms. "You must surely be a Brahmin or a powerful Kshatriya," he replied. "The office of a ruler would better suit you than that of a cowherd. Tell me, from where do you hail, O afflictor of enemies? What engagement do you desire and what payment?" "I used to reside in Indraprastha and I took care of the innumerable cows there," Sahadeva answered. "I know everything about caring for cows. O king, I desire only my residence and upkeep and will serve you to the best of my ability." The king accepted Sahadeva's request. "I have 100,000 cows. These, along with their keepers, shall be placed under your care. Live here in peace and I shall ensure that you are provided with whatever you desire." The day after Sahadeva's entry, another newcomer was seen making his way into the city. Of huge body and adorned with the clothes and ornaments of a woman, he went toward the king's palace, shaking the earth with his steps even though he walked with the gait of a broad-hipped woman. He stood before the king with his body concealed by layers of colored silks. His arms were covered by numerous conch bracelets set with gold, and he seemed like a huge, gorgeously decorated elephant standing in the royal court. Virata looked at him in surprise. He asked his courtiers, "Who is this person? I have never seen such a one." When none of them could identify him, the king turned to Arjuna and said, "You appear endowed with the might of a celestial. Young and dark complexion, you look like a lord of elephants. Although you wear bracelets and fine gold earrings and have braided your hair, you still shine like a god decked with garlands and equipped with armor and weapons. Become like my son or even myself. I am old and worn out. Therefore, rule this kingdom in my place and let me retire. I cannot believe you are of the neuter sex." In a deep voice that echoed around the court, Arjuna replied, "I sing, dance and play musical instruments. I am skilled in all these arts. O God among men, assign me to your daughter Utter and I shall be her dancing master. Please do not ask me how I acquired this form, for that would only add to my pain. O king, know me to be Bihanala, a son or daughter without parents." Virata stared with astonishment at Bihanala. "After testing you I will happily place you as my daughter's instructor. I feel, though, that you deserve to rule the earth rather than to accept such a humble office." The king had beautiful women examine Bihanala to ensure that he was free from lust. He also asked him to display his abilities of singing and dancing. The women reported that there was no problem, and the king, after seeing his celestial skills, happily appointed Bihanala as Princess Utter's teacher. In the guise of eunuch, Arjuna began living with the women in Virata's palace, instructing them in singing and playing musical instruments as well as in the various modes of dancing he had learned from the Gandharvas. Due to Urva's curse, he felt no disturbance in the women's presence and he soon became a great favorite in their chambers. No one suspected that he was in fact the world-renowned Piyava. It only remained for Nakula to enter Virata. Then, on the day after Arjuna entered, he appeared in the city. The people saw him walking through the streets like the sun appearing from behind clouds. Going to the royal stables, he began to examine the horses. When the king saw him there, shining like a celestial, he had him summoned to the royal court. Nakula introduced himself. "O king, all victory to you. I am the keeper of horses known as Granthika. I was formerly employed by Yudhishthira and am versed in all the arts of horsemanship. I know the temper of horses and can break them completely. Under my care, hardly an animal falls ill and not even the mares are found to be wicked. Employ me as horsekeeper, O king, and I shall serve you well." Virata looked at the tall, powerful person before him. He seemed to be born of aristocracy. There was no doubt that he had the abilities he claimed to have. The king agreed to employ him. "You shall take charge of my stables and all those who work in them, including my charioteers. You appear to me like a king yourself, and your sight is as pleasing to me as it must have been to Yudhishthira. I wonder how that faultless Piyava is faring in the deep forest without servants such as yourself." Having achieved the positions they desired, the 5 brothers and Draupad began their final year in exile, unsuspected by anyone. Chapter 36. Draupad again insulted after 12 long years in the forest, waiting for the day they could reclaim their kingdom. The final year of busy city life passed quickly for the Piyavas. Yudhishthira diced with Virata and, thanks to the skills he had acquired from Vyaparv, won much wealth from the king. He secretly distributed his winnings to his brothers. Bhishma ensured that his brothers had the best of food and drink. From the ladies in the palace, Arjuna obtained many items of clothing which he gave to his brothers, and the twins also shared with their brothers the wealth they earned from the king. It seemed to the Piyavas that they were back in their mother's house. They lived so happily. They also kept vigilant eyes on Draupad and were always alert to danger from Duryodhana's men. In the 4th month of their stay in Virata, there was a festival held in honor of Eva. Among the festivities was a wrestling contest. Many powerful fighters from all over Bharata assembled in the city, roaring like lions. Those colossal-bodied men were maddened with power and strength. They strode about the wrestling arena slapping their arms and chests. Virata honored them and organized a tournament between them. One wrestler, J.M. Ta, was the most powerful and he emerged victorious from the contest. As he stood shouting out a furious challenge, none dared come forward to fight him. Virata then summoned his cook, Vallabha, and ordered him to fight. Bhishma could not defy the king's order. Reluctantly, he prepared for the match. Although he enjoyed fighting, he was afraid someone would recognize him if he displayed too much power. Praying to Kṛṣṇa that he not be recognized, he went before the roaring Jayamta. The two wrestlers appeared like infuriated elephants about to fight for leadership of the herd. A fierce fight ensued with the combatants locked together, each looking for the other's weak points. Their blows sounded like thunderbolts striking mountains. The crowds gasped and cheered in turn. Each fighter dashed the other to the ground, threw him, pressed him down by force, and whirled the other around. They slapped and kicked one another with tremendous power. Knees struck against knees and heads against heads, sounding like two stones crashing together. As they fought, they shouted insults at each other. The crowd was delighted, some supporting Bhishma and others Jayamta. Finally Bhishma decided to end the bout. He suddenly lifted his rival over his head and whirled him about. He spun him 100 times with such force that he fell unconscious. Then Bhishma dashed him to the ground. Seeing the senseless Jayamta lying on the ground, Virata was overjoyed. He immediately gave Bhishma valuable gifts and asked if there were any others who dared challenge him. When no one came forward, Virata ordered that he fight with lions, tigers and elephants. Bhishma overpowered many animals in the midst of the astonished crowd, but none had any idea of his actual identity. The king was pleased with all the Pandavas. By his celestial skills in the arts, Arjuna delighted Virata and the palace ladies. Nakula showed him many well-trained and swift horses, and the king was also pleased with Sahadeva's handling of his cows and bulls. But Draupadi, seeing her husbands engaged in such menial service, felt pained at heart. The Pasichala princess waited upon Sudha in misery, but she conducted herself in such a way that the queen was satisfied by her service and gave no thought as to who she might actually be. 11 months passed. One day, as Draupadi was moving about the palace, the commander of Virata's army, Kṛṣṇa, happened to see her. The mighty Kṛṣṇa was immediately struck by Cupid's arrows when he saw Draupadi's enchanting beauty. She seemed like a goddess descended to earth. His heart was inflamed by desire. He went to his sister Sudha and said, "I have never seen this maidservant before. Who is she? Her beauty maddens me as wine does with its aroma. Indeed, this bewitching damsel has ground my heart and brought me under subjection. I am fevered with desire, and only she has the cure. Tell me, sister, how she has come to be your servant. It seems that she is too good for such a position. Let her grace my palace and enjoy every opulence with me." As he spoke, Draupadi entered the queen's chamber. Without waiting for Sudha's answer, Kṛṣṇa turned to Draupadi and said, "Who are you and who do you belong to? O fair-faced maiden, simply by seeing you I have lost my mind. I have never seen such grace and beauty in a woman. Are you goddess Lakam herself, or perhaps Kriti or Kainti? You must be a celestial because you shine like the full moon. What man would not yield to Cupid's influence when he beheld your face shining with such heavenly beauty? Your well-shaped breasts, resembling lotus buds, and your shapely form have afflicted me with the blazing fire of lust. O fair one, pray extinguish this fire with the rain cloud of union. Your maddening gestures and movements have pierced my heart. It behooves you to save me from my plight by surrendering yourself to me and allowing me to enjoy your company. You shall have whatever you desire and your time as a servant will end." Kṛṣṇa spoke at length in his attempt to woo Draupadi, but she was only filled with horror. Lowering her face and covering her head she replied, "I am a Srindra of low caste, holding the hateful position of dressing hair. O hero, in desiring me you wish for one who is not worthy of such an honor. Furthermore, I am already the wife of others and thus your conduct is unbecoming. Do not turn your mind to adultery, for it leads inevitably to disgrace and calamity. To fully abandon sin is ever the duty of the good." Kṛṣṇa, whose senses were completely overpowered by lust, simply smiled. Without caring for the consequences he addressed Draupadi in sweet tones. "O timid one, it is not fair of you to reject me. I am enslaved by Cupid on your account. If you do not accept my proposal, then you will have to regret your decision. I am the lord of this realm. The people depend upon me for their safety. In heroism I have no rival on earth. My power and prosperity are without compare. Why do you turn me down in favor of a life of servitude? I shall bestow the kingdom upon you. Live with me in happiness and enjoy whatever you desire." Draupadi was disgusted by Kṛṣṇa's shamelessness and she became angry. "O son of Asuda, do not needlessly throw away your life. I am always protected by 5 heroes. You cannot win me because I am already married to 5 Gandharvas of terrible prowess. They will not tolerate this insult and will doubtlessly slay you if you persist in your attempts to win me. You will have no refuge, even if you descend to the subterranean world or soar to the heavens. My husbands always crush their enemies. Why, O Kṛṣṇa, do you desire me like a child on his mother's lap who desires the moon? Look to your safety and leave me alone. Draupad turned and quickly walked from the queen's chamber. Kṛṣṇa was shocked and dismayed by Draupad's stern refusal. He said to Sudha, O princess, do whatever is necessary to make this maiden incline toward me. If she does not accept me, I shall kill myself. Sudha pitied her brother in his disappointment. She said, I will find a suitable opportunity and send Srinivāra to you to fetch something. In the solitude of your quarters, you will be able to solicit her at leisure. She will then most likely become attached to you. Kṛṣṇa agreed to his sister's suggestion and returned to his palace. A few days later the queen called for Draupad and said, O Srinivāra, today is a festival and I am feeling thirsty. My brother has had some excellent wines prepared. Please go there and fetch some for me. Draupad answered in alarm, O princess, I shall not go to that wicked man's house. You have seen for yourself how shamelessly he approached me. O most beautiful lady, I asked when I came here that I be kept safe from other men. If you send me to Kṛṣṇa, he will dishonor me. Please send one of your other maids. You need have no fear, Sudha replied dismissively. You are being sent from the royal palace. My brother will not dare to insult you. The queen handed Draupad a golden pot and waved her away. Fearful and crying, Draupad left for Kṛṣṇa's palace. As she walked she prayed, as I am always faithful to my husbands, by the strength of that virtue may I be protected from Kṛṣṇa. Draupad looked up at the sun and asked the sun god for his protection. Sriya, out of compassion, ordered Arkayasa to invisibly protect her, and from that time on he never left her under any circumstances. When Draupad entered, Kṛṣṇa stood up in joy. With folded palms he said, O fair one of beautiful tresses, you are welcome. Somehow I have managed to survive the last few days since seeing you. Now you shall become the mistress of my house. Let golden chains and brilliant ornaments of every description be brought for your pleasure. Gems, jewels and silken garments await you in abundance. I have prepared for you a fine bed. Come, drink with me the honeyed wine. Without looking at him Draupad replied coldly, Sudha has sent me to fetch wine. Please fill this pot and let me leave quickly, for she is thirsty. Let others take the queen her wine, Kṛṣṇa said, moving toward Draupad. You should remain here with me. Kṛṣṇa took Draupad by the arm. Crying out in fear, she said tearfully, as I have never acted unfaithfully toward my husbands, even in my mind or heart, I shall by virtue of that truth see you hurled down and punished for this sin. Draupad struggled free from Kṛṣṇa and he ran after her, grabbing hold of her upper garment as it trailed behind her. Trembling in wrath she spun round and pushed him with all her strength. Caught by surprise, he fell to the ground like a tree cut at its root. Draupad rushed into the royal court to seek the king's protection. Kṛṣṇa pursued her and caught her right in front of the king. Pulling her back forcefully, Kṛṣṇa kicked Draupad and she fell to the mosaic floor. The invisible Arkayasa appointed by the sun god then struck Kṛṣṇa a blow with the force of the wind and he fell prostrate. Bhishma happened to be present in the court, along with Yudhishthira, and he glared at Kṛṣṇa. The unforgiving Pava gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists, ready to leap up at once and kill Kṛṣṇa. His eyes became dark and smoky, and terrible wrinkles appeared on his forehead along with beads of sweat. Bhishma rubbed his forehead with his huge hand, fighting his desire to hurl himself at Draupad's offender. Yudhishthira reached over and pressed Bhishma's arm. "O cook, you had best go about your business," he said in a low voice. "You are surely needed in the kitchen." Restrained by his elder brother, Bhishma rose up slowly and left the court with his eyes fixed on Kṛṣṇa, who was picking himself up from the floor, looking around in amazement to see who had struck him. Draupad, seeing her husbands maintaining their disguises before the king, stood before Virata with flashing eyes. "This son of a Sudha has kicked me, the honored wife of those whose enemies can never sleep even if they reside in heaven. The Sudha's son has kicked me, the respected consort of those who are truthful, devoted to Brahmins, and ever accustomed to giving charity. He has kicked me, the beloved wife of those who are endowed with energy, power and self-control, and who, if they were not tied down by duty, could destroy the whole of this world. Alas, where today do those warriors roam? How can they, like eunuchs, suffer their spouse to be so insulted? Where is their wrath, prowess and energy when they cannot protect their own wife from a wretch?" As she spoke, Draupad glanced toward Yudhishthira, who was squirming in pain. Turning her gaze on Virata, she went on, "What can I do? I am in this city, and he who defies virtue has coolly allowed me to be insulted before his eyes. Why does the king not act like a king toward Kṛṣṇa? O best of men, how do you tolerate this outrage? Let all the courtiers mark your failure today. Where is the virtue in either Kṛṣṇa or Virata, or even in the silent courtiers who have witnessed Kṛṣṇa's despicable behavior? Draupadi was sobbing. Virata replied, I do not know the full details of your quarrel with Kṛṣṇa. Without knowing everything, how can I pass judgment? The king looked at his brother-in-law, who was smiling. The aging Virata depended on Kṛṣṇa to defend his city. The king could not say anything to offend him, but the courtiers were now praising Draupadi and reproaching Kṛṣṇa. This gentle lady is like a goddess in our midst, they said. Surely the man who has her for a wife wants for nothing. By insulting her, Kṛṣṇa has performed a sinful deed. Yudhishthira sat burning with anger. Drops of perspiration ran down his face. In a taut voice he said to Draupadi, O Srindar, you should return to Suta's apartments. The wives of heroes endure pain on behalf of their husbands, but in the end they attain those blessed regions where their husbands go. I think your Gandharva husbands do not feel that the moment is right for a display of their power. You should not remain here and cause a disturbance. Be confident that your husbands will assuage your sorrow in due course. Draupadi, who had fallen weeping to the floor, composed herself and stood up to leave. I practice piety for the sake of my kind and forgiving husbands. They, of whom the eldest is addicted to dice, are ever oppressed by others. Watched by the mystified king, she went out of the court with her head lowered and returned to the queen's chambers. When Suta saw her tearful face, she asked, O beautiful one, who has slighted you? Why do you weep? O gentle one, whose happiness will come to an end today? Bowing before the queen, Draupadi replied, As I went to fetch your wine, Kṛṣṇa struck me in the court in the king's presence. What? Then I shall have him chastised, Suta said angrily. O lady with curling tresses, if it is your will, then let this lustful man be killed. Do not worry, O queen. Those whom he has wronged will deal with him soon enough. I think he will go to the region of Yamraya before long. Draupadi went to her own rooms and bathed herself, putting on fresh garments. She wanted to purify herself of Kṛṣṇa's touch. Her mind dwelled on her insult and she considered how to avenge herself. She thought of Bhishma. He had obviously been ready to annihilate Kṛṣṇa on the spot. Certainly he would fulfill her desire if she approached him. She could not face another day knowing that Kṛṣṇa still lived. Seeing the king powerless to protect her, and thinking she had no protector, Kṛṣṇa would doubtlessly continue to harass her. Draupadi decided to go to Bhishma. When the palace residents were asleep, she went silently to his quarters. As she entered his room, she found him asleep, snoring like a lion. The chamber, filled with her beauty and Bhishma's effulgence, seemed ablaze with splendor. The princess went up to Bhishma's bed and embraced him, even as a creeper embraces a sal tree. In a voice as sweet as the sound of a V, she said, O Bhishma, rise up. Why do you sleep like one dead? How can a sinful wretch survive after insulting the wife of one who lives? Bhishma sat up. Why have you woken me, gentle princess? You appear wan and sorrowful. Surely the incident today in Virata's court is the reason. I too am burning with anger as I remember it. Tell me the cause of your pain, O PCL, and I shall do whatever lies in my power. I will always do whatever pleases you, and I am prepared to deliver you from danger again and again. Quickly let me know your desire and go back to your bed before others are up. Draupadi wept. How can she who has Yudhishthira for a husband ever be free of grief? You know all, O Bharata, and have no need to ask. The grief I felt when Dushasana dragged me into the assembly hall still burns me day and night. What other princess could live after such an insult? How could anyone survive what I suffered at Jayadratha's hands? Who but me could endure being kicked in the presence of the Matsya king? Of what use is my life when you allow me to suffer all these pains, O hero? Bhishma gently stroked his wife's face as she wept. She looked into his angry eyes and continued, The wicked Kṛṣṇa wants me to marry him. As I remember his words, my heart bursts like an overripe fruit. O slayer of foes, all my sufferings are due to your elder brother's addiction to dice. Who else but him could have sacrificed everything, including his own self, for the sake of gambling? Having lost inestimable quantities of wealth, he now supports himself by dissing. The great king Yudhishthira, who was worshipped by throngs of Brahmins and tributary kings, now hides himself in fear, overpowered by calamity. That lord of men who is free from cruelty, full of compassion, forbearing and truthful has become a gambler in King Virata's court. He now depends on another's mercy for his subsistence. Surely he is experiencing the misery of hell. Draupadi poured out all her pent-up grief. The time in Virata had passed slowly for her. With no opportunity to speak to her husbands and to be solaced by them, she had suffered silently. It was agonizing to see her 5 heroic husbands living as servants, and her own position as a serving maid was practically intolerable. Only her sense of duty and loyalty to Yudhishthira sustained her. Although she criticized Yudhishthira to Bhishma, she would never consider being disloyal to him for even a moment. She spoke at length of her sorrow at seeing Yudhishthira's plight, and Bhishma consoled her. Taking hold of Bhishma's hands, the Panchala princess continued. O Bharata, I shall tell you of another great grief. Do not become angry as I speak only out of the sadness in my heart, but seeing you a servant and cook causes me more distress than I can bear. When Virata joyfully made you fight with elephants, and the ladies of his palace left, my mind sank in sorrow. Indeed, I fainted and the queen had to revive me. She said, it seems you harbor some attachment for this cook. Both of you came to Virata together and I often see you lamenting for him. Are you attached to the handsome Vallabha? She still chides me in this way, which only increases my pain. Draupadi then described to Bhishma the pain she felt on seeing Arjuna acting as a eunuch. The mighty Dhananjaya, the scourge of his enemies and fearful to even the celestials, now lives in a guise despised by all men. Covering his body with gaudy clothes and bangles, that hero lives in grief, surrounded only by women. When I see the dreadful wielder of the bow decked with ornaments, with his hair tied in a braid, my heart burns with anguish. Bhishma remained silent as Draupadi spoke, revealing to him all the pain she was experiencing upon seeing each of her husbands in positions of servitude. Finally she concluded, I tell you all this only so that you may be aware of my suffering. You are always my protector and shelter and I depend fully upon you, O son of Pu. Surely in some past life I offended some great deity and am thus receiving the results. The destiny of men is difficult to understand. When I see you 5 brothers cast into sorrow and myself subjected to the hard miseries of a maidservant, I consider it all the work of inscrutable destiny. I do not know how much longer I can carry on, however. Just look at my hands. Draupadi held out her hands and showed Bhishma the calluses caused by the work she did for the queen. Hearing of her suffering and seeing her condition, Bhishma covered his face and cried. After some moments he composed himself and said in sorrow, Fie on the strength of my arms and fie to Arjuna's jiva, since I now see your 2 lotus hands scarred by work. O princess, I would have wrought havoc in Virata's court, but Yudhishthira restrained me. With a single kick I would have crushed Kṛṣṇa's head. O PCL, when I saw him strike you I was ready to destroy the Matsya race. It was only due to Dharma that I held back. I too suffer in silence, O beautiful one. That we have been expelled from our kingdom, that I have not yet annihilated the Kauravas, and that we are forced to live here as servants scorches my limbs and afflicts my heart as if it were pierced by a dart. Bhishma told Draupadi to be patient and not to criticize Yudhishthira. He cited the examples of other great ladies who had followed their husbands in times of misery. Eventually they were all brought again to happiness due to their virtuous practices. Bhishma held Draupadi's hands. Less than a month now remains of our exile, he said. After that time you will again become an empress. Do not doubt. Draupadi threw herself onto Bhishma's chest. I do not think I will last that long. The wicked-minded Kṛṣṇa will not leave me alone. He has no fear from anyone and will doubtlessly seek to outrage me if I do not accept him. That man is without virtue. He is proud, cruel, impudent and warlike, absorbed only in gratifying his senses. Even the king has no power over him, and he will not hesitate to approach me as he pleases. O Bhishma, although you Pandavas are adhering to your pledge out of virtue, you will surely suffer a loss of virtue when I am violated and give up my life. To protect one's wife is a pious husband's first duty, for from the wife one's own self is born as the son. For heroes there is always virtue in repressing the enemy. O mighty one, as you have always rescued me from wicked men, I entreat you to slay Kṛṣṇa without delay. If he should lie for even one more day, I will swallow poison and give up my life. Bhishma made up his mind. He could not stand Draupadi's pain. Taking her by the shoulders he said, Gentle one, I will do as you say. Today I will slay Kṛṣṇa and all his followers. Listen carefully. When the sun rises, you should go to him with sweet smiles. Tell him that you secretly hold in your heart an attraction for him. Then arrange to meet him in the evening. There is a dancing hall some way from the other residences which is empty at night. Have him come there and I shall greet him and send him to meet his ancestors." Overjoyed, Draupad embraced Bhishma and left his room. Just after dawn the next day, Kṛṣṇa went to the palace to seek her out. Finding her in the queen's quarters, he said, "O timid one, yesterday you witnessed my power. Although I threw you down in front of the king, he said nothing. He is king in name only. I am the actual ruler here. Accept me as your lord and I shall bestow heaps of gold and gems upon you. 100 male and 100 female servants will wait upon you. You will ride on the best of chariots. O beautiful lady, let us be united." Draupad glanced down demurely. Turning herself slightly away from Kṛṣṇa, she replied, "O Kṛṣṇa, our union together must be without anyone else's knowledge. I am afraid of my husband's. If we can lie in secret, then I shall be yours." Kṛṣṇa, his face blooming with happiness, replied eagerly, "It shall be as you say. I am under your control and overpowered by Cupid. O lady of beautiful thighs, we can meet in some lonely place where none shall detect us." Feeling sickened within herself but smiling outwardly, Draupad said, "Not far from here is the king's dancing hall. The princess uses it only in the day. I will go there 2 hours after sunset. O hero, meet me there." Draupad left at once and went to her own chamber. Thinking of the night to come, the day seemed like a month. On the plea of feeling ill, she remained in her room the whole day. She felt sullied by her conversation with Kṛṣṇa and would only feel peaceful when he was slain. For his part, Kṛṣṇa was filled with anticipation. As evening approached, he dressed carefully and ornamented himself. He put on fragrant garlands and smeared his limbs with perfumes and sandalwood paste. Overpowered by lust, he waited for nightfall. How the time was dragging. As soon as the sun had set, Bhishma made his way to the dancing hall. He slipped inside and hid himself, waiting for Kṛṣṇa's arrival. Draupad also came there, and before long, Kṛṣṇa entered the darkened hall. He called out for Draupad, "Being praised for my beauty by the women in my house, I came here thinking of you alone. You shall become the best of my consorts and I shall give you immense wealth. O fair maiden, where are you? By my good fortune you have come here tonight." "O handsome one," Draupad replied sweetly, "I consider your touch as burning and you are an expert at gallantry. There is no other man as attractive as you are to women. O hero, I am over here." Kṛṣṇa moved toward the sound of Draupad's voice. Bhishma was hiding behind a silk drape at the side of the hall. As Kṛṣṇa passed, he suddenly came out and stood before him. Bhishma's angry voice boomed out, "Today your sister shall behold you, vile as you are, thrown down on the earth with your limbs shattered. With you slain, Kṛṣṇa shall wander freely without fear. Then too shall we, her husbands, live happily." Bhishma immediately seized hold of Kṛṣṇa's hair, which was adorned with garlands, and dragged him down. Kṛṣṇa was shocked. Kṛṣṇa had tricked him. Trying to shake off the slight inebriation from the wine he had been drinking, he pulled himself free of Bhishma's grasp. Bhishma punched Kṛṣṇa with his iron-hard fists. Kṛṣṇa took hold of Bhishma's 2 arms and tried to kick away his feet. The 2 mighty men shuffled violently around the hall, locked together. They appeared like the 2 celestial monkeys, Vili and Sugrava, fighting together in days of yore. Breaking apart, they stood belligerently facing one another. Their upraised arms looked like 2 pairs of furious, 5-hooded serpents. They struck one another with the force of thunderbolts. The empty hall resounded with great cracks and the walls trembled. Enraged, they fought with fists, nails and teeth. They kicked and hurled each other about with the force of a tempest. Neither showed fatigue nor wavered. Blows rained down without cessation as both men became worked up into a fury. Like 2 powerful bulls, they came against each other again and again. As their blows landed, the air was filled with the sound of trees splitting open. Kṛṣṇa was astonished at his opponent's power. Although he had fought and defeated great heroes all over the world, he had never encountered such a foe. It was like fighting with a mountain or the earth itself. Kṛṣṇa exerted himself to his full power, trying to throw the unshakable Bhishma to the ground, but Bhishma caught him in an embrace that crushed him like a steel vice. Breathing in deeply and expanding his massive chest, Kṛṣṇa broke free. Bhishma instantly came at him again and struck him on the breast. Then he threw Kṛṣṇa across the hall as a hurricane tosses a tree. Mustering all his strength, Kṛṣṇa rushed at Bhishma and took hold of his neck. He pulled the pava down and brought his knee up into his chest with all his power. Bhishma was thrown to the floor and he rolled over quickly. He looked up at Kṛṣṇa with burning eyes. Appearing like Yamraya with mace in hand, he rose from the floor blazing with anger. He bellowed at Kṛṣṇa and rushed at him like a maddened elephant charging another. The two heroes again locked together, grunting and grappling as they moved about the hall. Although Kṛṣṇa was a powerful fighter, expert in all forms of combat, he found all his moves more than matched by Bhishma. Gradually he felt his strength waning. Bhishma, seeing his foe weakening, became even more energetic. He took hold of Kṛṣṇa and crushed him in his mace-like arms. Unable to catch his breath, Kṛṣṇa fell senseless to the floor. Bhishma grabbed his hair and roared like a lion that had just killed a large animal. Lifting his groggy opponent above his head, he whirled him about violently. Bhishma then smashed Kṛṣṇa onto the marble floor and fell upon him. Placing his knees on Kṛṣṇa's chest, he took hold of his throat, strangling him. Draupadi was joyful as she watched Bhishma pound Kṛṣṇa into a mutilated mess. He thrust his arms, legs and head into his body, and reduced him to a shapeless lump of flesh. His anger appeased by Kṛṣṇa's death, Bhishma stood up. He turned to Draupadi. "See what I have done to this wretch, PCL. You should know that any who seek to harm you will meet a similar end, O beautiful haired one." Bhishma left the hall and made his way back to his room. Draupadi returned to the palace and told the guards that they should go to the dancing hall. "There you will find he who desired another's wife. Slain by my Gandharva husbands, he lies weltering in gore." The guards ran to the hall and saw the dead Kṛṣṇa. They gazed in amazement at his mangled body. Gradually thousands of soldiers came there to see their slain commander lying amid his scattered ornaments. All of them were astonished. He was hardly recognizable. Who was capable of such a feat? Kṛṣṇa was an almost invincible warrior who had beaten the best wrestlers and fighters in the world. The soldiers gasped in disbelief. None of them suspected Vallabha. Struck with wonder, they stood about asking, who could have done this? Where are Kṛṣṇa's arms and legs? Where is his head? As Kṛṣṇa's followers looked at him, they were filled with fear. Talking among themselves, they concluded that their leader must have been killed by the Gandharvas. They lifted his body, which resembled the body of a tortoise with its limbs withdrawn, and carried him outside the hall to perform the last rites. As they made their way to the cremation ground, they saw Draupadi watching them. Knowing that Kṛṣṇa had gone to meet her, some of them exclaimed, "There is the unchaste one for whom Kṛṣṇa was slain. She too should be killed. Let us burn her along with our lord." A couple of the soldiers sought the king's permission to execute Draupadi by placing her on the fire with Kṛṣṇa. The king, knowing the power of his commander's followers, agreed. The Sudras at once ran to Draupadi and seized her. They bound the struggling princess and placed her upon the large bier with Kṛṣṇa's corpse. Draupadi cried out in terror as she was carried toward the crematorium. "May Jaya, Jayanta, Vijaya, Jyotsina and Jyodbala hear my words. Save me. The Sudras are carrying me away. Let those heroic Gandharvas, whose chariots and bows resound like thunder, understand that their wife is in great peril." Bhishma heard her pitiful cries. Without hesitation, he ran from his room. He could understand that Kṛṣṇa's followers were taking Draupadi to the crematorium. The Pāva went there by a different route without being seen, his head covered with a cloth. Scaling walls and crossing gardens, he swiftly reached the cremation ground, which lay just outside the city. He found a great palmra tree and immediately uprooted it. He placed it on his shoulders. Kṛṣṇa's followers arrived and saw Bhishma standing like death personified, holding his rod of chastisement. They howled in fear. "Here is the Gandharva who killed Kṛṣṇa. Release Srindra before he kills us all." The Sudras put Draupadi down and ran in all directions. Bhishma pursued them relentlessly and struck them down with the tree. As he struck out at them, he knocked over other trees, which fell crashing to the ground. Roaring like a furious lion, the Pāva slew all the Sudras one after another. In a short time, the crematorium was covered with more than 100 dead bodies. They all lay about like uprooted trees. Telling Draupadi to return to her rooms, Bhishma quickly went back by the route he had come before anyone discovered him. The people of Mahābhārata, hearing the commotion from the crematorium, rushed to see what was causing it. Discovering the slain Sudras, they ran to the king and informed him, "O king, the powerful Sudha followers of Kṛṣṇa have all been killed. They are scattered about like so many mountain summits clapped by thunderbolts. Surely this is the work of the Gandharvas." Enraged by Kṛṣṇa's assault on Srindra, "She is now returning to your city unharmed. We are afraid of her. She is beautiful beyond compare. The Gandharvas are powerful and wrathful, and men are undoubtedly lustful. Quickly do something so that our city may not be destroyed." Virata was astonished. "Let Kṛṣṇa and all his followers be cremated on one great pyre with gems and perfumes. I will take care of Srindra." Turning to his wife, the king said, "When Srindra comes, tell her this from me. O fair one, please go wherever you like with my blessings. We are afraid the Gandharvas will destroy us. Indeed, I am too fearful to even speak with you directly. As Draupad entered the city, the people fled in all directions like deer seeing a tiger. Some even shut their eyes and covered their heads. Draupad went back into the palace. After she had bathed, the queen approached her and conveyed Virata's message. Draupad replied, O queen, allow me to remain here for only 2 more weeks. The Gandharvas will be obliged to you for this favor. After that they will take me away from here and do whatever is agreeable to you. The queen assented and released Draupad from her duties. After telling her to remain in the palace until her husbands came, she left to inform the king. Chapter 37 The Kṛṣṇa attack Virata. The news of Kṛṣṇa's death spread from country to country. Everyone was amazed to hear of his mysterious killing and the subsequent death of his 100 followers. In Hastinapura, the spies dispatched by Duryodhana came to the court and reported everything they had seen and heard. After informing the Kṛṣṇa that they had found no trace of the Pandavas, they then told them about Kṛṣṇa's death. The Kṛṣṇa were joyful to hear this news. Kṛṣṇa had been a thorn in their side, often attacking surrounding countries and defeating their armies. Many times the Kṛṣṇa had been approached by tributary kings seeking protection from Kṛṣṇa. Now he and his generals were dead, apparently killed by invisible Gandharvas. Duryodhana pondered the news. Less than 2 weeks remained of the Pandavas' exile. Although he had sent out thousands of spies, none had managed to find them. The Pandavas had hidden themselves well if they were even alive. The prince summoned his courtiers and said, You should arrange for one final search for the Pandavas. Have the best of our men scour every city and town. If those heroes still live, we face great danger. We are expecting them to emerge from exile surrounded by their forces. Let us discover them before this happens and send them back to the forest. Dushasana agreed. We should certainly make a great effort to locate the Pandavas, but I doubt we will find them. We have already searched every city and town. Either they have perished or they have crossed the ocean. I think they are gone forever. I do not think we need fear them. When Dushasana sat down, Drona stood up and said, Persons like the Pandavas never meet destruction. They are heroic, resourceful, intelligent, self-controlled, pious, grateful, and attached to observing vows. Yudhishthira is both virtuous and without enemies. He is their leader. Thus they are patiently waiting the day when they can return and overcome their misfortunes. This is my opinion. O Duryodhana, you will see the Pandavas at the end of their exile and not before. Do not waste your energy searching for them. Rather, you should prepare a welcome for them. Give them back their kingdom. Bhishma applauded Drona's speech. The Kuru grandfather longed to again see Pu's sons. Their exile had passed slowly for him. His guilt at not having prevented Duryodhana from banishing them burned him day and night. The pain of remembering how Draupad had been violated was especially acute. Bhishma felt helpless. Yudhishthira did not heed his advice, and the evil-minded Duryodhana was left to do as he pleased. Now the Pandavas would finally be returning. Surely they had suffered enough. Perhaps the king could now be convinced to return to them their kingdom. Like the full moon rising in the east, Bhishma, clad in white silks, rose from his seat to address the assembly. I fully agree with Drona. The virtuous Pandavas, guided by the Brahmins and walking always on a righteous path, will not perish. They who have as a friend the infallible and all-powerful Kṛṣṇa cannot be overcome by misfortune. The pure-souled Yudhishthira can consume his enemies with his glance alone. We should consider carefully how to deal with them now that their exile is ending. It is certainly a mean policy to search for them. I have another view. Listen carefully and I will speak for our good. A counselor should always speak the beneficial truth and never anything evil. Bhishma looked around the Kuru assembly hall. At its head sat Yudhishthira, flanked by Vidura, Drona, Kapa, Bihlika, and himself. Duryodhana and his brother sat to the king's right, along with Kara and Akuni. Other kings sat in the assembly and all gazed intently at him as he spoke. Although it was well known that he loved the Pandavas dearly, the assembled kings knew he would never be partial. His first thoughts were for the welfare of the entire Kuru race, and he dealt equally with everyone, desiring nothing but their good fortune. Placing his hand on his golden, hilted sword, Bhishma continued. As far as locating the Pandavas is concerned, I will tell you where to find them. Look for that place where there are no calamities or disasters. Where the pious Yudhishthira dwells, there will be an atmosphere of peace and security. The people will be inclined toward charity and will be liberal, humble and modest. There the people will be cheerfully performing their respective duties, attached to piety, truthfulness and purity. You will hear the Vedic hymns being chanted and see sacrifices being performed. Clouds will shower abundant rains and the earth will be bearing crops. There will be signs of wealth everywhere and no one will be miserable. Indeed, that place where Yudhishthira lives will resemble the heavens. Knowing all this, O Kṛṣṇa, consider what should be done. In my view, we should give up our petty attempts to find them just to send them again to the forest. Let us welcome them back and restore to them their father's kingdom. Bhishma sat down, applauded by Droa, Vidura and Kṛṣṇa, who himself rose from his seat and said, "What the aged Bhishma has said is undoubtedly correct and meant only for our good. His words are reasonable, truthful, and consistent with scripture. Returning the Pandavas' kingdom is surely the wisest course of action." Looking across at Duryodhana and his brothers, Kṛṣṇa said, "But if we are not to follow this course, then we had best prepare for war. When those powerful heroes return, they will be burning with energy and ascetic power. Therefore, consider now how to expand your own forces. Seek out your allies and make treaties with them. Build a vast, unassailable army. If you deny the Pandavas their rights, then we face the gravest possible danger." Duryodhana was pensive. Kṛṣṇa was right. If he did not return the Pandavas' kingdom, there would no doubt be a fight. But he had no intention of returning their kingdom. The fight was inevitable unless they could be discovered first and sent back into exile. The Kaurava prince thought carefully. The report about Kṛṣṇa had intrigued him. Apparently he had been slain by the 5 Gandharva husbands of a single woman. The coincidence with Draupadi and the Pandavas was almost incredible, especially because there were only a handful of men who could have killed Kṛṣṇa in hand-to-hand combat. Balarama, Alaya, Kara and Bhishma. It could not have been the first 3, because what reason would any of them have had for going to Virata and killing Kṛṣṇa in secret? He had been beaten to a pulp in the dead of night. That sounded suspiciously like Bhishma, and he would have had to do it in secret. It added up. Kṛṣṇa had violated a woman with 5 husbands and had been slain in a manner that bore Bhishma's unmistakable stamp. As Duryodhana pondered, Sasharma, king of the Trigartas, took advantage of the silence and said, "O Kṛṣṇa, if you desire to expand your forces, you can begin by bringing Virata under your subjection. Now he is without Kṛṣṇa and his followers should be little trouble. Let us go and take his wealth. Subjugating him, you shall increase both your treasury and your army by requisitioning his forces. I will bring my own army to assist you. Too many times have the Trigartas been overpowered by Kṛṣṇa. Now we shall avenge ourselves on the Matsyas." Duryodhana felt that the gods or perhaps the Dandavas had answered him. If he went to Virata, they might find the Pandavas. If they were not there, then there was no loss. He would still gain something by winning over that kingdom. The prince stood up and issued instructions. "Sasharma has made an excellent suggestion. We should go to the Matsya kingdom immediately. Prepare our army to leave at once. As he has suggested, Sasharma will accompany us with his own forces." Duryodhana ordered that they depart the next day. He told Sasharma to go ahead with his army and begin by taking away Virata's cattle. Duryodhana would follow with his forces and attack the city. As the other Kuru elders sat in silence, Dhrupada gave his approval and preparations were begun. After Kṛṣṇa's death, Virata's citizens were afraid. Although Kṛṣṇa had been cruel, he had also been powerful enough to protect them. Now they had no protector. How long would it be before some aggressive monarch tried to conquer them? The king, desperate to replace his commander, considered Kṛṣṇa, Vallabha, Tantrapala and Granthika. It seemed to him that any of them could lead his army and protect the Matsyas. It was not long before Virata was presented with an opportunity to test his ideas. One morning as he sat in court, a cowherd ran in and exclaimed, "The Trigartas are attacking us and stealing your cows, O king. Come quickly to rescue them." The king immediately issued orders for his army to assemble. He called for his armor and weapons and prepared to lead his army. His 4 sons surrounded him, also ready for battle. In a short time, hundreds of other powerful warrior chiefs assembled in the court. Outside the assembly hall, the vast Matsya army lined the streets, ready to march. Chariots, elephants, horses and infantry created a clamor that resembled the ocean's roar. Virata's younger brother, Satanika, stood by the king's side. The king said, "I have no doubt that Kṛṣṇa, Vallabha, Tantrapala and Granthika will fight. Give them armor and chariots adorned with flags. I do not think such men, endowed as they are with bodies like mountains and arms like elephants' trunks, will not join the battle." Virata strode anxiously out of his hall to organize his army, while Satanika had chariots fetched for the Pandavas. Having the four of them brought before him, Satanika presented them with armor and weapons and ordered them to fight. Enlivened by the thought of a battle, the Piyavas selected suitable armor and put it on. They mounted chariots and rode out of the city behind the king. The Matsya monarch charged into battle on a massive chariot surrounded by his sons and the Piyavas. In his burnished armor, adorned with 100 suns and 100 eyes, the king shone like the sun encircled by the major planets. Behind them came 1,000 infuriated elephants. 8,000 chariot fighters and 60,000 horsemen followed them, holding their weapons aloft and sending out terrible war cries. The entire army seemed like a mass of clouds charged with lightning moving across the earth. The Trigartas were still rounding up Virata's huge herd as the Matsya army rushed upon them. Quickly abandoning the cows where they would not be harmed, the Trigarta warriors met the Matsya's charge. A fierce battle ensued on the grazing grounds. As the enraged warriors slew one another, the battle resembled the one that had once taken place between the gods and the demons. A thick dust cloud rose up from the field, obscuring everything and screening the afternoon sun. Thick showers of arrows whistled through the air and warriors fell by the thousands. The screaming fighters hacked at one another with their swords and axes. As the blood of slain fighters flowed into the dust on the field, the clouds subsided. Heads adorned with helmets and earrings were rolling on the earth. Well-muscled arms, their gloved hands still clutching weapons, lay on the ground like serpents. Shattered chariots and pieces of armor were strewn everywhere. Vultures descended and tore at the bodies of the dead fighters. Jackals surrounded the battlefield. Sasharma, mounted on a gold chariot, came before Virata and bellowed out a challenge. He immediately released 100 powerful arrows that struck Virata's armor and fell to the ground. Roaring like maddened bulls, the two kings circled one another with their weapons upraised. They discharged arrows like clouds pouring torrents of rain. Seeing him engaging with the Matsya king, Sasharma's two brothers came to his assistance. With well-aimed arrows, they killed Virata's 4 horses and his charioteer. They then slew the warriors protecting his sides and rear. Sasharma leapt from his chariot with his sword held high and rushed toward Virata. With his 2 brothers, he seized Virata and took him captive. Yudhishthira saw Virata being led away on Sasharma's chariot. He quickly went over to Bhishma and called out, "The Matsya king has been captured and his army routed. We have lived peacefully in his kingdom this last year and are indebted to the king. Bhishma, free Virata and thus repay our debt. We shall then put the Trigartas to flight." Bhishma's eyes glinted at the prospect of the fight. He had been awaiting Yudhishthira's command before engaging in the battle. "So be it," he replied. "Behold my prowess. I shall take hold of that huge tree over there like a mace and disperse the entire Trigarta army." Bhishma moved toward a huge cell tree nearby, but Yudhishthira checked him. "O child, do not be rash. If you uproot this tree and perform superhuman deeds, people will be amazed and say, 'Surely this is Bhishma.' Take some other weapon so that people will not recognize you. Go on your chariot and the twins will protect your wheels. Release the king." Bhishma urged on his charioteer and raced towards Sasharma, who was heading away with the captive king. Nakula and Sahadeva rode on either side and carved through the Trigarta forces. Approaching Sasharma, Bhishma yelled, "Wait, turn and fight. Behold now a mighty feat of arms as I throw you down with all your followers." Bhishma let go a steady stream of arrows and Sasharma turned to face him. When the Trigarta king saw the powerful Bhishma and the twins before him, it seemed to him that Yamarya, flanked by death and time, had come to do battle. Along with his sons and generals he tried to withstand the Piyavas' attack, but hundreds were being killed. Chariots were smashed and elephants slain. Horses with their riders fell like trees blown over in a storm. The Piyavas' forceful arrows swept in clouds through Sasharma's ranks and created havoc. Bhishma leapt from his chariot and rushed about, whirling his mace, mowing the infantry down like a field of corn. Witnessing the devastation, Sasharma was astonished. It seemed that they would be annihilated by these 3 warriors. He pulled his bow back to his ear and sent long steel shafts at the roaring Piyavas. Bhishma struck the straight flying arrows with his mace and the twins struck at them with their swords. Encouraged by the Piyavas' prowess, the remainder of Virata's army rallied and charged back into the fight. Yudhishthira rode into their midst, working a great bow. With sharpened arrows the eldest Piyava quickly dispatched 1,000 Trigarta warriors to death's abode. Bhishma, back on his chariot and fighting alongside his brother, killed 7,000. Nakula and Sahadeva, focusing their efforts on protecting their elder brothers, slew a further 1,000 brave Trigarta fighters. Sasharma began to retreat and Bhishma went after him swiftly. He killed Sasharma's 4 horses and brought him to a halt. Seeing his opportunity, Virata grabbed a mace and leapt from the chariot. The old Matsya king began fighting Sasharma's troops, wielding his mace and dancing about like a young man. Sasharma jumped from his chariot and raced away. Bhishma called out to him, "Stop. It is not becoming of heroes to fly away. With such prowess, why did you think of stealing Virata's cows? Why are you now abandoning your followers?" Sasharma, provoked, again turned to face Bhishma. "Stand and fight," he shouted, brandishing his iron club. Bhishma leapt down and rushed toward the bellowing Sasharma as a lion attacks a deer. Not caring for Sasharma's blows, Bhishma seized him by the hair and dashed him to the ground. Pulling him back up, he struck him several fierce blows. Sasharma fell gasping to the ground. Bhishma placed his knee on his breast and dealt him powerful blows to the head. Sasharma lost consciousness and Bhishma dragged him to his chariot. He took the insensible Tragarta king to Virata and said, "Behold this sinful man, whom I have captured. Surely he does not deserve to live." The king replied, "Release the wretch." Bhishma dragged Sasharma to his feet and, as he returned to consciousness, snarled at him, "Although I should slay you for stealing the cows, I will release you. According to Kshatriya custom, you are now Virata's slave. You must declare this wherever you go. Only if you agree to this condition will you be allowed to live. Go now and do not again perform such rash acts." Sasharma bent his head low and climbed down from the chariot. He bowed to Virata and left, taking with him the remnants of his army. The Matsyas cheered. They surrounded the Pandavas, still unaware of their identities, and praised them. Virata said, "Today I have been saved by you four heroes. All this kingdom's wealth is as much yours as it is mine. I will bestow upon you richly adorned women and heaps of gems. Tell me what you wish to have and it is yours. Indeed, become the rulers of my kingdom. What more can I say?" Yudhishthira said humbly, "O king, we are pleased with your words, but it is sufficient for us that you are freed from danger." "Come," Virata said, "I will install you as king of the Matsyas. How can I rule in your majestic presence? It is due to you alone that I am even able to see my kingdom and my relatives today." Yudhishthira held up his hands in deference. "We are not able to rule Matsya. Pray forgive us. O king, you should continue to rule this prosperous kingdom in peace and happiness. Send emissaries into the capital to announce your victory. In keeping with the custom of the victorious, we must spend this night on the battlefield." Virata turned to his ministers and ordered them to carry news of their victory to the city. "Let damsels and courtesans, decked with ornaments and carrying musical instruments, come out of the city to entertain the troops," the king said delightedly. The ministers left at once and the warriors prepared to spend the night on the field. Chapter 38 Arjuna encounters the Kṛṣṇa at dawn. The next day, the Kaurava army arrived at the opposite side of the city from where the battle with the Tragartas had been fought. Finding herds of cattle grazing there, they immediately seized them. Once again the terrified cowherds, seeing the Kaurava banners, fled into the city. They ran to the royal court crying for protection. Virata's eldest son, Bhuminya, was sitting on the king's throne in the king's absence. The cowherd leader came before him and said, "O prince, O mighty hero, we depend on you alone. The mighty Kauravas with Duryodhana in the lead are seizing our cows. Defend the honor of our race. The king has always praised your heroism and power. Taking whatever soldiers that still remain in the city, display your power. You are this kingdom's greatest support. You resemble Arjuna himself. We beseech you to save us." Addressed thus in front of the palace ladies, Bhuminya replied proudly, "I will surely display my prowess with the bow today, but I need a skilled charioteer. My own charioteer was recently slain and has not been replaced. Find the best of men to drive my horses, for I will fight a tremendous battle with the haughty Kauravas. Entering into their army of elephants, chariots and horsemen, I will destroy them. After striking terror into the hearts of Duryodhana, Bhishma, Kara and Kṛṣṇa, I will bring back the cows. The assembled Kṛṣṇa will see my prowess and will wonder whether it is Arjuna who is fighting with them." The prince's brave words circulated through the palace and soon reached Arjuna. Delighted at the chance to confront Duryodhana, he approached Draupadi and said, "Go at once to the prince and tell him that Bhimanala was formerly Arjuna's charioteer. O slender-waisted princess, convince him to let me drive his chariot into battle against the Kṛṣṇa." Draupadi went straight to the royal court where she found Bhuminya still vaunting his prowess. Unable to bear his repeated references to Arjuna, she stepped forward and said, "The beautiful youth resembling an elephant and known by the name Bhimanala was once Arjuna's charioteer. He was the disciple of Pritha and is himself a mighty bowman. I saw him when I lived with the Pandavas. It was Bhimanala who drove Arjuna's chariot when he vanquished the gods at Kṛṣṇa. Indeed, there is no charioteer like him. Bhumanya looked at her in surprise. How can I ask Anak to govern my horses? He asked. Have your sister asked him, O hero. He will certainly do her bidding. Do not hesitate to engage him. With Bhimanala as your charioteer, you will undoubtedly vanquish the Kṛṣṇa and rescue the cows. Still doubtful, the prince turned to his sister Utter and said, Go at once and fetch Bhimanala. Virata's daughter nodded and left the court. That lotus-eyed maiden was as beautiful as Lakam herself, with her slender waist and well-rounded breasts adorned with pearls. She ran to the dancing hall, her golden ornaments tinkling as she hurried along. Finding Arjuna, she bowed humbly before him. O Bhimanala, our cows are being carried away by the Kṛṣṇa. My brother, full of heroism, is about to confront them with bow in hand. He requires a charioteer. Srindra told him that you formerly drove Arjuna's chariot. She said that there was none equal to you in the skills of governing horses and driving chariots. Therefore, O Bhimanala, become the prince's charioteer. Go quickly. There is no time to lose. Arjuna smiled. I am going. He immediately left the palace followed by Utter, just as an elephant in rut is followed by a she-elephant. As he entered the court, the prince called, Ah, Bhimanala, you are here. I have heard that you are skilled in the driving chariots. As you drove Arjuna's chariot into battle against his foes, so today you should drive mine against the Kṛṣṇa. Arjuna approached the king and glanced downwards, playing with the long braid of hair that hung down his side. What power do I have to act as a charioteer? Had you wanted song and dance, then I would have been the right choice. How can I drive horses into battle? The prince looked at Bhimanala. Although Anak, he was huge-bodied and appeared to possess great power. His arms, covered with bangles and bracelets, seemed like decorated serpents, and his shoulders, draped with white silk, were as broad as a palace door. Having faith in Srindra's words, Bhumanya said, O Bhimanala, whatever you may be, drive my chariot today. We shall challenge the wicked Kṛṣṇa on the battlefield. The prince had a suit of armor brought for Arjuna. As if to make fun, Arjuna struggled to put it on in various wrong ways. He appeared bewildered and dropped the armor with a loud clatter. The palace ladies laughed and Bhumanya came over to help him don the shining mail. He then led Arjuna out to his chariot, which flew a flag bearing the sign of a lion. The prince climbed aboard his chariot, his armor shining brilliantly in the morning sun. Arjuna took his place at the front of the chariot and held the reins. The palace maidens called out to him, O Bhimanala, after the prince defeats the Kṛṣṇa, take from them their fine silks and clothes as a token of your victory. We desire to have those cloths for our dolls. When the prince has overpowered the Kṛṣṇa, I shall surely bring back many beautiful clothes for you, Arjuna replied, throwing back his hair. As Bhumanya was about to set off for battle, the Brahmins blessed him. May that great victory which Arjuna obtained at Kṛṣṇa be yours today when you meet the Kṛṣṇa. And they walked around the chariot with their hands held palms outwards. Arjuna urged on the horses and the chariot moved off with a deep rumbling sound. Guided by Arjuna, the horses, decorated with golden necklaces and silver armor, seemed to fly through the air. Within a short time the chariot came within sight of the Kṛṣṇa and Arjuna brought it to a halt. They were not far from the cremation ground where his weapons were kept. The prince and Arjuna gazed at the Kuru army in the distance. It seemed like a vast ocean, or a forest of high trees moving through the sky. The dust raised by the army rose up in a great cloud that screened the sun. Bhumanya's mouth fell open. He had never seen such a huge army. His hair stood on end and he dropped his bow. How can I fight such an enemy? He exclaimed, trembling. Even the celestials could not face them. The Kuru army has in their midst heroes like Droa, Bhishma, Kare, Kapa, Avatham, and the heroic king Duryodhana. Simply seeing them from a distance I have become terrified. Wailing loudly, the prince ordered Arjuna to return to the city. It is not wise to confront this army. My father has gone out with the army and I am alone. I have not practiced the skills of warfare. I am only a boy. I cannot overcome those who are expert in arms. O Bhimanala, head back to the capital. Arjuna turned to face the terrified prince. Why do you increase your enemy's delight, O prince? You have become pale with fear before you have even begun to fight. Before both men and women you loudly vaunted your powers. You said, I shall defeat the Kṛṣṇa and bring back the cows. Those were brave words. O mighty armed hero, how can you now return unsuccessful? You will be derided by everyone. As for myself, eulogized by Srindra and commanded by you, I have come here to defeat the Kṛṣṇa. I will not return without achieving that goal. Stop wailing and let us proceed into battle. Bhuminya stood shaking in the chariot. Let the Kṛṣṇa take our wealth as they please. Let men and women laugh at me. Let the cows go anywhere. Let the city be desolate. Let me fear my father. I cannot enter the battle. The prince jumped down from his chariot and began to run back toward the city. Arjuna called out to him, a brave Kshatriya never flees the battlefield. Better to die in battle than to run in fear. Bhuminya did not listen. With his long sword swinging from side to side as he ran, he did not even look back. Arjuna sprang from the chariot and ran after him. Having seen the chariots approach, the Kṛṣṇa had moved toward them. They saw the prince running in fear and an unusual figure pursuing him, his long braid and white silks streaming in the breeze. The Kuru soldiers laughed and said to one another, "Who is this person, who appears to be Anak? He is fire concealed by ashes. Although assuming the form of a neuter, he has the body of an elephant. Indeed he resembles Arjuna, with the same head, the same neck, and the same mace-like arms. His movements also resemble those of the Pāva." The Kṛṣṇa gazed at Bhuminya as he raced after the prince. Clearly he was no Anak. Surely it was Arjuna in disguise. Who else would have dared to face the Kuru army alone? Obviously the Matsya prince had ventured to fight simply out of childishness. It seemed that Arjuna was trying to stop him from fleeing. The Kuru warriors watched the scene, not quite certain if they were seeing Arjuna or not. Catching Bhuminya, Arjuna seized him. The prince cried out, "Let me go. O Bhuminya, turn back the chariot. Only one who lives can secure prosperity and happiness. When we get back I will give you 100 coins of pure gold, 8 brilliant Vaidurya gems, an excellent car drawn by the best of horses, and 10 infuriated elephants if you release me." Arjuna said nothing. He dragged the prince back to the chariot. He then said, "O repressor of foes, if you do not like to fight, let us swap places. You govern the horses and I will fight the enemy. Protected by my arms you may fearlessly enter into the midst of the dreadful Kuru host. Why are you distraught, O hero? You are the foremost of Kshatriyas and a great prince. Together we will overpower the Kṛṣṇa and release the cows. Take the reins and we will proceed into battle." Bhuminya was still terrified, but he became encouraged by Arjuna's confidence. He sat on the chariot and took the reins. Arjuna directed him to guide the chariot toward the Sami tree by the crematorium. Before facing the Kṛṣṇa he wanted to retrieve his Jivabhau. As the chariot moved off with Arjuna now in the back, the Kṛṣṇa spoke together. All of them suspected that the so-called Anak was actually Arjuna. Within the hearing of Duryodhana, Bhishma and Kṛṣṇa, Drona said, "I perceive numerous ill omens. Violent winds are whipping up around us, throwing dust and gravel over our troops. The sky is shrouded with darkness and huge black clouds are forming overhead. Our celestial weapons seem to be jumping from their cases and our horses are shedding tears. Jackals are yelling hideously nearby. All these signs indicate a calamity. Protect yourselves and arrange the army well. Expect a great slaughter and guard well the cows. This great bowman in the guise of Anak is undoubtedly Pirtha. O heroic men, surely this man dressed as a woman is Kṛṣṇa, whose chariot bears the emblem of Hanuman, the destroyer of Lanka's gardens. Indignant after his long stay in the forest, he will today wreak havoc in battle. I do not see anyone here who can stop him from defeating us and taking back the cows." As Drona spoke, Kṛṣṇa became angry. "Why do you always make light of us and praise Arjuna? He is not even a 16th part of either myself or Duryodhana." But Duryodhana was smiling. "If this is Pirtha, O Radha, then my work is done. We have discovered the Pāvas before their final year is complete. Now they will have to return to the forest. If this is anyone else in Anak's guise, I shall soon lay him flat on the ground with my sharp arrows." Arjuna's chariot soon reached the Sami tree, out of sight of the Kṛṣṇa. Arjuna said, "Climb this tree, O prince, and bring down that bundle up there. It holds the weapons I need. Your bow and arrows will not withstand the force of my arms when, worked up with anger, I defeat our enemies. Here are the Pāvas weapons, including the Jiva bow, as huge as a palm tree and embellished with gold. It is a celestial bow without blemish, and it is capable of bearing the heaviest weight." Bhuminya looked up at the bundle high in the tree. "It is heard that a corpse is tied to this tree. How can I, a prince, touch such an unclean thing? Do not be afraid, O prince. This is no corpse. There are only weapons wrapped in that bundle. Bring them down at once. I would not make you perform a cursed deed, born as you are of a noble race and heir to the Matsya king." Bhuminya reluctantly climbed the tree. He cut the bundle loose with his sword and brought it down to the ground, struggling under its huge weight. Arjuna told him to open the bundle and the prince cut away the deerskin covering. As the weapons were revealed they shone like the sun. Bhumanya gasped. The blazing weapons resembled sighing serpents. The prince was awestruck. He reached out to touch them and asked, "To what illustrious hero does this bow, with its 100 golden embellishments, belong? And whose is this one, embossed with shining golden elephants? Surely some powerful warrior owns this bow, decorated with 3 effulgent suns." Bhumanya carefully lifted the brilliant weapons. Arjuna's 2 inexhaustible quivers lay next to Nakula and Sahadeva's swords, which had hilts worked with gold. Both swords were sheathed in tiger skins. Arjuna explained who owned the weapons. "The bow about which you asked first is the Jiva. It is equal to 100,000 other bows and is worshipped even by the celestials. It was first held by Brahm, then by Indra and Soma, and now it has come to Arjuna through Vayu. The bow next to the Jiva, adorned with 100 golden insects, belongs to Yudhishthira, and the huge bow next to that is Bhishma's. The quivers containing winged shafts as sharp as razors belong to Arjuna. Those arrows become inexhaustible in battle. The sword nearby the quivers bearing the emblem of a black bee and carrying the sting of a bee is also Arjuna's." Arjuna described each weapon and its owner to the amazed prince. When he had finished, Bhumanya said, "These weapons are both beautiful and dreadful, but where are their owners? Where is Arjuna and the noble Yudhishthira? Where indeed are the twins and the mightiest of men, Bhishma? We never hear of those heroes, who are capable of destroying all enemies but who lost their kingdom in a game of dice. Where is Draupadi, the jewel among women, who followed them faithfully to the forest?" Arjuna then revealed to the prince his identity and that of all his brothers. The prince looked at him in astonishment. He had never suspected it, but now it seemed obvious. The mighty Vallabha could well be Bhishma, and Kaka always had a certain nobility and bearing which outshone the other courtiers. Surely he could be Yudhishthira. But the prince still needed to be convinced. He asked Arjuna, "I shall believe your words if you can tell me Arjuna's 10 names, which I have heard before." Arjuna replied, "Because I conquered many countries and collected their wealth, I am called Dhanajaya. I never return from battle without defeating my enemy and thus I am called Vijaya. My steeds are white and so they call me Svetavahana. I was born when the constellation Uttar Phlguna was in the ascendant. Therefore, I am Phlgun. Because I wear the brilliant diadem given to me by Indra, I am called Kṛṣṇa. I am dreadful to behold in battle and so men call me Babitsu. I am named Savyas because I can draw the bow with either hand. Being unapproachable and irrepressible, I am known as Gu. Arjuna is my name because I always perform white deeds of great purity. My father, out of affection for a black complex-owned boy, called me Kṛṣṇa. These are my 10 names, O prince." Bhumanya fell at Arjuna's feet with his arms outstretched. "By my good luck I have seen you, O Dhanajaya. Please forgive anything I may have said to you in my ignorance. You are worthy of my worship. My fears are all removed and I am ready to act as your charioteer. Please order me. I will fight the Kṛṣṇa and return your animals." "Have no doubt," Arjuna said as he strapped on his quivers. "This chariot will be like your citadel with my arms for its ramparts and the Jiva as its unassailable defenses. Simply guide this chariot and have no fear." The prince placed the Pandavas' weapons in the chariot. "With you in the chariot, how can I be afraid? But I am bewildered as to how you have accepted the guise of eunuch. It seems incredible that one of your prowess and power should assume such a form." Arjuna smiled. "I am observing a vow, both to acquire religious merit and to satisfy another's will. That vow is now complete, O prince." The Pandavas had calculated that the full term of their exile was completed that day. Thus Arjuna had revealed his identity to the prince without fear. Now he would fight openly with the Kṛṣṇa. He looked at the horses yoked to the chariot. "Are these horses battle-trained?" he asked. "These horses are equal to the 4 horses that draw Krishna's chariot," the prince answered proudly. "I myself am a skilled driver, no less skilled than Dhiruka or Amtali. I will break through the enemy ranks with such speed that the chariot will hardly be visible." Arjuna nodded and removed his bangles. He pulled on a pair of iguana skin gloves that covered his forearms. Tying back his hair with a piece of white cloth, he sat on the chariot and thought of his celestial weapons. They appeared within his mind and said, "We are here, O son of Pu. We are prepared to do your bidding. All of you dwell within my memory," Arjuna said with delight. The thought of battle with Duryodhana was filling him with new enthusiasm and energy. 13 years had been a long time to wait. At last he would have the chance to use the weapons he had obtained from the gods. He strung the jiva and twanged it, producing a sound of 2 mountains striking one another. The earth vibrated, shaking the trees, and fireballs fell from the sky. When the Kṛṣṇa heard the terrific sound, they knew it was surely Arjuna with his Jiva bow. Arjuna took down the lion banner and meditated on Agni. A celestial banner fell from the sky adorned with gold and bearing Hanuman's image. After walking around it reverentially, Arjuna hoisted the flag on the chariot's flagstaff. He ordered Bhumanya to drive, and the chariot moved off toward the north in the direction of the Kṛṣṇa. Arjuna blew his conch shell with all his strength. It emitted a thundering sound which made his horses drop to their knees. The prince, stricken with fear, fell over in the chariot. Arjuna consoled the prince and told him to take courage. You are a Kshatriya and the son of a great king. Why then do you tremble at this sound, losing control of the horses? Many times have you heard the sounds of battle, of mighty conches and trumpets being blown. Why are you terrified like an ordinary man? The prince got up and took hold of the reins. He brought the horses back to their feet and replied, Surely I have heard many conches blown, but never one such as this. Nor have I ever heard about sounding like the Jiva. This celestial banner also fills me with wonder. The monkey seems to be alive and about to leap down from the flag. My mind is simply astonished. Arjuna laughed. Stand firm on the chariot and hold the reins tightly, for I will blow my conch again. Arjuna blew his conch and plunged his bow once more. The combined sound filled the four quarters and seemed to rend the mountains. The prince kept his position with difficulty and controlled the terrified steeds. In the distance Droa heard the terrible sounds Arjuna was making. He turned to Duryodhana. There is no doubt that Savya's sin has come to fight with us. Even more dreadful omens are now visible, portending a great calamity for the Kṛṣṇa. Your army seems cheerless, as if they are weeping. All our leading warriors stand motionless, bereft of energy. A pall of gloom seems to hang over our forces. Let us make ready for battle. When Pīrtha appears, you will have cause to repent your actions. Duryodhana scowled. He went over to Bhishma and said, O grandfather, it seems that we have found the Pandavas before their exile is complete. The condition was that they should return to exile if found in their final year. If this is indeed Babetsu, then they will have to spend another 12 years in the forest. You should carefully calculate the time, O Bhishma, so that there is no doubt. Duryodhana looked around. In the distance he saw the dust rising from Arjuna's chariot. The Kaurava held his bow firmly. Whoever it is coming toward us, be it Arjuna or the Matsya king, we will have to fight today. Why then are our leading men sitting panic-stricken on their chariots? We are many and here comes but a single warrior. Our preceptors' talk of omens and calamities is unbecoming. Our agreement with Sasharma was that we would support him in the battle against Virata. We must now keep our promise. O Bhishma, arrange our troops for battle. I fear that Droa is overpowered by his affection for the enemy. How can he guide or protect us in our hour of danger? Kara had come up alongside Duryodhana. He spoke loudly so that all the leading Kṛṣṇa could hear him. It seems you have all become fearful simply upon seeing Arjuna. Do you not know that Arjuna is no match for me? After spending a long time in the forest, he will be weak in battle. Like a qualified Brahmin receiving charity, he will soon quietly receive thousands of my arrows. By killing Arjuna I will repay my debt to Duryodhana. Today I will extinguish the Pandava fire, which is kindled by the fuel of weapons and which consumes all enemies. My unfailing shafts will pierce Pīrtha like serpents entering an anthill. You will see him lying on the ground like a hill covered with golden Karnikara flowers. With powerful javelins I will bring down the screaming monkey from his banner and shatter his chariot to pieces. All of you may fight alongside me or, if you like, go away with the cows. I can face Arjuna alone. Kṛṣṇa looked contemptuously at Kare. O Radha, your crooked mind always desires war. You do not understand things according to time, place and circumstance. Wise men only choose war when all other means have failed and when the signs are favorable. How can it be favorable for us to face Pīrtha in an encounter? Alone he vanquished the Gandharvas and alone he withstood the celestial host at Kshava. Again, he alone defeated the powerful Nivtakavakas and Kalakanyas. Unaided, he fearlessly took away Subhadra from the midst of the Yadas, exciting the wrath of the invincible Balarama. Now he has come before us after practicing celibacy in the forest and having acquired from the gods all their divine weapons. Arjuna's chariot had stopped some way off. The Kuru army arrayed itself in a pointed formation facing his direction. At the head of the army Kṛṣṇa continued to speak, admonishing Kara who stood fuming on his chariot, his great bow held at the ready. Anyone desiring to fight alone with Arjuna is deranged, Kṛṣṇa said as he pulled on his gloves. He is like a man who desires to swim the ocean with a rock tied to his neck. O Kṛṣṇa, you brag like a foolish child. You wish to take out the fangs of an infuriated serpent with your bare finger, or pass through a blazing fire after smearing your body with oil and dressing in silk. Pritha will move through our ranks like a Yamraya with his rod in hand. Let our army, clad in coats of mail, stand ready. Let yourself, myself, Duryodhana, Bhishma, Dro and his son all stand together. Maybe if we six are united and supported by our army, we will stand a chance, although even then I am doubtful. Avatham pulled up his chariot behind his father. He had heard Kṛṣṇa's speech and he too spoke derisively. We have not as yet achieved anything, Kṛṣṇa. We have not taken the cows and we have not defeated the enemy. Why then do you boast? Great heroes, even after winning many battles and conquering great kingdoms, do not utter a single word of self-praise. Indeed, silence itself is the quality of the truly powerful. Fire burns silently and silently does the sun shine. The earth bears her great load of moving and non-moving creatures without a word. The powerful Avatham, always galled by Kṛṣṇa's arrogance, was especially angered by his disregard for Droa. Standing in his chariot with his hand on his long sword, he loudly rebuked Kṛṣṇa, echoing his father's sentiments. What Kshatriya on this earth could be proud of winning a kingdom by deceitful gambling like this wicked and sinful Duryodhana? In what single combat did you or he ever defeat Arjuna or any one of his brothers? In what battle did you conquer Indraprastha? In what encounter did you win Draupadi, O man of wicked deeds, so that you could drag her to the assembly when she was in her period and wearing a single cloth? You have cut the root of the sal tree that is the Kuru dynasty. Arjuna and his brothers will never forgive you for your insult to Draupadi. Avatham looked across at Arjuna's chariot which was waiting in the distance. He remembered their time together in his father's school. Arjuna had always been Droa's favorite and that had hurt him deeply, but there was no doubting Arjuna's martial skills. Avatham had been forced to grudgingly admit his own inferiority. There was not a warrior on earth who could match Arjuna at bowmanship. Kṛṣṇa's bold words would soon be shown to be little more than idle boasts. Turning back to Kṛṣṇa, Avatham continued. Dhananjaya never turns away from a fight even when faced with Gandharvas, Rakshasas or Asuras. Whoever he turns upon is blown away as a tree is knocked over by the force of Grua's wings. Who would not praise Pritha, who is superior to you in prowess, no less skilled a bowman than Indra, and equal even to Kṛṣṇa himself in battle? My father's warning should be heeded. His affection for Arjuna should not be criticized, for the wise say that a disciple is the same as a son. Avatham then looked at Duryodhana. O proud men, fight with Arjuna in the same way that you defeated him at dice. Let your uncle Akuni now show his true prowess in a real fight. The Jiva does not cast dice, but it discharges burning arrows. Those dreadful shafts can rend the mountains and pierce the earth. The Lord of Death, the Wine God, or the God of Fire may leave something behind, but Arjuna, worked up with anger, does not. You may challenge him if you wish, supported by the vain son of Asuta, but for myself, I see no point in fighting Dhananjaya. Bhishma had been listening to all the speeches. He was sure that it was Arjuna who had appeared before them in the guise of Anak. The old Kuru warrior longed to embrace him again. It was tragic that he had to face Arjuna on the battlefield. A Kshatriya's duties were hard and painful without doubt. There was no way to avoid this fight. Arjuna would certainly not abandon his duty as a warrior. The Kurus would need all their powers united to face him in battle. Their arguments would only weaken them and make it easier for Arjuna to win. Bhishma looked across at Arjuna's chariot and said, Droa's son has spoken well, as has Kṛṣṇa. Kṛṣṇa speaks his boasts only to incite us to perform our Kshatriya duties. No wise man would find fault with his preceptor. In my view, we must fight. Who would not be bewildered when faced with an adversary as powerful and effulgent as the sun? Kṛṣṇa's words should only encourage us. Avatham, forgive him. There is serious work at hand. With Kunt's son before us, there is no time for dissension. The wise declare that of all the dangers that face an army, the worst is disunion among the leaders. Avatham is right. We should heed Droa's warning, for Arjuna is the best of warriors. Duryodhana folded his palms and said to Droa, O preceptor, please forgive us for doubting you and let us be peaceful among ourselves. If you are pleased, then everything can be accomplished. Droa stood in his chariot, radiant in his bright armor. Bhishma's words have pacified me. The grandfather has spoken well. We should arrange ourselves with care and protect Duryodhana. I am sure this is Arjuna, and I do not think he will be satisfied merely by recovering Virata's cows. I am also sure that he would not have shown himself before his exile had expired. O Bhishma, tell us your opinion. Bhishma had already calculated the time. Like Duryodhana, he too had carefully considered the reports of Hastinpura's spies and concluded that the Pandavas were very likely at Virata. As he looked across at Arjuna's chariot, tears pricked his eyes. Kunt's sons are not greedy and will never do anything against virtue, he declared. All of them are noble. With Yudhishthira at their head, there is no doubt that they will keep their word. They do not desire to win the kingdom by unfair means. Otherwise, why did they not show their prowess even at the gambling match? The Pandavas would sooner invite death than speak an untruth. By my calculation, their time is complete. I therefore conclude that we will soon see all 5 brothers again. If Duryodhana will not restore their kingdom, then our meeting will take place on a battlefield. Duryodhana smoldered like a fire fed with oil. He seemed about to burst into flames. His dark eyes turned toward Bhishma and he spoke in a low voice. I will not return the Pandavas' kingdom. O grandfather, please arrange for a battle. Bhishma was grave. We should act with caution. I have yet to see a battle in which one side was sure to be victorious, and one party is always defeated. We now face Vijaya. I therefore suggest, O king, that you leave with half the army. Take the cows with you and I, along with the other Kuru leaders, will remain here to hold off Arjuna. Duryodhana agreed. Leaving Bhishma in charge of half the army, he left with the other half, driving the cows ahead of him. Bhishma stood surrounded by Droa, Kṛṣṇa, Kara and Avatham. He ordered them into various positions in preparation for battle. As they moved into position, they saw Arjuna's chariot approach. Hearing a sound resembling thunderclaps as Arjuna twanged his bowstring, Droa said, "There is no doubt that that is the Jiva. No other bow could emit such sounds. Observe closely the banner on the chariot. There you will see a celestial monkey sending forth terrible cries. Know for certain that it is Arjuna who faces us." As Droa spoke, 2 arrows fell from the sky and landed in his chariot at his feet. Other arrows touched the chariots of Bhishma and Kṛṣṇa. Seeing his elders again after a long time, Pratha is offering his respects, Droa said, holding up his hand to bless Arjuna. Pu's sun shines on the battlefield like a well-tended sacrificial fire. Stand firm, for his next arrows will not be carrying his respects. Chapter 39 The battle at Virata. In his chariot only a half a mile from the Kṛṣṇa, Arjuna instructed the prince to halt while he established the enemy's position. Bhuminya gazed in amazement at the army before them. Who are these heroes who resemble mountains in the midst of a mighty ocean? He asked. The one with the emblem of a golden water pot on his flagstaff is Droa, Arjuna replied. I always worshipped him. You should circumambulate his chariot and I will strike him only if he first attacks me, for such is the duty of Kshatriyas. Arjuna pointed to each of the leading chariots. The hero clad in a coat of tiger skin on the chariot drawn by red horses is Kṛṣṇa. Today I will show him how light I can be in the use of weapons. By his side, the warrior whose flag bears the sign of a bow is Avatham. He is my preceptor's son. Thus he too is worthy of my respect. The one clad in golden mail, whose emblem is a serpent against a gold background, is Duryodhana. He always bears the Pandavas' ill will. Immediately behind him is a hero, blazing like fire, with the emblem of a strong rope for binding elephants, that is the wicked-minded Kṛṣṇa. Be careful when you approach him, for he always challenges me to fight. Arjuna pointed toward the chariot which stood just behind the 4 he had already named. This great hero, whose flag is blue and emblazoned with a golden palmra and 5 stars, and who is shielded by a white umbrella, is Antanu's son Bhishma, our grandfather. Always treated with regal honor by the Kauravas, he follows Duryodhana. You should approach him last, for he will never harm me. After observing the army for some time, Arjuna told the prince to advance. As they moved off, he saw Duryodhana detach himself from the army and move toward the south, followed by half the troops. Arjuna ordered Bhuminya to follow him. I will engage with Duryodhana, for if he is overpowered, then our purpose will be accomplished. Arjuna then sent arrows toward his 3 elders, who faced him on the battlefield. Kṛṣṇa, observing Arjuna's chariot change direction, immediately understood his intention. Quickly moved to intercept the Pandava, he shouted. What will we do with the Matsya's vast wealth if Duryodhana were to sink like a whole boat in the Pratha water? Arjuna released hundreds of thousands of arrows, and they covered the Kuru forces like a swarm of locusts. The warriors could not see anything and they became confused. Being unable even to flee, they praised Arjuna's prowess. The earth and sky resounded with the twang of the jiva and the blast of Arjuna's conch shell. Virata's son maneuvered the chariot dexterously and cut off Duryodhana, preventing him from escaping with the cows. As Arjuna closed upon Duryodhana, the cows began to run back toward the city. Duryodhana quickly came back to the side of the other Kuru leaders. After saving the Matsya cows, Arjuna said, "Let us leave the cowardly Duryodhana for now. He has fled for his life. I know the wretched Kṛṣṇa desires to fight with me, even as one elephant fights with another. Seek him out, O prince, and I will curb his pride. He has grown insolent due to the protection Duryodhana has afforded him." The prince swung the chariot around and raced into the center of the battlefield, from where he could see all the leading Kṛṣṇas. 4 of Duryodhana's brothers came forward and confronted Arjuna. They sent their arrows toward him in steady waves, but Bhuminya avoided the falling shafts by his skillful driving. At the same time, Arjuna shot his own blazing arrows, which covered the Kaurava chariots. The Pāva, remembering Bhishma's vow to kill all of Dhtara's sons, avoided slaying any of them. Other mighty warriors rushed at Arjuna, roaring and releasing showers of weapons. 1. A king named Kshatrantapa assailed him with such force that he checked the movement of his chariot. Arjuna disappeared beneath a hail of arrows as Kshatrantapa fought with fury. Wounded by the assault, Arjuna blazed up in anger. He drew the jiva back to his ear and fired 5 deadly arrows that killed Kshatrantapa's 4 horses and his charioteer. With 10 more straight flying shafts, he tore off the king's armor along with his arms and head. Kshatrantapa fell to the earth like a mountain peak struck down by a thunderbolt. Arjuna turned toward the other Kuru fighters who were closing in on him. He seemed to be dancing in his chariot as he released his gold-plumed arrows. Long lines of shafts were seen to fly from Arjuna in all directions. As he moved among the Kuru army, he appeared like a forest fire consuming dry wood at the end of summer. The battlefield presented a dreadful scene, with the mangled bodies of warriors and animals strewn about. Elephants screamed and horses whinnied in terror. The roars of the fighters and the blasts of conch shells and trumpets added to the clamor. Above all these sounds rose Hanuman's terrible cries from Arjuna's standard. As Arjuna's chariot approached Kṛṣṇa, Arjuna was attacked by Kṛṣṇa's brother. Arjuna at once killed his horses and with a crescent-tipped arrow beheaded the warrior right in front of Kṛṣṇa. Seeing his brother fall like a palm tree cut at its root, Kṛṣṇa was infuriated. He rushed at the Pāva with a great shout. With 12 arrows he wounded both Arjuna and Bhuminya, as well as all of his horses. Arjuna assailed Kṛṣṇa with full force, like Grua falling upon a serpent. The other Kṛṣṇas, seeing an encounter about to take place between the two heroes, stood back to watch. Arjuna sent a thick shower of arrows toward Kṛṣṇa, but Kṛṣṇa baffled the shafts with his own. He counter-attacked Arjuna with thousands of arrows. With his bright armor and flashing steel arrows, Kṛṣṇa seemed like a fire sending forth showers of sparks. Seeing Kṛṣṇa holding Arjuna off, the other Kuru fighters cheered him on. They clapped their hands and blew their conches. Arjuna could not tolerate hearing such praise and he fought with redoubled strength. Both combatants sent hundreds of thousands of arrows at each other. To those watching it seemed like the sun and moon were contending behind black clouds. Kṛṣṇa repeatedly attempted to kill Arjuna's horses and charioteer, but the Pāva checked Kṛṣṇa's arrows with his own every time. The two fighters fired arrows with blinding speed, their hands hardly visible as they worked their bows. Kṛṣṇa sent a non-stop stream of shafts that resembled the sun's rays shining on the earth. Gradually, however, Arjuna gained an edge over his opponent. While checking Kṛṣṇa's arrows he began to pierce him all over his body. With fleet arrows he wounded Kṛṣṇa in the arms, thighs, breast and head. Without his natural coat of impenetrable armor, Kṛṣṇa was hurt badly by Arjuna's attack. Finally he turned away from the fight and fled like one elephant defeated by another. When Kṛṣṇa retreated, the other Kṛṣṇas, headed by Duryodhana, came to attack Arjuna. Without flagging, Arjuna cheerfully met their attack. He displayed various celestial weapons and filled the entire sky with arrows. No part of the battlefield occupied by the Kṛṣṇas was visible as Arjuna's arrows rained down. It was impossible to even look at the Pāva in his anger. He seemed like the fire at the end of the cosmic manifestation. As Arjuna fought like a superhuman being, he created havoc among his foes. His arrows only fell where they were aimed and his bow was always bent into a circle. The Kuru army fell back in terror, the soldiers worshipping Arjuna in their minds. Horses and elephants that were not slain ran in all directions. Smashed chariots lay everywhere, with the bodies of their drivers and warriors lying prostrate nearby. In the sky the gods, Gandharvas, Siddhas and Is assembled to watch Arjuna fight. The fragrance of their celestial garlands spread across the battlefield as if the trees had blossomed in spring. Their clothes, ornaments and shining conveyances lit up the region with a brilliant luster. The sky was ablaze. It was beautiful to behold. In the midst of all the celestials stood Indra, looking with affection at his son. Arjuna looked around at the routed army and saw Droa. Feeling affection for his teacher, he ordered Virata's son to drive the chariot toward him. "O Prince, Droa is always worthy of my worship. In intelligence he resembles Shukra, the guru of the demons, and in his knowledge of morality he is no less than Brihaspati. He has studied all the Vedas and the science of archery resides within him. He is always ornamented by forgiveness, self-control, truthfulness and compassion. I desire to fight with him, so advance with caution." The prince urged on the horses and Arjuna blew his conch. Droa saw him coming and took out his own conch, giving it a mighty blast. The conches sounded together like 1,000 trumpets. Droa's red horses rose up and drew his chariot quickly forward. Seeing his preceptor approach, Arjuna was joyful. Placing his bow by his side, he called out, "O gentle one, we have completed our term of exile in the forest and now wish to exact our revenge. You should not be angry with us. O irrepressible hero, I will not strike you unless you attack first." Droa smiled at his favorite disciple. Without replying, he raised his gold-plated bow and discharged more than 20 shafts. Arjuna instantly raised his own bow and countered his arrows with astonishing speed. Droa covered Arjuna's chariot on all sides with thousands of arrows. Bhuminya swiftly turned the chariot and dropped away from Droa as Arjuna dexterously cut down his arrows. Both fighters invoked celestial weapons and spread a network of arrows that amazed the watching Kuru soldiers. Other weapons began to appear on the battlefield as the two combatants chanted mantras sacred to various deities. Firebrands and blazing discuses were hurled from Droa's bow, but Arjuna struck them all down. He sent an even greater number of long-shafted arrows toward his preceptor. Droa, smiling all the while, cut down all those arrows in mid-flight. The Kurus cheered again and again as they witnessed the prowess of both guru and disciple, and they wondered at the harshness of a Kshatriya's duty that impelled the two to fight one another. Even as he fought with Droa, Arjuna kept up his attack on the Kuru army. His arrows descended on them like lightning bolts. As the fierce razor-headed shafts struck horses, elephants and soldiers, they made a sound resembling a hard downpour of hailstones. The battlefield was strewn with arms still clutching weapons and heads adorned with helmets. Golden armor and pieces of shattered chariots littered the ground. The screams of terrified soldiers filled the air as Arjuna maintained his assault. Feeling affection for his disciple, Droa displayed only some of his power. He held off Arjuna's attack on himself and sent a barrage of golden feathered arrows back at him. His shafts traveled toward Arjuna in rows, their feathers touching. Arjuna responded by releasing so many arrows that Droa and his chariot became invisible. Those observing Arjuna could not discern any interval between his taking up arrows, placing them on his bow, and then firing them. Even Indra, watching from the heavens, was wonderstruck. Droa was totally enveloped in a thick mass of arrows that fell continuously upon him. Seeing this, the Kurus cried out, "Alas!" Avatham was infuriated and he rushed at Arjuna, bellowing out a challenge. The Pava turned toward him and offered Droa a chance to retreat. Avatham, highly skilled in battle, sent an arrow that cut Arjuna's ever-twining bowstring. The deities in the sky, beholding this superhuman feat, exclaimed, "Well done! Bravo!" Avatham succeeded in wounding Arjuna with a number of sharp-pointed shafts decked with kanka feathers. Arjuna laughed and restrung his bow. A furious fight ensued between the disciple and the son of Droa, which made the hairs of the heroes who were watching stand erect. It resembled a clash between two maddened elephants. They struck one another with burning arrows that looked like serpents hissing through the air. But Avatham's arrows quickly became exhausted as Arjuna fought on, his own supply being inexhaustible by the fire god's boon. As Avatham withdrew from the fight, Kara returned and plunged his bowstring with a crash like thunder. Arjuna gazed at him with coppery red eyes. Hoping to kill him, he fired thousands of arrows in his direction. He then called out, "O Kara, the time has come for you to make good your boastful words. Many times have you vainly stated that there are none to equal you in battle. Fighting with me today you will know your own strength and will never again disregard others. Without ever considering piety, you have given vent to many harsh words. Try your best to make good those insults you offered me in the assembly. You cannot defeat me. Now reap the fruit of your insult to Draupad. Only virtue restrained me that day from exacting a terrible vengeance. Today you will feel the force of my restrained anger, held in check these last 13 years. Fight, O sinful one, and let all the Kṛṣṇa watch as you perish. Kṛṣṇa sneered. Prove yourself in battle, Mahābhārata. The world knows that your words exceed your deeds. As a result of your weakness and inability, the Kauravas have forced you to suffer. Do not bother to make excuses. Now we will all see your power when I strike you with my irresistible weapons. Even if Indra himself came to fight on your behalf, you would not escape. Arjuna was derisive. You have always fled from me and thus you still live to utter these empty words. Even today when you saw your brother slain you fled. What power were you showing then? Bending the jiva into a semicircle, Arjuna quickly fired dozens of armor-piercing arrows that shone like fire. Kṛṣṇa delightedly received those shafts with his own, intercepting every one. Again a network of arrows spread out between the two fighters. Kṛṣṇa released searing shafts with unerring accuracy and pierced Arjuna's arms and hands. Unable to tolerate the attack, Arjuna cut Kṛṣṇa's bowstring with a crescent-headed arrow. Kṛṣṇa replied with a number of arrows that made Arjuna lose hold of the jiva. Quickly regaining his composure, Arjuna sent razor-headed shafts at Kṛṣṇa which cut his bow to pieces. Kṛṣṇa took up a fresh bow and released a fierce steel arrow resembling a lance, but Arjuna struck it down even as it left Kṛṣṇa's bow. 5 or 6 powerful fighters came up to support Kṛṣṇa, but Arjuna slew them all. The Pāva drew his bow back to his ear and fired 4 steel shafts that killed Kṛṣṇa's horses. With another powerful arrow he struck Kṛṣṇa on the breast, making a sound like an explosion. The arrow pierced Kṛṣṇa's armor and penetrated into his body. He lost consciousness and fell sideways in his chariot, whereupon he was quickly taken onto another chariot by his charioteer and carried away. Arjuna and Bhumanya scoffed at the defeated Kṛṣṇa. Arjuna then looked around and said, "Take me to the place where you see the emblem of the golden palmra. There stands our grandfather, Antanu's son, looking like an immortal. He too desires to fight with me." Bhumanya was exhausted. Gasping for breath he replied, "I do not think I can continue guiding your horses. My mind is confounded and my limbs are weak. It seems as if the 4 quarters are melting from the power of the celestial weapons you and the Kṛṣṇa have released. I am beside myself with the sight and the smell of flesh and blood. I have never before seen such a battle. The clamor has deafened me and I feel stupefied. The twang of the jiva, like repeated thunderclaps, and your lightning-bolt arrows have rent my heart. I am consumed by fear. It appears as if the earth is shifting before my eyes and I am losing my vitality." Arjuna consoled the prince. "You are a prince in the Matsya line. It is your sacred duty to face the enemy in battle. Take heart, for you will find strength in the supreme power. The Lord is always pleased when we perform our prescribed duties with firmness and determination. Guide the horses for only a while longer. I wish to face the grandsire in battle." The prince felt heartened and he urged the steeds forward. As the chariot moved across the battlefield toward Bhishma's chariot, Arjuna continued, "This battle will not last much longer. The Kuru army is reeling like a wheel under the force of my weapons. I will make a river flow toward the other world, with blood for its waters, chariots for its eddies, and elephants for its aquatics. The Kuru forest, with heads, arms and tall backs for its branches, will be cut down. I have obtained all the celestial weapons from the gods. Do not fear, O prince, for I will rout the Kṛṣṇa and put them to flight." When Arjuna got within striking distance of Bhishma, he sent a hail of shafts at him. Bhishma patiently countered his arrows and 4 of Duryodhana's brothers came forward to protect him. Dushasana launched a fierce attack on Arjuna. He wounded Bhumanya with a large dart and pierced Arjuna's breast with another. Arjuna at once sent golden-winged arrows, which cut Dushasana's bow to pieces and severely wounded him in the chest. Dushasana retreated, leaving his 3 brothers to fight with Arjuna. Each of them were similarly injured and had to retreat. At Bhishma's command, thousands of Kuru troops surrounded Arjuna and assailed him. The Pāva spun around in his chariot with his bow constantly drawn to a circle. Sometimes he shot with his left and sometimes his right arm. Blazing arrows went in all directions and the Kuru force was torn apart. Arjuna appeared in battle like the scorching midday sun with its unbearable rays. Kuru heroes leapt down from their cars and fled, throwing aside their weapons. Horsemen turned and drove their horses away in terror. The Kṛṣṇa retreated with difficulty, falling over the bodies of men, elephants and horses. Duryodhana, Kṛṣṇa, Kṛpa, Dro and Avatham then rushed toward Arjuna together. They covered him with so many arrows that no part of his body was visible. Even amid that onslaught Arjuna maintained his calm and invoked the Aindrastra, summoning the fire god's invincible power. That weapon sent hundreds of thousands of flaming arrows and darts at the Kṛṣṇa and drove them back. Arjuna then saw Bhishma standing before him on his chariot. Gaji's son was smiling. In his shining coat of mail, he shone like a white mountain at sunrise. He lifted his gold-plated bow and fired a dozen arrows, which struck the roaring monkey on Arjuna's banner. Pushing aside the affection he felt for the old Kuru leader, Arjuna sent a huge dart which broke down the white umbrella over his head. He quickly followed it with arrows that severed his flagstaff and killed the two warriors protecting his flanks. Arjuna wounded Bhishma's horses and brought his chariot to a halt. Bhishma became angry and he began to invoke divine weapons. A massive hail of arrows, darts and spears fell blazing from the sky. Arjuna instantly checked his attack with his own celestial missiles. He counter-attacked Bhishma with volumes of arrows that sped toward him. Bhishma received Arjuna's assault like a hill receives a cloud. He dexterously cut down all the arrows as they flew, and they fell to pieces on the ground. The battle between Arjuna and Bhishma raged fiercely for some time as the Kṛṣṇa watched in amazement. It seemed as if Indra were contending with Bali, the Asura king. Neither side paused in the fight. Arjuna's jiva had become a circle of fire and Bhishma danced on his chariot like a youth. Finally, Arjuna succeeded in baffling Bhishma with a weapon that sent an uncountable number of golden-winged arrows in repeated waves. Bhishma fell back in his chariot and, seeing his opportunity, Arjuna severed his bow with a razor-faced arrow. Immediately after that he shot 10 steel shafts with heads shaped like calves' teeth. Those deadly arrows pierced Bhishma's breast. The Kuru chief was stunned and he stood leaning on the pole of his chariot for some time. Seeing him senseless, his charioteer turned the chariot and carried him away. Most of the Kuru army had been overpowered and, if not slain, had fled. Only a few of their heroes still stood on the battlefield. Duryodhana, burning with anger and humiliation, brought his chariot before Arjuna. He threw a golden dart that struck Arjuna on the forehead. Blood gushed from his wound and the son of Kunt looked like a mountain giving forth a stream of red lava. Arjuna struck Duryodhana with arrows that stung like poisonous snakes. The two cousins fought furiously, using all their martial skill. Duryodhana's brother Vikara came to support him on an elephant. He drove the beast toward Arjuna's chariot intending to crush him underfoot, but Arjuna bent the jiva into a full circle and fired an iron arrow that hit the elephant on the forehead. The arrow penetrated the elephant's head up to the feathers and the beast fell screaming to the ground. Vikara leapt clear and, terrified, ran a full 800 paces to his brother Vivangsaty's chariot. Arjuna released a similar arrow that struck Duryodhana full on the chest. The Kaurava prince fell to his knees and vomited blood, his shining armor bent and pierced. Seeing himself standing alone against Arjuna, Duryodhana ordered his charioteer to retreat. Arjuna laughed and called after him, "Why do you flee, O hero? How are you renouncing your fame and glory? Why are your trumpets not blown in the same way as they were when you first left Hastinapura? Know me to be Yudhishthira's obedient servant and Kunt's third son. Remembering the conduct of kings, turn back and show me your face, O mighty armed one." Duryodhana and his brothers continued to flee. They completely abandoned their attempts to steal the Matsya's wealth. Remembering his promise to the Matsya ladies, Arjuna went around the battlefield and took the costly robes from the fallen Kuru warriors. As they made their way back to the city, Arjuna said, "You are the only person who is aware of my true identity. It may be wise to keep this information secret for a little while longer. You should tell your father that it was you who rooted the Kṛṣṇa." Arjuna wanted to wait for Yudhishthira to decide the exact moment for them to reveal their identities. Understanding this, Bhuminyu replied, "I would not have had the power to achieve what you have achieved today, O Savyas Sin, but I will not disclose your identity until you give me your permission." Arjuna had the prince take the chariot back to the cremation ground. When they arrived, Arjuna folded his palms toward Hanuman on his banner. The monkey flew up into the sky and vanished, and Arjuna hoisted the prince's lion banner again. He replaced his weapons in the bundle high in the Sami tree. Then, taking his place as the chariot driver, they headed back toward the city. Chapter 40. Out of exile. Toward noon on the day after his victory, King Virata re-entered his city. Praised by bards, he shone amid the 4 Pandavas, whose identities he still did not know. When he reached his palace and was seated upon his throne, he inquired after the whereabouts of his eldest son. Some of the palace ladies told him what had happened. Out of excessive bravery, the prince has gone out to fight the best of the Kṛṣṇa. With Bihānala as his charioteer and no other support, he rode out promising to defeat the vast Kuru army and bring back the cows. The king was at once overcome by sorrow. How will my son fare against the likes of Bhishma, Droa, Kara and Duryodhana? And when the Kurus hear of the Trigartas' defeat, they will likely attack the city. Surely we are in peril. The king told his ministers to have the army prepare to go out again. We must quickly rescue Bhumanya and hold the Kurus off from attacking our city. With such a useless person as his charioteer, I do not think my son will be alive. Yudhishthira smiled as he took his place near the king. If Bihānala is his charioteer, you need not fear. The Kurus will not be able to defeat him. Indeed, even the celestial hosts would not be able to overpower him with Bihānala on his chariot. The king looked at Yudhishthira quizzically. This was no time for joking. He wrung his hands and thought only of his son. Surely Bhumanya was already dead. It was reckless of him to have ventured out, especially with only Anak as his support. As Virata gave orders for his forces to assemble, a messenger entered the court with the news that the Kurus had retreated. The cows have been rescued and your son is well, along with his charioteer. They will soon be arriving in the city. This news is not at all wonderful, Yudhishthira said. Victory is certain for anyone who has Bihānala with him. The king ignored Yudhishthira's remark and said joyfully, decorate the highways with flags and festoons. Worship all the gods with profuse gifts of flowers and costly incenses. My other sons and my ministers should go out to greet the prince, along with musicians and beautiful dancers. Bring him here in style and have a messenger riding an elephant go around the city ringing a bell to announce our victory. Soon a large procession of handsomely dressed and beautiful maidens, musicians playing drums, trumpets, cymbals and conchas, Brahmins chanting auspicious hymns, and bards composing songs in praise of the prince made its way out of the city. Overjoyed, the king turned to Yudhishthira and said, Come, Kaka, let us play dice while we wait for my son. I will happily stake heaps of gems, gold, and numerous well-adorned women. My pleasure knows no limits today. O king, one should never gamble when he is experiencing so much joy, Yudhishthira replied with a smile. Gambling is attended by many evils. The great king Yudhishthira lost his entire kingdom, all his wealth, and his godlike brothers in a game of dice. Therefore, I do not like to gamble. But I will play if you wish. The king laughed and sat down at his dissing table with Yudhishthira. As they played he said, What do you think of this news then, Kaka? My son has single-handedly defeated the invincible Kṛṣṇa. Yudhishthira again said that it was no surprise since the prince had Bihānala with him. The king was beginning to feel annoyed. Why do you praise Anak as superior to my son? O Brahmin, you insult me by such words. Why should my son not have defeated the Kṛṣṇa? He is a fearless and powerful fighter. Yudhishthira threw the sapphire dice across the gaming board. When Bhishma, Droa, Kapa, Duryodhana, and the other Kṛṣṇa assemble for battle, I do not see any warrior who could face them except Bihānala. None have been seen, nor will they ever be seen, who can equal his strength of arms. He always delights in a mighty encounter. The king stood up suddenly, clutching the dice in fury. You obviously do not know right from wrong. I should certainly punish you for this impropriety. Virata hurled the dice at Yudhishthira and struck him in the face. Blood flowed from his nose and Yudhishthira cupped his hands to catch it. He looked across at Draupadi, who sat in the court. She quickly fetched a jug of water. Yudhishthira held a wet cloth to his face to stem the flow of blood. At that moment, a second messenger came before the king and announced that his son had arrived at the palace gates. The king, forgetting his anger, told the messenger to bring the prince in at once. The messenger turned to go, and as he was leaving Yudhishthira whispered to him, Have the prince come alone. Tell Bihānala not to enter the court. Yudhishthira knew that Arjuna had taken a vow that if anyone caused his blood to flow other than in battle, he would kill that person. If Arjuna saw his brother now, Virata would be slain. Within minutes Bhumanya entered the court adorned with garlands and sandalwood paste. He bowed at his father's feet and folded his hands toward Yudhishthira. Seeing him covered with blood he asked his father, Who has done this to Kaka? O king, who has committed such a crime? The king looked angrily at Yudhishthira. This wily Brahmin deserves even more. While I was praising your achievements, he glorified Bihānala as if he were your superior. Bhumanya was shocked. You have committed a great sin. Pacify him at once so that the deadly venom of a Brahmin's curse does not consume you. The king apologized to Yudhishthira, who nodded his forgiveness. Virata then said to his son, O descendant of Kṛṣṇa, in you I truly have a son. There can be none to equal you. Alone you overcame the Kuru host and took back our cows, even as a tiger snatched his prey. The The prince shook his head. I did not rescue the cows, father, nor did I defeat the Kṛṣṇa. Everything was done by the son of a celestial. Seeing me fleeing in fear, that mighty one, capable of wielding the thunderbolt, stopped me and got upon my chariot. He alone defeated the Kuru army, headed by Bhishma, Droa, Duryodhana, Kṛṣṇa, Kara and Avatham. Indeed, I could hardly look at those warriors as they released their weapons. The celestial youth routed them one by one. He overpowered that army of lions and sent them reeling back to Hastinapura. The king was astonished. He asked his son where the youth had gone, but Bhumanya said he could not tell. Yudhishthira remained silent, tending the wound on his face. He glanced at Draupadi, who stood smiling. The king would soon discover the truth. It was late in the evening when Virata dismissed the royal court. He went away with his son, listening in astonishment as the prince described the battle with the Kṛṣṇa. The following day at dawn, Yudhishthira, surrounded by his brothers, entered the royal court before the king arrived. They were dressed in white clothes and adorned with gold ornaments. Like 5 angry lions, they strode up to the royal dais and took their seats on thrones reserved for kings. Soon after their arrival, the king, accompanied by his ministers, entered the hall. He saw with surprise that Kṛṣṇa was sitting near his throne with the 4 Pandavas next to him. Still not realizing their identities, he stormed over to Yudhishthira. What are you doing? You are a dice player and a courtier. Why are you sitting on a royal seat, adorned with ornaments and surrounded by my cook and my horse and cow keepers? Arjuna replied, this man, O king, is worthy of sharing a seat with Indra. Ever engaged in performing sacrifice, respectful toward Brahmins, well read in the Vedas, firm in his vows, he is the embodiment of virtue. Even the celestials, Asuras and Gandharvas, Yakas and other divine beings are not his equal. He is far-sighted, forgiving, powerful, truthful and self-controlled. Famous all over the world and loved by all, this man is a royal saint like the great Manu himself. O king, this is the foremost of all the Kṛṣṇa, the pious king Yudhishthira. Does he not deserve a royal throne? Virata's eyes opened wide. Staring at the 5 brothers one after another, he replied, if this is Yudhishthira, then who are these other 4? Where is the mighty Bhishma and his invincible brother, Arjuna? Where are Nakula and Sahadeva and the illustrious Draupadi? Since their defeat at dice, no one has seen them. Arjuna lifted his hand towards Bhishma. This one, your cook Vallabha, is Bhishma, possessed of dreadful prowess and energy. It was he who slew the lustful Kṛṣṇa. On the other side of Yudhishthira sits Nakula, the keeper of your horses, and next to him is Sahadeva, your chief cowherd. These 2 warriors are capable of slaying enemy battalions consisting of thousands of warriors. As far as the lotus-eyed Draupadi, she has for this last year served in your palace as Srindar, for whose sake Kṛṣṇa was slain. I am Arjuna, Kunt's 3rd son. We have all lived happily in your city like creatures living in the womb. Virata's eyes flooded with tears. The great and virtuous Pandavas had chosen his kingdom to spend their final year of exile. Why had he not recognized them? Now it was obvious. Who else could have exhibited such power in battle but these brothers? The king folded his palms and bowed low to Yudhishthira. As the king stood up again, Bhumanya indicated Arjuna. It was he who slew the Kṛṣṇa like a lion killing deer. It was he who rescued the cows and overpowered the great heroes from Hastinapura. My ears are still deafened from the incredible blasts of his conch. Virata felt deeply ashamed of himself for insulting and wounding Yudhishthira. He spoke humbly. The time has come for me to honor your illustrious selves. What should I do? If you like, I shall bestow my daughter Uttara on Arjuna. I am fully indebted to you all. It was Bhishma who rescued me from the clutches of Sasharma, and Arjuna has saved us from defeat at the hands of the Kṛṣṇa. O great king, please forgive me if I have unwittingly given you any offense. You are worthy of my worship. Virata offered his entire kingdom to Yudhishthira, with his scepter, treasury and city. He arranged for Brahmins to offer them worship and repeatedly exclaimed, what good fortune. The Pandavas got down and embraced the old monarch, who gazed at them without satiation. Again offering his kingdom to them, he turned to Arjuna and added, O hero, please take my daughter's hand. Arjuna placed his arm around the king's shoulders. Let your daughter become my daughter-in-law. That would be a fitting alliance between our 2 houses. The king looked surprised. Why would you not accept the princess as your own wife? Since I came here, your daughter has seen me like a father, Arjuna replied. We have often been alone together and she has often confided in me. O king, I have seen her as my daughter and do not wish anyone to think it was ever different. If I were to accept her as my wife, others will doubt her purity. I wish to prove her purity and therefore will continue to see her as my daughter. There is no difference between a daughter and a daughter-in-law. Let her wed my son Abhimanyu. He is Krishna's nephew and he resembles a celestial in every way. He will be a proper husband for Utter and a son for you. The king nodded approvingly. You have spoken wisely, most virtuous one. Do what you think is proper. Whoever has a relationship with Arjuna, no matter what it may be, has all his desires fulfilled. Yudhishthira gave his permission for the marriage and it was settled. The king then arranged for the brothers to be quartered in his palace. He sent messengers out to announce to the Pandavas' friends and allies that, having come out of exile, they were well and now staying in his capital. Yudhishthira invited all of them to come to the city, and before long they began to arrive. Kṛṣṇa and Balarama came from Dwrak, bringing Abhimanyu and many other members of their family. Drupada arrived accompanied by a huge division of soldiers. The great king Kṣṇa, a good friend of Yudhishthira whose daughter had married Bhishma, also came with another vast army. The Pandavas duly worshipped all of them as they arrived in Virata. They were particularly joyful to see their friend and well-wisher Kṛṣṇa, who brought with him an immense force of warriors. He bowed before Yudhishthira and Bhishma, while the younger Pandavas touched his feet. Then they all embraced and sat down to exchange news. It was settled that the marriage between Abhimanyu and Utter would take place on the next full moon day, and Virata began to make the arrangements. The city was decked with flags and festoons. When the day of the wedding arrived, garlands were hung everywhere and musicians played in Virata's palace. Many beautiful damsels, wearing jeweled earrings and headed by Draupadi, led Utter to the wedding sacrifice. Numerous Brahmins sat around the fire chanting auspicious hymns from the Vedas. As the Pandavas looked on with Kṛṣṇa, Balarama and the other kings, Abhimanyu accepted Utter's hand from Virata. Surrounded by the Brahmins and kings, the bride and groom shone like a god and goddess amid the celestial hosts. Virata gave Abhimanyu a dowry of 7,000 horses, 2,000 elephants and a great heap of gems and gold. The ceremony ended with a feast. Pure foods were offered to Vu and then distributed first to the Brahmins and then to the thousands of citizens who attended the wedding. Gifts and charity were distributed to all, and everyone left the ceremony filled with joy. As they departed for their homes, they praised the king as well as his daughter and new son-in-law. With the wedding celebrations over, the Pandavas began to think of their next move. How were they going to recover their kingdom? No word had been received from Hastinapura. The Kṛṣṇa now knew that the Pandavas were alive and well and living at Virata. According to the agreement made at the final gambling match, it was time to give them back their city and dominions. But it seemed the matter would not be settled peaceably. Kṛṣṇa suggested they call an assembly and discuss what to do next. Thus the day following the wedding, all the kings came to Virata's court. On the front seats sat Virata and Drupada, the senior-most kings, along with Kṛṣṇa and Balarama, whom everyone considered to be the greatest. By their side sat Yudhishthira and his brothers, and all around them were dozens of other monarchs. These mighty heroes shone like stars studding the clear sky. The hall buzzed with their conversation as they settled into their places. When everyone was seated, the noise died down and they sat gazing pensively at Kṛṣṇa. Smiling gently and glancing around at all the kings, Kṛṣṇa spoke first. Everyone knows how Yudhishthira was unfairly defeated at dice and dispossessed of his kingdom by Suvala's son. You also know how he and his brothers were made to live in the forest for 13 years. The sons of Pu, who are capable of subjugating the world by force of arms, whose chariots go unrestrained to any terrestrial or celestial region, and who are true to their word, have now completed their vow. They have suffered unbearable hardships, especially in this last year when they were obliged to accept menial service to others. They now seek their rightful kingdom. Kṛṣṇa looked around the assembly. All the kings, seated on golden thrones decked with gems, gazed intently at him as he continued. O kings, consider what is right and best for both the son of Dharma and for Duryodhana. The virtuous Yudhishthira will not accept even the kingdom of the gods unrighteously. He would prefer the rightful lordship of just a single village. Although he has been antagonized and cheated by the Kauravas, he still wishes them well. Duryodhana and his brothers have repeatedly tried to kill the Pandavas, but Yudhishthira has tolerated everything with a peaceful mind. All of his brothers are obedient to his order and would never abandon virtue. They will accept whatever he decides is right, and he will always follow my advice. Kṛṣṇa glanced at Yudhishthira, whose eyes were fixed affectionately on Kṛṣṇa's face. Yudhishthira desired only to please Kṛṣṇa, and his brothers all shared that sentiment. Whatever Kṛṣṇa advised would surely be best for them. Even Bhishma, although longing to wreak vengeance on the Kauravas, would renounce his anger if Kṛṣṇa deemed it wrong. He rested a hand on his great mace as Kṛṣṇa went on. My feelings are that we should first establish Duryodhana's intentions by sending a reliable messenger to Hastinapura. Let us try by all means to settle this affair peaceably and fully in accordance with the eternal codes of religion. Let us avoid unnecessary violence. But if Duryodhana will not return Yudhishthira's lands, then I think there will have to be war. The Pandavas will slay Duryodhana and all his followers. If you feel the Pandavas' cause is just, then unite yourselves and your forces with them and march out for battle. Tell me, O kings, if my words meet with your approval. Balarama raised his hand, signifying his intention to speak. The assembly turned toward him. His dark blue silks highlighted his pure white complexion. A brilliant helmet adorned his head and a garland of white lotuses hung around his neck. By his side lay his golden plow weapon. As he spoke, his voice resounded around the hall like a drum. Divik's son has spoken well. His words are meant for the welfare of both the Kauravas and the Pandavas. Let the Kuru kingdom be shared. The heroic sons of Kunt will dwell in peace with their cousins, each ruling half of the Kuru empire. I agree that a man should be dispatched to Hastinapura. He should address the noble-minded Bhishma, Droa, Vidura, Kapa, Kare, Akuni, and all of Dhtara's sons. All of them are heroes and all of them are well versed in the Vedas. After informing these men of Yudhishthira's desire, the messenger should carry back their reply. But the Kauravas must be given due deference. After all, it was by Yudhishthira's fault that the kingdom was lost. Although unskilled at dice, he accepted the skillful Akuni's challenge. There were many other kings with whom he could have played, but he chose the son of Suvala. Balarama looked at Yudhishthira and smiled. The Pandava showed no sign of discomfort at his words. Yudhishthira had always felt guilty of a misdemeanor for having gambled away his kingdom. He bowed his head as Balarama went on. The brave son of Pu unfortunately lost at every step of the game. In the grip of lust and anger, he gambled everything and was defeated. Who can blame Akuni for this? Therefore, we must adopt a conciliatory tone when we address the Kauravas. We should avoid war by any means. That which is gained by peaceful methods is beneficial to all, while that gained by war has the opposite effect. Although Yudhishthira accepted Balarama's speech, it surprised the other Pandavas. They knew that the Vaidava hero had a soft spot for Duryodhana, his disciple at mace fighting, but when he last saw them, just after their leaving Hastinapura, he had been in favor of them marching into the Kuru capital and punishing the Kauravas. It was hard to understand why his attitude had changed. Perhaps Duryodhana had influenced him with his version of what had happened in Hastinapura. Whatever the causes, the Pandavas knew that Balarama was always their well-wisher. They remained silent as he paused in his speech. Suddenly Astayaki, a powerful Vaidava hero and one of Arjuna's martial students, leapt to his feet. He was incensed by Balarama's words and could not hear more. Even as Balarama continued to speak, Astayaki interrupted, and all eyes turned toward him. A man will always reveal his inner nature when he speaks. Even as a forest contains trees which bear fruits and those which do not, so in one family are born powerful heroes and others who are powerless and cowardly. O you who bears the sign of the plough on your banner, I am loath to call you cowardly, but why do you display such timidity toward the wicked Kauravas? Balarama sat calmly, but Astayaki's face glowed red with fury. He gazed around the assembly as he went on. How can anyone sit here and listen as Balarama speaks in this way? We all know what happened in Hastinapura. Yudhishthira was cheated of his kingdom by a mean trick. Had the Kauravas gone to Indraprastha and defeated him there, then that would have been fair, but they summoned him to play in their own city and then compelled him to accept Akuni's challenge. How can prosperity attend such men? Why should Yudhishthira now approach them in a servile mood? The Kuru kingdom is his by right. It once belonged to his grandfather and then to his father. There is no doubt about this. Even if this pious man had no rightful claim to the kingdom, he still deserves to rule the earth by virtue of his qualities. If the Kauravas will not willingly give him back his ancestral territories, then I will force them to do so. I will persuade them by cold steel on the battlefield. Astayaki stepped forward and stood on the mosaic floor in the center of the hall. He clutched the hilt of his sword as he stepped into the middle of a design depicting the blazing sun. I will oblige the evil-minded Kauravas to fall at Yudhishthira's feet. If they refuse, then they shall have to go with their ministers to death's abode. Who can withstand Astayaki when he stands ready to fight? Can the mountains bear the thunderbolt? In the same way, who can bear the brunt of the Jivabha when Arjuna wields it, or the force of Bhishma's mace? When the Pandavas are united with Drupada and his two sons, as well as with their own sons, what man valuing his life would face them? When the great Vaidava heroes come out for battle, what will the Kauravas do? After killing all of them, let us install Yudhishthira as emperor of the world. It is impious and shameful to beg from enemies. We should set out at once. Either the Kauravas will surrender the kingdom, or they will lie prostrate on the battlefield. Having vented his anger, Astayaki returned to his seat. Balarama still remained peaceful. He could understand Astayaki's feelings. The old king Drupada then spoke. "O you with long arms, it will doubtlessly be as you say. Duryodhana will never surrender the kingdom. Dhrupada is too fond of his son, and he will follow him without question. So it will be with Bhishma and Drona. They have a misguided loyalty. In my opinion, we should not act on Balarama's suggestion. Duryodhana will not respond to a humble approach. He will misunderstand such a mild message as weakness. Force is the only language he respects." Everyone present esteemed Drupada's wisdom and maturity. They listened attentively. "This is my advice. Let us prepare for battle. Send out messengers to all our allies and have them come here. Duryodhana will certainly do the same. Even now his men will be heading out and approaching even those whom we now count as friends. Our messengers should travel swiftly around the globe, for a noble man will not refuse he who first asks him for help." Drupada then named the kings and their countries where they could find support. He knew Duryodhana would ask everyone to fight with him, whether they were his allies or not. It was important to reach the kings first with their own plea. After listing 40 or 50 monarchs who might assist their cause, Drupada concluded, "While we are assembling our forces, let a good man go to Dhrupada. I suggest we send my priest. We should carefully instruct him what to say to the Kauravas. But I do not expect much to come of that. Battle is inevitable." Kṛṣṇa clapped his hands approvingly. These words befit the great king of the Pachalas, who is unequaled in prowess. You are old in learning and wisdom. Thus you are just like our guru. We should act as you say and not otherwise. I agree. But my relationship with both the Pandavas and the Kauravas is the same, regardless of the present situation among them. I have come here and been pleased by King Virata's reception. The wedding is over and I will now return to Dwrak. I leave it in your hands, O monarch, to guide these kings in how to sue for peace between the two parties. If a mutually agreeable solution cannot be found, and if the foolish Duryodhana will not accept peace due to his pride and ignorance, then summon me again. I will do all in my power to help. The assembly of kings agreed to Kṛṣṇa's proposal and they withdrew to their own quarters. Virata worshipped Kṛṣṇa with respect and sent him on his way back to Dwrak. Then he began to make preparations for war. Messengers on swift horses were dispatched around the world, and soon large armies began to arrive at Virata. Troops poured in from all quarters and set up camp around the city. Filled with men and animals, the earth seemed covered with dark clouds. The gathering troops created a clamor resembling the roaring ocean. In the Kuru capital also, vast armies were amassing to support Duryodhana. The goddess Earth, with her mountains and forests, seemed to tremble under the burden of so many warriors. When the large force was ready at Virata, Drupada, after consulting with the other kings and the Brahmins, spoke with his priest. "O Brahmin, among all men those who are twice born are the best. Among the twice born the Brahmin is the best, and among Brahmins he who knows the Vedas is superior. Those who have realized Vedic knowledge are even better, and among those the best are they who practice their knowledge in life. I am of the opinion that you are the best of all men, having realized the supreme Brahman. Your knowledge and wisdom are equal to Brihaspati's. You know what kind of man Yudhishthira is and how the Kṛṣṇa stole his kingdom. You also know the situation in Hastinapura, as well as the nature and disposition of Dhrupada and his son. Duryodhana will not voluntarily return Yudhishthira's kingdom. His old father, blinded by attachment, will follow his lead." Drupada then explained that although he should go to Hastinapura to ask Dhrupada to return the Pandavas' kingdom, there was another purpose. He knew that Duryodhana and his father could not be swayed by reason. The priest's job, therefore, was to convince other Kuru leaders of the righteousness of Yudhishthira's claim and of Duryodhana's foolishness in bringing on war. After 13 years of listening to Duryodhana, few among the Kurus may still recognize the truth. The cruel and dishonest treatment meted out to the Pandavas at the dice game might have been all but forgotten. Even the wise and ever virtuous Balarama seemed to have been influenced toward the Kauravas. By speaking words of virtue and truth, you will win the hearts of honest men. Vidura will support you, as will Bhma, Dro and Kapa. In this way, you will create dissension among the Kurus. They will lose time trying to re-establish unity among themselves, and that will allow us to make further preparations for war. It may even be that Tara, moved by your words, will act upon them and do what is right. In any event, we will benefit from your going there. Do not fear for yourself, as they will certainly respect you. You are a learned Brahmin and an ambassador, as well as an aged and virtuous man. After receiving Drupada's request, the priest left immediately for Hastinpura. Chapter 41. The kings chose sides. While both the Kauravas and Pandavas were preparing for war, Kṛṣṇa and the Pandavas returned to Dwaraka. Duryodhana heard of Kṛṣṇa's arrival and decided to go personally to ask his assistance. Having learned from his spies of the Pandavas' preparations, the Kuru monarch had already sent messengers to every part of the globe to seek other kings' assistance, but Kṛṣṇa was so powerful that he warranted a personal request. Kṛṣṇa and the Pandavas were the greatest warriors on earth. If Duryodhana could secure their assistance, then the Pandavas would stand no chance. Kṛṣṇa was their main support. Accompanied only by a few bodyguards, Duryodhana mounted the best of his horses and set out for Dwaraka at a gallop. In Virata, Arjuna also thought of Kṛṣṇa. After consulting Yudhishthira, he too decided to go personally to seek his friend's help. Leaving in a swift chariot, he soon arrived in Dwaraka. As he reached Kṛṣṇa's palace, he saw the palace guards receiving Duryodhana. The two princes, after greeting each other in a friendly way, went together to Kṛṣṇa's chamber. They found him asleep on a large bed. One of his wives was fanning him gently. Duryodhana went straight to the head of the bed and sat down, but Arjuna remained at Kṛṣṇa's feet, standing with palms folded and gazing at his face with tears of affection in his eyes. After a while Kṛṣṇa awoke. As he opened his eyes he saw Arjuna, who bowed to him in love. Then Kṛṣṇa sat up and saw Duryodhana by his head. He immediately welcomed both visitors. After honoring them, he inquired why they had each come. Duryodhana replied, "It is well known that you are equally disposed toward both myself and Arjuna. I have come here to seek your assistance in the war which will soon be fought among us. Indeed, O killer of Madhu, I arrived before Arjuna and thus it is only right that you assist me rather than him. This is the practice of good men, and you, Kṛṣṇa, are the best of men." Kṛṣṇa looked smilingly at Duryodhana. "I accept that you arrived first, O king, but I saw first Arjuna. Therefore, I think I will help both of you. Scripture ordains that one should help the youngest first, so I will first offer my assistance to Arjuna. I have an army of 1,000,000 soldiers known as the Naryas, all equal to me in battle. Let one of you take them and let the other take me alone. But I will not fight. Indeed, I plan to leave my weapons aside during the entire battle. O son of Kunt, what do you choose?" Without hesitating Arjuna chose Kṛṣṇa. Duryodhana could hardly conceal his joy. Arjuna's sentimentality had overpowered his reason. He had forsaken Kṛṣṇa's invincible army in favor of Kṛṣṇa himself, who would not even fight. What a mistake. Smiling slightly, Duryodhana said, "It seems then that I am left with the army. With your permission, O Kṛṣṇa, I shall now depart." Having received Kṛṣṇa's army, Duryodhana thanked him and left. He made his way to Balarama's palace. He knew that Balarama was always favorable toward him. Surely he would take his side in the war. Duryodhana found Balarama seated in his palace. After greeting him with words of affection and praise, Duryodhana submitted his plea. Balarama, his hand resting on his plow weapon, looked grave. "O son of Kuru, for your sake I spoke out in Virata's assembly at the time of Abhimanyu's marriage. I pointed out to Kṛṣṇa that our relations with you and the Pandavas are equal, and that your cause is as just as that of the Pandavas. O hero, Kṛṣṇa did not accept my words. I cannot for a moment exist apart from Kṛṣṇa. Therefore, I have decided to help neither side. I will take no part whatsoever in the upcoming war. Fight according to Kshatriya principles, O best of men. May good fortune be yours." Balarama stood up and embraced Duryodhana. Knowing that Kṛṣṇa had sided with the Pandavas, he considered the Kauravas already defeated. Duryodhana left Balarama's palace and went to see Kṛṣṇa, the Pandava commander-in-chief. He asked for his help and Kṛṣṇa, in accordance with Kshatriya custom, could not refuse. He agreed to fight on the Kaurava side along with the 1,000,000 warriors already given by Kṛṣṇa. He thus gathered the army and prepared to leave with Duryodhana. Surrounded by the terrible-looking forces and with Kṛṣṇa by his side, Duryodhana headed back toward Hastinapura with a light heart. In Kṛṣṇa's chamber, Arjuna and Kṛṣṇa were alone. Kṛṣṇa asked, "Why did you choose me knowing I will not fight over my army? There is no doubt that wherever you are there will be victory. If you desired it, you could slay all the Kūras. In your presence, O foremost among men, I too will be able to kill them all. You are the most famous and illustrious person in the world, and I will attain a similar fame by gaining victory in this war. O Kṛṣṇa, it has long been my desire that you act as my charioteer. Please fulfill my desire if you find it acceptable. It is fitting, O son of Kunt, that you measure yourself against me." Kṛṣṇa replied softly. He placed a bejeweled hand on Arjuna's shoulder. "I shall gladly act as your charioteer. Let your desire be fulfilled." The two friends spent some time together in Dwarak and then prepared to leave. Surrounded by many Yadu chiefs and warriors, they set off for Virata. King Alaya of Madras received news about the impending war. As the brother of Pu's second wife, Mdr, he wanted to assist his nephews, the Pandavas. He had already formed a strong friendship with Yudhishthira, and he longed to see him again. Taking his army, he left his city to go to Virata. While traveling, Alaya's army occupied an area of 4 square miles. With their flashing armor and bright pennants, they appeared like a moving sea covered with gems. They traveled in slow marches toward Virata, shaking the earth and sending up massive clouds of dust. Hearing that the Madras army was on the move, Duryodhana arranged a regal reception for them along the way. He had palaces erected in charming spots, well decorated with gems. The Kaurava sent artists for their entertainment and had the best of food and drink laid out for the entire army. Artificial lakes adorned with lotuses and fountains were constructed, with fine seats arranged around them. As Alaya approached each place, he was greeted by thousands of Brahmins, who received him with worship and adoration. He was shown to a palace that would have been suitable for the gods. Greeted with honors befitting Indra, Alaya was pleased, thinking too highly of himself and too little of the king of the gods. Assuming that Yudhishthira had made all the arrangements, he asked his servants, "Where are Yudhishthira's men? Fetch them, for I would like to reward them." The servants looked surprised. They went to Duryodhana, who had remained concealed from Alaya, and informed him of everything. When Alaya had become so pleased that he was ready to give away even his life, Duryodhana revealed himself. Bowing before his maternal uncle, the Kaurava prince said, "You are welcome. Please instruct me what else I can do for you." It was Alaya's turn to be surprised. He embraced Duryodhana and replied, "I am satisfied by your reception. Ask from me what you may desire." Duryodhana folded his palms. "Grant me an auspicious boon, O illustrious man. Become a leader in my army." Alaya realized that he had been tricked, but out of honor he could not refuse Duryodhana's request. He replied, "It is done. What else do you desire?" Duryodhana said that he had no other desire. With joy he continued to repeat Alaya's words, "It is done." Disappointed that he would now be opposing the Pandavas in battle, Alaya said, "O king, O best among men, go back to your capital. You shall soon see me there, but first I want to see Yudhishthira. Then I will come and join your army. You may go, but please return quickly. I am depending on you. Do not forget your promise." After embracing, the two men parted and Alaya continued on to Virata. He saw the Pandavas there and was greeted by all of them with respect. They embraced him and sat him on a beautiful seat. Alaya gazed at his nephews with tear-filled eyes. "It is good to see all you heroes hale and hearty after your exile. How have you passed these last 13 years? Nothing but misery attends one who has lost a kingdom. But now your suffering, brought on by Dharma's son, will end as you slay your enemies." Alaya looked at Yudhishthira sitting at his feet. "O great devotee of God, no one has seen even a trace of greed in your character. Like the kings of old, you exhibit self-control, forgiveness, truth, non-violence, and all the other qualities that are so rare in this world. You are mild, generous, religious, and attached to virtue. O chief among kings, it is fortunate that I am able to see you freed at last from your difficulties." Alaya then told Yudhishthira about his meeting with Duryodhana and his promise to the Kaurava prince. Although Yudhishthira was disappointed, he agreed that it was a point of honor. He said, "O king, you have done the right thing by granting such a boon when you were pleased at heart. You had no choice and I do not criticize you for it. Still, I have a request. You can do us a great favor in the coming war with our cousins. It is well known that you are a charioteer without equal in this world. I have no doubt that when the final battle takes place between Arjuna and Kṛṣṇa, you will be asked to drive Kṛṣṇa's chariot. At that time you should do whatever you can to discourage Kṛṣṇa and take away his energy to fight. Although it is improper to ask this of you, O hero, still I ask it out of fear of the Suta's son. We must by any and all means defeat that evil-minded one. Alaya felt pleased that, although he had been forced into fighting for Duryodhana, there was still something he could do for Yudhishthira. The news of the Pandavas' exile had greatly upset him. It was outrageous that the Kṛṣṇa had allowed such a thing to happen. His brother-in-law Pu would have been mortified if he had been alive. How could the Kṛṣṇa expect any good fortune when they injured men of the Pandavas' caliber, and especially when they insulted a woman like Draupadi? Alaya said, I will surely do as you ask, O noble-minded one. I do not doubt that Duryodhana will have me drive Kṛṣṇa's chariot. At that time I will say those things which are calculated to deprive him of energy. O king, all the miseries you have endured at Duryodhana and Kṛṣṇa's hands will soon give rise to your happiness. This is the way of the world, O hero. Do not blame yourself. Everything is under the control of supreme destiny. It is the Lord's arrangement only that great personalities like you suffer difficulties. Even the gods are sometimes obliged to suffer. I have heard that Indra has had to endure much misery, along with his queen. Yudhishthira asked Alaya to tell the story of Indra and how he had suffered. The Madras king recited the history in detail. Alaya was well known for his wisdom and knowledge, and even the Brahmins came forward to hear him speak. After speaking with the Pandavas for hours, it was time for Alaya to depart. Yudhishthira again worshipped him with due honor and reminded him of his promise. Assuring Yudhishthira that he would do whatever he could to assist him, Alaya bid the Pandavas farewell and made his way to Hastinapura. Soon after Alaya's departure, Astayaki returned from Dwarak. He brought with him a huge army consisting of chariots, horsemen, elephants and infantry. Bearing battle axes, swords, spears, lances, mallets, clubs, maces and bows of all sorts, the army appeared like clouds with lightning. A full Akshayani in number, it merged with Yudhishthira's forces like a river entering the sea. One after another, different kings came to Yudhishthira's side. Dhrishtaketu, the king of the Chedi, came with another Akshayani division, as did the king of Magadha, Jyotsna. The two kings Pandya and Virata also each supplied an Akshayani of powerful warriors. Finally, Drupada brought his army, assembled from various countries and led by his two sons, which amounted to 2 full Akshayanis. Within only a few months, 7 Akshayanis stood ready at Virata to fight for the Pandavas. In Hastinapura, various other kings were coming to assist Duryodhana. They amassed 11 Akshayanis. The soldiers crowded Hastinapura and its surrounding region so that there was hardly any free space anywhere. Duryodhana had arranged for a vast army of Vyas and Dras, greater in number than even the warriors themselves, to ensure that the soldiers received sufficient care while they awaited the order to march into battle. All that remained to be done was to meet with the Pandavas or their emissaries. If no agreement could be reached and Duryodhana planned for no agreements, then the war would begin. The Kṛṣṇa, informed that a messenger was on his way, waited expectantly. Drupada's priest arrived at Hastinapura soon after the troops had assembled. As he approached the city from a distance, he saw those soldiers camped everywhere like masses of clouds descended to earth. Entering Hastinapura, he made his way through the crowds and came to Dhrishtakra's palace, where he was received by the king himself, along with Bhishma and Vidura. They brought him straight to the royal court. After worshipping him with arghya and other offerings, they invited him to address the assembly. Looking around at the many kings and ministers seated in Dhrishtakra's great hall, the priest spoke. As you all know, Dhrishtakra and Pu are brothers. Therefore, their claim to their paternal kingdom is equal. No one doubts this to be true. Yet although Dhrishtakra's sons have inherited their share of the kingdom, the Pandavas have been denied theirs. Dhrishtakra's sons wrested the Pandavas' kingdom and wealth which they fairly acquired through the practice of virtue. Even before that the Kauravas attempted to kill their honest cousins in different ways. Because the Pandavas' life duration has still not expired, the Kauravas were unsuccessful in their attempts. Despite all this, Yudhishthira bears no ill will toward them. He has accepted all tribulations without complaint. Now he wishes only to have his rightful property returned. Although he has suffered the severest miseries in this court, in the forest, and at Virata, he does not long for war. The priest paused and looked at Dhrishtakra. The blind king shifted uncomfortably on his throne. Shafts of sunlight entered through the latticed windows, illuminating his pained expression. By his side Bhishma and Vidura slowly shook their heads, remembering again the terrible day when Pu's sons had been sent away. They looked intently at the priest as he continued. The Pandavas wish for a peaceful settlement. They do not want to gain back what is theirs by ruining the world. Forgetting their troubles these last 13 years, they are prepared to live in friendship with their cousins. But their kingdom must be returned. They have gathered 7 Akshanis and prepared them for battle. Although you have a greater force, you should not consider yourselves more powerful. The Pandavas have Kṛṣṇa on their side, who possesses inconceivable power. They are also assisted by Drupada, Pandya, Dyadyumna, Ikha and other mighty monarchs. Each of the Pandava brothers is a Mahābhārata. Arjuna alone exceeds the strength of your entire army, O descendants of Bharata. What man would dare face Dhananjaya when he comes out to fight, his chariot guided by the immortal Kṛṣṇa? Therefore act according to virtue. Give back what should be returned. Do not miss this opportunity. The assembly remained silent when the priest had stopped speaking. Everyone's eyes turned toward Dhrupada. It was up to him to respond. The Kuru monarch said nothing. Duryodhana smiled and glanced at Kṛṣṇa. This old priest was wasting his time. They had an army almost twice the size of the Pandavas' forces. Where was the question of surrendering anything to Yudhishthira? The Kaurava prince looked around the assembly at the silent kings and ministers. Bhishma broke the silence. He thanked and praised the priest with gentle words. Then he said, O learned one, it is fortunate that the Pandavas are doing well and that they have secured the assistance of many kings. It is especially fortunate that Damodara, Kṛṣṇa, has taken their part. It is fortunate indeed that they desire to act virtuously and that they wish for peace. You have spoken the truth. Your words are sharp, in keeping with your status as a Brahmin. All the Pandavas have borne many troubles and are certainly entitled to their father's wealth. Not even the holder of the thunderbolt could keep that from them, what to speak of those bearing the bow. There is little doubt, as you say, that Arjuna alone can defeat our army. He could stand against the 3 worlds. Kara sprung to his feet. Catching Duryodhana's eye, he barked at the priest, insolently interrupting Bhishma. O Brahmin, you are wasting your time. Yudhishthira was fairly defeated and went to the forest in accordance with his vow. I do not believe that the prescribed term has even ended. Why then are the Pandavas demanding their kingdom? Duryodhana will not yield even an inch of land out of fear, but out of virtue he could give the entire earth. Let the Pandavas first keep their vow and then come humbly before Duryodhana, who will doubtlessly afford them refuge. If they desire to abandon righteousness and seek battle, however, they will meet only grief. Kara glared. Both he and Duryodhana refused to accept that the Pandavas had fulfilled their vow. They did not believe that Bhishma's astronomical calculations were correct. According to their own estimations, there were a few months left. Duryodhana would not even consider negotiating with the Pandavas. The prince nodded in agreement as his friend spoke. Bhishma turned toward Kṛṣṇa. O son of Radha, why do you talk so much? Do you not recall how during the fight in the Matsya kingdom Arjuna single-handedly defeated all of our principal warriors, including you? You have seen his prowess often enough. If we do not do what this Brahmin says, we will all be killed. Some of the kings present agreed with Bhishma while others praised Kṛṣṇa. The hall buzzed with voices and Dhrupada raised his hand for silence. He rebuked Kṛṣṇa, then solaced Bhishma. Then he addressed the assembly. In my opinion, Bhishma has spoken well. He speaks for our interests and for the interests of the entire world. I need time to deliberate. Let the assembly be adjourned. O Brahmin, go back to the Pandavas and tell them that I shall send Sajjaya soon with my reply. After the priest had been worshipped by Dhrupada's court Brahmins, he left the assembly. Everyone then returned to their own abodes, leaving Dhrupada alone with his personal servants. The blind king pressed his hands together. There was no doubt that Bhishma had spoken wisely, as he always did. Dhrupada could not ignore his assessment of the situation, especially when it was shared by Vidura, Dro and Kapa. These were all learned and virtuous men. Now they were imploring him to control Duryodhana and return Yudhishthira's kingdom to him. But whenever he spoke to his son he felt powerless in his hands. Even when he tried to instruct Duryodhana in righteousness, Duryodhana simply laughed. The prince's view of righteousness did not include justice for the Pandavas. It seemed that providence was in control and that they were all moving inevitably towards some divine plan. Dhrupada sighed and loosened his heavy royal robes. Perhaps he should take stern action and have his son chastised and even imprisoned, but he simply felt unable. All he could do was advise the prince for his own good. After that, it was between him and his own destiny how he chose to act. The king called for Sajaya. Sajaya was intelligent and affectionate toward the Pandavas. He would certainly be the best man to send as an envoy to them. He would know what to say to pacify them. Perhaps he would even be able to prevent a war. Sajaya entered the room and, after he had announced himself, Tara said, "O Sajaya, the sons of Pu are now living in Virata. Please go to them and convey my feelings. O learned one, I have never heard of faults in those men. Even now, after suffering so much at our hands, they remain friendly toward us. They act only to acquire virtue and never fall into ignorance, folly or laziness. Those heroes have conquered their senses and live only for others' benefit. They have no enemies other than that great weak-brained fool, my son, Duryodhana, and the still meaner Kṛṣṇa. Duryodhana is strong only at the beginning of endeavors because he is so given to indulgence. Still, he thinks himself capable of robbing the Pandavas of their rightful share. Who could hope to stand against Yudhishthira, Kṛṣṇa, Arjuna, Bhishma, Mdr's twin sons, Satyaki, and the other great kings? Indeed, Arjuna alone, with Kṛṣṇa guiding his chariot, can subdue the three worlds. His arrows fly in clouds, roaring like thunder and sweeping away everything in their path. Tara had thought about the upcoming battle again and again. He knew his sons did not stand a chance. Although they had a bigger army, that would not stop the Pandavas, assisted as they were by Kṛṣṇa, from winning. Tara revealed his fears to Sajaya. No one can hope to conquer Kṛṣṇa. He is always victorious. He is the best of all men and the Lord of the worlds. With his support the Pandavas could, I am certain, stand against the celestial host, headed by Indra and Mahadeva. Just he and Arjuna together have already shown their power at Kṛṣṇa. What then can we expect when they are united with Bhishma and the twins? Our army is finished. The Pandavas' power is inestimable. O Sajaya, let me tell you about the other kings who have rallied to their cause. Tara had already heard from his spies about the situation in Virata. After listing all the kings supporting the Pandavas, he again turned to the discussion of Kṛṣṇa. It was Kṛṣṇa he feared. Just see how easily he had slain the mighty Ipla, Naraka, Kasa, and so many others. He is surely Viyu incarnate. Thinking of Kṛṣṇa's power and Viyu's deeds in former ages, I find no peace, O son of Gavalgani. Perhaps the only person I fear more is Yudhishthira. I do not fear anyone as I fear him. He has long practiced austerity and dedicated himself to virtue. Whoever receives his wrath will be consumed like a reed falling into fire. His cause is just. This also frightens me. Therefore, go on a swift car to the high-minded Pandava and speak affectionate and kind words. Tell him that I desire peace and will comply with any request he makes. Inquire after his welfare and that of his friends and followers. Say whatever you feel is appropriate to promote the interests of our race. Do not speak anything which will give rise to hostility. Without offering assurance that the Pandavas would regain their kingdom, Tara gave his own message to Sajaya and then asked him to leave at once. Chapter 42 Tara's message. The Pandavas were sitting alone with Kṛṣṇa when they received word of Sajaya's arrival. Yudhishthira asked that he be brought in at once and then received him warmly. Sajaya bowed before Kṛṣṇa and all the brothers. After he was seated he said to Yudhishthira, "It is fortunate, O king, that I find you in good health and among friends. Surrounded by your brothers and the illustrious Kṛṣṇa, you appear like Indra." The aged and wise Tara inquires after your welfare, along with the well-being of your wife and other relatives. After saying that everything was well, and asking after the Kṛṣṇa's welfare, Yudhishthira said, "Do the Kṛṣṇa still think well of us? Do they remember Arjuna's unequaled prowess and that he can send 60 arrows at once from his bow? Do they remember the mighty Bhishma, who can make entire armies tremble when he picks up his mace? Do they remember the twins, who conquered so many regions of the earth by the strength of their arms? Surely Tara's sons have not forgotten the defeat they met at Dvana when Bhishma and Arjuna had them released. Although we would be their friends and live with them in peace, I fear this will not come to pass. Alas, Sajaya, there seems to be no way to win Duryodhana over despite our best endeavors." "It is exactly as you say," Sajaya replied sadly. "The Kṛṣṇa are well and they certainly remember you. Duryodhana is surrounded by both wise and wicked men, but he takes his inspiration only from the latter. His behavior toward you is surely reprehensible. His father sincerely regrets it. Indeed, the old king often sits sighing, lost in feelings of repentance for the ill treatment you brothers have received at Kuru hands. He has consulted Brahmins and knows that conspiring against friends is the worst of all sins. The king wants only to make a lasting peace among us all. Yes, the Kṛṣṇa remember your power. It is a mystery how men of your caliber are forced to suffer so much misery, but we are sure that you will never abandon virtue for the sake of pleasure. O you who have created no enemies, listen now as I convey to you Dharma's message. Yudhishthira asked that Sajjaya speak the message before all the kings gathered at Virata's court. The charioteer then stood in their midst and bowed before speaking. I offer you my respects. Dharma has sent me here to say that he desires peace. He inquires about your welfare and asks with all sincerity that there be peace among us. This is what he said. The sons of Pu are all virtuous. They are incapable of a mean act. Yudhishthira is mild, generous and forgiving, and acts only for the welfare of all beings. How could he be responsible for an act which will destroy us all, which is sinful, and which leads only to hell, an act which will bring the same result regardless of who is successful? Blessed are those who promote their cousins' interests. They are truly sons, well-wishers and friends of the Kṛṣṇa who are prepared to sacrifice their own interests for that of the dynasty. Kṛṣṇa smiled. The kings glanced at each other. Dharma's message was clear. They listened as Sajjaya clarified it further. If you succeed in subjugating the Kauravas, O sons of Kṛṣṇa, and thus regain your kingdom, what will you gain? Having slain your relatives, your life will be like death. What will be the result of a battle in which heroes such as yourselves, Kieva, Styaki, Chekitana and others contend with Droa, Bhma, Kapa, Avatham and the Kuru warriors? It means total annihilation. There will be no good to either side. I find it hard to believe that the Pandavas are capable of causing such destruction. With clasped hands I fall at the feet of Kṛṣṇa and of the aged Drupada. Throwing myself upon your protection, I beg that all be well between the Kṛṣṇa and the Pandavas. If someone requested it, you would give up your lives. Why, then, would you not act to preserve all these warriors? The hall remained silent. Yudhishthira waited until Sajjaya had taken his seat and said mildly, What have I said that made you think I wanted war, Sajjaya? What men, so cursed by the gods, would choose war when peace could be made? The sons of Kṛṣṇa will act only according to virtue and thus bring happiness to all. One who acts according to the senses dictates follows the path leading to misery. We become free from misery only when we are free from the longing to gratify our senses. Dharma and his foolish sons fail to understand this truth. Thus they act in ways which never bring happiness. Yudhishthira looked at Kṛṣṇa, who smiled in approval. The Pandava stood up as he continued to speak, appearing in his robes and ornaments like a golden banner raised in honor of Indra. Having accepted the advice of his dull-headed son, who is wicked and addicted to sin, the king now laments. Why did he not heed Vidura's words, who desired only the Kṛṣṇa's well-being? To gain prestige for himself, Duryodhana seeks to deprive others of prestige. He is jealous, wrathful, haughty, spiteful, and filled with lust. Dharma knows what his son has done, but still he chooses to follow him, thus forsaking both virtue and pleasure. He cannot hold his ill-gotten gains for long, although he wishes for unending prosperity. He and his son desire to rule the earth undisputed. We have heard nothing to indicate that they have changed their minds, O Sajjaya. They now consider whatever of our wealth they possess to be rightfully theirs. Yudhishthira indicated the kings who sat in a circle around the hall. All these monarchs know well how Duryodhana came to possess our kingdom. He and his brothers, along with the unintelligent Kare, think they can overcome us in battle. Obviously, they have not seen Arjuna with his jiva bow stretched to its limit, nor have they seen Bhma whirling his mace or the twins with their swords in hand. Sajjaya, you know the troubles we have borne at the Kṛṣṇa's hands. Even so I forgive them. Let there be peace between us. Let them return Indraprastha to me and they keep haste in Pura. Let Dharma return what is rightfully ours. Sajjaya had delivered Dharma's message, but he now wished to speak on his own behalf. He was surprised to see the usually peaceful Yudhishthira so inclined toward war. There can be no doubt that you are attached to virtue, O king of men. Why do you desire to destroy the Kṛṣṇa? Death may come at any moment. It behooves all men to remain fixed on the path of truth. No one should even contemplate sin, for that may immediately lead one to hell. O Bharata, if the Kṛṣṇa will not return your kingdom without war, would it not be better for you to live as a beggar than to seek to annihilate them? Indeed, you could live happily with Kṛṣṇa and the Vaidavas. Desire for wealth is the enemy of virtue. A wise man should shun it entirely. One who renounces desires and lives simply, even though devoid of wealth, shines like the sun and becomes famous in this world. But one who is the slave of desire, even if he obtains the earth, is ruined. As Dharma's intimate servant, Sajjaya wanted to carry out his mission to secure peace. He knew the Kauravas could not win in a war, but he also doubted Yudhishthira's motives. Sajaya was a spiritual disciple of Vaisadeva and had received many instructions from the eye. It seemed to him that Yudhishthira was allowing himself to be overpowered by material desire without considering what might be in his spiritual interests. Sajaya maintained a respectful tone. O son of Pth, you have studied all the Vedas and performed asceticism. You have controlled your mind and senses and you are dedicated to performing sacrifices and giving charity. Why are you now giving way to anger? You are already famous in this world as a man of the highest principles. You have presided over the Arjamsya and offered gifts to hundreds of thousands of Brahmins. O king, do not let this go in vain by now committing a great sin. Do not act impelled by malice and thereby destroy the results of all your asceticism and sacrifice. Forbearance is surely best for you now, not the enjoyment gained at the cost of great men's lives. What happiness do you think you will enjoy when you and your brothers have slain all your relatives? Even after gaining the earth, you will have to reap the results of your good and bad deeds. Happiness and distress will arrive in due course, and in the end you will meet with decrepitude and death. O hero, knowing all this you should not fight. If your advisors would have you fight, then you should abandon them. Do not forsake the path that leads to the worlds of the gods and beyond. Sajaya sat down again and Yudhishthira thought before replying. The sound of the jeweled fountains in the gardens just outside made a gentle cascading resonance. Temple bells chimed in the distance. Fragrant incense billowed through the hall. The kings awaited Yudhishthira. Finally, he said, it is undoubtedly as you say. One should never stray from virtue. But before blaming me, you should first ascertain whether it is virtue or vice I am following. Sometimes virtue may look like vice and vice as virtue. Only after careful deliberation can one discriminate between the two. All men should follow the duties prescribed for them according to their respective social positions. Brahmins may beg for a living, but Kshatriyas may never beg. Even in times of distress, kings and rulers should not accept alms. The Creator has ordained that we should live by gaining lordship over lands and protecting the people. I would not accept this entire earth, nor even the kingdoms of the gods, through unrighteousness. Here is Kṛṣṇa. He knows every facet of Vedic knowledge and possesses full wisdom. Let him decide what is right in this case. I will always follow his dictate and will never ignore his advice. Kṛṣṇa is our friend and well-wisher. We will hear his opinion and decide what should be done. As Yudhishthira took his seat, Kṛṣṇa stood. His bodily luster seemed to illuminate the hall with a mystical radiance. Shining yellow silks and gold ornaments framed his complexion, which resembled a blackish autumnal rain cloud. Turning his lotus-petal eyes towards Sajaya, he said, O Sajaya, I desire that both the Pandavas and the Kauravas be happy and prosperous. I want peace and I am happy to see that Dharma also desires it. Yudhishthira has already shown a rare kind of commitment to peace, since it is he who has been antagonized and abused by the Kauravas. Why should he suddenly wish to escalate the conflict between himself and his cousins? Surely, Sajaya, you know as well as I do the nature of right and wrong. Why, then, do you find fault with Pu's son, who has always adhered to his duties as they have been laid down in the scripture since the days of old? Regarding our present discussion, there are two schools of thought among the Brahmins. Some say that by renouncing our duties we shall achieve perfection, and others say that duties should never be renounced but should be performed without attachment. My opinion concurs with this latter view, O Sajaya. Even to maintain himself a man must perform his duties in this world. Knowledge without work yields no fruit. Kṛṣṇa held up a bejeweled hand as he spoke. See how the gods in heaven shine through work, how through work the wind blows and the sleepless sun gives rise to day and night. Sleepless does the earth goddess carry her load, and sleepless do the rivers carry their waters to satisfy all creatures. Indra attained his exalted status by giving up pleasure and sense gratification. This is true of all the principal deities. Knowing this, O Suta, why do you plead on behalf of the Kauravas, exhorting the Pandavas to renounce their prescribed duties? You are wise and aware of the truth. Then consider this question. Does a king's duty lie in fighting or in not fighting? Surely you know that the Creator endowed kings with the power to check and even kill miscreants. Dharma has robbed Yudhishthira of his rightful property. Whether one steals covertly or openly, stealing is sinful. Should Duryodhana and his followers not then face the consequences of their sin? Is Yudhishthira not justified in seeking to recover his stolen property, even if it means killing the robbers? Kṛṣṇa looked at Yudhishthira and his brothers, who sat together like a pride of lions. The eyes of all the kings turned toward them as Kṛṣṇa continued. Certainly Yudhishthira desires peace. But if his kingdom is not returned, then in my opinion it is his duty to declare war. Indeed, it would be virtuous and praiseworthy to be killed fighting in such a religious war. It is better that Yudhishthira regain his own ancestral kingdom than to take the kingdom of another. O Sajjaya, go now and lay these ancient principles before Dharma amid his sons and the assembled chiefs of the various countries. Kṛṣṇa paused. His audience was absorbed, accepting his gently spoken arguments. Even Sajjaya nodded his head in agreement as Kṛṣṇa went on. My dear Sajjaya, let me remind you that the Kṛṣṇa committed their sin in their own council hall. All of them, even Bhishma, was silent when the chaste Draupadi stood weeping in Dushasana's clutches. That slave of lust viciously dragged her before her fathers-in-law to abuse and insult her. If Dharma had checked his sons, he would then have pleased me. He and all the Kṛṣṇa said nothing. That is, all except Vidura and one honest Kshatriya. The other kings also remained silent. You too, Sajjaya, did not utter a word. Now you want to preach righteousness to Yudhishthira. Kṛṣṇa's eyes flashed as he described the incident. At that time Kara spoke such sharp words to Draupadi that they pierced her heart. Become the Kaurava slave, the fool said. Your husbands are no longer your husbands. Choose another man. Kara's arrow of words also buried itself deep into Arjuna's heart. The sinful Akuni again and again urged Yudhishthira in the dice game. You have only Draupadi left. Stake her, O king. Again, when the Pandavas were about to depart to honor their vow, clad in black deerskins, Dushasana said, These eunuchs, vanquished and ruined, are going to hell for a long time. Kṛṣṇa paused again to allow his words to sink in. After 13 years the shock of those terrible events had worn off, but as Kṛṣṇa described them, Sajjaya remembered the horror of that day. He knew he had been wrong to stand by silently as Duryodhana and his friends committed their crime. Out of loyalty to the blind king he had watched in anguish as the noble Pandavas, and especially their gentle wife, had suffered unbearable insults. Without doubt the seeds of the present calamity had been sown at that time. The arrows the Kauravas had shot at that time would now come back at them as blazing shafts launched from the Jiva. The elder silence on that day would soon be answered by the clamor of fierce battle. Sajjaya bowed his head. Kṛṣṇa continued. I shall go to Hastinapura to remind the Kṛṣṇa of all these events. We will settle the matter. If I can bring about peace without injuring the Pandavas' interests, then I will have performed a virtuous act. I will also have released the Kṛṣṇa from the clutches of death. I hope Dharma's sons will receive me with respect when I go there to speak of virtue and humanity. If it is otherwise, you can be sure that those men, consumed by their own viciousness, will lose everything on the battlefield. At the proper time, Bhishma, mace in hand, will remind Duryodhana of his cruel words. Looking around the hall, Kṛṣṇa concluded with a number of poetic metaphors. Duryodhana is a tree full of malice, Kara is its trunk, Akuni its branch, Dushasana and his brothers the numerous fruits and flowers, and the blind king Dharma its root. On the other hand, Yudhishthira is a tall tree full of virtue, Arjuna is its trunk, Bhishma its branch, and the twins its fruits and flowers. I myself, along with the Vedas and the Brahmins, are its root. O Sajjaya, tell your master that peace with the Pandavas is the only intelligent course. The Kṛṣṇa are like a forest and the Pandavas are the tigers. Without tigers men would cut down the trees, and without the forest the tigers have no protection. They need each other. The Kauravas are creepers of virtue while the Pandavas are huge cell trees. Without the support of a tree the creepers cannot grow. Pu's sons are ready to either wait on Dharma or ready to fight. Everything depends on how the king acts now. Go back, wise one, and explain all this to Dharma. Sajjaya made no reply. He knew that Kṛṣṇa spoke the truth. Bowing respectfully to him, he turned to Yudhishthira and said, With your permission I will leave. O God among men, I hope I have not offended you in any way. After saying goodbye to Janradana, Bhishma, Arjuna and Mdr's sons, as well as the other heroes in the assembly, please give me leave to depart. May happiness and prosperity be yours. May the king look upon you with goodwill. Yudhishthira folded his palms toward Dharma's secretary and replied, O Sajjaya, we know you are our well-wisher. Your speech did not offend us, for you spoke with a pure heart. Surely you are our favorite and you have always shown us so much affection. Other than you, only Vidura could have come here. O wise one, please convey our regards to our elders and friends. Offer our respects to the Brahmins and our affection to the people. Is the king protecting them well? O Sajjaya, are the arrangements we made for the well-being of all our subjects still in place? I hope no person is needy or afflicted within the Kṛṣṇa jurisdiction. Yudhishthira named the Kṛṣṇa one by one and asked Sajaya to go to each of them on his behalf and ask after their health. At last he said, "Go to Duryodhana, who is dull-headed, ignorant, wicked and addicted to vice, and say that the desire tormenting his heart for undisputed rulership is not justified. Tell him this: we shall not do anything disagreeable to you. Either give back Indraprastha or fight, O chief of the Bharatas." The assembled kings cheered Yudhishthira's words and the Pava raised his hand to silence them. Turning again to Sajaya he said, "I pray that the Supreme Lord will bless that foolish man with wisdom. Sajaya, also say this to Duryodhana: Pu's sons are ready to forget even the derobing and abuse of their wife just so that the Kṛṣṇa may not be slaughtered. We will bear all the ills and insults they have heaped upon us, but we want our due share. O best among men, give up your greed for others' property. Only then will there be peace. We will accept even one province so that we may perform our God-given duty of ruling over and protecting the people. Give us just 5 villages, one for each of us, and let there be an end to this quarrel. Let brother follow brother and father unite with son. I desire to see the Kauravas and the Pachalas coming together with cheerful hearts. To do my duty I am prepared for peace or war. The choice is in your hands." When Yudhishthira was finished, each of his brothers gave messages for the Kauravas. When they had all spoken, Sajaya said he would repeat their messages exactly as they had been spoken. Then he bowed before the assembly and departed for haste in Pura. Chapter 43 Anxiety for the blind king. Dharma sat alone in his chambers. Sajaya had been gone for days and was due back at any time. The king wondered how the Pavas would receive his message. Surely the gentle Yudhishthira would not opt for war. How could he condone killing his beloved elders? But he would certainly act on Kṛṣṇa's advice. Kṛṣṇa was an unknown element. Dharma could not fathom his motivations or intentions. Sometimes he seemed impartial, or at least he said he was, yet he always appeared to favor the Pavas. Then again he had given his army to Duryodhana and had promised not to fight. It was difficult to understand. As Dharma sat thinking, a messenger entered his room to inform him that Sajaya had returned. The king asked that Sajaya be shown in at once. Sajaya entered the chamber with clasped hands and stood before Dharma. "O Lord of the earth, I am Sajaya, returned from seeing the Pavas. Yudhishthira sends his greetings and asks after your health and that of your sons and grandsons. Blessings to you, Sajaya. Welcome back. Tell me how Yudhishthira, who creates no enemies, is faring. Are he and his brothers well?" "All is well with the Pavas. Yudhishthira desires to have what was formerly his. In his opinion, virtue is superior to acquiring wealth, and it is the essence of happiness and joy. That godly man, motivated only by virtue, wishes to again protect the people in accord with the eternal duties the Creator has assigned to him. Surely men are puppets led by God's will. Otherwise, how could the Pavas have suffered so much? I think that as long as a powerful man does not have an opportunity to rectify things, his antagonists will prosper. Your acts have been indescribably sinful, O king, and you will soon receive their results." Yudhishthira, having cast away sin as a snake loves its skin, is now resplendent amid other heroes. Sajaya's long and intimate relationship with Dharma allowed him to be frank. The king winced as his secretary continued. "Reflect carefully on your course, O king, because your motives are suicidal. You have acted dishonorably toward the Pavas, and you have achieved neither virtue nor wealth. Vicious and cruel, your deeds have earned you only shame and censure among men. We can understand such actions from low-class men with poor education, but you are born in the line of Bharata and have been advised by many wise ministers. You too are wise and know the difference between right and wrong. Why, then, do you act to bring about the destruction of your race?" Dharma pressed a forefinger and thumb into his eyes. He felt unbearably hot, although he was being fanned on both sides by young maidens with chamara whisks. He unbuttoned his tunic and called for a cup of cool water. Sajaya did not relent. He could not bear to see his master bring about his own ruin. The time for diplomacy was past. Disaster was imminent. If there was any hope of averting it, the king needed to keep hearing the truth and do something soon. Surely the Pavas are aided by divine forces. Otherwise, how could Arjuna have gone to the heavens in his mortal body? God alone awards men the results of their deeds. Our exertions are useless if we fail to recognize this truth. Striving only for our own gratification, we will gain nothing but misery. O king, I blame you for the present situation. You have acted without regard for God's laws. If you do not reverse your decisions, you will be responsible for the annihilation of innumerable men. Arjuna will destroy the Kṛṣṇa as fire destroys a heap of dry grass. Influenced by your headstrong son, you think your success is sure. Thus you did not prevent the dice game. Now look at the result of such madness. O king, because you are weak you will not be able to retain sovereignty over this broad realm, any more than a fool can retain wealth suddenly gained. It was late and Sajaya was tired from his long journey. He asked Dhrupada's permission to take rest and said he would return in the morning to deliver Yudhishthira's message to the assembly. The king dismissed his servant with kind words. He knew that Sajaya had only his interests at heart, no matter how cutting his words. After Sajaya left, Dhrupada sat alone, his mind racked by painful thoughts. Everything depended upon him. It would surely be just to return Indraprastha to Yudhishthira, but Duryodhana would never agree. Would he be able to check him? It had been almost 20 years since Dhrupada had assumed the throne. Now he was lord of the earth, that is, he and Duryodhana, his empowered representative. To give Yudhishthira his kingdom would end all that. The self-effulgent Pandavas would soon re-establish their supremacy over their cousins. He and Duryodhana would be eclipsed. The king felt his limbs tremble. Having had such power, it would be worse than death to have it taken away. Although it was late, Dhrupada felt that he needed to hear from Vidura. No one could offer him impartial, thoughtful advice like Vidura. The king asked that Vidura be summoned, and within a short time he entered the chamber. "O you of great wisdom, I am Vidura, here at your command. Order me. What can I do for you? I am your servant." The king welcomed him warmly and had him sit at his side. He spoke in somber tones. "O Vidura, I have just spoken with Sajaya. He strongly criticized me. He has not yet told me what Yudhishthira said, and now I am anxious. My body is burning and I cannot sleep. Tell me how to cure my condition." Vidura, who had been called from his prayer and meditation, replied, "Sleeplessness overpowers one who has been attacked by a stronger man, the weak, those who have failed to attain their goal, those who have been robbed, those consumed by desire, and thieves. I hope that you do not fall into any of these categories, O king, nor that you are greedy for another's wealth." Vidura knew well the king's dilemma. He had discussed it with him on countless occasions, always offering him the same advice. Dhrupada had always ignored it. Vidura had repeatedly warned him of the eventual outcome of his acts, an outcome which was now imminent. Dhrupada was obviously realizing that fact. The king turned his head toward Vidura. "Speak wisdom to me, dear brother. Speak those words which are at once morally uplifting and also calculated to secure my welfare." Vidura's affection for his brother never waned, despite his brother's foolishness. He patiently advised him for his good, praying that one day the blind king would come to his senses. Perhaps now, with the approach of calamity, he would become more thoughtful. Vidura said, "Yudhishthira is a king graced with all the auspicious marks. He is fit to rule the world. You should have kept him near you, but you exiled him. For this blindness you are condemned, O king, although you know what is virtue. Because he is inoffensive, kind, forgiving and a lover of truth, Yudhishthira remembers your supremacy and patiently bears the hardships you have inflicted upon him. Having bestowed lordship of the world on Duryodhana, who bears enmity toward Yudhishthira, how can you now expect peace and prosperity?" Vidura had himself received many instructions from his sages, and he sought their association whenever it was available. Recalling the saint's words of wisdom, he became more gentle with Dhrupada as he continued to instruct him. The king listened attentively. He is said to be a wise man who cannot be deviated from his duties by anger, exaltation, pride, lust or ignorance, and who remains fixed on the highest goals of life. Attachment to the saintly, renouncing the association of blameworthy men, and maintaining faith and reverence toward elders are also signs of the wise. A wise man acts in accordance with religion, pursuing a course that benefits him in both this life and the next rather than one that offers only immediate pleasure. Wise men do not lament for what is lost, nor do they hanker for the unattainable. They rejoice in virtuous deeds and they shun sin. The wise understand this world to be temporary and miserable. They recognize God's supremacy and their own position as his servants. All their acts are aimed at pleasing the Lord and achieving his eternal abode. On the other hand, a fool is proud, even though ignorant, vain and poor. Fools try to achieve prosperity through sin, and hanker after others' property. Resorting to deceit and violence, a fool thinks nothing of hurting others to achieve his nefarious ends. A fool forsakes that which should be obtained and desires that which should not be desired. He is faithless, makes no offerings to the ancestors, and worships only himself. arrogant, angry and harsh of speech. He lacks discrimination and befriends those who should be foes while hating those worthy of friendship. Failing in his endeavors, he blames others and punishes the innocent. Such men are ultimately destroyed to their roots. Vidura instructed Dharma well into the night. He tried his best to turn the old king's mind toward virtue and truth. He had nothing new to say to Dharma. The Kuru monarch had often heard such teachings. He agreed with everything and even enjoyed hearing it. As Vidura spoke, the king recognized his own foolishness and sinfulness, and he freely admitted them. He prompted Vidura to speak more and more, asking question after question. The night ended with Vidura pointing out the certain results that would ensue if the king did not act fairly toward the Pandavas. But Dharma knew he could not find the strength to act upon Vidura's wisdom. He knew that even though he wanted to act properly, he would not have the will to cross Duryodhana. He knew that when he sat among the kings in the assembly the next morning, he would be unable to accede to Yudhishthira's request. Vidura understood the king's position. He knew his words were having little effect and decided that Dharma needed to hear from someone more spiritually potent. After having spoken to the king for several hours, he said finally, "I am Adra, O king. I cannot instruct you further, but I know of someone who can. The saintly Sanat has instructed me in the eternal Vedic truths on many occasions. I will invoke him and he will appear to speak to you. That sage has lived a life of perpetual celibacy. His words are powerful and pure. With your permission, I will call him." Dharma assented and Vidura sat in meditation, fixing his mind on Sanat. The I divined Vidura's thoughts by his own power and he came there at once. His body shone with a brilliant luster, and he carried a water pot and a staff in his hands. Vidura received him with due rights and offered him an elevated seat near the king. When the sage was sitting at his ease, Vidura said, "O Lord, the king has doubts I cannot clear. If it is your desire, please instruct him in the ancient truths as you have realized them. Only you can free him from duality and help him become fixed on the path of virtue." The I, who was clad in a black deerskin and had matted locks of hair, nodded. Seeing his willingness to speak, Vidura told the king to place his questions before him. Dharma said, "O Sanat, please guide me. Pray tell me how I can attain to the highest end of my life. Death comes to all beings, but I hear that you know the secret of defeating death. How should I act so that I might not be forever subjected to birth and death in this world?" Sanat replied, "You have asked how death may be avoided and eternal life attained. Listen, O king, and I shall instruct you to the best of my knowledge. It is said that actual death is ignorance. Where there is no ignorance, there is no death. He who is ruled by lust, anger and greed is ruled by Yamriya and will see that great god again and again. Falling into all kinds of hells he suffers unbearable miseries. Then he rises again and takes birth among animals and men in this world, once more beginning the cycle. One who controls his senses, however, and does not act on their dictates is saved from this suffering. To such a man who checks his mind and senses, death is a straw tiger. Therefore, you should avoid all sensual desires and cultivate knowledge of the eternal soul, which exists separately from the senses and is different from the body." Dharma asked, "What regions do those who control their senses attain? How should such a man act in this world?" "O sage, I am not satiated by hearing you speak only once." Sanat sat cross-legged on the golden seat, his two hands held in front of him with forefinger and thumb joined together as he spoke. "O king, one should perform sacrifice and penance aimed at pleasing the Supreme Person. If you do this, you will attain the supreme, eternal regions from which you will not return. Step by step, one should progress along the path of knowledge, never thinking oneself to be the material body and always acting to attain spiritual progress." Dharma flinched as the sage continued. The aged monarch already knew these teachings. He knew the sage spoke the truth. Dharma knew that his own actions had been far from submissive to those instructions. Worse than that, however, he knew he was unlikely to change. No doubt he would have to perform much asceticism and penance to atone for his sins. Maybe then he would finally be able to apply the saint's instructions. It seemed that for now, destiny was moving him to act in ways contrary to good advice. Feeling helpless in the face of his own weakness, Dharma went on questioning the I. Sanat could also see the king's inner feelings, but he continued to address him for his ultimate welfare. It was up to Dharma to choose his own course of action. The sage knew that all he could do was make clear the consequences of the various courses available to the king. Dhtara listened as Sanat Suyata described how the Supersoul pervades the universe and resides in the hearts of all living beings. The king asked, how can one come to know that Supersoul? The Supreme, who is known as Brahman, can only be known by one who has attained the same spiritual nature as him. That nature is attained by the practice of serving the spiritual master, studying the Vedas, observing celibacy, practicing asceticism, and abstaining from violence toward others. Gradually one will become free of the material nature's influence and become situated in his original spiritual nature. Then by meditation, one can know the Supreme. Dhtara was intrigued. What form does the immortal and omnipresent Supersoul have in this world? Is he white, red, black, or some other color? What are his attributes? He may appear as any color, but he is not like anything within your present experience. He is the form of the universe, but simultaneously appears in the heart in a form the size of your thumb. Everything rests in him and is absorbed back into him at the time of dissolution. He is without duality and yet from him springs the infinite varieties of creation. His arms and legs are everywhere yet he is still. He sees everything and he possesses all knowledge. No one is unknown to the Supreme Being. Returning to the king's question about how to know the Supersoul, the sage further described what behavior elevates one to the spiritual platform. He went on to explain about the nature of Brahman and the state one experiences when he attains that nature. Sanat Suyata spoke until the rising sun filled the king's chamber. Seeing that it was daybreak, the eye concluded his discourse and stood up to leave. Vidura touched his feet and both he and the king thanked him for his instructions. Sanat Suyata then vanished, leaving the two men to prepare themselves for the assembly. Chapter 44 Panic among the Kauravas. Duryodhana had risen early on the day of the assembly. He knew Sajaya was going to deliver Yudhishthira's message. After performing his morning ablutions and receiving the worship and praise of the palace Brahmins and bards, the prince met with Akuni and Kare. He expressed his determination not to return the Piyavas kingdom. His friends agreed and cheered him. They encouraged him to remain firm and assured him that his old father, bound by ties of affection, would not force him to return Indraprastha if he was resolute. As they spoke, the three men slowly made their way to the assembly hall, which shone like the Himavat mountain in the early morning sunlight. Dhtara entered the hall at the head of all other kings. Led by Vidura, he made his way to his throne. The floor in the hall had been sprinkled lightly with perfumes and spread with flower petals. The kings took their places on seats made of carved ivory and wood, decorated with golden inlays and precious stones. As they settled onto the silk cushions, they looked around to see who was present. Immediately surrounding Dhtara were Vidura, Bhishma, Droa, Kapa, Alaya, Katavarm, Jyadratha, Bihlika, Samadatta, Avatham, as well as Duryodhana and his 100 brothers. The chamber, filled with so many heroes, seemed like a cave full of lions. The lustrous men, with their bright silks and golden ornaments, lit up the hall and appeared like an assembly of the gods. When everyone was seated, the doorkeeper announced that Sajaya had arrived and was waiting to deliver his message. Dhtara gave permission for him to enter the hall. Sajaya, his gold earring swinging, bowed at Dhtara's feet. Folding his palms he faced the assembly and said, "O sons of Kuru, I have just returned from the Piyavas. Those virtuous men salute you all, each according to your age and status. Hear now the messages they have sent through me." Sajaya carefully relayed Yudhishthira's message exactly as he had heard it. Either the Kurus should return the Piyavas kingdom or even just 5 villages or there would be war. Dhtara said nothing. He looked pensive. After some moments he said, "I wish to hear Arjuna's message, for it is from him that we face the greatest danger. Krishna's friend, Arjuna, is immeasurably powerful and has suffered at our hands. Tell me, Sajaya, what did Dhananjaya, the destroyer of sinful men, say?" Sajaya bowed his head to the king and remained standing. These were the words of the wrathful Arjuna, who was eager to fight and who, with reddened eyes, spoke in the presence of Yudhishthira and Krishna. Summoning the mood in which Arjuna had spoken, Sajaya delivered his exact words. "Speak to Dhtara's son in the midst of the Kurus and in the hearing of the wicked-minded Kare, who always desires to fight, speaks harshly, has a dull intellect, and is extremely ignorant. His time has come. Speak also in the presence of those kings who have come from around the world to fight the Piyavas. If Duryodhana does not surrender Yudhishthira's kingdom, then it is clear that he desires to pay for his former antagonism toward the Piyavas. If he chooses battle, then our ends will be achieved. Tell him not to choose peace, but to choose to fight with me and Bhishma, Nakula and Sahadeva, Astayaki and Dyadyumna, and Ikha. I look forward to it. Although we have lain on a bed of woe these last 13 years, let Tara's son, when he lies dead on the battlefield, obtain a bed of endless woe. He could never conquer the virtuous Yudhishthira in a fight. Therefore, he resorted to trickery and deceit. Pu's eldest son, whose senses and mind are fully under control, has patiently endured all his suffering. When he directs his anger against the Kauravas, then will Duryodhana have cause to repent. Duryodhana sneered as Sajaya continued. Arjuna described how he envisioned the war between them taking place. As a blazing fire in the summer consumes dried grass, so will the Kaurava army be consumed even by Yudhishthira's glance. When Duryodhana sees the ironclad Bhishmasena on his chariot, mace in hand and vomiting the venom of his wrath, then will he repent this war. When that exceedingly vain one sees Bhishma felling elephants by the thousands, their warriors dispatched to the next world, then will he repent. When Nakula comes down from his chariot, clutching his sword and raising warriors as if they were a field of corn, then will the wicked one repent. When Sahadeva chops off the heads of kings with his well-aimed arrows, and when he finally encounters the vicious Sakuni, then will Duryodhana repent. One by one Arjuna mentioned all the great warriors who would fight for the Pandavas, describing how they would wreak vengeance on the Kauravas. Dhyamna would kill Dro and Ikha would slay Bhishma. Bhishma had already vowed to slay Duryodhana and all his brothers. Arjuna would destroy warriors by the tens of thousands. Finally he would kill Kara and all his sons and followers. Arjuna painted a grim picture of the war's outcome, which he saw ending in the total annihilation of Duryodhana and his forces. Finally he spoke about Kṛṣṇa. I have selected Kṛṣṇa as my charioteer in preference to Indra and his thunderbolt weapon. If Kṛṣṇa desires someone's victory, even if he himself does not fight, that person cannot fail. Our victory will be easy. Whoever desires to overpower Kṛṣṇa wishes to swim the unfathomable ocean, or to put out a blazing fire with his two hands, or to stop the sun and moon in their course through the heavens. That best of men, the Lord of all the worlds, has already slain demons more powerful than Duryodhana. Even the invincible Naraka, son of the earth, who could easily withstand the gods in battle, succumbed to Kṛṣṇa's irresistible weapons. Duryodhana desires to defeat Kṛṣṇa, who is the supreme Vu, either by capturing him or by winning him over to the Kaurava side. That fool will soon realize his ignorance. Through their spies, the Pandavas were aware of the Kaurava's strategies. Arjuna knew that Duryodhana feared Kṛṣṇa and was thinking of how to deal with him. The Kaurava prince even considered capturing him when he came to Hastinapura on his peace mission. Arjuna ended his speech by describing the omens he saw. Without my touch the Jiva bow stretches. My arrows move out of their quiver on their own accord. My polished sword leaps from its scabbard. Near my banners I heard, when will your chariot be yoked, O Kṛṣṇa? At night, crowds of jackals howl gleefully and vultures and crows descend from the sky. All these signs indicate carnage. These omens will prove true when I hurl my celestial weapons in all directions. I will leave no trace of the Kaurava army. O Sajaya, tell this to Duryodhana in the hearing of the king, Bhishma, Droa, Kapa, and the wise Vidura. I will surely act as these elders say. Let them check the evil Duryodhana or let the war begin. The assembly was silent. Duryodhana looked nonchalantly around the hall, smirking. Kara fumed and clutched his ivory-hilted sword. Seeing Duryodhana's indifference, Bhishma addressed him gravely. O prince, listen as I recount an ancient history. Once all the gods went to visit Brahma. Arriving at his abode they saw two beautiful, blazing personalities illuminating even that shining region by their splendor. Brahma told the gods that these two were Nara and Aryas. They were forever practicing asceticism for the good of the worlds, and they lived to destroy the demons. The gods had come to Brahma out of fear of the Asuras and, headed by Brihaspati, they approached those two and begged that they help them defeat their enemies. Assisted by Nara and Arya's invincible power, the gods triumphed over the Asuras. Now those two among the gods have appeared as Kṛṣṇa and Arjuna. Such is the general belief. Arjuna has already shown his prowess by slaying thousands of demons in the celestial realm. The son of Vasudeva has also killed innumerable demons. Together they have vanquished the gods at Kshava, and together they will fight us. Bhishma looked penetratingly at Duryodhana, who moved uncomfortably on his throne. He did not want to hear about his enemy's power. Anyway, why should he worry? He thought of the Dandava's assurances and remembered how they would possess his forces. Soon he would be seeing a different Bhishma, and soon the Pandavas would be facing an army more powerful than they had anticipated. Bhishma concluded his speech. Nara and Anarya repeatedly take birth in this world to annihilate the miscreants and demons. It was Enradai who told us this. O child, when you see these two seated on the same chariot, armed for battle, then you will remember my words. By desiring to fight with them you have lost sight of both virtue and profit. Do not encounter them in battle. If you ignore my advice, you will see your warrior slain. But it seems that you will only listen to the advice of three persons. Kṛṣṇa, who is the son of Asuta and has been cursed by his guru, the cunning Akuni, and your small-minded brother Dushasana. Kṛṣṇa was already seething from Arjuna's speech. Now he was infuriated. Springing to his feet he exclaimed, "It is unfair that you speak of me in such a way, O grandfather. I follow Kshatriya's duties and have not abandoned virtue. Why do you always revile me? I wish only for the Kura's good. Dharma's sons are honestly ruling the world. Why should they give the kingdom to their enemies? To serve Dharma I will slay the Pandavas in battle." Kṛṣṇa roared and then took his seat. Bhishma looked at him sadly. Then, turning toward Dharma, said, "O king, although this Suta's son brags of his power, he is not even a 16th part of the Pandavas. You should know that this fool is largely responsible for this calamity about to befall your sons." Encouraged by his empty promises, Duryodhana is ready to face Arjuna in battle. Your weak-brained son, depending upon Kṛṣṇa, has insulted the Pandavas. What can this vain man achieve that is even approaching what Arjuna has achieved? What could he do when Arjuna killed his brother in the fight against the Matsyas? What did he do when your son was carried away by the Gandharvas? Yet he roars like a bull in the assembly. Ignorant of virtue and profit, he simply speaks whatever comes to his mind. Bhishma sat down. Kṛṣṇa kept his head down and said nothing. Bhishma's words cut him deeply. He longed for the chance to prove him wrong. The sooner he could face Arjuna in battle the better. It would be different next time. Indra's Shakti weapon would settle the dispute once and for all. Why had he not had it with him at Virata? Somehow it had not occurred to him to bring that weapon. He had not been expecting to meet Arjuna. Well, he would not make that same mistake again. Then Bhishma would be silenced. Drona had listened carefully to everything that had been said. Seeing his opportunity, he rose to speak. Facing Dharma, the old martial preceptor said, "Take heed of Bhishma's words and follow his advice, O king. You should not let yourself be guided by those who covet wealth and are slaves to desire. Peace with the Pandavas is without doubt the best course. What Arjuna has submitted to us through Sajjaya will surely come to pass if we fight. In all the three worlds, no one wields a bow like him." Drona, Bhishma and Vidura each looked expectantly at Dharma. But the old king remained silent. Ignoring their advice, he asked Sajjaya to repeat what the other Pandavas had said. What did the large-minded Yudhishthira say when he heard that we had amassed a huge army? Who is looking up to him for orders and who is trying to dissuade him from war? What is that virtuous one, wronged by my wicked sons, now planning? Sajjaya, who had been seated while the others had been speaking, came again to the center of the assembly. All the Pasyachalas now look up to Yudhishthira, as well as the Matsyas and Kekas. All those tribes, down to the last herdsman, are ready to do his bidding. Clad in a coat of mail he sits amid their chieftains like Indra amid the gods. Tell me in detail more about Yudhishthira's forces. Also, please describe the Adyumna's army and the army of the Samakas. As Sajjaya recalled the sight of those troops he became stunned and fell silent. He drew a long sigh. His mind was overwhelmed with fear and he suddenly fainted. Vidura said loudly, "Sajjaya, recalling the mighty sons of Kunt and their assembled troops, has lost control of his senses. He cannot utter a word." Dharma asked a servant to sprinkle cool water on Sajjaya's face. "The sight of the tigers among men has filled him with terror," Vidura repeated. "Console him with comforting words, O king, and let him continue his report once his mind is peaceful." After some moments, Sajjaya came to his senses. Reassured by Dharma, he drank some water and stood again to address the assembly. "I have seen, O great king, those mighty heroes arrayed in armor like a pride of angry lions. At their head stands the ever-truthful Yudhishthira, who never departs from virtue out of desire or fear. He is ready to fight even the gods if need be. By his side stands the terrible Bhishmasena, whose strength equals that of 10,000 elephants and who has slain Arkaisas with his bare hands. Bhishma brought down the powerful Yakas on the Gandhamdana mountain, and he slew Kṛṣṇa and all his followers. Then there is Arjuna, whose glories have already been described and who is fired with wrath. He is repeatedly bending the jiva and uttering war cries. He satisfied the immortal Eva in a fight and was given the celestial weapons. Next Mdr's two sons, the powerful twins, stand ready with their terrible weapons, breathing hot and heavy sighs. Sajaya spoke of all the principal warriors on the Pandava side. He mentioned Ikha, who, according to prophecy, was destined to kill Bhishma, and Dyadyumna, destined to kill Droa. As he named the many great heroes aligned against the Kauravas, Duryodhana and Kṛṣṇa scoffed. Dhrishtarashtra, however, became fearful. When Sajaya stopped speaking, the king began to address the assembly. O Sajaya, all these you have named are powerful and courageous fighters, but Bhishma is equal to them all. He gives me the greatest fear. We are like deer facing an enraged and hungry tiger. Many a night have I remained sleepless, thinking about the furious Bhishma rushing at my sons with mace in hand. I do not see anyone in our army who can face him. When wrathful, he is an implacable foe who tears through the battlefield like a tornado. He will surely put an end to my wicked sons. Seeing him advance toward them, they will meet with a calamity equal to meeting the god of death wielding his staff. Bhishma will roam among my sons as a fully grown lion roams among a herd of deer. From his childhood he has been inimical to Duryodhana and his brothers. Finding the opportunity on the battlefield, he will not hesitate to annihilate all of them. O Sajaya, it is only by good fortune that he has not already killed my sons for the wrongs they have inflicted upon him and his brothers. Dhrishtarashtra went on to describe the threat Bhishma posed to his sons. Sweat ran down his face and he clenched his fists as he spoke. Bhishma's vow to kill his sons gave him the greatest anxiety. The kings and ministers in the hall looked at him with pity as he concluded his speech. Destiny is surely all-powerful. Even though I see my sons' inevitable death, still I do not dissuade them from their aims. Because they all desire to traverse the eternal, noble and heavenly path, they will part with their lives in battle and ensure their everlasting fame on earth. Perhaps our only hope now lies in the support of our three aged, wise heroes, Bhishma, Droa and Kṛṣṇa. They will doubtlessly repay the support and kindness we have given them by coming out for battle against the Pandavas. Even though the sons of Kṛṣṇa are as dear to them as my sons, they will not avoid their duty. For a Kshatriya to meet death in the line of duty is commendable. It leads to glorious regions of bliss. It seems to me, Sajaya, that knowledge does not destroy woe. Rather, distress destroys knowledge. As I contemplate the impending destruction of the Kṛṣṇa, grief bewilders my senses and confounds my mind. I cannot let go of my attachment for my sons, the kingdom, my wife, my grandsons, and 1,000 other things. Such blind attachment leads only to suffering. Dhrishtarashtra sighed. Bhishma and Vidura looked at him in despair. He could clearly understand what would happen should they fight the Pandavas, but still he would not save the situation. All he had to do was give his sons the order to cease hostilities and the war would be finished before it began. Although Duryodhana officiated as the monarch, his father still occupied the throne as the head of state. If the king ordered the prince to make peace with the Pandavas, he would have to obey. But Dhrishtarashtra showed no signs of giving such an order. He seemed resigned to actualize the death and destruction of everyone and everything he held dear. The two ministers looked at each other hopelessly as the king continued. This great calamity the Kṛṣṇa now face owes its existence to the dice game. My son is at fault because he is filled with avarice. This is the work of eternal time. Bound by time, I am helpless in the face of my own ruination. What can I do? Where will I go? O Sajaya, the foolish Kṛṣṇa will all be killed by time and I can do nothing about it. I will hear news of my 100 sons dying and then hear the loud wailing of women. Only I will be left alive. How will death touch me? As a raging fire consumes a dry forest, so Bhishma and Arjuna will consume my army. The king then described Arjuna's prowess, whom he considered no less a danger than Bhishma. He knew Arjuna was truthful and would not kill any of his sons out of respect for Bhishma's vow, but he would certainly not restrain himself with the rest of the Kaurava forces. Although I think about it day and night, I do not see a warrior on earth who can stand against the Jivabhau. Dhrishtarashtra's voice was almost choking. Some may think that either Kṛṣṇa or Droa can withstand him, but I do not share that view. Kṛṣṇa is careless and passionate, and the preceptor is old and weakened by affection for Arjuna. No one can kill Arjuna, nor will battle with him result in anything but his own victory. The authorities have assured us of this truth, and the Kṛṣṇa have witnessed his strength with their own eyes. With Kṛṣṇa guiding his chariot and the Jiva in his hand, Arjuna will be irresistible in battle. The fools under Duryodhana's control do not know this. When a thunderbolt falls on one's head, something may be left behind. When Arjuna's arrows fall on one's head, however, nothing will be left behind. I can see him now in my mind's eye, coursing through our troops, his arrows flying in all directions and beheading countless warriors. Could anyone face the combined might of Arjuna and Bhishma and survive? Whomever Providence wills to be destroyed will not escape. Alas, the time for the Kuru's destruction is imminent. Dhara fell silent. If his sons were destined to die, then it would come to pass. But perhaps destiny would dictate some other outcome. After all, who could have foreseen that the noble Pandavas would have to give up their kingdom and enter the forest? Maybe their victory was not so certain. The king hardly dared to hope for his own victory. How could the Pandavas be overcome while they were supported by that unfathomable Kṛṣṇa? Weeping and sighing repeatedly, Dhara said, although you have told me of the Pandavas' powerful forces, there is one who equals all of them and more. That mighty one could, by his desire, bring all the worlds under his control. That person is Kṛṣṇa. He seems to have set his mind on the Pandavas' victory. It seems hopeless for my party. My heart quakes as I think of Yudhishthira's wrath, Bhishma's prowess, the strength of Arjuna and the twins, and Kṛṣṇa's inconceivable powers. What fool, desiring death, would fall like a moth into the inextinguishable cave of fire? We have treated those heroes deceitfully. As a result, my sons will have to die. O Kṛṣṇa, do not fight. If you wage war, then our race will be annihilated. Let us seek peace. Yudhishthira will not disregard me, especially upon seeing my distress. The king trailed off in tears. The rest of the assembly regarded him silently. What could anyone say? Dhara had said nothing about giving back Yudhishthira's kingdom. His desire for peace was an empty hope born of fear. He would not pay the price to bring peace. War was certain. Sajjaya again approached the assembly, his hands clasped, and said, O great king, it will be exactly as you say. That the Kshatriyas will be destroyed by the Jivabhau is obvious. I cannot understand how you, who can clearly see this truth, still allow yourself to be controlled by your sons. This is not the time to give way to grief. It is your fault alone that has caused this disaster. You have neglected the Pandavas, who are like your own sons, and treated them harshly. Sitting in the gambling arena you called out like a child, what has been won? See now what you have won. Laugh now as you did then, O king. Now you must face the vengeful Pandavas and their friend, the Lord of all beings, Kṛṣṇa. The Kauravas are about to sink like a whole boat in a shoreless ocean. Your hope for victory arises only from madness. Whoever despises the Pandavas will be destroyed. It is not proper that you now grieve, O Bharata. You have had ample opportunity to prevent this calamity, but you repeatedly ignored all good advice. Your lamentations are useless, O chief among kings. Sajjaya returned to his seat at the foot of the kings and ministers. Dhara shook his head, tears running down his face and falling into his beard. Duryodhana began to worry that the king might decide to give in to the Pandavas. He leapt to his feet and said, There is nothing to fear, O great king. You need not grieve for us. We are capable of winning the battle. When I heard that Yudhishthira had amassed an army and was intent upon war, I approached Bhishma, Dro and Kapa. I sought their advice, asking if they felt we should surrender or fight. Victory was by no means certain. Each of them assured me, you need fear no enemies. Let anyone come. We will curb their pride with our sharp arrows. No one can defeat us in battle. Declaring their loyalty to you, O king, they reassured me. I have faith in their words. Bhishma alone overpowered all the world's kings at Kashi. Again, that hero subdued the invincible warrior sage Paralarma. How can the Pandavas defeat him? What power do they have? They do not have their kingdom or their wealth. We are the lords of the earth. Now is the time for us to assert our supremacy and our rightful position. This kingdom is yours, O best of men. How can we surrender it to the enemy? As usual, Dhara's mind was swayed by Duryodhana. It was true that Bhishma was an insuperable warrior. He had also been given a boon that he would die only at his own will. No one could kill him. If he declared his intention to fight with all his heart, then all was not lost. The king checked his tears as Duryodhana continued. Why are you struck with fear simply upon hearing descriptions of the enemy? Consider our own army, almost twice the size of theirs. Even Indra could not overpower our forces. That Yudhishthira asks only for 5 villages shows that he is afraid of our might. As far as Bhishma is concerned, do not be afraid of him. None in this world can equal my mace fighting. I am a match even for Balarma, my tutor, and with a single blow I will dispatch Bhishma to death's abode. I can break the Himavat mountain to pieces. I long to face Bhishma in battle. Duryodhana scowled in anger at the thought of Bhishma. He had had the palace artisans make an iron replica of Bhishma. Each day the Kaurava would smash the iron statue with his huge mace. Soon he would have the opportunity to smash Bhishma himself. As for Arjuna, how can he possibly be victorious when he fights with Bhishma, Droa, Kṛṣṇa, Avatham, Alaya, Bharazrava and Jayadratha simultaneously? Even Droa single-handed is more than a match for him. Born from the immortal Ibardhya, no one can even look upon Droa when he is worked up in battle. Then there is Kṛṣṇa, born from a powerful eye. No man or god can slay him. Then there is Kṛṣṇa, whom I consider to be the equal of Bhishma, Droa and Kṛṣṇa combined. Even Indra came to him out of fear and begged for his natural armor. That Lord of the gods has bestowed an infallible weapon upon Kṛṣṇa with which he will surely slay Arjuna. Duryodhana continued praising his forces and deriding the Pandavas. Naming all the kings on the Kaurava side, he breathed confidence into his father. There was no possibility the Pandavas could win the war. Dhrupada could rest at ease. In conclusion, Duryodhana asked Sanjaya, with 7 Akshayani divisions, what does Yudhishthira hope to achieve? Does he really think he can overpower us? Sanjaya smiled. Yudhishthira and his brothers are all cheerful. I did not detect any fear in them. Arjuna mounted his heavenly chariot as I was leaving and said, I have seen divine omens foretelling our victory. Looking at Arjuna clad in mail and standing on his chariot as lightning sits within a cloud, I saw truth in his words. Duryodhana laughed sarcastically. You are always praising the Pandavas, whom we defeated at dice. Tell me about Arjuna's chariot. What sort of horses and banners are attached to it? Duryodhana had heard about Arjuna's divine chariot, given to him by Agni. Its steeds were given by the Gandharva chief, Citraratha. He listened as Sanjaya described it. Arjuna's chariot is of celestial origin and cannot be impeded. It is drawn by white horses which move at the speed of the wind across both earth and sky. Citraratha has granted him a boon that there will always be 100 horses no matter how many are slain. I can barely describe Arjuna's banner. It was created by Vivakarma, and it throws up a celestial illusion. It appears to extend in all directions for 8 miles. It is impossible to ascertain of what the banner is made, but it resembles smoke mixed with fire. It has all the colors of Indra's bow. The terrible monkey Hanuman sits there, as do other celestial beings of terrifying form. Sanjaya described the other 4 Pandavas' chariots. When he had finished, Dhrupada said, O Sanjaya, which of the Pandava warriors will contend with which of mine? Dhyamna, born from fire, has reserved Droa as his share. His brother Ikha has marked out Bhishma, while the pious Yudhishthira has determined to slay his uncle Alaya. Duryodhana and his 100 brothers will belong to Bhishma. Arjuna has named Kṛṣṇa, Avatham and Jayadratha. Whoever in this world claims to be invincible, Arjuna will also slay. All of your grandsons, O king, will be met by Abhimanyu. The deceitful Akuni belongs to Sahadeva, while Nakula will engage with Akuni's son Uluka and the hordes of mountain fighters he leads. O leader of men, all the rulers and warriors in your army have been assigned to one or another of the Pandavas and their followers. Therefore, do quickly what needs to be done, for the battle will soon begin. Dhrupada again became fearful. His mind swung between hope and despair. He spoke again, trembling. All my foolish sons, who will face Bhishma, have already ceased to exist. The other kings and rulers will all be slain by the Jivabhau as moths are killed when they enter fire. I see my army routed by the Pandavas, whom I have made into my enemies. Yudhishthira's forces are like a formidable ocean my son desires to cross with his 2 arms. Indra himself could not withstand such heroes, who are cool and composed in battle and capable of breaking down the Himalayas. Alas, my wicked son desires to fight them, ignoring my protests. Duryodhana rose to his feet. Both parties are mortals. Why then do you ascribe victory as belonging only to them? Think again about the heroes arrayed on our side. Not even the gods combined could overpower them, what to speak of the puny Pandavas. O sire, I do not consider the Pandavas capable of even gazing at our forces. The kings and rulers who wish me well will take hold of the Pandavas as deer are held in a trap. They will be vanquished along with all of their followers. Dhrupada sat shaking his head. His intelligence told him that the Pandavas, aided by Kṛṣṇa, could not be defeated, but his heart was held by the strong grip of attachment for his sons. His choked voice echoed around the hall. See how my son raves like a maniac, Sanjaya. How will he ever defeat Yudhishthira in battle? Surely Bhishma knows the truth about the Pandavas' strength since he does not desire to fight with them. Tell us again of their prowess, Sanjaya. Let us be in no doubt of the danger we now face. Among the Pandavas' forces, Dhyamna constantly incites them. He said, "Go, Sajaya, and tell the Kauravas their annihilation is imminent. Tell them they can only avert this calamity by sending a pure and honest man to Yudhishthira to return to him his kingdom. Do not let Arjuna release the fire of his anger at the Kṛṣṇa. He is protected by the gods in heaven and by the Supreme God himself. He cannot be slain. O Kṛṣṇa, do not even think of fighting with him." Dhrupada cried out, covering his face. "O Duryodhana, my son," he wailed, "turn your mind from war. One half of this wide kingdom is more than enough for you and your ministers. Return to the Pandavas that which is theirs. All the Kuru elders see this as the only virtuous path and you should accept it, my child. Apart from you and the small-minded son of Asuta, I do not think there are any here who desire war. Led by Kṛṣṇa, Dushashana and Akuni, you are traveling the path to destruction. Come to your senses, dear son. Do not be misled." Dhrupada's words carried no authority. His plaintive cries were not taken seriously by anyone in the assembly. He had clearly abdicated his power to Duryodhana and would ultimately go along with whatever the prince decided. When Dhrupada had spoken, Duryodhana stood gazing defiantly around the assembly. He made his decision clear. "I do not depend upon any of the warriors assembled on our side. Kṛṣṇa and I alone can perform the sacrifice of war, with Yudhishthira as the sacrificial beast. My chariot will be the sacrificial platform and my weapons the paraphernalia. My shafts will substitute for Kusha grass, while my wide fame will be the clarified butter. We shall perform the sacrifice in honor of the god of death and will come back crowned with a halo of glory. Let the war begin. Either I will rule the wide earth after killing the Pandavas, or they will enjoy the kingdom after killing me." Duryodhana paused in order to add weight to his words. His voice, full of pride and arrogance, reverberated around the assembly hall. "I can sacrifice my life, my wealth, my kingdom, my everything, O king, but I can never live in peace with the Pandavas. I will not surrender to them even as much land as can be pierced by the point of a needle." The hall remained silent after Duryodhana had taken his place on his throne. Bhishma and Vidura glanced at each other. Duryodhana's words did not surprise them. What could they say in reply? Only Dhrupada could check his son, and he was not doing that despite his pitiful entreaties. He still had given no strong order to return the Pandavas' kingdom, nor was he telling anyone else to restrain Duryodhana. It was clear that destiny had ordained war. Dhrupada broke the silence. "I grieve for all of you, O rulers, who are following this fool to death's abode. I cast off Duryodhana forever. Soon the Pandavas will move among our forces like tigers through a herd of deer. My army will fall like a helpless woman struck down by a wicked man. Beholding the Pandavas approaching like moving mountains, you will remember my words. O my sons, if you do not conclude peace now, you will meet with everlasting peace when you are struck by Bhishma's mace." Duryodhana looked at Kṛṣṇa and Dushashana. His old father may be terrified by the thought of battle, but he could hardly wait. Alone or assisted by his Dhanava-inspired troops, he was ready. No other course was possible. Dhrupada asked Sajaya to repeat to him what Kṛṣṇa had said. Sajaya related Kṛṣṇa's words. After this he described another meeting he had had with both Kṛṣṇa and Arjuna. "I was invited to see them in Arjuna's quarters. With my mind fixed on sacred things I entered the innermost apartment in the palace, my head lowered and my hands clasped in prayer. The two great souls, however, put me at my ease. They were seated together on a golden bed bedecked with precious stones. Kṛṣṇa's feet rested on Arjuna's lap and Arjuna's on Kṛṣṇa's lap. Drupada and Satyabhama sat nearby like two shining moons. Arjuna pointed to a seat. I touched it with my hand and sat next to it on the floor. Kṛṣṇa and Arjuna rose from their place, like a couple of sal trees. Seeing the two black complex-owned heroes towering above me, I was seized with fear. They were like Indra and Viju together. I realized that whoever has them on his side cannot possibly meet defeat. Sajaya closed his eyes as he recalled the sight. He was silent for some moments, then continued in a subdued voice. After they had reassured me and offered me foods and drink, I placed my clasped hands on my head and told them of your desire for peace. O king, Arjuna then asked Kṛṣṇa to make a suitable reply, whereupon the Vaidava leader spoke. His words were charming and mild, but their import was terrible. They were calculated to inspire fear in your sons' hearts. He said, O Sajaya, say this before Dhrupada and all the Kuru elders after offering them our respects and asking after their welfare. Tell them that they should now perform auspicious sacrifices and make numerous gifts to the Brahmins. Then they should make merry with their wives and sons, for they will soon face a calamity. I am thinking of my debt to Draupad, which is still not paid. That chaste lady purchased me for all time when she cried out, O Govinda, amid the Kuras, who were afflicting her with pain. Tears streamed down Sajaya's face as he thought of how Kṛṣṇa gave himself completely to whomever sought his shelter. Kṛṣṇa then spoke the following words. The Kuras have made the wielder of the Jiva bow, with me as his second, their enemy. Who would dare challenge us in battle, even if they were assisted by the gods, unless their time had come? He who defeats Arjuna could hold up the earth in his two arms. He could burn up all creatures and destroy the heavens. Among all the beings within the three worlds, I do not see any to equal Arjuna in battle. Surely the fight at the Matsya kingdom was sufficient evidence of that, what to speak of his encounter with the Dinavas in the netherworld. Strength, agility, prowess, lightness of hand, untiring energy and patience reside always in Arjuna and in no one else. Consider all this carefully before beginning hostilities, O Kuras. Sajaya then told the Kuras that Kṛṣṇa planned to come to Hastinapura himself to encourage peace. Dharma sat with his head bowed. He had spent many a long night pondering Arjuna's power, trying to weigh whether it could be countered by any of the Kuru warriors. It was hard to decide. Now that Arjuna was united in battle with Kṛṣṇa, the odds had shifted dramatically. Kṛṣṇa's power was impossible to estimate. He was said by these to be the lord of all divinities. Opposing him would surely mean opposing the gods themselves. The blind king spoke out with apprehension. These descriptions of Arjuna and Kṛṣṇa only convince me all the more of the folly of war. O Duryodhana, think again. Think with whom you will be fighting. Great men always repay their debts. Agni is indebted to Arjuna for his assistance at Kṛṣṇa. He will surely help Arjuna in the war. So will the god Dharma align himself with his son, Yudhishthira. Bhishma is Viyu's son and the twins are born of the two Avan gods. Thus it appears that we will be facing a force both human and divine. I cannot see how we can win. Son, make peace with the Pandavas. If you do not, then the Kuras end has come. Duryodhana was losing his patience. All this agonizing was too much. The prince jumped up in a rage. O best of kings, why do you keep praising the Pandavas? They are mortals like the rest of us. How will the gods come to their assistance? The gods are never impelled by base emotions. It is only by indifference to worldly desires, the absence of avarice, anger and hatred that they have attained their heavenly positions in the first place. They do not get involved in petty human struggles based on emotional attachments. Were this not the case, then how could the Pandavas have undergone so much suffering? And even if the gods do take their side, so what? I am the equal to any of them. By my own mystic power I can stop fire from burning even if it wishes to consume the three worlds. With incantations I can solidify water, enabling chariots and infantry to march over it. I can break apart mountains and send down showers of rocks accompanied by a gale like that which blows at the time of destruction. As he praised himself, Duryodhana became increasingly enlivened. He flailed his arms and glared at the kings in the assembly. You all know that in my kingdom there are no natural calamities caused by gods. Due to my protection, there are not even frightful beasts or snakes to assail my subjects. All the citizens practice virtue and live peacefully under my rule. Neither the gods nor the Asuras would dare protect anyone hated by me. Why did the gods not prevent me from exiling the Pandavas or from taking their wealth? Whomever I desire to be happy or miserable meets with that end without fail. I am never thwarted in my aims. O monarch, my words will not prove false. I am known in this world as one who speaks the truth. The world witnesses my fame and glory. I say this only to console you and not out of self-praise. You will soon hear of the Pandavas' defeat, rest assured. I am superior to them in intelligence, might, prowess, knowledge and ability. I shall destroy them. Duryodhana, who was now in the center of the hall, strode back to his seat. Kṛṣṇa applauded him and himself stood to speak, disregarding Dharma, who had raised his hand to reply. Kṛṣṇa's voice rang around the assembly. I will take it upon myself to kill the Pandavas. I have received the Brahmastra from Parabrahma and the Shakti from Indra. With these two weapons I will destroy Piyu's sons. All of the other Kuras may stay with Duryodhana to protect him. Leave the Pandavas to me. Bhishma laughed loud and long. What are you saying, Kṛṣṇa? Your intelligence has obviously been dulled by death that now approaches you. Remembering the incident of the burning of Kṛṣṇa, you should restrain yourself, foolish one. Your Shakti weapon, of which you are so proud, will be burned to ashes when Krishna's discus hits it. The Supreme Person has already destroyed enemies far greater than you, Kṛṣṇa. Meeting with him and Arjuna, you and all your weapons will be ruined. Bhma reminded Kṛṣṇa how he had been cursed by Pararma that when he most needed it, he would not be able to remember the incantations to invoke the Brahmastra. Kṛṣṇa had deceived the sage into thinking he was a Brahmin in order to receive his teachings. When Pararma discovered the lie, he uttered this curse. Kṛṣṇa would not be able to use the Brahmastra weapon when he was faced with imminent danger, and Arjuna would certainly not have the same difficulty. Kṛṣṇa snarled, "Your praise of Kṛṣṇa is proper, O grandfather. I know him to be as great, even greater than you say, but I can no longer tolerate your cruel words toward me. Hear now the result of your harshness. I will not engage in battle as long as you are present. Rather, I will lay down my weapons until you are laid low. Then the world will see my prowess." Kṛṣṇa stormed out of the hall. Bhma laughed again and turned toward Duryodhana. The Suta's son is a man who keeps his word. How will he now fulfill his promise to wipe out the enemy troops? In this assembly I heard him say, "All of you here shall be the witness. I will again and again kill thousands and tens of thousands of enemy soldiers." How will he act upon it now? He is passionate and arrogant. At the very moment he cheated the holy Pararma, he lost all virtue and ascetic merits. Duryodhana was perplexed by Kṛṣṇa's sudden departure, but maintaining a straight face, again asserted that he depended on no one. Whether or not Kṛṣṇa aided him, he would face the Pandavas and win. When the prince finally stopped boasting, Vidura rose from his seat and began to tell a story. There was once a fowler who set a net in the forest to capture birds. 2 large birds were trapped in the net, but they rose up to the sky, carrying the net with them. The fowler saw this and ran after them. As he ran, an ascetic saw him and said, "How strange that one who moves by his feet on the earth should run after those who wander in the sky." The fowler replied, "Those birds united have been able to take my net, but they will fall down when they quarrel." Sure enough, before long the 2 birds began to fight and they dropped to earth, where the fowler caught and killed them. In the same way, brothers who fight one another are soon overpowered by death. O Duryodhana, cousin brothers should enjoy life together, eating and sporting but never quarreling. Vidura confirmed what had already been said of the Pandavas' power, trying to dissuade Duryodhana from war. The prince said nothing. He already knew Vidura's opinion, and Vidura obviously favored the Pandavas. It was clear that the assembly had nothing more to say. Sajjaya had delivered the Pandavas' messages and the Kṛṣṇa had replied. Dharma's pathetic calls for peace were useless if he did not return even a portion of Yudhishthira's kingdom to him. Never once had he indicated that he was willing to do this. Therefore, unless Kṛṣṇa was able to change his mind, there would be war. One by one the kings and ministers left the hall. At last Dharma sat alone with Sajjaya. Having heard everyone's opinions publicly expressed, the king now wanted to hear his secretary's opinion. Did he think there was any chance of the Kṛṣṇa winning the war? Sajjaya had seen both sides and was able to assess their respective strengths. Although Sajjaya had already stated that he saw little hope for the Kṛṣṇa, still the king hoped that in private he would give him a clue as to how they might win. Sajjaya was worried that if he spoke alone to the king his opinion might not be taken seriously. He knew that Dharma felt he was inclined toward Piyu's sons. He therefore asked if he could call for Vaisadeva, who was present at the time in the palace. If Dharma saw that the wise I agreed with Sajjaya's opinion, perhaps he would take it more seriously. The king agreed and also invited his wife Gandhar to be present. When both Vaisadeva and Gandhar had taken their seats near the king, Sajjaya turned to address his spiritual master. "O my lord, please grant me permission to speak to the king in your presence. He has asked about the Pandavas' strength." Vaisadeva lifted his right hand in blessing. "O Sajjaya, you should tell him everything about Kṛṣṇa, for he is the Pandavas' real power." With his hands folded, Sajjaya said, "O king, you have again and again asked about the strengths and weaknesses of the Pandavas. Their strength can be measured simply by measuring that of Govinda, for his strength knows no limits. If the entire world were placed on one side and Janardana on the other, then he would surpass the world on the point of strength. He can reduce the earth and all its creatures to ashes in a moment. Where there is truth, where there is righteousness and virtue, where there is modesty, and where there is humanity, there you will find Kṛṣṇa. And where there is Kṛṣṇa, there will be victory. He is the soul of all beings come to this world as if in play. The Pandavas are merely the instruments of his desire. That all-powerful being desires to annihilate all the miscreant and irreligious elements in the world. O king, your sons are such an element." Dharma reached out for his wife's hand and held it tightly. Sajjaya went on, "Ki Eva is the lord of time, of death, and of moving and non-moving beings. Appearing as an ordinary man by his own illusion, he comes to this world. Those who know him are not deceived. The old monarch was curious to hear more about Kṛṣṇa. He had always known that his secretary accepted Kṛṣṇa as the supreme deity. Sajjaya was Vasudeva's disciple, who himself worshipped Kṛṣṇa. The king was not sure. Kṛṣṇa was certainly extraordinary. It was astonishing how he had killed so many powerful demons, and these all extolled him as the original divinity. Yet he appeared so human. The king asked, "How is it that you accept Kṛṣṇa as the supreme god? Why do you know him as such and I do not? Please explain this to me if you feel it is appropriate, Sajjaya." "Those who are too attached to matter cannot know that great personality," Sajjaya replied. "To them he remains a mystery, or they simply do not accept his existence as God. I am not enamored of material things and have kept my desires in check. At the same time, I carefully study the Vedas and faithfully hear from holy men, such as my spiritual master, Vasudeva. Thus I have been able to know Kṛṣṇa in some part. You too may acquire this knowledge, O king. Take shelter of Kṛṣṇa, for he is your best well-wisher. Do not despise him or his advice. Your foolish son has no faith in Kṛṣṇa and will lead you and the Kṛṣṇa to destruction." Gndhr nodded in agreement. "Our wicked-minded son will certainly bring destruction upon us. He is envious and vain and never listens to his elders' advice. After enhancing the joy of evil men and my grief, he will die at Bhishma's hands. Only then will he remember his father's words." Vasudeva, seated on an elevated seat spread with silk cushions, said, "O king, you are dear to Kṛṣṇa. Listen to my advice. Hear carefully from Sajjaya. He can tell you the path by which Kṛṣṇa can be known and accepted as one's shelter. Only due to excessive desire and hatred are men denied knowledge of God. Coveting wealth and fame in this world, almost all men are fully absorbed in illusion. Thus they come under the control of death again and again. A wise man therefore gives up all attachments and takes to the path of liberation, which leads ultimately to Kṛṣṇa." Dhr asked Sajjaya to describe that path. After bowing before Vasudeva, Sajjaya said, "Sense control is the beginning of the path. Performance of sacrifice without sense control will not allow you to know God. Renunciation of sensual desires arises from the awakening of true knowledge, which is born of wisdom. Wisdom is gained by experience and by hearing from the wise. True wisdom means controlling the senses. One with controlled senses will experience pleasure within himself as he proceeds on the path of self-realization. By this path can you attain Kṛṣṇa, O king. Follow that path with a genuine desire to know and please that most ancient of deities and success will be assured." Dhr asked his secretary to tell him more about Kṛṣṇa's attributes and qualities. Sajjaya told him of Kṛṣṇa's various names and their different meanings, which described him as creator, sustainer and, ultimately, destroyer of everything material and spiritual. After hearing these descriptions, Dhr became thoughtful. He dismissed Sajjaya. After Vasudeva had also left, he sat alone with his wife. The old king was perplexed. He could not deny Kṛṣṇa's supremacy. Sajjaya's descriptions, supported by Vasudeva, were lucid and thorough. It was obvious that opposing Kṛṣṇa and those backed by him was sure to end in defeat. But if it was Kṛṣṇa's desire that the Kṛṣṇa be destroyed, then what could he do? It seemed that his actions were all useless in the face of the Lord's divine plan. Dhr sat sighing and holding his head. Did Kṛṣṇa really desire that his sons, relatives and friends all be annihilated? Why, then, was he coming to Hastinapura to establish peace? It was a mystery the blind monarch could not unravel. Chapter 45 The Pandavas consult Kṛṣṇa in Virata. The Pandavas received the Kṛṣṇa's response. No lands or wealth would be returned. Dhr was pleading for peace, but he wanted to keep his world's sovereignty. Duryodhana was his usual obstinate and wrathful self. Yudhishthira was not surprised. All that remained now was for Kṛṣṇa to go to Hastinapura, as he had promised. The time has arrived for you to show your friendship, O Lord. Yudhishthira folded his hands as he addressed Kṛṣṇa. It is known throughout the world that you are devoted to the welfare of your friends. Depending upon you, we have asked the Kṛṣṇa to return our kingdom. I do not see anyone other than you who could get us through this difficulty. O Madhava, you are our only shelter. Kṛṣṇa was seated slightly lower than Yudhishthira on a gold throne decked with precious stones. His curling black hair fell around his smiling face. A diamond-encrusted crown shone from his head, and his brilliant, shark-shaped earrings flashed as he turned toward Yudhishthira. "Here I am," he replied to the Pandava. "I am ready to do whatever you ask. What do you want to say?" Yudhishthira was moved by Kṛṣṇa's response. What had he and his brothers done to merit such support from him? Here was the greatest of all personalities ready to carry their message and act as an envoy for peace. All 5 brothers gazed intently at Kṛṣṇa's face and tears pricked their eyes. You have heard Sajjaya describe Dharma's mind and feelings, O Kṛṣṇa. He wants peace without giving us what is ours. That covetous man, partial to his own sons, has a sinful heart. We lived for 12 years in the forest and, at his command, a further miserable year in this kingdom. The Brahmins know that we were true to our promise, but he has reneged on his agreement. Following his foolish son's advice, he desires to follow a deceitful course. He will not even grant us 5 villages. He thinks he owns the world. He has no shame. Because of his greed we have been reduced to poverty and are unable to perform our Kshatriya duties. Without wealth it is difficult for us to acquire virtue. Asceticism and begging are not a Kshatriya's duty, O Kṛṣṇa. We are meant to rule over people and to maintain large treasuries in order to support Brahmins and the needy. Alas, what greater misery is there than for a prosperous man to lose his wealth? Death would be better. Yudhishthira looked at his brothers, who sat in silent agreement. At his command they would have accepted even a village each, but Dharma wanted them to remain beggars. The old monarch's suggestion was outrageous. It was unthinkable for a powerful Kshatriya to beg. Even their having to beseech the Kṛṣṇa for their own kingdom was painful and humiliating. Yudhishthira continued, although it would be a vicious act to take back our kingdom by slaying our relatives, I cannot see any other course. Fighting when the proper time comes is the hard duty of Kshatriyas, but war means suffering for all. Even if we win we will suffer repentance and grieve the death of our relatives and friends. If we lose we will suffer extinction. Yet without a kingdom we are as good as dead. Therefore I ask Dharma to peacefully return to us what is already ours. Failing this, then war is the righteous course of action for us, even though it be fraught with misery. Yudhishthira did not relish the prospect of a war with his elders. According to sacred texts, one should always acquiesce to his superiors in an argument. He asked Kṛṣṇa to clear his doubts. What is your opinion, O Kṛṣṇa? What is the path of virtue that I should now tread? Is it right for us to fight with Dharma and his followers? I doubt he will accept any peaceful approach because he is too attached to his sons. He will simply laugh at our respectful submission. O Dharma, whether or not to fight is not your choice. Rather, the choice belongs to Dharma. For the good of you both I will go there and sue for peace. If peace can be achieved, then I will have done something virtuous and the Kuru and Pava armies will be freed from the death trap. Yudhishthira looked doubtful. It is not my wish that you go to the Kṛṣṇa, O Kṛṣṇa. Even if you address Duryodhana in a friendly way, he will not listen to you. I am sure he will try to harm you in some way. What will be the use of any of this if some harm befalls you? Kṛṣṇa laughed. I know Duryodhana's vicious nature, but by going to the Kṛṣṇa and trying for peace, we will not be censured. No one will be able to say that we did not do everything in our power to avoid war. Do not be afraid for me. All the earth's rulers united could not stand before me in battle when I am angry. If the Kṛṣṇa insult me when I desire their good, then I shall consume them. As you wish, O Kṛṣṇa. Yudhishthira acceded. Go to Hastinapura. May all good come from it and may we see you returned in good health with your object achieved. You are as dear a friend to me as to Arjuna. Relying on your friendship I am not anxious. You should speak to Duryodhana in a way which will secure peace, even if it means we have to sacrifice virtue. I will accept less than my rightful share, or even play another game of dice if necessary, if war can be averted. Yudhishthira was confident that he would not lose another dice game, having learned the secrets of the game from Vyaparv in the forest. He was also alluding to the fact that he would peacefully accept just 5 villages. He was prepared to make any personal sacrifice in order to avoid fighting his relatives and teachers. Yudhishthira was even beginning to wonder if it may not be better to simply let the Kauravas keep the kingdom. Perhaps he could stay with his brothers in a country belonging to their allies. He was certain both Kṛṣṇa and Drupada would be happy to give them some territory to rule. Kṛṣṇa's face assumed a grave expression. I know well both your intentions and Duryodhana's intentions. Although you would prefer peace by any means, it is not a Kshatriya's duty to avoid a righteous fight. Rather, the Creator has ordained that a Kshatriya must meet victory or death. He cannot gain his livelihood by gentleness begging or gathering fruits and roots in the forest. When the time comes, he must show his power rather than retiring in a spirit of humility. Yudhishthira was almost too humble. Kṛṣṇa knew that Duryodhana would only take advantage of his mildness and tolerance if he displayed it. The language of strength and threats was the only way to sway the Kaurava from his sinful aims. It would benefit no one if Duryodhana was allowed to get away with his cruelty and deceit. The world would be deprived of its most virtuous ruler and would be led instead by a man given over to selfishness. Kṛṣṇa reminded Yudhishthira of the many insults the Kṛṣṇa had offered the Pandavas. Duryodhana has shown no remorse or shame for having sent you to the forest clad in deerskins. Indeed, he and his brothers spoke harshly at the time. The elder Kṛṣṇa simply watched as you were cheated of your kingdom in the dice game. Then the evil-minded Dushashana dragged the weeping Draupadi by her hair into the assembly hall. Kṛṣṇa's eyes blazed as he recalled Draupadi's violation. His stern voice echoed through the hall. All the kings present shed tears and censured Duryodhana but did nothing. For that act alone he is fit to be killed by anyone, what to speak of yourself. He is blamed and condemned by the Brahmins and all virtuous men. Thus he is as good as dead already. Just as there is no sin attached to killing a serpent, so there is no sin attached to killing him. Those who would follow him into battle also deserve death for supporting one so wicked. Kṛṣṇa paused. Yudhishthira had rarely seen him so angry. What hope was there for the Kauravas when they had incited Kṛṣṇa to such fury? He seemed about to consume the entire cosmos by his mere glance. Yudhishthira saw him looking over at Draupadi, who had been moved to anger as he recalled Dushashana's terrible act. Tears dropped from her eyes and she breathed heavily as Kṛṣṇa went on speaking. By going to Hastinapura I will remove all doubts. Everyone will see your good-heartedness and Duryodhana's sinfulness. I will remind the Kauravas of all the evils they have perpetrated against you. None shall call you sinful, for you ask for peace. The world will blame the Kṛṣṇa, headed by Dharma. I will ask for peace without sacrificing your interests, O ruler of men. Hearing their reply and understanding their intentions, I will then return. Kṛṣṇa looked around the room. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him as he turned back to Yudhishthira and solemnly concluded his speech. Know that war will certainly result. Duryodhana will not return to you any portion of your prosperous territories. It shall only remain for you to kill he who has already been killed by his own sins, and I shall assist you. Yudhishthira accepted Kṛṣṇa's speech. He knew that Kṛṣṇa's acts were always meant for the good of all beings. If he deemed war as necessary, then it could not be avoided even if it meant killing the esteemed Kuru elders. Kṛṣṇa wanted to hear from all of the Pandavas before he left. He looked across at Bhishma. Realizing Kṛṣṇa's desire, Bhishma said, I think you should say whatever you can to achieve peace, O Madhusudana. His voice was amazingly impassive. But please be careful. Duryodhana is resentful, wrathful, arrogant, and unable to hear good advice. Do not address him in harsh words or he will react violently. Treat him with courtesy. It will be difficult to effect peace, but please try your best. Still, I foresee the imminent destruction of the Kṛṣṇa. Even as Kali was born among the Asuras, so has this wicked Duryodhana taken birth among the Kṛṣṇa. Try to assuage him with mild words, O Kṛṣṇa, or our race will be extinguished. Let there be peace among us, let us avoid the sin of annihilating our relatives, and let us live together as brothers. Kṛṣṇa was surprised. Glancing at Yudhishthira and Arjuna he began to laugh. O Bhishma, your words are like coldness in fire or lightness in the earth. Bhishma frowned as Kṛṣṇa went on. What has brought about this change of heart? Until now you have spoken only words indicative of war. You have spent entire nights sitting with your face bent downwards, breathing hot sighs. Running about and beating the earth, you sometimes appear insane. You spend your time in solitude and nothing can give you delight. Suddenly you will laugh out loud and at other times weep profusely. For long periods you sit with your head between your knees with your eyes closed. All this is the work of wrath. O Bhishma, you have sworn to kill Duryodhana and all his brothers. Why this sudden display of mildness? Kṛṣṇa smiled. Alas, it seems that even the powerful are struck by terror when the time for battle arrives. Surely you are seeing unfavorable omens and so you desire peace. Seized by fear you have become like a eunuch, devoid of manliness. O son of Kunt, the minds of men are inconstant and easily swayed, like saplings moved by the wind. O hero, be firm. Do not give way to fear. I am totally amazed to see you in this state. Without you, your brothers will sink in an ocean of despair. Think of your noble lineage. You are a Kshatriya and meant to live by your might. This weakness of heart is unbecoming, O Bhishma. Like a first-class horse prodded by its rider, Bhishma quickly stood and said loudly, Do not think my mind has been swayed, O Kṛṣṇa. I am cheerful at the prospect of war. You know this well enough as we have lived together many times. Or perhaps you do not know me, as one swimming in a lake does not know its depths. Thus do you find fault with me. Who, knowing me as Bhmasena, could possibly have spoken such words? Although it is always condemned to praise oneself, I shall speak of my prowess in order to ease your mind. Bhma held out his arms, which resembled a pair of elephant trunks. Who is there who, having once entered within the circle of these arms, could escape? Even if he were assisted by Indra, the ocean, and the Himavat in person, he would die. If the earth and heavens were to suddenly come against one another in fury like two great mountains, I could hold them apart with my two arms, along with all their movable and immovable creatures. All those who oppose the Pandavas I will trample under my feet. O Achyuta, although you do not know me now, you will surely know me in the turmoil of battle. Your words pain me like the lancing of an old boil. My strength is even greater than I have described. When the time comes, you and the world will see me cutting down the foremost warriors with their elephants, horses and chariots. I would not be afraid even if the three worlds rushed against me. I spoke only out of mercy, O Kṛṣṇa, and could bear any sort of trouble to avoid annihilating the Bharatas. Kṛṣṇa smiled broadly as Bhma returned to his seat. Desiring to know your intentions, I spoke only out of affection. I was not finding fault with you because I know you are capable of all you have said and more. I know the greatness of your soul and the strength you possess. My words were only meant to inspire you to be determined. Firm action will soon be required. Without action a man cannot achieve his ends in this world. Although it is the ultimate cause, destiny alone is not sufficient. One who acts with full knowledge of cause and effect without attachment to the results can bring about his highest goals. Those who remain idle, either out of ignorance or fear, do not achieve success. Kṛṣṇa turned toward Arjuna. What is your view, O Dhananjaya? I shall leave at dawn for Hastinapura. Do you have any final thoughts? Arjuna had been silently taking everything in. He looked around the great hall. The many kings and Brahmins present looked back at him as he began to speak. I think Yudhishthira has said all that needs to be said, O Janardana. But it seems to me that you do not see peace as being easily obtained, owing to either Dhtara's avarice or to our weakness. You consider too that man's desires are useless unless attended by action, that one should not simply depend on destiny. Having stated his understanding of Kṛṣṇa's speech, Arjuna gave his response. I am in agreement. In my opinion, O Keva, there is nothing unattainable to one who acts in knowledge. I know you to be the best well-wisher of both ourselves and the Kurus. Whatever you decide to do I will accept. If peace is desired by you, then it shall be so. And if you desire war, then I am ready to fight. Arjuna paused. His hand rested on the long sword by his side. Surely he had been born only to wield weapons in combat. He could not honestly see any chance of peace, even with Kṛṣṇa going to Hastinapura. Despite his power, Kṛṣṇa never compelled others to act against their own desires. He would offer them wisdom, present logic and reason, but in the end everything would depend upon Dhtara and Duryodhana's free will. There was nothing to indicate that they would respond favorably. In all probability Kṛṣṇa would return insulted. Arjuna's voice rose in anger as he thought about it. Without doubt the evil-minded Duryodhana deserves to die. He and his brothers cruelly and deceitfully robbed us of our kingdom and insulted the innocent Draupad. I cannot see him accepting any good counsel. Your words will be like throwing seeds on barren land. If you think he should be destroyed, then do it at once, O Lord, for there is nothing to be considered in this matter. Otherwise, let there be battle. What Kshatriya would turn away from such a fight, even if death stares down upon him? Kṛṣṇa nodded slowly. It is exactly as you say, Arjuna. Peace and war both lie in my hands, but I will not force either. Even the divine agency which causes the results of actions allows men their free choice. Every man must accept the consequences of his own actions. Blinded by attachment, men do not see the final results of their acts, but the divine power always brings about those results. I will convey in full Yudhishthira's message to the Kurus. As you say, Arjuna, Yudhishthira has already said everything that should be said. Duryodhana is likely to be too vicious to accept my advice. He is unable to part with even a tiny piece of land for a brief period. Thus there will be war. You will be required to fight, Babetsu. Fix your mind on battle, for whomever you determine to defeat is already vanquished. For my part, I desire to do whatever is good for Dharma Arya. I will always follow the instructions of that pious king, and I will also duly consider Duryodhana's wicked acts. Kṛṣṇa turned toward the twins. Both of them expressed their willingness for battle. Satyaki also spoke of his determination to fight. There was little doubt in anyone's mind that war was unavoidable. Duryodhana would simply laugh at Kṛṣṇa. Draupadi was also seated in the assembly. The talk of peace had alarmed her. For 13 long years she had waited for the time when Duryodhana and his brothers would receive justice. She wanted the battle to begin at once. Kṛṣṇa's final peace mission worried her. What if he succeeded? It seemed her husbands, even Bhishma, were ready to accept peace if Kṛṣṇa could somehow secure it without sacrificing their interests. How, then, would she be avenged for her suffering at the Kauravas' hands? How would her defiled honor be restored? She addressed Kṛṣṇa with anguish in her voice. O Achyuta, why are you going to haste in Pura? What do you hope to achieve? Has Duryodhana not made it clear that he will never return Yudhishthira's kingdom? Yudhishthira asked for 5 small villages, and still the evil one would not agree. Not by peaceful means nor by surrender will we attain our ends. Only by battle will we recover our kingdom. I cannot see any point in your going there, O Kṛṣṇa, unless it is to annihilate those sinful men. You should not show mercy at this time. It is said that the sin of killing an innocent man accrues to a ruler who fails to kill one who is guilty. Do not let yourself be touched by sin, O Janardana. Draupadi reminded Kṛṣṇa of the pain she felt in the Kūrus assembly hall. Her voice was choked. Shame to Arjuna's skill in archery, and shame to Bhishma's strength that Duryodhana still lives for even a moment longer. O Lord, if I am fit to be favored by you, if you feel mercy toward me, then direct the full force of your wrath on Dharma's sons. Draupadi rose up from her seat behind the Pandavas. Taking hold of her ringlets of deep blue hair, she approached Kṛṣṇa. O lotus-eyed one, this is the hair that Dushasana seized. If Bhishma and Arjuna are so mean as to desire peace, then my old father and his sons will fight for my virtue. So too will my heroic sons, with Abhimanyu at their head, come to avenge me. If I do not see Dushasana's hand torn from his body, then how can I ever experience peace? For 13 years my mind has been ablaze with thoughts of revenge. My heart has been rent asunder upon seeing Bhishma inclined toward mildness. Draupadi stopped speaking. Hot tears fell on her breasts and she covered her face with her delicate hands. Kṛṣṇa consoled her gently. Before long, PCL, you will see the Kauravas' wives weep as you weep now. Those with whom you are angry are already destroyed along with all their kinsmen and followers. The gods have ordained it. Bhishma, Arjuna, the twins, Yudhishthira and I will kill them. Do not doubt this. If Dharma's sons do not heed my advice, they shall lie upon the bare earth, their bodies food for dogs and jackals. O gentle lady, stop crying. You will soon see your husbands regain their kingdom after killing their enemies. Draupadi was pacified by Kṛṣṇa's words. There was nothing left to be said. It was late afternoon and Yudhishthira adjourned the assembly. Kṛṣṇa would leave early the next morning. He rose and bowed to Yudhishthira, leaving the hall like the sun going behind a cloud. The Pandavas followed him and gradually the others dispersed, all reflecting upon Kṛṣṇa's momentous words. Chapter 46 Kṛṣṇa's Peace Mission. Just before dawn, bards and Brahmins assembled outside Kṛṣṇa's bedchamber. They chanted auspicious Vedic hymns as musicians played lutes and drums. Inside the chamber Kṛṣṇa had already risen and was performing his morning rituals. After bathing and worshipping the sun and the sacred fire, he put on yellow silk garments. The palace servants helped adorn him with numerous gold ornaments studded with priceless gems. As he paid his respects to the Brahmins, giving them cows and gold in charity, Astayaki entered. Kṛṣṇa greeted him cheerfully and said, O hero, please prepare my chariot. Equip it with both offensive and defensive weapons. Duryodhana lacks all scruples, and so do Kara and Akuni. An enemy should never be disregarded, even if he is weaker. Astayaki detailed some soldiers to prepare Kṛṣṇa's chariot. They brought out the car meant for high-speed journeys, which had 2 great wheels resembling the sun and the moon. It blazed like fire and was decorated with moons and stars as well as figures of sharks, animals, birds, and various kinds of flowers worked in precious stones. The chariot was covered with tiger skins and rows of small bells. A tall flagstaff of lapis lazuli bore a large dark blue banner emblazoned with the emblem of Grua. Kṛṣṇa's 4 horses, Abhya, Sugriva, Meghapushpa, and Balahaka, all clad in mail, were yoked to it with harnesses of jeweled leather. Kṛṣṇa came out of the palace and mounted the chariot with Astayaki. His charioteer, Diruka, urged on the horses and they moved off, being loudly praised by crowds of citizens. Kṛṣṇa saw by the roadside Brahmins offering him worship while musically chanting sacred Vedic hymns. As he proceeded along the city's main highway, the sky cleared and a gentle breeze began to blow. The gods, Gandharvas, and celestials assembled in the sky, offering prayers. The Pandavas and their allies followed the slowly moving chariot on foot. The citizens threw flowers and rice on the road in front of the procession. Conch shells, kettledrums, trumpets, and other instruments sounded on all sides. When Kṛṣṇa reached the city's outskirts, he dismounted. Yudhishthira embraced him, wishing him success. With tears in his eyes he said, "O Govinda, please go to the pious lady who patiently awaits our return, passing her days in grief, she who is ever attached to the worship of the Supreme Lord, to whom fasts and devotions are second nature, and who is charitably disposed to all beings. Please offer her our deepest respects. Alas, when shall I be able to render my mother some good? Please comfort her, O Madhava, and tell her everything about us." The last time the Pandavas had seen Kṛṣṇa was when they were going into exile. She had followed them along the road, crying and stumbling in sorrow and pain. Now it seemed they might not see her until after the war, if at all. Each of them sent her a message through Kṛṣṇa. Yudhishthira continued, "Please also greet on our behalf our grandfather, Bhishma, and our preceptor, Droa. The wise Vidura, who has unlimited knowledge, we embrace with affection. Offer all the Kuru elders our respects and love." Yudhishthira gave a final message for Dharma, then he walked respectfully around Kṛṣṇa with his hands folded. After this, Arjuna came forward to say farewell. After embracing Kṛṣṇa he said, "O Govinda, it has been decided that you will demand for us one half of the kingdom. If Duryodhana refuses, I will certainly annihilate the Kshatriyas. There is no doubt of that. Go now, O Lord, and we shall remain always thinking of you. Everything will be done just as you desire." After the Pandavas had circumambulated him, Kṛṣṇa climbed back onto his chariot. Spurred on by Dhruka, the horses took off. As the Pandavas stood watching, Kṛṣṇa's chariot rapidly disappeared into the distance. A dust cloud rose behind it, and the five brothers stared after Kṛṣṇa until the dust settled and they could no longer see him. Satyaki looked around as they sped toward Hastinapura. He saw various omens, both earthly and celestial. Lightning flashed in the cloudless sky, and behind them showers of rain fell. Rivers flowed backwards and the earth shook. Satyaki saw water gushing out of wells and fire blazing upon the horizon. The atmosphere darkened and loud roars emanated from the sky, although no beings were visible. Although Satyaki saw all these terrible signs, the area around the chariot was mild and calm. A cool breeze blew, carrying fragrant lotus petals and drops of water. The road ahead always seemed smooth and free of debris and thorns. They passed through various provinces and were greeted and praised by thousands of Brahmins. The Brahmins worshipped Kṛṣṇa with offerings of arghya and flowers. Beautifully dressed and ornamented women stood by the roadside, ululating joyfully and throwing flower petals and fresh grains. Kṛṣṇa stopped to greet the people and receive their worship. At the end of his first day's journey he arrived at Brikastala, where he spent the night in a spacious house offered by the local people. They brought him all kinds of food and drink and he offered them blessings. Kṛṣṇa and Satyaki then took rest on large, comfortable beds, still being praised by the Brahmins. As Kṛṣṇa approached Hastinapura, a fierce wind blew up. The city was ravaged. Huge trees were uprooted and buildings smashed. There were also other signs of foreboding. The sky became black and there were repeated crashes of thunder. Vultures and crows wheeled, crying loudly, while jackals howled. On the day before Kṛṣṇa's arrival, Dharma called an assembly to discuss how to greet him. He had been informed of Kṛṣṇa's arrival at Brikastala. Thinking of Vidura's instructions, the old king said, "Kṛṣṇa can fulfill all our desires if we satisfy him. On him the world's course depends. He is the Lord of creation, the source of all power, wisdom and opulence. He is worthy of our respect and worship in every way. Indeed, if we do not respect him, then misery will ensue. Let us prepare a welcome for him befitting the gods. By pleasing him in this way we will obtain the fulfillment of our desires when he arrives." Dharma suggested that they offer him the best of residences, equipped with everything enjoyable. They decided to offer to him Dushashana's palace, which was the most opulent in Hastinapura. The king then asked that various kinds of wealth be prepared to offer as gifts. "I wish to present him with 16 golden chariots, each drawn by excellent horses of the same color, 8 huge elephants with tusks like plows, 100 virgins and the same number of men servants. Thousands of deerskins, costly blankets and silks shall be brought before Kṛṣṇa, along with profuse quantities of gold and gems. Let all my sons, with the exception of Duryodhana, go out to greet him. The citizens should line the streets and beautiful dancing girls and actors should perform for his pleasure. Decorate the city with flags, festoons and garlands. Sweep all the roads and drench them with scented water. Tomorrow we will declare a festival in honor of Kṛṣṇa. When Dharma stopped, Vidura said, "O king, you are respected in this world as a man of virtue. Old in wisdom and knowing what is right, you desire to please Kṛṣṇa. This is good, but in my opinion you are not properly motivated. You wish to win over the Lord of the Vaidavas by offering him wealth, yet you will not accede to his real desire that you surrender even 5 villages to the Pandavas. All your ministrations and gifts will prove useless if you do not grant Yudhishthira his rights. For sure, the all-powerful Govinda will not even cast his eyes upon your wealth. If you really want to please him, do as he asks. Act as a father should act toward his children. Do not bring about your son's destruction by your own foolishness." Duryodhana glanced at Kṛṣṇa and stood to speak. What Vidura has said regarding Kṛṣṇa is correct. Kind words and gifts will not separate him from the Pandavas' cause. Therefore, I feel we should not offer him wealth. Although Kṛṣṇa is worthy of all this worship and more, he will simply see our attempts as a sign of weakness. Our gifts of wealth, while demeaning us, will not sway him from his determination for war. It may even anger him. Bhishma shook his head. Janardana will not become angry whether he is properly received or not. We cannot insult him, nor can we win him over. Whatever he desires will happen and we cannot check it by any means. Our only course of action is to abide by his wishes. Kṛṣṇa will surely say only what is conducive to the welfare of all beings. We should follow his direction. O king, effect peace with the Pandavas, for this is Kṛṣṇa's desire. Duryodhana, his eyes smoldering, retorted, "I will never be able to share power with the Pandavas. I have another idea. When Kṛṣṇa enters this assembly, I will take him captive. With him as my prisoner the Yadus, Vrishnas, Pandavas, and indeed the whole world will be at my disposal. We should think of some means to effect this plan so that he will not suspect anything." Duryodhana had already discussed this idea with Kṛṣṇa and Kara and had already made arrangements, whether or not the court agreed. Taking Kṛṣṇa prisoner seemed to him the best course of action. The Pandavas would never dare attack them if they were holding Kṛṣṇa. As Duryodhana made his foolhardy suggestion, the kings in the assembly gasped. Dharma was shocked and said angrily, "O child, do not speak in this way. This is against eternal virtue. A messenger should never be violated. What to speak of one such as Kṛṣṇa? He is our relative and is dear to us all. What wrong has he ever done the Kurus? He should certainly not be made captive." Bhishma's furious voice then rang out, "Your son is on the verge of eternity, O king. He chooses only evil and never good, although advised by numerous well-wishers. You follow him on his unrighteous path toward certain ruin. He will cease to exist the moment he comes against Kṛṣṇa, who can do anything he desires without the least exertion. I dare not listen to any more words from this sinful person." Bhishma strode out of the assembly hall in a rage. Dharma then ended the session and everyone left, censoring Duryodhana. His suggestion had gone beyond the bounds of propriety. Surely Dharma would now see the folly of supporting him. As they left the hall, the kings and ministers looked at the blind king, who sat in silence. What would he say when Kṛṣṇa arrived the next morning? After a pleasant night in Brikastala, Kṛṣṇa and Astayaki rose before dawn and began their morning worship. They then left the village at sunrise. In less than 2 hours their fast-moving chariot approached the outskirts of Hastinapura. Crowds of people lined the roads for miles outside the city, all hoping to see Kṛṣṇa. Bhishma, Droa, Kapa, and the other Kuru elders also came out to greet him. All of them were beautifully attired and filled with joy to see Kṛṣṇa's approach. He entered the decorated city, surrounded by the people. Along the roads Kṛṣṇa saw archways and other structures decked with precious gems. From the balconies of the high, white mansions along the road ladies threw fragrant flowers onto his chariot. Many instruments played and the blasts from thousands of conch shells filled the air. The roads were packed with people, and Kṛṣṇa dismounted from his chariot to pass through their midst. 50 tall and well-armed soldiers walked ahead of him to clear a path through the crowds. As he went along the smooth stone road, Kṛṣṇa glanced about on all sides, smiling at the people. Loud shouts of "Hail Govinda" were heard everywhere. Slowly Kṛṣṇa made his way toward Dharma's home, consisting of numerous large palaces arranged around spacious gardens. He was led through the inner quarters, passing through a number of gates guarded by young warriors holding bows and spears. Kṛṣṇa was brought directly to Dharma in the royal court and he immediately honored him with suitable words of praise. The king received him with the greatest respect and had him seated on a jeweled golden throne no less opulent than his own. 2 young maidservants stood on either side of the throne, fanning Kṛṣṇa with chamara whisks. After Kṛṣṇa had been worshipped with the traditional rites of hospitality, he stayed in the court for a short while, exchanging informal and joking words with the Kṛṣṇa. It was decided that there would be a full assembly the following day when they would hear Kṛṣṇa's message. Taking Dharma's permission, Kṛṣṇa then left the court and went to Vidura's house to see Kṛṣṇa. Vidura was overjoyed to see Kṛṣṇa approaching his home. His eyes flooded with tears and he bowed at Kṛṣṇa's feet. Kṛṣṇa raised him up by the shoulders and embraced him with affection. Vidura gazed into Kṛṣṇa's face. "I cannot describe the joy I feel upon seeing you," he said. "You are the inner soul of all embodied beings. I am honored beyond measure." Vidura showed Kṛṣṇa into his home and, along with his wife, worshipped him with love. He asked after the Pandavas and Kṛṣṇa told him all the news from Mahābhārata. Vidura was happy to hear that the Pandavas were well and that they had many allies. Kṛṣṇa wanted to see Kṛṣṇa at once, so Vidura showed him to her quarters. As he entered her room, Kṛṣṇa stood up quickly and ran toward him. Remembering her sons, she cried aloud. Then she clasped hold of Kṛṣṇa's neck and shed tears. Kṛṣṇa consoled her and her tears gradually subsided. She brought Kṛṣṇa into the room and sat him on a large couch spread with white silk. As she offered him arghya, Kṛṣṇa saw that his end had become emaciated through fasting and grieving. In one part of her spacious quarters he saw Brahmins tending a sacrificial fire, their voices carrying through the room as they chanted mantras. A deity form of Vishnu stood on a large altar, beautifully dressed and decked with fresh garlands. Incense burned on the altar and its pleasant fragrance filled the room. Kṛṣṇa had not seen Kṛṣṇa since before her son's exile. Sitting near him on the couch she poured out her lamentations, her voice choked with sorrow. "Tell me, how are my sons? O Kṛṣṇa, those pious boys, even from their childhood, were attached to serving their elders, were humble, kind, and always wished for each other's welfare. But they were robbed of their kingdom and sent to the forest. How cruel is fate! They have brought wrath and joy under control, are devoted to the Brahmins, and are speakers of truth. Yet, abandoning their wealth and opulence, they lived in exile. This has ripped open my heart. How did they live in the forest, O Kṛṣṇa? After living in palaces attended by numerous servants, how did they survive in the wild? Formerly they would sleep on the best of beds in well-appointed rooms. How could they lay down on the bare earth? Alas, my children have suffered too much sorrow. Deprived of their father as young boys, they then had to leave their mother and all their friends and relatives." Kṛṣṇa lamented at length. She described each of her sons, her voice rising and falling in grief. "Shall I ever see them again?" she cried. "O Achyuta, tell me how Draupadi is faring. She is dearer to me than all my sons." That noble lady preferred her husband's company to that of her father and sons. It seems one does not necessarily get happiness as a result of virtue, for she is the most virtuous of all women and yet has had to suffer unbearable misery. When I remember how she was dragged into the assembly my heart feels such agony. Nothing has ever given me greater pain. Dragged by that dishonorable and covetous wretch even as the Kṛṣṇa looked on, she found no protector other than Vidura. The virtues of the high-souled Vidura are an ornament for this world. Kṛṣṇa's choked voice trailed off and she sat weeping for some time. Kṛṣṇa looked compassionately at her tear-streaked face. Even in old age she was still beautiful, her fine features highlighted by her white widow's silk covering her head. She had not decorated herself since Piyu's death, but she still bore a regal splendor and was obviously noble. Taking several deep breaths, Kṛṣṇa regained her composure and went on. "When my sons were born, the gods spoke from the sky. This one will be Lord of the world, the gods said at Yudhishthira's birth. At Arjuna's birth, the heavenly voice predicted that he would slaughter the Kṛṣṇa in battle. I do not doubt these prophecies. The time has come for my sons to show their prowess. This is the moment for which Kshatriyas take birth. You should tell Yudhishthira that his piety is decreasing daily. As long as the sinful Duryodhana and his evil brother, the defiler of Draupadi's virtue, remain alive and unpunished, he is suffering a decrease of virtue. O Kṛṣṇa, I do not grieve for the defeat at Dasa, the loss of the kingdom, or even separation from my sons as much as I grieve for the youthful Draupadi being brought in a single cloth before the Kṛṣṇa and insulted. How can I experience such grief? With you and the invincible Balarama as my protectors, as well as Bhishma and Arjuna, it is truly astonishing." Kṛṣṇa gazed at Kṛṣṇa. She knew who he was, that somehow he had arranged everything. Still, it was difficult to understand. Why had he allowed the chaste Draupadi to be insulted? Why was the wicked Duryodhana allowed to rule the world? Surely there was some divine plan underlying it all, meant for the good of all men. Kṛṣṇa remembered a proverb she had often heard from Pu. Man proposes, God disposes. She had also received instructions from the great Vyasadeva and others who had given her a transcendental understanding of the Lord's nature. The Lord fulfilled men's desires in accordance with what they deserved. Eventually, all of a man's acts would bring about appropriate reactions. Although it may seem that a sinful man prospered while a virtuous man suffered, in the end sin always brought ruin while virtue brought success. Kant had little doubt. The destruction of the Kṛṣṇa was imminent. Kṛṣṇa consoled his grieving aunt. "O Kant, what woman is there in this world like you? Born of a noble family, you married a lord of the earth and have given birth to 5 great heroes. Your sons are like virtue personified. They have controlled sleep, laziness, anger, joy, hunger and thirst. They do not desire any mean pleasures. The happiness belonging to those possessed of true power is all they desire. The greatly powerful seek either extreme happiness or extreme suffering, and they accept nothing mediocre. Either they rule the earth or they practice severe asceticism. Your sons have made this same choice. The time has now come for them to assume rulership of the world. You will soon see them in good health, with all their ends achieved, installed as kings and surrounded by prosperity." Kṛṣṇa conveyed to Kant all of her son's messages. Comforted by his words, she replied, "Whatever you think is right and whatever you wish to be done should be done without delay, O Kṛṣṇa. Surely you are the greatest well-wisher of the world. O chastiser of enemies, I know the truth of your existence. You are the unlimited Brahman, the original and supreme person in whom resides all power and opulence. Everything depends upon you. What you have said must come to pass, for truth itself depends upon you. I bow to you and pray for your everlasting service. O Govinda, please be gracious to me." Kṛṣṇa smiled and spoke a few more consoling words before rising to leave. He walked around Kant, offering his aunt the same respect due his mother. Leaving Kant's quarters, Kṛṣṇa returned to Duryodhana's palace. Without hindrance he passed through the heavily guarded gateways and came to the vast palace occupied by the Kaurava prince. It was comparable to Indra's abode, appearing like a mass of clouds and as high as a mountain. The white marble building was decked with countless precious gems and gold engravings. Kṛṣṇa entered and went along the wide corridors, which were decorated with golden images of the gods. He passed through 3 large divisions of the palace, each designed and decorated in a different mood, and at last reached the central hall. There he found Duryodhana seated amid 1,000 kings and warriors. Next to him were Akuni, Kara and Dasa. They all rose to greet Kṛṣṇa as he entered the hall. Duryodhana came down from his elevated seat and welcomed Kṛṣṇa warmly. He showed him to a large throne covered with an exquisite silk carpet and soft white cushions. When Kṛṣṇa was seated, he personally worshipped him and offered him the traditional gift of a cow. His brothers also came and worshipped Kṛṣṇa, along with the other kings. When the rites were complete, Duryodhana folded his palms and said, "We are honored, O Govinda. What can we do for you? You may consider this wide kingdom and all our wealth yours. Please be gracious and accept an invitation to dine with us. We have prepared Dashashana's palace for your residence, which is superior even to my own. I will not eat with you, O hero, nor shall I stay in Dashashana's palace." Duryodhana smiled and spoke with forced humility. "Why do you refuse our invitation, O Janradana? Are we not as dear to you as the Pandavas? Surely you see both parties equally. Your relationship with Dhtara is as close as your relationship with the Pandavas. O Madhava, please tell me why you will not accept our hospitality. Only those messengers who have gained their objectives should accept the hospitality offered by those who have received his message." He raised his long arm and held out his palm toward Duryodhana. "After you have fulfilled my wish, you may entertain both myself and my followers." Struggling to control his anger, Duryodhana replied, "It is not befitting that you treat us so, O Madhusudana. Whether your objects are achieved or not, we are bent upon pleasing you with our hospitality. You have denied us that opportunity with no good reason, O best of men. We feel no enmity toward you and therefore cannot understand why you snub us in this way." Kṛṣṇa was grave. "I never abandon virtue from motives of desire, anger, hate or attachment. One should eat another's food if there is love between them or if he is in distress. O king, you do not please me and I am not in distress. For no reason you have borne malice toward the Pandavas from their childhood. Your cousins are virtuous and devoted to the good of all beings. Whoever bears malice for such blameless men bears malice toward me. He who follows the virtuous follows me. Know that I am merged in the Pandavas and cannot be separated from them." Kṛṣṇa looked intently, but without anger, at Duryodhana, who frowned. O Bharata, whoever becomes antagonistic toward a virtuous man, impelled by lust or anger, should be known as the vilest of men. He does not keep his prosperity for long. On the other hand, he who wins over virtuous men with services and kind words, even though they may not be dear to him, gains great renown in the world. Your food is defiled by wickedness. I will not eat it. I prefer instead to stay with Vidura and eat his food. Leaving Duryodhana fuming, Kṛṣṇa left the hall and returned to Vidura's house. All the Kuru elders visited him there. They each offered him their own abodes, but Kṛṣṇa thanked them and replied, I am honored by the offer, but I am content to stay with Vidura. Kṛṣṇa and Satyaki happily ate whatever food was prepared by Vidura's wife, after first offering a portion to the Brahmins. When the meal was over, Vidura said, Duryodhana does not much appreciate your visit, O Kṛṣṇa. That wicked-minded fool transgresses all religious codes. He is incapable of accepting good advice and is bound for destruction. In his opinion he is wise, but he follows nothing other than his own desires. He is an enemy even to his friends. Having abandoned virtue he is fond of untruth and is simply a slave to his senses. He will certainly ignore your advice. As Vidura spoke, his wife came into the room and offered Kṛṣṇa herbs and fragrant spices to purify his mouth after eating. She lit incense and took up a chamara whisk to fan Kṛṣṇa. He smiled at her and told her to sit with her husband. Duryodhana has full confidence in Bhishma, Droa, Kapa, Kare, Avatham and Jyadratha. With his armies at the ready he does not even think of peace. He thinks the Pandavas will not be able to even look upon his forces. Lacking all intelligence, he has firmly resolved to return nothing to the Pandavas. Vidura did not like the idea of Kṛṣṇa going into the Kauravas' assembly. He knew that he would only be insulted and even abused. Although Vidura knew Kṛṣṇa to be beyond insult, out of love he did not want to see it happen. Nor did he want the Kurus to be further blighted by sinful reactions due to their offenses. Duryodhana suspects your motives, Vidura continued, as he pressed Kṛṣṇa's feet. He will by no means listen to your submission. Surrounded by his chariots and elephants, he feels invincible. He now considers the kingdom to be his and his alone. He thinks you are biased toward the Pandavas. Many of the kings following him are already your enemies. Out of fear of you they have joined with Duryodhana. All of them are delighted at the prospect of fighting the Pandavas. How can you go into their midst, O crusher of enemies? Although I know your true position, power and invincibility, still I cannot see the purpose of your going there simply to be ignored. I speak only out of love, reverence and friendship. My lord, what is the use of describing the joy I feel upon seeing you? You are the supreme soul and the very life of all beings. Kṛṣṇa reached over and clasped Vidura's hand. You have spoken with wisdom. You have spoken as a friend should speak to a friend. Your words are conducive to morality and worldly good, like the advice of a father or mother. What you have said is true, but listen to my reasons for coming here. Knowing full well of Duryodhana's hostility and wickedness, I have come here to do something virtuous. He who liberates these men from the clutches of death will earn great religious merit. The wise have said that if one attempts a virtuous act with all his power but fails, he will still receive the merit of that act. Therefore, with all sincerity I will seek to establish peace. This calamity has its roots in the Kurus, for it has been brought about by Duryodhana and Kare. Kṛṣṇa rose from his seat and walked slowly across the room, his gold ornaments and jewels glinting in the light of the oil lamps. If one does not try to save a friend from impending calamity, then he cannot be called a friend. A friend should pull one away from acting improperly even if it means seizing him by the hair. Therefore, it behooves me to try to dissuade Duryodhana from his purposes. If he disregards me, at least I will feel that I did all a friend could do. If the fool does not accept my advice, then he will have only himself to blame for the consequences. Nor will men blame me for having failed to effect peace. If, without sacrificing the Pandavas' interests, I can bring about peace between the cousins, then I will have done good to both parties. Otherwise, not even all the rulers of the world can stand against me any more than small animals can stand against an enraged lion. Kṛṣṇa spoke with Vidura through most of the night. They rested briefly. Then as dawn approached, bards assembled outside Vidura's house and recited hymns from the Samaveda to the accompaniment of cymbals, drums and conch shells. Kṛṣṇa rose immediately upon hearing the sound. He performed his morning ablutions and went through his usual morning rituals, chanting incantations to the fire god and worshipping the sun as it rose. Even as he performed his morning devotions, Duryodhana and Akuni came to see him. With folded palms they informed him that Dhtara and the other Kurus were in the assembly hall. They are awaiting you even as the gods in heaven await Indra. Kṛṣṇa replied that he would soon be ready, and Duryodhana said he would wait outside. After he and Akuni had gone, Kṛṣṇa distributed charity to the Brahmins from the many chariots filled with riches he had brought with him to distribute. He gave gold, gems, and fine cloth to numerous Brahmins, then prepared himself to go to the Kuru assembly. Dhruva fetched his chariot and it approached Vidura's house with a deep rumble. After circumambulating the sacred fire and the Brahmins, Kṛṣṇa left the house. Kṛṣṇa, Astayaki and Vidura mounted the chariot and it moved off. Duryodhana and Akuni followed in their own chariot. Behind them came Katavarma and other great warriors, some on chariots and others on elephants. Brahmins went on foot, chanting auspicious prayers, and musicians played their instruments. Thousands of young warriors came behind them, dressed in armor and carrying swords, lances and axes. The streets were packed with citizens, all hoping to catch a glance of the famous Kṛṣṇa. Balconies were crowded with women, who gazed down on Kṛṣṇa's chariot as it passed. They filled the air with a continuous stream of many-colored flower petals. Chapter 47 Duryodhana's obstinacy in the hall. The assembled Kuru elders waited with anticipation. As they heard Kṛṣṇa's chariot approach, the hall buzzed, and as Kṛṣṇa dismounted from his chariot, shouts of hail to Govinda, and all glories to Kṛṣṇa, Lord of the Vaidavas, rang out. Kṛṣṇa caught hold of both Vidura's and Astayaki's hands on either side of him and walked into the hall. Tara rose, along with Mahābhārata, Kṛṣṇa and others. Crossing the floor, Kṛṣṇa greeted Tara respectfully. The king offered him a beautiful throne encrusted with jewels. With his divine vision, Kṛṣṇa saw numerous celestials approaching the assembly from the sky. He said, "Many is hoping to witness what will happen here today, have assembled. See, there is Narada Muni. Offer them suitable seats, for how can any of us sit down while they remain standing?" Tara ordered his servants to fetch golden seats. These entered the hall like glowing planets descended from the heavens and accepted the seats. After they had been worshipped with all respect, Kṛṣṇa accepted his own seat and was in turn worshipped by the Kurus. Vidura sat next to Kṛṣṇa on a seat covered with white deerskin and decked with gems. Opposite Kṛṣṇa, Duryodhana and Kara sat together on a single throne. As the monarchs took their places, Brahmins recited Vedic hymns to invoke an auspicious atmosphere. Gradually everyone fell silent and gazed at Kṛṣṇa. Seated on his throne, he looked like a dark gem set in gold. There was perfect stillness in the hall as everyone waited for him to speak. Kṛṣṇa looked toward Tara and said, "May there be peace between the Kurus and Pandavas, O Bharata. May no heroes be slain on either side. Only for this have I come. O king, I have nothing more to say." Hearing Kṛṣṇa speak reminded the assembly of the soft thunder of autumnal rain clouds. All eyes remained fixed upon him. "O king, you know as well as I do the cause for the present situation. Peace lies in your hands. You have a great responsibility. Your dynasty is famed for its virtue and nobility. The Kurus are especially known for their knowledge of scripture, good behavior, kindness, compassion, forgiveness and truthfulness. Do not allow your fine heritage to be sullied. You are the Kurus leader and must bear the reaction to any sinful acts they perform. A calamity now faces your race, caused by the Kurus behavior. If you do not check it, O monarch, it will destroy the world." Kṛṣṇa looked over at Duryodhana. The prince appeared distracted, looking away from Kṛṣṇa and rubbing his face with a hand covered in gleaming gems. Kṛṣṇa went on, "O king, your sons are not considering morality or even profit. They are wicked and overcome by avarice. They are being unfair toward their own friends. I do not think peace would be so difficult to achieve. It depends upon you and me. You should give an order and your sons should follow it. The Pandavas never ignore my advice. Set your sons on the path of peace and I will do the same with the Pandavas. Consider everything carefully, O king. Even if you desire to rule this world, it is still better to establish peace with the Pandavas than to make them your enemies. At present, they see you as a worshipable elder. They will wait upon you and protect you and even the gods will not be able to assail you. You will not find better allies than the Pandavas. With them at your side, you would lead troops headed by Mahābhārata, Kṛṣṇa, Avatham, Yudhishthira, Bhishma, Arjuna, and so many other great heroes. Where is that fool who would fight such warriors?" The blind king sat with his head bowed. Kṛṣṇa's speech was as he had expected, cutting and painfully true. His throat was parched and he called for water as Kṛṣṇa continued. "On the other hand, O king, what profit will there be in fighting with the Pandavas? What merit do you see in arranging for so many men to die? O best of the Bharatas, just imagine what you will feel when you hear of the deaths on either side. There is no question that both parties will not survive the war. The kings you see here and the kings at Virata will slay each other mercilessly, influenced by anger. O Emperor, rescue them from death. Save this world from disaster. Let the feelings of affection you once bore for the Pandavas again flood your heart. Bring them here as your children. According to worldly virtue, such fatherless boys deserve your protection, especially in their distress. Now hear their message to you, which they asked me to repeat in the assembly. Kṛṣṇa repeated what Yudhishthira had said just before Kṛṣṇa departed. At your command, O king, we have spent 13 years in exile expecting that you would keep your word. As we have carefully kept our pledge, so we ask you to keep yours. We have suffered greatly and now desire to return to our kingdom. O Bharata, you know the principles of virtue. Act toward us as a father should act toward his sons. We will act as your sons. You are our worshipable elder. If you find us remiss in our duties, do not hesitate to correct us, O king. Set us on the proper course and yourself follow the excellent path of virtue. Tara shifted uncomfortably. His guilt at having mistreated Pu's sons bothered him more than anything else. They had been brought to him as young children after their father, his brother, had died. It was true that he should treat them no differently than his own sons. This was surely his greatest sin, that he had neglected and even inflicted suffering on those deserving his protection. Tears fell from his blind eyes as Kṛṣṇa continued. In an assembly where virtue is overcome by vice, it is the duty of the members of that assembly to remove it by all means. If vice is not removed, then it will kill all those who have participated in it. If vice prevails over virtue, falsehood over truth, then those who allow it will be ruined. What else could you do but return the Pandavas' kingdom? I desire both your good and what is best for the Pandavas. If my words are true, then let the Kurus confirm them and release the Kshatriya race from the shackles of death. Make the large-souled, virtuous Yudhishthira your ally. Do not destroy these kings for the sake of vice, nor morality for the sake of so-called happiness. Do not mistake good for evil and evil for good. O Lord of the earth, restrain your sons, who are too attached to avarice. Kant's sons are ready to serve you and to fight for you. This is my advice. Choose now that course which appears best to you, O king. Everyone remained silent. Having listened carefully to Kṛṣṇa, the kings were speechless. No one could argue with anything he said. Only Duryodhana found fault with him, and he looked at Kṛṣṇa with a sly smile. Pararma was among these, and when Kṛṣṇa finished speaking, he stood to address the assembly. All eyes rested upon him as his voice rang out around the hall. He wore a black deerskin and had matted hair. His dark eyes glowed, and his body shone with a mystical luminosity. He told the assembly a story about the ancient king Mahābhārata. That king had possessed incomparable power but had become excessively proud and arrogant. He searched continuously for opponents to defeat in battle. One day, he heard that the two Nara and Anarya were the most powerful men on earth. He went at once to Gandhamdana where they were practicing asceticism and challenged them. Although they declined, the king insisted. Finally Nara said, "Fight then, if you must, O Kshatriya. Bring your entire army and all your weapons. I will soon destroy your thirst for war." The king attacked the eye with all his power. Nara pulled up a handful of grass and, imbibing it with mystic power, hurled it at the king and his army. The grass transformed into razor-sharp steel shafts that sliced off the ears and noses of all the soldiers. So many shafts rained down upon them that they were unable to move. Mahābhārata fell at Nara's feet and begged for mercy. The eye forgave him his insolence and instructed him to never again insult someone without first establishing his opponent's power. Pararma looked around the assembly. Nara's feat was wonderful. Anarya is capable of still greater deeds. Those two high souls are now present as Arjuna and Kṛṣṇa. Do not, like the vain Mahābhārata, try to face them in battle. Men suffer from 8 vices that steal their life duration: desire, anger, greed, vanity, insolence, pride, malice, and selfishness. Influenced by these evils, men are bewildered and act like fools. O heroes, do not fall victim to these vices and lose your lives. No one can defeat Arjuna within the 3 worlds, and Janardana exceeds him. Make peace with them and do what is good for yourselves and the whole world. Then another eye, Kanva, spoke. Confirming what Pararma had said about Nara and Anarya, he added, "One should not consider he who possesses great physical strength powerful. Real strength lies in virtue. The Pandavas are virtuous. Furthermore, Kṛṣṇa, the reservoir of all virtue, is on their side. Those 5 heroes combined with Kṛṣṇa are no less than Dharma, Viyu, Indra, and the twin gods united with Viyu. O Duryodhana, how will you even look at them? Effect peace at once or be annihilated. Duryodhana was breathing heavily, his brow contracted. He gazed at Kṛṣṇa and laughed aloud when Canvas stopped speaking. Slapping his thigh he said defiantly, I am whatever God has made me. It is he who created me and he who decides my fate. I will do exactly as he has determined and nothing else. What use is this discussion? The prince had little faith in any supreme power and his voice dripped with sarcasm. He looked at Kṛṣṇa and both of them smiled. They were not interested in the eye's words. Then Anrata spoke. Like Paralarma, he narrated an ancient history about a king who had suffered as a result of his own obstinacy and ignorance. In conclusion he said, O ruler of the earth, listen to your well-wisher's advice. Obstinacy leads to ruin. Abandon your anger and vanity and make peace with the Pandavas. Reflect carefully on this story I have just told, which is full of profound instructions and is approved by learned men. By understanding these instructions and by curbing desire and anger, a man may attain sovereignty over the world. By acting otherwise, one achieves only destruction. Duryodhana said nothing. Dhrtara lifted his hand and replied, O Anrata, what you have said is true. I too wish for peace, but I am not the master in this case. Dhrtara turned toward Kṛṣṇa, who sat easily on his throne, one foot on the seat and the other resting on the cushion at his feet. O Kṛṣṇa, I accept what you have said as the truth. What you have said is for our benefit and the benefit of the world. By following your words we can attain heaven. But I am not my own master. O best of men, try to persuade my wicked son Duryodhana, who disregards all scriptural injunctions and never does what pleases me. He will not listen to me, and neither will he hear from Vidura, Bhishma, or any of his elders. Please instruct him yourself, O Kṛṣṇa. If you can correct my son of crooked intellect and sinful heart, then you will have performed your duty as a friend. Kṛṣṇa turned towards Duryodhana. I will speak only for your good, O best of the Bharatas. I desire your prosperity and happiness as much as you do. What you are contemplating will make you suffer. Wise men in this world act only for virtue and profit. Thus they fulfill their desires. What you are proposing will not fulfill your desires. Your obstinacy is vicious, frightful and destructive. It will hurt you, and there is no reason for it. Give it up. Pursue instead a course that will benefit you, your brothers, your followers, your friends. O chastiser of foes, make peace with your cousins. This will please your father and all the Kuru elders. Your father has commanded you to seek peace. A good man never neglects his father's order, nor does he ignore the advice of friends who know what is good. One who disregards the orders of seniors and the advice of well-wishers will be consumed as one who eats poisonous fruit dies. He never achieves his goal and is ultimately left sunk in remorse. Kṛṣṇa paused. He looked steadily at Duryodhana, who remained silent. The prince looked downward and rubbed the floor with his sandaled foot. All eyes in the hall were on him. Kṛṣṇa continued to speak in measured tones. He who prefers the advice of inferior men to that of learned elders meets dangers. Nothing can rescue him. Who but you would abandon kinsmen who are equal in battle to Indra in favor of incompetent and dishonest strangers? Peace with the Pandavas is more in your interests than union with wicked men. Even though you treated them with deceit and harshness since they were born, they are prepared to forgive everything and live with you as friends. O best of the Bharatas, do not show anger toward your own relatives. Live for virtue and not only for pleasure. Only then will you be able to achieve what you desire. Living in peace with the Pandavas, all your aims will be achieved, and your fame will spread far and wide. How can you prefer the shelter of Kṛṣṇa, Akuni and Dushashana to that of your noble cousins? Kṛṣṇa felt insulted by Kṛṣṇa's words. He glanced at Duryodhana, who kept his head lowered. Both men were finding Kṛṣṇa's speech hard to stomach. Both were convinced that their cause was no less righteous than that of the Pandavas. How was Dhrtara's claim to the throne any less than Piyu's, his younger brother? Duryodhana's right to the kingdom was at least equal to, if not greater than, the Pandavas' claim. They would not be able to live together in peace. That was clear. Then why should Duryodhana be the one to make concessions? The Pandavas left Hastinapur long ago. Things were going on well enough without them. It seemed that Kṛṣṇa favored them, perhaps because they were close friends. How could he say that he had Duryodhana's interest at heart? Kṛṣṇa turned his angry eyes toward Kṛṣṇa, who, seeing both his and Duryodhana's defiance, said, O hero, show me the man who is capable of standing against the enraged Bhishmasena. Having first cajoled, then cited the benefits of peace, Kṛṣṇa ended by explaining the likely results of a war with the Pandavas. He hoped to instill fear and dissension among the Kurus. Again, who can go into battle against Arjuna and return home alive? Why do you seek war? What benefit do you see in slaughtering all these men? At Kṛṣṇa, Arjuna vanquished the gods and the Gandharvas, Asuras and Angas. What chance do you have? Will it be any different from what you experienced when you came to attack the Matsya kingdom? Look at your kinsmen and friends. Do not let them be killed for your own stupidity. Let not the prosperous Kuru race be destroyed for your sake. Bring the Pandavas here in peace. They will surely install your father as the emperor and you as his viceroy. That is your only chance to achieve lasting prosperity and happiness. Do not ignore it. After making peace with the Pandavas, you will attain a blessed state. Duryodhana showed no sign of agreeing with Kṛṣṇa's words. He sat as if on fire, resembling a heap of hot coals. Seeing the prince unmoved, Bhishma said, Kṛṣṇa's words are those of a friend, dear son. Follow his advice and do not be vindictive. If you ignore what Kṛṣṇa is saying, you will achieve neither prosperity nor happiness. He has told you what will lead to virtue and profit. Any other course will result in ruin. O king, do not destroy the Kuru's prosperity. Do not cause the death of all these Kshatriyas. Do not destroy your brothers. Do not destroy yourself. Do not drown your parents in a sea of grief. Accept Kṛṣṇa's advice. When Bhishma was finished, Drona stood. I too accept what Kṛṣṇa has advised. His advice is pregnant with virtue and will profit all of us. Duryodhana, follow that advice. Do not insult Madhava with your perverted understanding. Those who now encourage you to fight will do little when the time comes. Rather, like you, they will have to depend on others. Know from me that none of us are capable of withstanding Arjuna and Kṛṣṇa in battle. If you reject my words, you will be left to grieve before long. You have heard all this again and again. What point is there in repeating it? Do as you wish. I do not wish to address you anymore. The Kuru elders had lost patience with Duryodhana. It seemed that nothing could make him see sense. That all these Kshatriyas were soon to die seemed inevitable. There could be no outcome other than what Kṛṣṇa and so many others had described. After Vidura spoke. He knew Duryodhana would not hear him, but he wanted to show his solidarity with Kṛṣṇa's speech as Kṛṣṇa had requested. I do not grieve for you, Duryodhana. Rather I grieve for your old parents. With only you to protect them, they will soon wander about without anyone. All their friends and ministers will be slain like birds shorn of their wings. Because they begot such a vicious son, they are destined to become beggars in this world. Having heard his three chief ministers concurring with Kṛṣṇa, Dharma leaned forward on his throne. The time has come to make peace, Duryodhana. The great-souled Kṛṣṇa has spoken the truth for our benefit and ultimate salvation. With his help, we can attain our goals. Go with him in peace to Virata and arrange to bring the Pandavas here. Let the hostility cease. Let the virtuous Yudhishthira place his red-palmed hand on your back with affection. Let the broad-shouldered Vikodara embrace you with goodwill. Let Arjuna and the twins offer you respects while you offer them blessings. You and they may enjoy sovereignty over the world together. I think that time has arrived, dear son. Do not disobey me. Choose peace, for you cannot be victorious in battle. Duryodhana was furious. Why was everyone afraid of the Pandavas? Perhaps he had been unfortunate when he had encountered them in the past, but that would soon change. Now, aided by the Dhanava's mystic power and the combined might of the Kuru heroes, he was invincible. The prince looked at his father. How could the old man order him in this way? Accept Bhishma's embrace. Bhishma was his mortal foe. Duryodhana shuddered at the thought. And, having ruled over the entire earth, how could he be expected to now offer his respects to Yudhishthira? Duryodhana felt it was time he spoke his mind. Calming himself, he rose from his seat and looked at Kṛṣṇa. Although you speak out of concern for me, O Madhusudana, you nevertheless criticize me alone. Why, O Kṛṣṇa, do you praise the Pandavas and accuse me without properly understanding the situation? You, Vidura, Bhishma, Drona, and my father have all found fault with me, but not with any other. Yet in this matter, I do not find I have acted in any way unworthy. I have not committed the slightest fault. Even after much introspection, I see nothing wrong. The Pandavas lost their kingdom at dice. They were not forced to play that game. Even when their wealth was returned, they agreed to play a final game and were thus exiled. Was that my fault? Why do they regard me as an enemy? Even now, although they are weak and incapable, they threaten the Kurus. Duryodhana looked at Kṛṣṇa, who clenched his fist in support. The Kaurava prince continued. We are powerful Kshatriyas and will not bow down to any man out of fear. I do not see anyone who can face the Kuru army in battle, O Kṛṣṇa. Why should I give anything to the Pandavas under threat of war? Rather, it is my duty to fight. If I lay down my body in battle, then I will achieve a glorious destination in my next life. What Kshatriya born in a noble family would avoid battle out of fear of the enemy? No self-respecting ruler would bow to one who threatened him with harsh words. I am not afraid of the Pandavas. O Madhava, I will never give them any part of this kingdom. It now belongs to Dharma and so it will remain. We are simply his servants. Although he once gave away that which should not have been given, we have rectified his error. When I was a child and dependent on others, the Pandavas were mistakenly given the kingdom. We will not make the same mistake again. Duryodhana paused and glanced at his audience. He rested one hand on his hip and the other on his sword hilt. He concluded, O Kṛṣṇa, this is my reply. As long as I rule this kingdom on my father's behalf, I will not give the Pandavas even that much land which can be pierced by the point of a needle. Duryodhana sat down, his eyes fixed on Kṛṣṇa. Kṛṣṇa lifted his huge arm, smeared with red sandalwood paste, and placed it over Duryodhana's shoulders. Vidura looked at the two men and shook his head sadly. Dharma was the only one who could prevent the impending calamity, but the old monarch remained silent, hearing everything, seeing nothing. If the king desired peace as he said he did, he would have to restrain his son forcibly. Duryodhana was not going to listen to him unless he was prepared to back his words with action. He would have to have the prince arrested. Otherwise, his words were empty. Reflecting a moment, Kṛṣṇa said, You obviously desire the endless sleep of the hero, and so you shall have it. Wait just a little longer. Then there will be the massacre you desire. Oh fool, you think you have no blame, but everyone here knows the truth. You were jealous of the Pandavas' prosperity, and you plotted with Kṛṣṇa to defeat Yudhishthira at dice. Who else could have treated his brother's wife as you treated Draupadi? Draupadi is chaste, of noble birth, and is well behaved. She is dearer to the Pandavas than their own lives. Still you insulted her before all the Kurus. Kṛṣṇa reminded Duryodhana how Dushasana had addressed the Pandavas as they left Hastinapura, and how even before the dice game the Kurus had antagonized them. To plead innocence was simply evidence of his arrogance. Kṛṣṇa was stern as he continued. If you do not return their kingdom to them willingly, you will have to return it to them when they defeat you in battle. You have committed so many evil deeds toward the Pandavas and now you try to appear innocent. You have been repeatedly ordered by your elders to make peace, but you ignore them. Only by peace will everyone be benefited, including yourself. That it appears otherwise to you is a sign of your lack of intelligence. Kṛṣṇa's speech had convinced even some of Duryodhana's brothers. Dushasana in particular had begun to favor peace. Remembering Bhishma's vow to tear out his heart, he addressed his elder brother. If you are so foolish that you will not willingly make peace, then the Kauravas will bind you hand and foot and offer you to Yudhishthira. Duryodhana stormed out of the hall. Then Duryodhana's 100 brothers and all of his ministers followed him. After they had gone, Bhishma said, One who abandons virtue and profit out of wrath will soon be sunk in a sea of troubles. This prince lacks wisdom and knowledge. He is influenced only by anger and greed. O Janardana, I think the Kshatriya race is about to be annihilated, for his brothers and ministers follow him out of folly. Kṛṣṇa turned his lotus-like eyes toward Dharma. This is the fault of all the Kuru leaders. You should have restrained Duryodhana by force. O sinless men, it is time for you to act. Listen as I describe what is in your best interests. You all know how Kṛṣṇa, king of the Bhajas and Ugrasēna's wicked son, was rejected by his kinsmen. In the end, I killed him. By this one act the Vaidavas and Hakas and Vrishnis all became happy. One man should be sacrificed for the sake of a race, the race for the good of a town, the town for the benefit of the country, and the earth for the sake of the soul. O Bharatas, after binding Duryodhana, Kṛṣṇa, Kṛṣṇa and Dushasana, make peace with the Pandavas. In this way the Kshatriyas may be saved. This made Dharma even more uncomfortable. From Duryodhana's birth his advisors had insisted he reject his son. He had refused. Now he was tasting the bitter fruit of his mistaken judgment. He was too attached to his son, and that attachment had not weakened over the years. Duryodhana took advantage of his weakness and ignored him. It seemed Duryodhana could be checked only if he were executed, or at least imprisoned. Now Kṛṣṇa was suggesting that they carry this through. How could he contemplate such an option? He thought of Gndhr. Maybe the prince would listen to his mother. He decided to ask her to enter the assembly. "Oh Vidura, please go and bring the queen here. Then order my son to return to the assembly. Perhaps the wise Gndhr will be able to persuade him." Vidura left the hall and soon Gndhr entered, maid servants leading the blindfolded queen to her place next to the king. After being seated and informed of the situation, she addressed Dhtara. "Your son is full of lust and greed. Only by your blessings has he obtained this kingdom, which he in no way deserves. O king, although you know he is sinful, you support him out of fondness. For this you are as much to blame for the present situation as he is. It will be difficult now to check Duryodhana." As Gndhr finished, Duryodhana returned, strode angrily across the hall, bowed slightly to his parents, and sat down. He was still breathing heavily, his eyes red. Gndhr spoke gently. "My dear son, listen as I offer advice meant only for your benefit. It is my most earnest wish that you make peace with the Piyavas. Follow your elders' guidance, my son, and reap the fruits of virtue. You want to control the earth only because you are full of sense desire and anger. You do not know that only by overcoming those two impulses can a man attain success in life. One who is controlled by his senses cannot control a kingdom. Only after conquering ourselves can we conquer the earth. Otherwise, it is not possible. The uncontrolled senses are powerful enough to kill a man, just as untrained horses can kill an incompetent driver. Prosperity always attends the king who has mastered his passions and who stands ready to chastise offenders, acting only after careful consideration. He who gives in to desire and wrath will lose everything in the end. Such a man cannot even attain heaven. Therefore, strive to control your senses, for in this lies your greatest good." Gndhr spoke from her own realization. Since the Piyava's exile, she had begun to practice asceticism. Feeling guilty for the way the Kṛṣṇa had insulted Draupadi, she fasted and performed constant sacrifices. She practiced penance, praying that her licentious son might somehow be brought to his senses. But that seemed impossible. His heart was steeped in greed and envy, but he could not recognize these qualities in himself. Imploring, the queen continued, "By joining with the virtuous and self-controlled Piyavas, you can enjoy this earth for a long time. What will you gain by fighting with them? Here is Kṛṣṇa, who performs powerful acts with little exertion. He is able to destroy all the kings alone. What then will happen when he unites with Arjuna? You have heard this advice again and again. One who ignores his well-wishers will only lament, but his enemies will rejoice. O child, your father gave the Piyavas their due share afraid of a dispute. Now you are enjoying the fruits of that gift. It was those heroes who subjugated the world. Surely half the kingdom can satisfy your needs. Do not invite destruction by igniting a dispute with the Piyavas. They have suffered enough these last 13 years. Give them back what is theirs and save the world from disaster." When Bhma, Droa, Kapa, Kare, Bhmasena, Dhanajaya and Dhyamna come together in anger, all creatures will be destroyed. Therefore, quench your greed and act with wisdom. This is my advice to you, dear child. Duryodhana snorted. He had heard it all before. Everyone praised the Piyavas and criticized him. There didn't seem to be anything he could say to convince them otherwise. Seeing that his mother had finished, he again left the hall. It was time to act. He went straight to Dushasana's palace. His brother was sitting with Kṛṣṇa and Akuni. Slapping his thigh in anger, he said to them, "It seems that Kṛṣṇa is swaying everyone's minds toward the Piyavas. He is urging the king to have us arrested. I am worrying about this. Kṛṣṇa is very persuasive." Duryodhana looked at Dushasana. "Kṛṣṇa even turned your mind in the hall." Dushasana looked ashamed as his elder brother went on. "We must quickly execute our plan to capture Kṛṣṇa. Even as Vu seized Bali, we will grab Kṛṣṇa and bind him. When the Piyavas hear of his capture, they will lose both heart and energy for the fight, just like serpents whose fangs are broken. Let us do it swiftly before the old man gives everything away again." Dushasana and Akuni agreed, but Kṛṣṇa was uncertain. "I do not believe we will be able to capture Kṛṣṇa, O king. If you wish to try, I will do what I can to help, but I doubt we can overcome him." Unlike Duryodhana, Kṛṣṇa felt no anger toward Kṛṣṇa, whom he respected as a great warrior. Kṛṣṇa had killed many powerful fighters. According to these, he was an incarnation of the original Supreme Person. Kṛṣṇa thought it likely. He only joined in the plot to capture Kṛṣṇa out of friendship for Duryodhana. But he had little faith it would succeed. Duryodhana laughed away his friend's doubts. "Kṛṣṇa will be unprepared for our move. He has come without weapons and not expecting to fight. We can catch him off guard and have him bound and taken away before he even realizes what is happening. The prince had no doubts about his plan. Perhaps it may fail, but there was nothing to lose. He had already declared open hostility against the Pandavas. The fight may as well start immediately. And if Kṛṣṇa could be captured, then the odds would shift dramatically in his favor. With the still uncertain Kṛṣṇa, he left to make the arrangements. In the hall, Astayaki had watched Duryodhana closely. He noted that as the prince left, certain key Kuru leaders had also departed. It was obvious that Duryodhana was about to try something. Astayaki knew that he had already stated his intention to capture Kṛṣṇa. It seemed he was about to try. Leaning across to Kṛṣṇa, Astayaki whispered, "I think Duryodhana will now try to seize you. He has taken a contingent of warriors out of the hall with him. I am sure he will try to take your life. O Kṛṣṇa, this wicked man has lost all sense of propriety." Kṛṣṇa smiled and reassured Astayaki, "Do not fear, my friend. All the kings on earth together could not capture me. Speak to Dharma and see what he decides should be done." Astayaki addressed the old king. "It seems your foolish son intends to make good his threat to capture Madhava. O leader of men, he and his evil counselors, overpowered by desire and anger, seek to do something exceedingly mean. Yet they cannot possibly succeed any more than children can take hold of blazing fire." Vidura had also noted Duryodhana's intentions. Rising from his seat, he said, "O king, your son's time has come. They are preparing to do something which cannot be done. Even so, it is sinful beyond all limits to even contemplate it. Standing against Kṛṣṇa, they will die like worms falling into a fire. He will send them all to Yamraja's abode as a lion destroys a flock of sheep." Kṛṣṇa laughed. "Let them try. Maybe this is how this problem will be solved. But do not worry. I will not do anything for which I can be censured. Although I could slay them all outright, I will not do so. In any event, they have already been killed by their own sinful desires. By coveting Yudhishthira's wealth they have weakened themselves and will soon be ruined. O king, let Duryodhana do as he likes." When Kṛṣṇa stopped speaking, Dharma's voice boomed through the court. "Bring my wicked son here at once and bring his ministers with him. I will again try to bring him to the path of righteousness." Once again Duryodhana was brought back into the hall. He entered with Kṛṣṇa and Dushashana just behind him. Again he strode across the hall and took his place. Dharma was angry. "O you of inhuman conduct and extreme sinfulness, having as your support only men of small deeds, you want to perpetrate an act which is too difficult to accomplish and which is heinous beyond limit. Like a child wanting to hold the moon, you desire to capture the lotus-eyed Kṛṣṇa. All virtuous men would condemn you. Anyway, it is not possible for you to carry this through. Even the gods could not take Kṛṣṇa prisoner. O fool, give up your absurd notions and come to your senses immediately." Duryodhana was seething with anger. He said nothing. He had already ordered his men to come into the hall as soon as Kṛṣṇa rose to leave. Everyone else may be afraid of the Vaidava, but he was not. The prince glanced across at Kṛṣṇa, who sat smiling and at ease. Soon everyone would see just how strong he was. Vidura, clearly remembering how the Kṛṣṇa had violated Draupadi, could not stand the thought of Kṛṣṇa receiving similar treatment in the same hall. He spoke again, trying one last time to influence Duryodhana. "O Bharata, listen as I remind you once more of the many demons who have tried and failed to overpower Kṛṣṇa. The hugely powerful Naraka, who was son of the earth goddess herself, lived for thousands of years surrounded by his vast forces. Kṛṣṇa killed him easily. He also destroyed the five-headed Mura, who struck fear into the hearts of the gods. When he was a child he killed Putana and the evil wizards Arishta and Dhenuka. When he was 7 years old he held Govardhana hill aloft with one hand." Vidura named various other asuras and kings whom Kṛṣṇa had defeated. Finally, he said, "Kṛṣṇa is the doer of everything. He is the cause of all causes. From him comes all power and opulence. He can do anything without the least effort. O Duryodhana, you do not understand Govinda. His prowess is incomparable and it will reduce you and your followers to ashes. Attempting to take him prisoner is ludicrous." Kṛṣṇa looked at Duryodhana. "O Kaurava, out of folly you think me to be alone and vulnerable. O one of small intellect, see now as I show you the truth. Here are all the Pandavas, the Vrishnis, and the Antakas. Here too are the gods, the Adityas, Rudras, Vasas, and Gretas." Duryodhana could take no more. He jumped up and pointed at Kṛṣṇa. "Seize him now." At once his soldiers began running into the hall from all its entrances. With swords and bows at the ready they closed in on Kṛṣṇa. Kṛṣṇa laughed, and as he did, his body suddenly flashed like lightning. He began to grow in size and various gods issued from him. Brahm sprang from his forehead and Eva from his chest. The low Kaplos sat on his arms and Agni appeared from his mouth. Then Indra and the Maruts appeared along with hosts of Gandharvas, Yakas and Archasas. From his 2 eyes came Balarama and Arjuna, who stood on his left and right sides. Behind him stood Yudhishthira, Bhishma, and the twins, and behind them were the Vrishnis and Antakas, headed by Pradyumna. Kṛṣṇa's mace, discus and club weapons appeared, blazing brilliantly. His pores emanated light, sparks and clouds of smoke. The sight was too frightening. Almost everyone in the assembly closed their eyes. Only Bhishma, Droa, Vidura and Sajjaya were able to look upon Kṛṣṇa as he manifested his universal form. These also gazed upon him, folding their palms and offering prayers. The sky resounded with celestial drums and flowers showered from the heavens into the hall. Sajjaya described the event to Dharma, who said, "O Kṛṣṇa, you are ever doing good for the world. Therefore, it is right that you should bless me with the eyes to see your form. O best of the Vaidavas, I pray for the sight to see you. O Kuru leader, let your eyes have sight," Kṛṣṇa replied, and immediately Dharma could see him standing within the great hall. He also saw numerous gods approaching Kṛṣṇa and worshipping him with Vedic mantras. Outside the hall a fierce wind blew. Huge waves moved over the ocean and thunderclaps reverberated in the sky. The earth trembled. The hall was in a tumult. Kṛṣṇa withdrew his mystical form and again assumed a 2-armed form. Taking permission from the Is, he left the hall, holding the hands of Astyaki and Ketavarma. The Is, headed by Anrada, rose from their seats and vanished, their minds astonished. Dharma again became blind and he sat in silent amazement. As Kṛṣṇa left, the Kṛṣṇa followed him with folded hands, like the gods following Indra. Only Duryodhana and his ministers remained seated. They were struck with wonder and unable to do or say anything. Their plan to capture Kṛṣṇa was obviously futile. Outside the hall all the natural disturbances had stopped and a gentle breeze was blowing. Kṛṣṇa mounted his chariot and prepared to leave. As he sat upon his golden car, spread with white tiger skins, Dharma came out of the hall. Led by Vidura, he went up to Kṛṣṇa and said, "You have seen the influence I wield over my sons, O Janardana. You have seen everything. Nothing has been hidden from you. It is not proper to blame me, O Keva, for I desire only peace. I have no wicked intentions against the Pandavas. You have heard me speak to Duryodhana and seen his response. I have done my best." Dharma was surrounded by the Kuru elders. Kṛṣṇa looked at all of them and said, "You have also witnessed everything, how that uncultured man walked out even as he was receiving instructions meant for his good. You have also heard the ruler of the earth state that he is powerless. With your permission, I will now return to Yudhishthira." Kṛṣṇa sat down with Astyaki and Ketavarma on either side of him. Dhruka urged on the horses and the chariot moved off. The Kṛṣṇa watched it move along the broad highway, cheered on all sides by crowds of citizens. Kṛṣṇa ordered Dhruka to take him back to Vidura's house. He wanted to speak once more to Kṛṣṇa before he left for Virata. Going before his aunt with Astyaki, Kṛṣṇa touched her feet and told her what had transpired in the assembly. Kṛṣṇa was not surprised. She had not expected Duryodhana to listen. Fearing that Yudhishthira might be too forgiving, she asked Kṛṣṇa to exhort him to fight. She knew he would be loath to fight with his kinsmen and elders only to win a kingdom. As a Kshatriya princess, Kṛṣṇa had been educated in the rules of conduct for warriors. She spoke for some time with Kṛṣṇa, citing the rules and making it clear that the proper course for Yudhishthira was war. Her sons should harbor no doubt about it. Again reminding Kṛṣṇa of the prophetic voices which had foretold great things for her sons at their births, Kṛṣṇa said, "Let it be as the divine oracles predicted. O Kṛṣṇa, my sons must now fulfill their destiny and take control of this earth. They will not achieve it through peaceful means, nor can Draupad's honor be restored unless my sons fight. For me this is the most compelling reason for war. They must avenge their wife. They have not freed themselves of that obligation. They failed to protect her in the vicious assembly at the dice game. They must now rectify this wrong." Kṛṣṇa bowed down and touched Kṛṣṇa's feet with her hands. Standing again she concluded, "O Keva, tell my sons that I am well. Go now on your auspicious way." Kṛṣṇa stood up to leave. After walking respectfully around his aunt he bid her farewell and left the room. Outside, he found Bhishma and the other Kuru leaders waiting to see him off. Kṛṣṇa bowed before them, exchanged farewells, and mounted his chariot with Astyaki. Then he headed out of haste in Pura. The Kṛṣṇa watched as the chariot sped toward the city's southern gate. Urged on by Dhiruka, Krishna's horses seemed to leap into the sky again and again. In a short time he was out of sight. The Kuru chiefs turned and headed toward the king's palace. Krishna's peace mission had failed. War was certain. Chapter 48 to Kurukshetra. Early on the morning of Krishna's departure, Kara rose to perform his usual worship of the sun god. Since childhood he had been attracted to the sun god and had never missed his rituals and prayers. An hour before sunrise he mounted his chariot and went to the Ganges, accompanied by numerous Brahmins. Wearing only a loincloth he waded into the shallows and faced east, chanting Vedic hymns. On the river bank the Brahmins lit a sacred fire and made offerings to Sriya on his behalf. It was well known that Kara would offer charity to anyone who approached him after his worship. His vow to give anything to any petitioner was famous. Indra had already taken advantage of the vow and divested him of his natural armor. Now Kant approached him. The first time she saw the youthful Kara enter the arena of Droa's martial exhibition she knew he was her son. She also knew he was ignorant of the fact. It was painful to see him rivaling constantly with his brothers. She was mortified at the thought that they would soon try to kill each other in battle. It was time to tell Kara the truth. Perhaps he could be convinced to join his brother's side. Just as the sun rose, Kant made her way alone to the Ganges. As she approached the riverside she heard Kara reciting prayers aloud. She looked at him as a mother looks at her son. He stood facing the sun, his arms held over his head and his hands joined together in prayer, a position he would maintain until the sun had risen high into the sky. Kant sat on the river bank and waited for Kara to finish. It was summer and the thin silk cloth covering her head provided little protection from the heat. After she had waited for more than 2 hours, Kara finally completed his worship and turned around. He was surprised to see Kant before him, but he said, "You are most welcome, noble lady. I am Kara, the son of Adhiratha and Radha. I salute you with all respect. Tell me what I can do for you today." Kant rose and went toward Kara with faltering steps. He had now stepped from the river and stood dripping. As the Kuru queen approached him he saw that her beautiful features appeared drawn. Her eyes darted nervously from him to the ground. Clasping her hands together, she softly addressed him. "Oh my child, you are not the son of Radha and Adhiratha." Her voice quavered and she paused to gain her composure. "Dear child, you were not born a Sudha. Know that you are my son, conceived by the powerful Sriya. When you were born, you blazed like your father, and you wore a natural coat of armor and shining earrings. Out of fear for my reputation, and my father's, since I was still considered a maiden, I cast you away, stricken with grief." Tears flooded Kant's eyes. It always cut her heart to think of how she had abandoned Kara at birth, but there had been no question of telling anyone about it, even when he arrived at the arena that day. She had been gratified to know that Adhiratha and his wife had at least cared for her son, and she thought there would be no need to reveal the truth. Now he was about to die. She had to try to save him. If he did not die, he would kill Arjuna, and Kant could not bear losing either son. She looked into Kara's wide unbelieving eyes. "Not knowing of your birth, you have not realized that the Pandavas are actually your brothers. You now serve Duryodhana. This is not proper, my son. You are being led by avaricious and deceitful men who have stolen Yudhishthira's kingdom. You will be ruined if you continue to follow them. Instead, follow the virtuous path and join your brothers." Kara pressed his 2 strong hands to the sides of his head, as if to contain the raging confusion that Kant's words had created. How could it be true? If she had always known that he was the Pandava's brother, then why had she not said so sooner? Was this just some ploy to discourage him from fighting with the Pandavas? That seemed unlikely. Kant was famous for her virtue and truth. Her words must be true. As they sank in, Kara felt rooted to the spot where he stood. He was too amazed to speak. Kant wiped her eyes and glanced up at the sun. Why had that blazing deity put her through such pain? It had been an extremely difficult decision for her to reveal the truth to her firstborn son. She loved Kara, but he would surely find that impossible to accept. Whenever she had contemplated telling him, the fear of his reaction had stopped her. Would he reject her out of hand, just as she had rejected him? Now it no longer mattered. She was willing to risk his rejection and anger if it meant saving his life. Let the Kṛṣṇa join with Arjuna. When brotherly feelings are established between you, the Kauravas will bow before you in fear and respect. You and Arjuna, united like Balarama and Janradana, what will you not achieve? O Kara, surrounded by your 5 brothers you will shine like Brahma mid the gods. You are my eldest son. Child, do not call yourself a Sudha again. When Kant had finished, Kara heard a voice coming from the sun. O Kara, Kant speaks the truth. Follow her advice, for that will be in your best interests. Kṛṣṇa was convinced. He was Kṛṣṇa's son and Yudhishthira's elder brother. Suddenly it all made sense. Mahābhārata had told him how many years ago he had found him floating in a basket in the Ganges. Mahābhārata said that he had shone like a celestial, and he had thought the gods had sent him a child to fulfill some divine purpose. He had brought the child home and raised him with love. Later, when Kṛṣṇa learned from the sun god that his natural armor was celestial, he had realized that Mahābhārata was probably right. He must have been conceived by some powerful deity. But he had never guessed the truth. Kṛṣṇa's voice rose above the rushing sound of the river. I do not doubt your words, lady, but I cannot respect them. I do not see what virtue would lie in my joining with the Pandavas, nor do I feel that you were virtuous to have abandoned me at birth. By doing so, you have destroyed my fame and renown. I have been labeled a Sutta and denied the rights of a Kshatriya, which were rightfully mine. What enemy could possibly have done me greater harm? Kṛṣṇa dropped to his knees, clenching his eyes and fists. He threw his head back toward the sun. Hot tears wetted his face, contorted with grief and anger. He had often wondered about the identity of his real mother, longing to one day meet her. Now here she stood, Kṛṣṇa, the Kuru queen and mother of his hated enemies. But his own mother nevertheless. Feelings of love welled up in Kṛṣṇa's heart, but he fought to deny them. Even in spite of Asriya's words, it was hard to accept that she had his interests in mind. Nor did he like the idea of leaving Duryodhana at his most dire hour of need. Unlike Kṛṣṇa, the Kaurava prince had shown him real love and friendship from the very beginning. How could he now suddenly abandon him and switch his affections to the Pandavas? Kṛṣṇa's words grew sharper. I cannot accept that you are my well-wisher. You did not show me mercy at the proper time, and have come to me now only to fulfill your own needs. I cannot do as you suggest. If on the eve of battle I leave Duryodhana to join with the Pandavas, then who will not call me a coward? The Kauravas have granted all my desires. They have worshipped me. What kind of man would I be to leave them now? They depend on me as men on the sea depend on their boat. Now I must show my gratitude to Dharma's sons. Kṛṣṇa remembered his impulsive vow to Bhishma in the Kuru assembly. He felt guilty that he had abandoned Duryodhana even that much. Now he could not fight until Bhishma was slain. It was prophesied that Shikhandi would kill Bhishma. Then Duryodhana would need Kṛṣṇa more than ever. There was no question of leaving him now. I cannot prove untrue to my lord now. I will not abandon him. Yet your appeal will not go in vain. With the exception of Arjuna, I will not kill any of your sons in battle, even if I overpower them. When I kill Arjuna I will become famous for my prowess. Even if he kills me, I will still earn world renown. Thus you will always have 5 sons, O princess. Either Arjuna or I will survive, but not both. Kṛṣṇa stepped toward him and held out her arms with tears streaming down her face. Despite himself, Kṛṣṇa felt his powerful arms reach out to envelop Kṛṣṇa as if of their own accord. As mother and son stood embracing for the first time in their lives, Kṛṣṇa sorrowfully said, O child, destiny is most powerful. What you say will surely happen. The Kṛṣṇa will be destroyed and I will lose either you or Arjuna, if not more of my sons. When it is time to hurl weapons, do not forget your promise. May you be blessed and may all be well with you. I am leaving. Kṛṣṇa stood back and looked at her firstborn son one last time. Then she hurried back toward the city. Kṛṣṇa climbed onto his chariot and sat there unmoving for some time. Kṛṣṇa's words repeated themselves in his mind again and again. How different things might have been if she had kept him as her son. But destiny had decreed a different path for him. His fate now lay with Duryodhana and the Kauravas. There was no use lamenting for what might have been. Kṛṣṇa resolved not to reveal to anyone what had transpired between himself and Kṛṣṇa. It would only confuse the issue and make his own vows impossible to follow. With a troubled heart he set off toward the city. Before leaving, Kṛṣṇa asked to speak privately with Kṛṣṇa. As he reached Hastinpura's southern gate at around noon, he saw Kṛṣṇa waiting for him. Kṛṣṇa stopped and asked Kṛṣṇa to mount his chariot with him. He took Kṛṣṇa out of the city, speaking as they rode in the direction of Virata. Kṛṣṇa considered Kṛṣṇa the most serious threat to the Pandavas in the coming war. Kṛṣṇa's charioteer drove his car behind Kṛṣṇa with Satyaki, who had dismounted from Kṛṣṇa's chariot to give him the privacy he desired with Kṛṣṇa. Placing his hand on Kṛṣṇa's shoulder, Kṛṣṇa said, according to scripture the child born of a mother before her marriage becomes her husband's son. You were born before your mother's marriage, Kṛṣṇa, and are therefore Pu's son. The Pandavas are on your father's side, and the Vrishnis on your mother's. You are related to both these races, O best of men. O hero, come with me and become the king. The Pandavas will worship you as their elder brother, as I will, and all their followers. You will be anointed by the wives and daughters of kings with water from golden pots. At the proper time, Draupadi will approach you as a wife does her husband. Your 5 brothers will follow behind you, even as the gods follow Indra. I too shall follow you, accompanied by the Andhakas and the Vrishnis. Rule over this earth, O Kṛṣṇa. Let the bards and chanters sing your praises. Delight Kunti's heart and take your rightful place at the head of her sons. Kṛṣṇa looked into Krishna's smiling face. Surely he knew everything, as the sages said, but it was difficult to accept his advice. Kṛṣṇa shook his head. Undoubtedly your words are meant for my good, O Kṛṣṇa. I now know that I am Pu's son. Kunti has told me everything. But she abandoned me and I was raised by Adharatha and his wife. They have loved me as parents and have always seen me as their son. So too have I seen them as my parents. They performed all the necessary rituals in my life. After adopting me they later had more children, to whom I have become an elder brother. They even selected my wives, and I have conceived sons and daughters with those wives. I cannot break those relationships even to gain both heaven and earth. Nor, O Madhava, shall I break them out of fear. Kṛṣṇa felt righteous. Following Krishna's advice would mean transgressing proper behavior. He gazed ahead at the rolling countryside as he continued. For 13 years I have enjoyed sovereignty only due to Duryodhana's favor. I owe him a lot. Depending on me, he has formed an enmity with the Pandavas. I have been chosen to face Arjuna in combat. If I back down now, then I will become infamous. O Kṛṣṇa, I cannot let myself be labeled as a coward, nor can I prove myself disloyal to Duryodhana. If I were given the world to rule, I would immediately give it to Duryodhana. How could I live with the Pandavas after all that he has done for me? Kṛṣṇa reflected on his feelings towards the Pandavas. He respected Yudhishthira, Bhishma, and even the twins. His hatred for Arjuna owed its origins to the day he had been refused entry into Drona's school. When he came again to Hastinapura to compete in the exhibition, Drona had not recognized him as the boy he had turned away years earlier. He had told him then that he only accepted royal princes in his school. Kṛṣṇa was a charioteer's son. Burning with shame, he had gone away, vowing vengeance. Defeating Drona's best student, Arjuna, would be the best way to exact that revenge. As soon as he had seen Arjuna in the arena his heart had filled with envy. That envy had not waned. Soon it would explode in a fight to the death. There was no other course for him now. O Kṛṣṇa, I do not hold much hope for our victory, but I shall not change sides now. I know Yudhishthira is virtuous and pure-minded. He will preside over the coming battle sacrifice in which Dharma's sons will be the sacrificial animals. The Pandavas are pious men who deserve to rule the earth. The harsh words I spoke to them and their wife previously were only for Duryodhana's pleasure. Remembering them now I am filled with remorse. Still, I will fight Arjuna, O Kṛṣṇa. That is my duty as a moral man and a Kshatriya. It is likely that I will die, because I do not see the Kauravas winning. This dispute will end when Arjuna kills me and Bhishma kills Duryodhana. This battle will be so great that it will be remembered as long as the mountains stand. It cannot be stopped. Kṛṣṇa laughed. Do you not then desire to rule the earth, O hero? Will you not peacefully accept the kingdom in the way I have indicated? Without doubt the Pandavas' victory will soon follow. When you see the 5 brothers coming out for battle, know that the terrible Kali age is approaching. Many men will be destroyed. Go back to Hastinapura and tell Drona and Kṛṣṇa to make ready. It will be the full moon in 7 days. Let the battle begin on that day. The kings under Duryodhana's leadership will soon meet an excellent death at the edge of weapons. Kṛṣṇa could not understand Krishna's purpose. Why was he asking him to defect now? He knew that ultimately it would make little difference to the outcome of the battle. Destiny had, it seemed, already determined everything. Kṛṣṇa looked at Kṛṣṇa, who sat with his long, black hair flowing in the wind. Why do you confound me, O Kṛṣṇa? Why would you lead me to folly? You know everything. The destruction of the world is at hand, with Duryodhana, Akuni, Dushashana, and myself as its root cause. It will be as you say and no other way. O Kṛṣṇa, we have already seen the omens which portend Duryodhana's defeat. I even saw the Pandavas in a dream coming out of the fight successful. I saw Yudhishthira, clad in white silks, swallowing the earth. He and his brothers ascended a palace of 1,000 pillars. You were also there, O Madhava, by Arjuna's side. On the other hand, the Kauravas and all their followers, wearing blood-colored robes, were going south toward Yamraja's abode. I and countless other warriors will soon enter the Jiva fire. I know it for certain. Kṛṣṇa looked sadly toward Kṛṣṇa. This will surely come to pass, Kṛṣṇa, since you do not seem prepared to accept my advice. When destruction is at hand, my dear friend, wrong appears as right and remains in the heart. What more can I say? Kṛṣṇa bowed his head slightly. If I somehow survive the battle, I will see you again, O Kṛṣṇa. Otherwise, we will meet in heaven. It now seems to me that I will see you only there, O sinless one. Kṛṣṇa had Dhruka pull up his chariot. He embraced Kṛṣṇa, who then jumped down and mounted his own chariot. Kṛṣṇa, joined again by Satyaki, urged on his charioteer and sped away. Kṛṣṇa headed sorrowfully back toward Hastinapura. Soon he would have to wage war against his own brothers, and against Kṛṣṇa, who was clearly his well-wisher, even if his advice was hard to follow. Thinking still of Kant's words and of his conversation with Kṛṣṇa, Kṛṣṇa's mind felt heavy. It seemed he was not destined to enjoy happiness and prosperity in this life. Soon after Kṛṣṇa left Hastinapura, Dharma decided to call one last council to discuss strategy. War was now unavoidable, but the blind king was anxious. Having seen Kṛṣṇa's universal form, he was filled with apprehension. Surely no human could contend with such power. Perhaps there was still a possibility to make a last-minute agreement. The king looked at his counselors. O learned men, we have all heard Kṛṣṇa's speech, and we have seen his superhuman power. The Lord of all the worlds will now ride into battle with the Pandavas, whom we have made our enemies. My son has insulted them. Now he has left us in anger. Surely we now face the greatest danger. Tell me what can be done to avert disaster. Bhma shook his head. Our fate is sealed, O king. We have abused Kṛṣṇa, who is worthy of even the gods' worship. There is no more fortune for us. We will have to take up arms in a contest that will divest the earth of innumerable heroes. What need is there for further discussion? It only remains for us to make arrangements for the war. Dro and Kapa agreed with Bhma, and Duryodhana smiled. The moment he had been waiting for was near. Now there would be no more moralizing and useless talk. It should have been obvious to everyone from the start that the only way to deal with the Pandavas was on a battlefield. Kṛṣṇa had shown supernatural power. So what? He was not even going to fight. In any event, there were many heroes on the Kaurava side who were masters of mystical weapons. He was not afraid. Vidura saw Duryodhana's smirk and felt unable to constrain himself. He leapt to his feet and glared at the prince. He could not forgive him for insulting Kṛṣṇa. You must now return Yudhishthira's legitimate share of the kingdom. Yudhishthira has no enemies and he has been more than forbearing. He is waiting with his younger brothers, among whom is the revengeful Bhma, breathing like a snake. Surely you are afraid of him. Duryodhana looked angrily at his uncle. Vidura continued, Lord Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Lord, has accepted Kant's sons as kinsmen. He lives in Dwarak with the Yadu kings and princes, who have conquered unlimited rulers, and he is their lord. Surely you fear him. Vidura turned to the king. O ruler of the earth, by your inaction you are supporting offense personified, Duryodhana, as your cherished son. But he is envious of Kṛṣṇa. Because of this, you are devoid of all auspicious qualities. Relieve yourself of this ill fortune as soon as possible by punishing him and thus do your whole family good. Otherwise, we are all doomed. Duryodhana could take no more. From his childhood he had seen his uncle favor the Pandavas. It seemed he had no affection for him and his brothers. Now he had gone too far. Duryodhana leapt up, his body swelling with rage, his lips trembling. Who asked him to come here? This son of a maidservant. The deceitful Katwa is no friend of the Kṛṣṇa. He is so crooked that he works secretly in the interest of the enemy, plotting against those who have supported him. Toss him out of the palace and leave him with only his breath. Dharma was shocked at his son's outburst. He raised a hand to silence him, but Vidura smiled and rose to his feet. Without saying anything, he lifted his bow, which he had never drawn in anger, and walked toward the door. He had been wondering how he would avoid having to fight against the Pandavas. Here was his opportunity. Leaning his bow against the door to signify that he would not fight for the Kṛṣṇa, he walked out of the hall and headed toward the city's northern gate and the ashrams. His mind was fixed on holy pilgrimage. The other Kuru elders censured Duryodhana, who merely laughed. Dharma then ended the assembly. It was time to prepare for war. When Kṛṣṇa returned to Virata, Yudhishthira and his brothers greeted him warmly. Kṛṣṇa then described everything that had transpired in Hastinapura, except for the private discussion with Kṛṣṇa. Kṛṣṇa knew that if Yudhishthira were informed of Kṛṣṇa's actual identity, he would not fight with him. It had to remain a secret for the time being. The Pandavas were not surprised at the description of Duryodhana's refusal to accept good advice. They were not even surprised to hear how he had repeatedly stormed out of the court like an angry child. Sitting amid the Pandavas and surrounded by other monarchs, Kṛṣṇa said, I employed every means of diplomacy, from conciliation to the creation of disunion. I told them that you would abandon pride and become Dharma's servants if the Kurus made peace with you. They could keep the kingdom and give you but 5 villages. When they still refused, I resorted to threats and displaying my superhuman powers. I tried to frighten Duryodhana, but he remained fixed in his foolishness. He would not offer you any part of the kingdom. Therefore, there is only the 4th means of diplomacy left. You must punish them. That is all they will understand. You will not regain your kingdom without war, O great heroes. Already Duryodhana's forces are making their way to Kurukshetra, for they have selected that place for the battle. The kings will all be massacred. They are all within the pale of death. Yudhishthira was grave. He looked around at his brothers and the assembled kings. O heroes, you have heard Kṛṣṇa's words. All that is left is to prepare our armies for war. The time has come to select a general to command our forces. We have already made 7 warriors leaders of our divisions. Drupada, Virata, Dādhyamna, Ikha, Astayaki, Chekitana and Bhmasena. Which of these should take over all command? Sahadeva, what is your opinion? Yudhishthira looked at his younger brother. As was the custom, he wanted to hear individual opinions, starting with the youngest and ending with the eldest among them. Sahadeva replied, I think we should select Virata. He is bound to us by family ties. He is a ruler endowed with prowess and conversant with virtue. The mighty Matsya king is difficult to vanquish in battle. We have long depended upon him and can do so again in the upcoming battle. Yudhishthira turned toward Nakula, who said that one who in maturity, knowledge of scripture, patience, nobility of birth, and respectability is the best of all. He who is ever devoted to truth, who has learned the science of weapons from Bhardvya, who challenges Dro and who has performed austerities to bring about his destruction. That monarch who stands surrounded by his sons and grandsons like a tree with 100 branches, the mighty Drupada should stand at the head of our army. Then it was Arjuna's turn. His voice rang out. He who by virtue of his austerities and his gratification of these came out of the blazing fire armed with weapons and adorned with golden armor. He who himself resembled the fire and who then ascended a celestial chariot and went about roaring like a cloud. He who possesses the strength of lions and is capable of slaying a lion because he has the heart, chest and shoulders of a lion. He who shines like the sun and is beautiful to behold. He who speaks the truth and has controlled his senses. He who was born for Droa's death, Dādhyamna, should lead our forces. No one can pierce him with weapons and he will be able to withstand Bhma, whose arrows fall like thunderbolts or like Yamraja's messengers. I do not see another who can stand against Bhma except Dādhyamna. Therefore, let him be our commander. Bhma said, we should be led by Ikha. He was born for Bhma's destruction, as these have told us. When he stands ready for battle, displaying his celestial missiles, he resembles the great Parabrahma. In my view, the man has not been born who can overcome him when he mounts his chariot, clad in mail and lifting his weapons. Only he will be able to slay Bhma. Having heard from all his brothers, Yudhishthira said, Kṛṣṇa alone knows the truth and untruth of all things, and their strength, weakness and other inherent qualities. He whom Kṛṣṇa, Lord of the Dasa race, names will be our commander and no other. Kṛṣṇa is the root of our victory or defeat. On him depend our lives, kingdom, success, happiness and misery. My dear brothers, Kṛṣṇa is the Lord and ordainer of all things. Let him speak and let us abide by his decision. It is almost night. When he has named our commander, let us rest. In the morning, after worshipping our weapons and the Brahmins, we will march to Kurukshetra. Kṛṣṇa said, any of the heroes named are capable of leading our army. All of them are competent and can inspire fear even in Indra, what to speak of Dharma's sons. Although weak due to their sinfulness, Duryodhana and his brothers consider themselves strong. Duryodhana's attitude will soon change when he sees the mood of Arjuna, Bhma, and the twins. When Abhimanyu and Draupad's sons, along with Drupada, Virata, and all the other chiefs come out for battle, Duryodhana and his brothers will repent their folly. I have endeavored to secure peace, and thus we have paid our debt to virtue. We cannot be blamed for what is about to happen. It is time for war. As far as leading our army is concerned, I agree with Dhananjaya. Let the mighty Dādhyamna become the general. When Kṛṣṇa was finished speaking, the assembled kings and Kshatriyas shouted their agreement. They were enlivened at the prospect of a fight. None of them hesitated to accept Kṛṣṇa's choice of a general. Then they all retired for the night. The next day they would march toward Kurukshetra, a journey of 6 or 7 days. As the sun rose over Virata, the air was filled with the clamor of men and animals. Warriors rushed about in all directions, and shouts of "Yoke up!" and "Load the weapons!" were heard everywhere. Numerous conches were sounded, firing the men with enthusiasm, and Brahmins chanted auspicious hymns to invoke good fortune for the army. Elephants trumpeted and chariot wheels rattled. Drummers beat drums as the huge army began the trek to Kurukshetra. In front of the army marched Bhishma and Mdr's 2 sons, clad in shining mail. Behind them came Dasa, surrounded by Draupad's sons and Abhimanyu. The soldiers were cheerful, and they shouted with joy. Yudhishthira rode in their midst. He was mounted on a golden chariot and dressed in golden armor. He held his great spear. By his side rode Arjuna, with Kṛṣṇa as his charioteer. On numerous chariots around Yudhishthira, his treasury was carried, along with the servants and attendants of the army. Behind the army came a long line of supply chariots holding provisions, spare weapons, and other goods. Thousands of physicians and surgeons were also in attendance. As the army traveled, the Pandavas arranged for charity to be distributed to Brahmins along the way. They passed near many villages and colonies, but they carefully avoided temples and hermitages so as not to defile any holy places and thus bring misfortune upon the army. Brahmins continuously recited Vedic mantras along the length of the procession of millions of men. Stopping each night at sunset and camping wherever they were, they went by slow marches. On the 6th night they reached Kurukshetra, where they camped around Lake Hiranvadi. In the center of the encampment, servants erected a large tent for the Pandavas. This tent would also serve as the battle headquarters. Surrounding it, Kṛṣṇa, Dasa, Drupada, Virata, and the other army chiefs had tents erected. The provisions were also placed in well-guarded tents near the center. The armor, weapons and chariot parts placed in piles resembled large hills, as did the heaps of grains, ghee, honey and other foodstuffs. Many thousands of elephants had been assembled, looking like moving mountains and wearing coats of steel covered with spikes. There were also fighting machines of all types which were capable of throwing rocks, iron pellets, burning oil, lances, and red-hot iron shot. After conferring with Kṛṣṇa, Dasa, and his own brothers, Yudhishthira had the army settled to await the commencement of battle. Some miles away they could hear the Kaurava forces rumbling like thunder in the distance. All that was required now was a meeting between the leaders of both armies in order to agree on a day for the fighting to begin. When Kṛṣṇa had left Hastinapura, Duryodhana went to his counselors and said, "Having thwarted our attempts to capture him, Kṛṣṇa has gone back to the Pandavas. Without doubt, he will be angry with us and will incite the Pandavas to fight to their full power. There will be a battle which will make our hair stand on end. We should not lose time in arranging our forces. Have them proceed at once to Kurukshetra. Let the road between here and there be leveled and cleared. We ourselves should prepare to depart." The ministers, headed by Kṛṣṇa, Akuni and Dushashana, got up from their seats and put on fine headdresses. Happy at the prospect of a battle, they slapped their arms and laughed. They brought out their weapons and had them loaded onto their chariots. The entire city of Hastinapura was filled with the commotion of men preparing for battle. The city resembled an ocean with cars, elephants and horses for its waves, and gleaming weapons for its foam. Drum beats and conch blasts were the ocean's roar, and the city's palaces were the mountains along its shore. Duryodhana rejoiced at the sights and sounds coming from his army. He personally oversaw the loading of weapons onto thousands of chariots, as well as bows, arrows, axes, spears, clubs, maces and spiked bludgeons. There were massive pots of molasses and sand, which would be heated and then hurled at the enemy. There were large baskets full of poisonous snakes. Devices for throwing every kind of missile were loaded by the thousands. Chariots were filled with bullets, bombs and other explosive weapons. The sight of all the weapons and missiles cheered the heroes and frightened the weak-hearted. The warriors gathered, wearing glittering robes embroidered with gold and adorned with gems. Powerful men clad in mail and masters in the use of weapons were appointed charioteers for more powerful fighters. The chariots were equipped with every kind of weapon, as well as drugs and herbs for curing wounds. Each chariot was drawn by 4 horses with bells and pearls strung around their necks. Tall standards had flags attached to them, and on the chariot turrets were ornaments, shields and swords, their blades pointing outwards. They looked like moving fortresses and were difficult to approach. The great war elephants were decked in armor decorated with jewels and wreaths of pearls. 7 men rode on the back of each, 2 who were expert bowmen, 2 swordsmen, 2 bearing hooks and 1 armed with lance and trident. The elephants rocked as they moved. Following them were thousands of horsemen, clad in mail and ornaments and holding up flags. The horses were the best of their species, all under full control and free from the habit of scratching the ground with their forefeet. Behind the horsemen came even more infantry, their polished armor shining in the sunlight. For every chariot there were 10 elephants. For every elephant, 10 horsemen. And for every horseman, 10 foot soldiers. As Duryodhana presided over his 11 Akshanis, each containing over 20,000 elephants, his heart swelled with pride. Seeing the endless procession of men, he wondered how the Pandavas would be able to even look upon them. He selected first-class warriors to lead each subdivision, and as leaders of the Akshanis he appointed Kapa, Droa, Alaya, Jyadratha, Sudakaya, Kambhoja, Katavarm, Avatham, Bhravas, Akuni and Bihlika. When all the arrangements were underway, Duryodhana approached Bhishma and asked humbly, "Without a commander-in-chief, even a large army is broken in battle like a swarm of ants. Division leaders seldom agree and are usually jealous of one another. You surely know the story of how the Kshatriyas of the Haiho race, although they were few, were able to defeat in battle the Brahmins united with the Vaivyas and Dras. When the Brahmins asked the Kshatriyas why they were successful, they replied, "In battle we listen to the commands of only the wisest person, but you were separated and followed your individual whims." When they heard this, the Brahmins selected a suitable leader and were victorious over the Kshatriyas. We too need a leader. O grandfather, you are equal to Shukra himself. You always wish me well and always follow the path of righteousness. Therefore, become my general. To the Kurus you are like the sun among luminous bodies, Kubera among the Yakas, Indra among the gods, Meru among mountains, and Gru among birds. If you protect us, not even the gods in heaven can assail us. March at our front like Karatakaya leading the celestials and we will follow you like calves following a cow. The noble Bhishma looked down at Duryodhana, who stood with his hands clasped tightly. It may be as you say, O ruler of men, but as you are to me, so are the Pandavas. It is equally my duty to look after them. Still, I will fight on your behalf as I have promised. Bhishma remembered long ago a vow he had made to his father to always protect the king in Hastinapura, even though he himself would never be monarch. How could he have known it would come to this? Thus when Duryodhana had approached him some months ago to secure his assistance in the war, he had felt obliged to agree. Looking across to the great throne in the hall, where his own father had once sat, Bhishma continued, "I do not see the warrior who can match my strength except Arjuna. He is possessed of wisdom and he knows the mantras for all the celestial weapons. But he will not encounter me in an open fight. I can quickly strip this world of men, gods and asuras by the strength of my weapons. I will slay 10,000 warriors a day. However, O king, I will not slay any of the Pandavas." Bhishma added, "There is one other condition to my accepting leadership of the army. Either Kara fights or I fight. The Suta's son and I cannot fight together." Kara retorted, "I have already vowed that I will not fight while you are fighting. When you have been slain, O son of Gaji, then I will fight with the wielder of the Jiva bow." Duryodhana gathered Brahmins and had them perform the rituals to install Bhishma as commander-in-chief. Hundreds of drums and conches were sounded as his head was anointed with sacred water. The assembled warriors roared in delight. With Bhishma as commander, who could defeat them? He was capable of annihilating armies single-handedly, and he could not be killed unless he chose to die. Outside the hall, however, frightful omens were seen as Bhishma was installed. Showers of blood fell from the sky and the earth shook. Fierce whirlwinds blew and trees toppled to the ground. Incorporeal voices cried out, meteors shot across the sky, and jackals howled. Afraid, Hastinapura's citizens made offerings to the gods. Bhishma came out of the hall looking like the full moon. Worshipped by Brahmins, he mounted his chariot and set off for Kurukshetra at the head of a large division of soldiers. The Kuru army encamped on the western side of Kurukshetra. They resembled a vast sea, the soldiers in flashing armor looking like water sparkling in the sunlight. Warriors roared and conch blasts continuously sounded. At last the time for which a Kshatriya always longs had arrived. They would either be victorious in battle or die and attain the heavens. End of Part 1 Chapter 1 The armies prepare. After installing Dhyamna as his commander-in-chief, Yudhishthira and his generals consulted Kṛṣṇa. They had heard that Duryodhana had requested Bhishma to be the Kuru's commander-in-chief and that he had accepted. Yudhishthira then asked Arjuna to be his army's chief general, working immediately under Dhyamna. He wanted to ensure that Arjuna's incomparable expertise was utilized fully in the battle. The 7 divisions of the Pandava army were then placed under their 7 commanders. As the Pandavas were speaking about the arrangements, Balarama arrived. He entered Yudhishthira's tent in the company of Akara, Uddhava, Samba, Pradyumna, and other leading personalities from DW. In his blue garments and garlanded by golden flowers, Balarama looked as majestic as Mount Kṛṣṇa. Kṛṣṇa stood to greet him, and all the kings did the same. They worshipped him with affection. Yudhishthira took Balarama's hands and greeted him warmly, showing him to a fine seat. After Balarama had saluted elders such as Drupada and Virata, he took his seat and said, "Many men are about to be slaughtered. Surely fate has ordained it and it cannot be avoided. It is the hour of death for all these Kshatriyas. The earth is about to become a mass of clay thickened with flesh and blood. I hope you heroes will emerge alive and well." Repeatedly did I request Kṛṣṇa to act equally toward both Kauravas and Pandavas, but he chose to favor you. Kṛṣṇa looked at his elder brother and smiled. Balarama glanced across at him as he continued. Kṛṣṇa has set his heart upon your interests, and especially the interests of Dhananjaya. Your victory is assured because Kṛṣṇa desires it. I cannot at any time act separately from him. Therefore I will play no part in the war. Both Duryodhana and Bhishma are my pupils at mace fighting, and both are equally dear to me. I cannot bear to fight against either. Therefore I have decided to leave the area and go on a pilgrimage to the holy places because I know I would not be able to sit by and indifferently watch the massacre. Balarama stood up and placed his helmet on his head. Taking leave of Kṛṣṇa and the Pandavas, he left, followed by the Vaidavas who had come with him. Soon, the Pandavas received another visitor. It was Rukma, King Bhishmaka's son and Kṛṣṇa's brother-in-law. He arrived with a full Akshayani division of warriors. To please his sister he had decided to offer his assistance to her husband's side. Twirling his bow he strode into Yudhishthira's tent where the Pandavas received him respectfully. He said, "O great ruler, if you are afraid at the prospect of war with the Kṛṣṇa, then I am here to help you. There are none who can match my prowess. Your enemies will not be able to bear my might. Whatever part of their army you allot to me as my share will be ground into the earth. Even Bhishma, Drona and Kapa cannot face me. I will defeat the Kṛṣṇa and deliver you the earth." Arjuna could not tolerate Rukma's proud speech. He laughed. "I was born in the Kuru race. I am Pu's son and Drona's pupil, and I have Kava's assistance. How can I be afraid of the enemy? O hero, when I faced the Gandharvas, who was my friend then? When I fought the furious Danavas in the netherworlds, who came to my aid? Then again in the battle with the Kṛṣṇa in the Matsya kingdom, who was my helper? I am not afraid, Rukma. We have no need of your help. Go wherever you please, or stay here if you like. Either way we will fight with the Kṛṣṇa and win." Seeing the other warriors agreeing with Arjuna, Rukma scowled. Taking up his bow he marched out of the tent without a word. He then took his soldiers to Duryodhana. If the Pandavas did not want him, then he would fight with the Kauravas. At least he had offered his help to Yudhishthira first. Actually, he was just as happy to fight for Duryodhana. Rukma still remembered his sister's Svayamvara in which he had wanted her to select Iyapla. Kṛṣṇa had come and kidnapped Rukma. Rukma had then chased Kṛṣṇa and fought with him, only to be defeated and humiliated. Maybe now he could exact his revenge. Going before Duryodhana, he repeated the words he had used when speaking to Yudhishthira. "Do not be afraid of the Pandavas, O king, for I am here to help you." Duryodhana also rejected him. "I have no need of your help," he laughed. "What fear do I have of the Pandavas, surrounded as I am by the world's greatest heroes, and being a mighty warrior myself?" Rukma left the Kauravas and returned home, deciding to play no part in the war. If no one wanted his help, then he would not fight. Let them annihilate one another without him. After Rukma left, Duryodhana summoned his counselors. He had Akuni's son Uluka come as a messenger to the Pandavas. Assured of his superior position, the prince wanted to mock his enemies and to show his contempt for their so-called army. Duryodhana said, "O Uluka, go to the Pandavas and speak these words in Kṛṣṇa's hearing. The time has now come for action. What we have expected for a long time is finally come to pass. We are about to fight a frightful war between ourselves, and you have caused it. Prove now the truth of all the boastful words you sent through Sajaya. Let us see your actual power." Duryodhana's black eyes narrowed. Standing up as he spoke, he pointed at Uluka. "Say this to Yudhishthira. How do you pose as a virtuous man, O descendant of Bharata? You now desire to destroy the world for the sake of wealth. One who presents himself as pious while secretly concealing wicked intentions is said to be like the cat in the famous story of old. Listen to the story my father heard from Enradai. Once there was a cat who went to the Ganges. Standing on the bank with upraised paws he said, "I shall practice virtue." After some time, the birds began to trust him and even praise him for his devotions. That cat continued with his austerities, and in due course the mice also saw the cat's peaceful demeanor and long-time pious practices. They decided to take shelter of him, although he was naturally their enemy. They said, "We seek your protection. You are our refuge and our best friend. Be like an uncle to us and save us from our antagonists. You are virtuously inclined and have adopted a pious course." The cat reluctantly agreed. "I will do what I can for you, but I also need your help. My austerities have made me so weak I cannot move. Therefore, some of you must assist me to reach the riverside each day so that I can bathe." The mice agreed to this and began to live around the cat. Every day a number of them would go to the river with him and the cat would eat them. Thus the cat grew fatter and stronger, while the mice diminished in number. Soon they realized what was happening. One wise mouse among them pointed out that an animal living on fruits and roots cannot have hairs in its feces. He concluded, "This cat only makes a show of devotion. His real business is eating mice." The mice fled in all directions and the wicked cat also went back to where he had come from. "O Yudhishthira, you are behaving in the same way toward your kinsman. Your words mean one thing while your acts are quite different. Give up your disguise as a gentle and harmless man. Come out and fight like a true Kshatriya. Dry your mother's tears by winning victory in battle if you can. Remember our former antagonism, the poison, the lack house, the insult to Draupadi. Show us your real strength." Duryodhana laughed. He derided the Pandavas in various ways, mocking their power and praising his own. He reminded them of all the vows they had taken. Now they should fulfill them. Duryodhana remembered Krishna's universal form, which he had exhibited in haste in Pura. "Tell Vasudeva that his display of illusion does not scare me. I too can show many forms, but what is the use of such things? O Keva, come in that mystical form to the battlefield and we will see what difference it will make. I know your power and I know Arjuna's. I know the Jivabhau and the inexhaustible quivers he holds, as well as about the fiery chariot Agni gave him with its celestial banners. Still I challenge you. Indeed, I could face 1,000 Krishnas and 100 Arjunas and still have them flee in all directions. Even knowing everything about your power, I shall deprive you of your kingdom without fear." Duryodhana began to pace as he delivered his arrogant message. Kṛṣṇa, Dushasana and Akuni cheered his brave speech and encouraged him to say more. Duryodhana reminded the Pandavas of the dice game and their exile at his hands. "Is this not sufficient proof of my superiority? Bhishma must have been tired as he cleaned pots in Virata's kitchen. Arjuna wore bangles and braided hair. Yudhishthira became Virata's servant. These are the ways a Kshatriya punishes others weaker than himself. I have no fear of the Pandavas, nor of Kṛṣṇa, nor of any of the fools who have chosen to fight beside you. I will not return even the smallest part of your kingdom." Uluka memorized every word in the mood with which it was spoken, although Duryodhana spoke for almost an hour. He concluded, "Let the battle begin tomorrow. Then you will see your folly. Like a frog in a well who cannot know the ocean, you cannot know how vast are my forces. One who wishes to defeat Bhishma, Droa, and Kapa would be able to rend a mountain with his head or swim across an ocean. When you see the Kuru forces assembled like a great sea, then will your desire for the kingdom disappear. All thoughts of ruling this world will vanish. Like a man who has never practiced devotion yet desires heaven, so is your hope for winning this kingdom. Tomorrow we will see who should be the earth's rightful ruler." Duryodhana then told Uluka to deliver the message at once. Uluka mounted his chariot and rode over to the Pandavas' camp, with Duryodhana's words ringing in his head. He knew his message would incite the Pandavas' fury, and he approached Yudhishthira with apprehension. "Please see me only as an envoy. Knowing the law in relation to messengers, do not become angry when you hear my words. I will only speak what Duryodhana has told me to say and nothing more." Yudhishthira smiled and showed Uluka to a seat in his tent. "Do not fear. You may speak freely here. Tell us what the small-minded Duryodhana, driven by greed and lacking in foresight, has said." Uluka looked around the tent. All the Pandava chiefs were present. With their bright armor and colorful silks they resembled glowing planets decorating the firmament. They were all watching him and waiting for the message. When Uluka had finished, the Pandavas leapt from their seats. Speechless with rage, they stared at each other and ground their teeth. Their breath came in hot blasts and they seemed like infuriated serpents. Bhishma's eyes turned red and he looked across at Kṛṣṇa, who laughed and said, "O Uluka, go back to your master and tell him we have heard his message and understood its meaning. Let it be as he says. The battle will begin tomorrow." Having heard Duryodhana's abusive words, the assembly of kings resembled the storm-tossed ocean. They rose up roaring and slapped their arms. Rubbing his hands together, Bhishma roared, "O fool, we have heard your words, intended to rouse us to action as if we were weak and inactive. Uluka, carry my reply back to your master. O Duryodhana, only due to respect for our elder brother have we tolerated you for so long. The virtuous Yudhishthira has offered peace. You have refused. Pushed by your own fate, you now desire to meet Yamarya. The battle will certainly begin tomorrow. I have vowed to slay you and all your brothers. Do not doubt my power to carry out this vow. The ocean may transgress its banks, the mountains may split asunder, but my words will not prove false. O you of little sense, not even the gods and demons combined can save you now. I will drink Dushashana's blood and grind the rest of the Kauravas into the earth. Any Kshatriya approaching me in anger will go at once to death's abode. I swear by my soul that I speak the truth." Sahadeva then stepped forward. "Tell this to the fool who gives you orders. Only because of you has this dispute arisen. You were born for the destruction of your own race and indeed of the world. Goaded on by Akuni, you have always acted with evil intentions toward us. You will soon be slain by me before all your warriors." Duryodhana's message was creating a tumult in the Pandavas' tent. The kings and warriors shouted and waved their weapons at Uluka. Arjuna calmed them. Then he turned to Bhishma and said, "O Bhishmasena, be patient. Those who have made you their enemy will soon be destroyed. Nothing can save them. There is no need to rebuke Uluka. He is only an envoy. What fault can an envoy commit?" The words he spoke were not his own. Arjuna looked at the assembled kings. "You have all heard Duryodhana's foul speech directed even toward Kṛṣṇa. With your leave I will give my response." By now, Uluka was trembling. Arjuna said, "Tell Duryodhana. Tomorrow you will have my reply delivered by the Jiva." Only eunuchs use words. Arjuna took a seat by Yudhishthira's side, who then said, "I have heard your master's words, Uluka. Tell him this in reply. O fool, you have ever adopted an evil course with us. Although you lack power, you now challenge us to war. Depending on others' prowess you utter threats. A real Kshatriya fights his enemies depending upon his own power. Since you are unable to do so, why do you roar so much?" Seeing that Yudhishthira had finished, Uluka rose from his seat to depart. Kṛṣṇa checked him. "Also say this to Duryodhana. O sinful one, you think that I shall be of no consequence in this war as I will not fight. Do not make such a miscalculation. I will act as Arjuna's charioteer and you will see him everywhere, destroying your forces as fire burns dry grass. Even if you go beyond the three worlds or enter the nether regions, you will see Arjuna's chariot there tomorrow. You also think Bhishma has indulged in idle threats, but you can consider that he has already drunk Dushashana's blood. Neither Yudhishthira nor his brothers are in the least afraid of you. You are strong only in speech." As Kṛṣṇa stopped speaking, Arjuna leapt to his feet. He was not satisfied with the curt response he had given to Duryodhana. He spoke again. "Tell this to your master. O worst of men, having installed Bhishma as your commander, you are boasting that Arjuna and his brothers will never attack him. But I will make him my first target." Arjuna's voice seethed with restrained rage as he went on. "Although the worshipful grandfather's senses are under control and he possesses great wisdom, he has taken your side and chosen to die. I will not hesitate to direct my arrows toward him. O Duryodhana, your hopes are in vain. You are arrogant, harsh, inhuman, addicted to vice, partial, and you hate virtue. You will soon receive the consequences of your nature. When I am angry and have Kṛṣṇa as my second, what hope can you have for success? Your relatives will soon lament your death. When you are struck down by Bhishma, you will recall your foolishness." When Arjuna sat down, Uluka bowed before Yudhishthira, anxious to depart. Reassuring him, Yudhishthira said, "Say this to Duryodhana also. You have judged me improperly. I do not desire to harm even worms or ants, what to speak of my relatives. Thus I was prepared to accept only 5 villages to avoid this war. It is only due to you that this calamity has arisen, O man of meager understanding. Overpowered by lust you could not accept Kṛṣṇa's advice, and for that reason you ran like one deprived of his senses. What is the use of your words? Come out and fight along with all your friends. Death awaits you." Bhishma wrung his hands together and breathed heavily. Although he would have accepted a peaceful solution to the conflict, he could not deny his joy at the prospect of finally confronting the sinful Kauravas. Uluka's message had stoked his long-cherished anger to the point of distraction. But he would have to wait until morning. It would be a long night. Suppressing his rage, Bhishma spoke again to Uluka even more harshly. This is my final word to Duryodhana. O sinful one, either remain in haste in Pura or lie in the belly of a vulture. Those are the only choices left for you now. I swear by truth that my words made in the council hall will come to pass. I will drink Dushashana's blood and I will smash your thighs. Know me as the death of all Dhtara's sons. As Uluka turned and bowed to the assembled kings, Dhyamna's voice rang out. O Uluka, tell Duryodhana that I was born to kill Droa. He and all his followers will die at my hands. There is no doubt. What more need I say? Uluka went out of the tent backwards, bowing from the waist with his palms folded. He ran over to his chariot and leapt aboard, urging his horses back to the Kaurava camp. Yudhishthira began to move his army into position on the battlefield. Dhyamna appointed specific tasks to the principal warriors. Each chariot fighter was to protect the divisions of foot soldiers from the enemy charioteers. Equals should fight equals. The chiefs of the army were allotted chiefs on the opposing side. Bhishma would fight with Duryodhana, Sahadeva with Akuni, Nakula with Avatham, Ikha with Bhishma, Uddamauja with Kapa, and Dhyamna would engage with Droa. Abhimanyu, whom he considered as powerful as Arjuna, was ordered to engage with all the kings supporting Duryodhana, while Arjuna had the task of protecting the entire army. Gradually the Pava forces arrayed themselves. By evening, everyone was in position, ready to march into battle the next morning. Duryodhana was sitting amid all his generals when Uluka returned and delivered the Pava's replies. The prince sneered and turned to Bhishma. The war begins tomorrow, O grandfather. What should be done now? Bhishma, having surrendered himself to the certainty of war and the hopelessness of making Duryodhana see sense, replied, after bowing before Kamra, the god of war, I will act as your general. I am as capable of organizing armies as Brihaspati. Conversant with every means of attack and defense employed by men, gods and demons, I will confound the Pavas. I will fight according to the rules laid down in holy books, all of which I know. Let your fears be gone. Duryodhana did not like hearing that he might be afraid. I am not afraid even of the gods and Asuras united. O you of long arms, I tell you this truly. How much less afraid am I when I have you as my commander and Droa by my side. O best of men, with you fighting for me, I think kingship of the gods would not be hard to attain. Duryodhana paused reflectively. Surely his army was invincible, especially under Bhishma and Droa's leadership. But the Pavas had so far proved difficult to overpower, even without the support of an army. Now they had amassed 7 divisions of warriors ready for war, and the brothers, protected by the wily Kṛṣṇa, would fight filled with rage. He had made sure of that. The Kaurava looked inquisitively at Bhishma. I desire to hear from you about the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy and also of ourselves. Please tell me everything you know. Sitting before a large number of warriors in Duryodhana's tent, Bhishma said, O king, listen as I describe who are the Rathas, Mahābhāratas, and Uttaratas in your army. There are thousands of Rathas on your side, each capable of contending with 1,000 warriors at once. There are also numerous Mahābhāratas, who can stand against 10,000, and many Uttaratas, who can face an almost unlimited number of opponents. You, O son of Gandhar, are an Uttaratha, and your brothers are all Mahābhāratas. All of you are skillful elephant and chariot drivers and expert with weapons. You will slay Pava forces in large numbers. Bhishma then described the strength of every principal warrior on the Kaurava side. He described Katavarma, Alaya, Kapa, Droa, Avatham, and Bihlika as Uttaratas. When he came to Kare, usually considered an Uttaratha and upon whom Duryodhana pinned his hopes, Bhishma said, because of Paramarma's curse and the loss of his celestial armor, he is no longer powerful. Although he brags of his prowess and you have elevated him to a higher station than he deserves, he is of little consequence. In battle he becomes confounded and is too soft on the enemy. In my opinion, he is only half a Ratha. When he comes before Arjuna, he will not escape with his life. Droa agreed. It is so. What you say is never false. Kara started up from his seat, his eyes angry. O grandfather, you are ever given to piercing me with your sharp words. What sin have I committed that you derive such pleasure from insulting me? I tolerate it only for Duryodhana's sake. In my opinion, you two are only half a Ratha. I do not speak an untruth when I say that you are the enemy of the entire universe. You are the Kṛṣṇa enemy in the guise of a friend. Who else would seek to create disunion among our forces and sap their energy by mean descriptions of their power? By saying that one is greater than another, based upon your own estimation, you simply discourage the fighters. You are moved only by desire and hatred. Kara's voice filled the tent. He could no longer tolerate Bhishma's stinging words. Clenching his fists, he turned toward Duryodhana. O king, abandon this wicked man at once. If you do not, he will soon destroy your army by sowing the seeds of discord. What use are his estimations? Let me go out to meet the Pava armies. They will soon be rooted like bulls meeting a tiger. Bhishma boasts of being able to fight the universe, but his words are vain and empty. He is old and senile. His intelligence has become like a boy's. Reject him at once and choose me. Alone I can slay the Pavas and all their followers. But I will not do it while Bhishma is still on the battlefield. The glory and fame of a victory goes to the commander and not to the individual fighters. I will do nothing to increase Bhishma's fame. When he is killed, I will come out and display my prowess. Bhishma looked contemptuously at Kṛṣṇa. The time for battle has arrived. Long have I known this calamity would come. Now the burden of this battle, vast like the ocean, rests upon my shoulders. I have no desire to create dispute among our men. For this reason only do you still live, O son of Asuta. Although I am now old and you are young, I would still immediately destroy your desire for battle and take your life. The Kuru commander felt his anger rising. Good men do not approve of self-praise, but I will say something now because I have lost my temper. When I attended the Svayamvara at Kashi, I single-handedly overpowered all the kings on earth. What have you done? You are an ill-starred man, and since your arrival the Kurus have met with disaster. Prove your words in battle. I will see your actual strength when I see you escape from Arjuna, O man of wicked intelligence. Duryodhana leapt up. Be peaceful, O son of Gaji. I need both you and Kara in this fight. No doubt you will both perform heroic deeds. Leave aside this petty squabbling and tell me more of the strengths and weaknesses of the two sides. The fight will soon begin. Still glaring at Kṛṣṇa, Bhishma began to describe the Pava's strength. The pious King Yudhishthira is himself a mighty Mahābhārata. He will roam about in battle like fire itself. His brother Bhishmasena is powerful beyond measure. His strength is not human, and in a fight with either mace or arrows he is without equal. The two sons of Mdr are peerless fighters. Remembering their hard suffering in the forest, they will release the poison of their anger on your men. O king, all 5 Pavas are grateful devotees of the Supreme Lord. They are invincible. They have all practiced asceticism and are devoted to virtue. Their prowess is incomparable, as you saw at the Arjamesya when they conquered the earth. Even as children you saw their extraordinary strength, and that is when you first became envious of them. In my view, you should avoid them in battle. Bhishma looked intently at Duryodhana as he spoke. Regarding the copper-eyed Arjuna, who has an Arya as his ally, I say this. No brave warrior in either army can match him in any way. Even among the gods, Gandharvas and Gas, Rakshasas and Yakas he has no equal, what to speak of among men. He has the Jivabhau, a divine chariot drawn by horses that can fly at the speed of the wind, impenetrable celestial armor, and 2 inexhaustible quivers. He knows every celestial weapon. He will wreak havoc in your army, O king. Only myself or the preceptor can advance against him. There is no third warrior capable of standing before him when he pours forth his showers of arrows. But he is young and fit while both Dro and I are old and worn out. He now waits for battle with Kṛṣṇa at his side. All the kings in Duryodhana's tent heard Bhishma's description of Arjuna and felt shorn of power. Bhishma described the other fighters on the Pava's side. Having named many of them as Uttaratas and Mahābhāratas, he spoke about Ikha. You have all heard that he is destined to kill me. But he was born a woman and I will not, therefore, face him in battle. Listen now as I tell you his history, which I have heard from Enradai. Chapter 2 Ikha's destiny, as told by Bhishma. As you know, I long ago accepted a vow neither to occupy the throne nor to have children who could lay claim to it. My father, Antanu, then married the beautiful Satyavati and had 2 sons, Siddhargad and Visitravriya. He died before his sons were grown and I was left as their protector. Siddhargad was killed in a battle with the Gandharva king, and Visitravriya was left sole heir to the throne. As he came of age, I thought it time to find him a wife. I heard that the king of Kashi had arranged a Svayamvara for his 3 daughters, Amba, Ambika and Amlik. I decided to ride into Kashi on my chariot, prepared for battle. Kings and princes had assembled at the Svayamvara from all over the world, all hoping one of the girls would choose to marry them. Upon seeing this, I remembered that the wise approve of many kinds of marriage, but for a Kshatriya the best is when the bride is snatched from an assembly of warriors after defeating them in a fight. I then announced to the kings that I had decided to carry away all 3 princesses for my younger brother, and challenged them to prevent me if they could. Then I took all 3 maidens onto my chariot and sped away. The kings were at first surprised, then furious. They pulled on their armor and mounted their chariots. Soon hundreds of them were in pursuit. Thousands of arrows showered down upon my chariot, but I dexterously avoided them all. As the princesses trembled in fear, I took up my own bow and turned to face the kings. I countered the shower of their shafts with my own. At the same time, I pierced every one of my antagonists. So swiftly did I shoot my arrows that my foes were completely confounded and could only applaud my prowess. Some were killed and others had their weapons smashed and their armor torn off. They retreated and fled in various directions. Shiva, however, continued to chase me. He was determined to win the hand of one of the maidens, and he rushed after me shouting, "Stay, stay." Provoked, I faced him. A furious but short-lived battle ensued. I soon overpowered Shiva and destroyed his chariot, although I decided not to kill him. I then returned to Hastinpura with the 3 maidens. When I arrived in Hastinpura, the eldest princess, Amba, approached me and said, I had already chosen Shiva as my husband. He too accepted me in his heart and my father agreed to the match. I would have chosen him in the Svayamvara, but you kidnapped me and I did not have the opportunity. O knower of virtue, tell me what I should now do. I asked her to wait while I discussed the matter with the Brahmins. It was concluded that Amba should be allowed to go to Shiva's city and offer herself to him. We gave her an escort of priests and maidservants and sent her to Shiva. When he saw her, however, he said, O lady of fair complexion, I no longer desire to accept you as my wife, for you have already been taken by another. You were led away cheerfully by Bhishma before all the other kings. How can I, who must lay down the law for others, now accept you? You have been touched by another. According to holy books, I cannot now accept you as my wife. Amba tried to change Shiva's mind, pleading that she had not been happy to be kidnapped. She had gone to Shiva at the first opportunity. The king was adamant. He would not accept her. He told the disappointed princess to return to Hastinpura. Weeping like a she-osprey, she thought, what woman in the world could fall into greater trouble than the predicament I now face? I have been robbed of my friends. Shiva has wronged me. Neither can I now return to Hastinpura, and neither can I go home in such shame and rejected by everyone. Reflecting on the cause of her troubles, Amba decided that I was to blame. She wanted revenge. Rather than return to Hastinpura, she chose to go to a hermitage and stayed the night. In the morning, the Is saw her weeping and inquired about her sorrow. The lady told them everything and asked them to help her, but the Is replied, We have renounced all worldly action. What can we possibly do to help your cause? Amba asked that they allow her to remain with them and to engage in asceticism. She had decided that the calamity that had befallen her was the result of her past sins, and that by practicing penance, she could become freed of them. The Is consulted among themselves. Some thought Shiva should have accepted her, while others proposed that I should marry her. Eventually they decided that she should return to her father, for a woman must always be under the shelter of a husband, son or father. But Amba refused to go. She said she would never return to her father's city and suffer disgrace. While the Is thus sat pondering about what to do, the royal sage Hetravahana arrived at the hermitage. He took special pity on Amba because he happened to be her maternal grandfather. He became enraged that I had stolen her and thus ruined her life. With his lips trembling in anger he said, O Amba, you have grieved enough. Do not go to your father's house, for that will only increase your grief. You should place your case before the great Paramarma. He is my good friend and well-wisher. For my sake he will surely remove your grief. Either he will convince Bhishma to accept you, or he will slay him in battle. Only this sage is powerful enough to do either. It so happened that Paramarma was due to arrive at the hermitage the next day. He arrived early in the morning, clad in black deerskins and surrounded by his disciples. With an axe over his shoulder and a bow in his hand, he was a frightening sight. Long matted locks hung down to his shoulders, and his eyes blazed like fire. After he had been properly received and worshipped by the other sages, he sat down with Hetravahana and was told of Amba's plight. He called for her and said, You are as dear to me as you are to Hetravahana. Tell me what I should do for you. If you like, I can order Bhma to accept you. If he will not, then I will consume him and all his ministers in battle. Or, if you prefer, I will order Shiva. Tell me your decision, O princess. Amba replied, it seems that Bhma is the cause of my present calamity. I think you should slay him. I have become so vengeful that I now wish only to bring about his death. O great sage, kill that covetous and mean-spirited man for my sake. Pararma was reluctant to take up arms against me and said, I will only use my weapons if the Brahmins request it. This is my vow. I can, however, make either Bhma or Shiva accept my order. Therefore, select one of them as your husband, fair maiden, and I will do the rest. Amba had already concluded that all she wanted was for me to die. She asked Pararma again and again to challenge me to a fight. At that time another a Kṛṣṇa, feeling compassion for Amba, also requested him to fight. Because a Brahmin requested him, Pararma finally said, all right, I will go to Bhma to seek a solution by peaceful means. If he will not accept my words, then I will certainly slay him. The following day he made his way to Hastinapura with Amba. I worshipped him with all respect, and then he said with anger in his voice, O Bhma, in what consciousness did you kidnap Amba? Although you took her by force, you then sent her away. You have robbed her of her virtue, for no other man will now accept her. Therefore, you should accept her either for your brother or for yourself. I replied, I cannot by any means take back this maiden, for she has given her heart to another. It is always wrong for a virtuous man to accept such a woman. I cannot renounce my duty out of fear, greed, attachment or pity. This is my vow, O Arma. The sage blazed. If you do not act according to my instructions, then I shall slay you and all your ministers. He said this repeatedly, and I tried in many ways to calm him with gentle words. Realizing that he was bent upon fighting, I asked, why do you wish to fight with me, O best of your race? In my childhood I was your pupil, and you taught me the military arts. Pararma replied, although I am your preceptor, you have not obeyed my command. There is only one way to gratify me. Either accept this maiden and perpetuate your race, or prepare yourself for death. But my guru's words found no place in my heart. I replied, O Lord, what you are commanding me to do I cannot do. What is the use of laboring for it? What foolish man would accept into his house a woman sighing for another? Furthermore, I have made a solemn vow never to marry. I see no virtue in your order. The God Vu has stated that a preceptor may be abandoned if he is vain, has swerved from the right path, or does not know his proper duties. I see no sin in fighting with you on this occasion rather than accepting your order. You are asking me to engage in an unrighteous act only for your profit. Witness now the strength of my arms and my superhuman prowess. Let us go to Kṛṣṇa. Slain by my arrows, you will attain the glorious regions you have earned by asceticism, O you whose only wealth is devotion. By then, I was myself infuriated. I added, you boast that you have conquered the entire Kshatriya race, but today I will prove that boast false. When you defeated the Kshatriyas, I had not yet been born, nor anyone like me. You consumed straw. He who will end your boasts and your desire for battle has now been born. I will destroy your pride. Do not doubt it. The sage smiled. It is fortunate, O Bhma, that you wish to fight. I will thus curb your arrogance. We will fight at Kṛṣṇa. There your mother Gaji will see you thrown down and turned into food for vultures. O ruler of the earth, your mother does not deserve to see such a sight, but it must be so, for you are foolish and overly proud. I bowed before the sage and said, be it so. After performing propitiatory rites to invoke the Brahmin's blessings, I mounted my chariot and headed out of the city. Equipped with all my weapons, I shielded my chariot with a white umbrella and yoked my white horses, which can move with the speed of the wind. As I moved off, bards and singers eulogized me. I arrived at Kṛṣṇa and saw Arma waiting there, grasping his huge bow. Thousands of his followers were present, and around the battlefield stood numerous. In the sky I saw the gods, headed by Indra. Celestial music sounded and flowers fell from the heavens. My own mother, assuming her divine human form, came before me and asked, what do you wish to do, my dear son? When I told her, she reproved me. You should not fight with a Brahmin. Do not fight Jamadagni's son. His strength is equal to that of Eva. He exterminated the Kshatriya race. You know all this. Why, then, have you come to fight with him? I explained to my mother all that had happened and made it clear that I would not now turn back. She then implored the sage not to fight with me. I was, after all, his disciple, which is non-different than his son. The sage said he was determined to teach me a lesson. Helpless to stop either side, my mother retired from the battlefield, feeling anxious for my sake. I looked across at Pararma and saw that he had no chariot or coat of mail. I called out, "How can I fight you while you stand upon the earth, O Arma? Mount a chariot and put on your armor, for I will now release my weapons." Arma laughed back, "The earth is my chariot, the Vedas are my horses, and the wind is my driver. The mothers of the Vedas Gayatri, Savitri, and Sarasvat are my armor. Well protected by all of them I shall fight, O delighter of the Kṛṣṇa." The sage immediately covered me on all sides with a thick shower of arrows. Repelling his shafts, I saw him mount a blazing chariot that resembled a city. Celestial horses were yoked to it, and it was protected and ornamented by golden armor and decorations. The chariot was wonderful to behold and had been created by his will. Clad in brilliant armor, he stood upon it looking like Yamarya surrounded by the personified Astras. His disciple, Akritavana, who had requested him to fight, had become his charioteer, and he dexterously wheeled the chariot about as Arma now called out, "Come, come." I repelled another 2 showers of arrows. Then I dismounted my chariot. Putting down my weapons, I went over to the sage and prostrated myself on the ground. "Whether you are my equal in battle or my superior, I will fight with you, my lord, even though you are my preceptor. Bless me that I may obtain victory." Arma smiled. "O best of the Kṛṣṇa, your behavior is proper and I am pleased by it. If you had not come to me in this way, I would have cursed you. I cannot bless you to gain victory since I myself want to vanquish you. Go and fight fairly and with patience, O hero." I returned to my chariot and blew my conch, signaling the start of the battle. Both of us hurled every kind of weapon at each other. Each desiring victory, we fought furiously. Laughing, I released broad-headed shafts which chopped his bow into fragments again and again. Other arrows passed clean through his body and came out dripping blood, entering the earth like hissing serpents. But by his spiritual power the sage maintained his life and fought back with fearsome energy. Covered with blood, Arma stood in his chariot like a mountain pouring forth lava. He responded with well-sharpened arrows that struck me like thunderbolts. Pierced in my vital organs, I trembled and held onto my flagstaff for support. I summoned all my patience and, regaining my composure, released 100 deadly shafts at Arma. Struck by my arrows, Arma fell senseless to the floor of his chariot. I was immediately seized by remorse. What have I done? I have slain my own preceptor, a virtuous Brahmin. I dropped my weapons and held my head in anguish, but Arma soon rose again, his charioteer having expertly removed the arrows and tended him. The sun set and we retired for the day, coming together in the evening as friends. The next day at sunrise we faced each other again on the battlefield. Arma shot blazing arrows with serpent-like mouths. I cut them down with my own arrows even as they sped through the air. The sage then resorted to celestial weapons, which I countered with my own. During the violent exchange of weapons, I was suddenly caught on the chest by a dart that rendered me unconscious. My charioteer quickly removed me from the battle, and all of Arma's followers, along with Emba, sent up a cheer. After some time I regained consciousness and ordered my charioteer to take me back into battle. He urged on my horses, which seemed to dance as they bore us toward Arma. As soon as I saw him I fired hundreds of straight flying arrows that screamed through the air, but Arma cut every one of them into pieces with his own arrows and they fell uselessly to the ground. Then I sent hundreds more shafts at Arma, even as he was countering my last assault. He was caught off guard and knocked unconscious. As he fell from his chariot a loud cry of alas went up from his followers. Seeing him drop to the earth like the sun fallen from the sky, the Kashi princess, along with his many disciples, ran over and comforted him. They sprinkled his face with cool water and uttered benedictory hymns. Arma slowly rose and looked across at me, seated on my chariot. Enraged, he shouted, "Stay, Bhishma, you are already killed." Even before remounting his chariot, he shot an arrow which seemed like the rod of death. It hit my right side and sent me spinning. As I reeled, Arma killed my horses. He simultaneously covered me with 1,000 more arrows. Without becoming confounded, I countered his attack with lightness of hand. As I struck down his arrows, my charioteer quickly fetched fresh horses for my chariot. A terrible exchange went on between us. Our celestial arrows met in midair and stayed there without falling. The sky became covered with a network of arrows that screened the sun. Arma shot thousands, then tens of thousands, then millions of arrows at me, which I duly countered with divine weapons. A great fire appeared in the sky, reducing the surrounding forests to ashes. As we fought on in this way, the sun set and the battle subsided. We fought for many days, utilizing every celestial weapon and all forms of combat the Vedas described. Dharma released missiles which can hardly be described. They assumed diverse forms and came from every direction. I was continuously whirling in my chariot, repelling his weapons and trying to counterattack with my own. Both of us sought gaps in our opponent's defenses, and we both defended ourselves closely. The battle raged through the day, and at night we rested. We were both extremely exhausted from the fighting. On the 23rd day of the battle, Dharma fought with redoubled strength. All of a sudden he fired a number of arrows which fell upon my horses and charioteer like venomous serpents. They were all slain and I was left standing on an immobile chariot as Dharma shot arrows charged with death at me. As I fought off his shafts, Dharma fired a powerful missile that came at me like a streak of lightning. It caught me on the chest and threw me backwards off the chariot. I fell on the ground a full 50 paces away. Thinking me dead, Dharma roared like a thundercloud and all his followers cheered. The Kṛṣṇa who had accompanied me were overwhelmed with sorrow. As I lay there stupefied, I saw 8 brilliant Brahmins with celestial forms surrounding me. They raised me off the ground and gently supported me. Sprinkling my face with cool water, they said, "Do not be afraid. You will soon be successful." Revived and comforted, I stood up and saw my chariot yoked to fresh horses that my mother was tending. I touched her feet and worshipped the memory of my ancestors. Then I ascended the chariot and sent her away. I took the reins and continued fighting. I managed to catch him with an arrow of great power that pierced him deeply. He dropped to his knees and his bow slipped from his grasp as he fell down senseless. I then saw many inauspicious omens. The sky rained blood and meteors fell. The sun was eclipsed, high winds blew, and the earth trembled. But Dharma was only stunned. In a short while, he got back to his feet and continued the fight. Both of us threw our fiercest weapons at each other until the sun set, when we again retired for the night. That night, as I lay on my bed, my mangled body being tended by physicians, I thought that the battle would never end. I prayed to the gods that they would show me some way to overcome Dharma. Then, while I was sleeping, I again saw the 8 Brahmins who had visited me on the battlefield. Comforting me again, they said, "Fear not, O son of Gaji. You are our own body and we will give you all protection. You will surely vanquish Dharma. Here is a weapon which was known to you in your previous birth. Manufactured by Vivakarma, it is called the Prashwapa, and no one on earth knows it, not even Dharma. Call it to mind in the battle tomorrow and it will come to you. Dharma will be thrown down by that weapon, but not killed. He cannot be slain, but he will be defeated and rendered unconscious by the Prashwapa. You will then be able to revive him with the Samvidhana weapon." The luminous Brahmins vanished and I awoke with joy. The sun rose and the battle began again. Encouraged by the celestial Brahmins, I was enlivened and fought with renewed energy. After a furious exchange of weapons, I thought of the Prashwapa. The mantra suddenly appeared in my mind, but as they did I heard a tumultuous uproar of heavenly voices. "O Bhishma, do not release the Prashwapa missile." Disregarding them, I placed the weapon on my bow and aimed it at Dharma. Suddenly, Enrada appeared before me. "The gods are stationed in the sky and they forbid you to use this weapon. Dharma is an ascetic, a Brahmin, and your preceptor. O son of Kṛṣṇa, do not humiliate him by any means." As Enrada spoke, I again saw the 8 Brahmins in the heavens. They smiled and said, "O best among the Bharatas, obey Enrada. This will benefit all creatures." Pararma, seeing the irresistible Prashwapa upon my bow and not realizing that I had been forbidden to release it, shouted, "Alas, O Bhishma, I am vanquished." And he dropped his bow. His father, Jamadagni, along with other heavenlies, then came to him and ordered him to stop fighting. They told him that I was one of the 8 Vasas and that he could not slay me in battle. Jamadagni said, "Arjuna, the powerful son of Indra, will later cause Bhishma's death. Brahm has ordained this." So the battle ended. Severely wounded, I went before my preceptor and prostrated myself at his feet. After this he said to Amba, "O princess, you have seen me exert myself to defeat Bhishma. Still I have not been able to overpower him. Therefore, you may go where you please. There is nothing more I can do." The maiden replied mournfully, "Be it so, O Holy One. You have done your best on my behalf and I am grateful. Still, my heart burns with revenge. I will practice asceticism. In this way I will gain the power to personally bring about Bhishma's death." My preceptor was highly pleased with my prowess and he blessed me that I would be without any equal in battle. After Amba had bowed before him, he left with all his followers. Amba then entered the forest. She went to the yaman and performed severe penance. I knew everything because when I returned to Hastinpur I appointed men to watch over her constantly. They gave me regular reports. For 1 year she stood on the river bank without eating. Emaciated and rough-skinned, bronzed by the sun, her hair matted, she stood with hands upraised. After 1 year she broke her fast by eating a single dry leaf. Then she remained waist-deep in the water for another year, standing on one foot, fired with indignation. For 12 years she went on in this way. Neither her relatives nor anyone else could convince her to desist. Then she left the yaman and wandered at will, visiting the sacred hermitages of many years. All the while she continued her austerities, bathing 3 times daily, meditating silently, and fasting. Her appearance changed from gentle to fierce, and she began to glow with ascetic power. One day as she was bathing in the Ganges, my mother said, "Why do you perform such terrible penance, O maiden?" Amba replied, "I desire to destroy Bhishma, who is so powerful that not even Pararma could defeat him. Thus I am set upon achieving insuperable power by my austerities." My ocean-going mother became angry upon hearing her words. "O lady, you act crookedly. You will not be able to attain your object because you are so weak. O daughter of Kashi, if you hold to your determination, I will curse you to become a terrible river in which water flows in you only during the rainy season. May you be full of crocodiles and other fierce aquatics." After saying this and pretending to smile, my mother vanished, leaving Amba in her waters. Still, the princess did not desist. She performed even more severe austerities, abstaining from all food and water and controlling even her breathing. She wandered on, and when she arrived at Vatsabhumi, she fell down and began to run as a river. It is recorded that the river in Vatsabhumi runs only during the rainy season and is unapproachable due to its many crocodiles and dangerous fish. By merit of her austerities, however, only half of her body became a river while the other half continued as before. She went on with her asceticism, and after some time these at Vatsabhumi approached her. They asked her what she desired, and when she had explained they said, "You should seek Mahadeva's favor, for that deity can fulfill any desire." Amba supplicated Eva and he soon appeared before her asking to know her desire. When she asked the god for the power to kill me, he replied, "You will slay him." Amba then asked how it would be possible, since she was a woman. Eva replied, "My words can never be false. O blessed one, you will become a man and kill Bhishma in battle. You will remember all this in your next life. Born in Drupada's line, you will become a Mahābhārata, quick in the use of weapons and highly skilled and fierce in battle. This will come to pass soon." When Eva vanished, Amba gathered wood and built herself a funeral pyre in the sight of all the is. Setting fire to it, her mind burning with wrath, she hurled herself onto the pyre, crying for the destruction of Bhishma. So, Ikha was Amba in his last life. He was born first as a woman and then attained his present form. Listen as I tell you how this occurred. Drupada's queen was childless for a long time. Together, she and her husband worshipped Eva for a child. He prayed for a powerful son, but Eva told him that his wife would give birth to a daughter who would later be transformed into a man. Although Drupada beseeched the god for only a son, Eva replied, "It shall be as I have said, for it has been decreed by destiny." Soon after, Drupada's queen conceived. In due course she gave birth to a daughter. Remembering Eva's words, Drupada announced that a son had been born. He had all the rituals performed for a boy. No one saw the baby. Only a few trusted palace staff knew the truth. Drupada raised his child with love, teaching her writing and all the arts. He also had her instructed in bowmanship and other martial skills. When she became a youth, the queen asked Drupada to find her a suitable wife. Drupada was anxious. The child had not been transformed into a son. Were Eva's words false? But his wife was fixed. Mahadeva's promise cannot fail. Ikha will become a male, and therefore should marry a woman. Drupada was convinced by the queen's faith and arranged for a marriage. He chose the daughter of Hiranyavarman, king of the Dasharnakas. That king was unconquerable, and he was happy to give his daughter to Drupada's son. No one suspected anything when the wedding ceremony was performed. The youthful Ikha, beautiful like a god, appeared dressed as a boy in fine armor. She remembered the events of her previous life and Eva's words, so even though she had been born a woman, she conducted herself as if she were a man. But it was only a matter of time before Hiranyavarma's daughter discovered the truth. She sent messengers to her father to inform him that Drupada's son was actually a woman. Her father was furious. He sent an emissary to Drupada saying, "I am insulted by your wickedness. How could you have accepted my daughter in marriage for your own daughter? I am preparing now to come and punish you for this act. Soon I will slay you and all your ministers." Drupada was caught like a thief. There was nothing he could say. He tried to convince Ikha's wife that her husband would in fact soon become a male, but all to no avail. The girl's father amassed a large army and marched on Kṛṣṇa. Drupada was alarmed. He said to his wife, "Fools that we are, we have brought a great calamity onto our heads. We are in danger. What should we do now, in your opinion?" Drupada and his wife concluded that their only recourse was to worship the gods. Drupada supplicated the deities, while Hiranyavarma advanced on his country. Meanwhile, Ikha, in sorrow at the danger she felt she had brought on them all, left the city. Resolved to take her own life, she entered the forest in an area that was home to a powerful Yaka named Kṛṣṇa. Finding his abode, a white palace washed with lime, she entered it and sat down to practice austerities. A few days later, Kṛṣṇa returned and saw her sitting there, her body reduced from fasting. Kind by nature, he asked her why she was performing asceticism. The Yaka said, "Tell me if I can do anything to help you." Ikha replied, "No one can give me what I desire." But Kṛṣṇa didn't agree. "I can surely give you whatever you wish, O princess. I am Kṛṣṇa's attendant and can grant boons. I will bestow even the unbestowable. Tell me then what you desire." Ikha related the whole story in detail, concluding, "The only way to save the present situation is that I attain my manhood, O faultless one." The Yaka, saddened by her story and feeling afflicted by destiny, considered her request carefully. Finally he replied, "Truly this must be so. I will, however, make a condition. I am able to grant your wish only by changing my sex with yours, but you must return my manhood after a short time." Ikha agreed to return to Kṛṣṇa as soon as Hiranyavarma left Kṛṣṇa. The two then exchanged sexes and Ikha went back to her father's palace. When Hiranyavarma's army arrived at Kṛṣṇa, he dispatched his priest to Drupada, saying, "Come out and give me battle, vile one. You have cheated me." But by then Ikha had returned in a male form. Drupada said, "There has been a mistake, O Holy One. The king has been misinformed. See for yourself my son's gender." The surprised Hiranyavarma had a number of beautiful maidens sent to examine Ikha. When they informed him that Drupada's son was indeed male, he entered Kṛṣṇa with a glad heart. He stayed with Drupada for some time and finally returned to his own country, happy in his newfound alliance with Drupada. Kṛṣṇa had concealed himself in his palace, waiting for Ikha's return. As he waited, Kṛṣṇa happened to pass by, coursing through the skies in his heavenly chariot. He saw Kṛṣṇa's palace, shining beautifully and adorned with colorful banners, gems, and garlands. Descending, he approached the palace, but when no one came out to greet him he angrily asked his attendants, "What fool lives here? Why does he not greet me?" Some Yakas then informed Kṛṣṇa what had transpired. They told him that Kṛṣṇa was hiding in shame in his palace. Kṛṣṇa replied, "Bring that foolish one here. I will punish him." Kṛṣṇa came out. In his woman's form he stood bashfully before his master. "Kṛṣṇa, why have you acted in this way?" Kṛṣṇa asked. "You have humiliated the Yakas by giving away your sex. Therefore I curse you not to regain your masculinity." Ikha too will not regain her female form. The other Yakas felt compassion for Kṛṣṇa. After all, he had acted only out of kindness. They asked Kṛṣṇa to set a limit on his curse so that Kṛṣṇa would not be always punished. Kṛṣṇa said, "When Ikha dies, Kṛṣṇa will regain his male form. Let him be free of anxiety." The powerful Kṛṣṇa, who can travel long distances in a moment, then left with his followers. Shortly afterwards, Ikha returned. "O Kṛṣṇa, as we have agreed I will now return your manhood." Kṛṣṇa replied, "It has been ordained that manhood shall be yours for this life, O noble one. Be pleased to return to your abode." Hearing this, Ikha returned in joy to Kṛṣṇa. When Bhma finished telling the story, he added, "Thus Ikha, formerly Amba, hates me, but because he was first born a woman, I will never raise weapons against him. I have vowed this. I will not fight with weapons against women, or those who bear women's names, or even those who appear like women. O Duryodhana, I will not fight with Ikha even if he attacks me, desiring my death." Duryodhana nodded. He looked at Bhma with respect. Even though the grandfather was often cutting and harsh toward him, the prince could not deny his nobility. Placing his hand on the royal scepter, Duryodhana said, "O son of Gaji, we will now have to fight the mighty Pava army. Abounding in heroes equal to the universal protectors, the army will be as difficult to cross as the ocean. Tell me, O grandsire, how long you feel it will take you to annihilate them." Bhishma's old leathery face, adorned with a flowing white beard, broke into a smile. It is fitting that you should ask, Duryodhana. A leader must know both the strengths and weaknesses of both the enemy and himself before beginning to fight. Hear then of the utmost power I will display in this war. Using ordinary weapons on ordinary soldiers and celestial weapons on those versed in them, I can slay 10,000 foot soldiers and 1,000 charioteers a day. Or it may be more. If I become fired with anger when I release my weapons, I can destroy many more men than that. However, you should know that I will only fight fairly. Bhishma reminded Duryodhana of the rules of battle, which he would not break. For example, heroes should never use divine weapons to kill lesser warriors. The fight should always be equal. Even if one possessed celestial weapons, he should contend only hand to hand with a weaponless enemy if such became necessary. Bhishma's hand touched his bow. In this way, O king, by fighting ceaselessly throughout the day, I can slay the enemy army in 1 month. Cheering Bhishma, Duryodhana turned toward Drona. O preceptor, what about you? How long do you think it would take you to overcome the enemy? Like Bhishma, Drona smiled at Duryodhana. I am old and have lost some of my strength. Still, I will exert myself fully and consume the Pandava army by the fire of my weapons. I also think I can annihilate all the warriors in about a month. Kṛṣṇa said it would take him 2 months, and Avatham, bolder, said he could do it in 10 days. Kṛṣṇa said he could annihilate the enemy in 5 days, at which Bhishma laughed and said, You may speak in such strains only so long as you do not encounter Arjuna with his weapons and his conch, guided by Vasudeva. Say whatever you will, son of Radha, for talk is cheap. Kṛṣṇa frowned, but remained silent. Duryodhana continued questioning his generals and commanders, ascertaining their power and determination to fight. The Kauravas discussed their battle plans well into the night. Soon after sunrise the fight would begin. Chapter 3. Into position early the next morning, Yudhishthira made his final preparations. His spies had reported to him everything that had taken place in Duryodhana's tent the previous evening. Anxiously he said to Arjuna, You have heard how Bhishma claims he can slay our army in 1 month. Drona has said the same. All the Kaurava heroes have stated their determination. Kṛṣṇa even suggested that he could defeat the armies in 5 days. Tell me, O Phalgun, how long you think it would take you to kill them? Arjuna glanced across at Kṛṣṇa. The Kuru warriors are all high-minded heroes who are expert in wielding weapons, but do not be anxious, dear brother. Our enemies will not have the chance to slay us. I say truly that with Kṛṣṇa's aid, I can uproot the 3 worlds in a moment. I possess Eva's personal weapon, which alone is capable of annihilating the creation. None of the Kauravas know this weapon. Of course, it would not be proper for me to use it against them, but there will be no need. We shall gain victory by the mere strength of our arms. Arjuna indicated the many kings present with a sweep of his hand. Besides me, you have numerous heroes on your side. By ranging among the enemy ranks in our chariots we will soon cause great destruction. Of course, we also have you, O king. Surely whoever you cast your angry glance upon will immediately be consumed like dry leaves in a fire. I do not see how the Kauravas can win this war. Comforted, Yudhishthira continued to arrange for the first day's battle. His commanders surrounded him, clad in armor. All had been purified by sacred rituals and had bestowed wealth upon the Brahmins. With their ornamented swords swinging by their sides, they left the tent one by one to lead their respective divisions into position. The early morning sun rose to reveal the vast Kurukshetra field covered by the 2 armies. They seemed like 2 great oceans drawn against one another. The sound of the armies filled the heavens like the low rumbling of clouds in autumn. When everything had been finalized, Yudhishthira himself left the tent, followed by his brothers and Kṛṣṇa. On all sides they saw cheerful troops preparing their weapons and chariots. As the Pandavas and Kṛṣṇa mounted their cars, crowds of Brahmins praised Yudhishthira and offered prayers to Kṛṣṇa. According to their battle plan, the Pandava army arranged and rearranged itself in different formations, moving their leading warriors about the field and confounding the Kauravas. In response, the Kauravas also moved their divisions about in various ways, so that the Pandavas would not easily see their plan of attack. As the 2 immense armies maneuvered around the field, a huge dust cloud rose into the sky, screening the morning sun. The thousands of elephants made the earth vibrate as they moved across the field, resembling dark clouds. The formations of chariot fighters, with their polished golden cars, seemed in contrast to the elephant divisions like clusters of brilliant luminaries in the night sky. Behind both armies their encampments stretched for miles, looking with their rows of tents and shops like two large towns. They were bustling with cooks, servants and tradespeople going about their business. All the warriors had left for the battle, which would last until sunset. Gradually the two armies closed on each other. Hundreds of thousands of conches filled the air with their blasts. The beating of drums and blowing of trumpets created a cacophony of sound which mixed with the elephants' majestic cries. Countless banners fluttered from chariots, appearing like waves of bright colors amid the assembled troops. The commanders of the two sides met to agree on the rules of battle. Warriors should only fight with equals and with equal weapons. None should strike another without warning, but should first challenge him. One who surrendered or one fleeing from the fight should never be struck down. The many servants on the battlefield, carrying weapons and other paraphernalia, were not to be killed. The commander spoke for some time. When all the rules had been established, Dhyana became thoughtful. Duryodhana and his henchmen had never shown much regard for righteousness. Why would they now observe rules, especially if the battle was not going their way? As Bhishma and his generals were about to leave, Dhyana voiced his doubts. We will respect these stipulations, but I make one provision. If the Kauravas forget our agreement and fight without respect for the rules, then we too shall adopt whatever tactics we deem appropriate. We will not, however, be the first to break the conditions. So be it, Bhishma replied. He took his leave from Dhyana and the warriors returned to their positions to prepare for the start of the battle, which would be signaled by both commanders in Jaf blowing their conchs. Dhyana sat anxiously in his palace. There was nothing he could do now but wait. Wanting to share his feelings with someone, and missing the association of Vidura, the old king called for Sajaya and said, "Tell me what is now happening, O Sajaya. Have the two armies reached Kurukshetra? Destiny is more powerful than all of a man's endeavors. Even though I tried to restrain my son, aware as I am of the horrors of war, I was unsuccessful. Why was that, oh why Sajaya? Although I can see Duryodhana's folly, still I have not been able to stop him. Surely this war has been divinely ordained. Besides, it is always honorable for a Kshatriya to die in battle." Sajaya felt he did not have much more to say. He had tried many times to point out how the blame for the disaster facing the Kauravas rested not only with Duryodhana but with the king himself, yet the king seemed unable to admit it. "O king, surely a man who meets with calamities as a result of his own acts should not blame either the gods, destiny or others. Each of us receives the just results of our own actions. O leader of the Kauravas, you have failed to act virtuously. The Pandavas have borne your son's persecution, always hoping that you would deliver justice in the end. But you have not done so. Now all that is left is for you to hear of the Kuru heroes being slaughtered." As Sajaya spoke, Vaisadeva suddenly entered the chamber. The eye, who could see past, present and future, said, "O great king, your sons and all the other kings have now arrived at the end of their lives. They have assembled for battle and will all kill one another. Remembering the changes that are inevitably brought about by time, do not grieve. O child, if you wish to see the battle, I will give you the ability." Dhyana sighed. "I do not desire to see my sons die, O great sage. Simply let me hear of the battle. Then I shall bestow the ability to see upon Sajaya," Vaisadeva replied. "By my grace, he will be able to see everything that takes place at Kurukshetra. With celestial vision he will see even things that are concealed and all that happens at night. He will feel no exhaustion for the duration of the war. As for victory, that will occur wherever there is righteousness. Regardless of who wins, however, you should know that almost all the warriors on both sides will be slain. This is what the omens say." Vaisadeva described the portents, earthly and celestial, which predicted destruction. Thousands of carnivorous birds were alighting on treetops, crying in glee. Herons, uttering harsh cries, were flying toward the south. The sun was screened by tricolored clouds at both twilights. In temples the images of gods perspired and trembled, and sometimes dropped from their positions. All this indicates a great slaughter. Many heroic kings will sleep forever, embracing the earth as if she were a lover. Vaisadeva also described how the planets were aligned in malefic formations. After speaking for some time he concluded, "Know that these signs point toward an annihilation of the Kshatriyas. There can be no doubt." Dhyana lifted his face toward the eye. "Surely this war has been divinely ordained. O sage, will not all the Kshatriyas attain the regions reserved for heroes, thereby experiencing unending happiness? By giving up their lives in battle certainly they will achieve fame in this life and joy in the next." Vaisadeva did not answer immediately. He concentrated his mind in meditation, then replied, "Time destroys the universe and all its creatures. Nothing in this world lasts forever. Only virtue lasts along with the soul when all else has been destroyed. Therefore, point your sons to the right path. All of you should follow Krishna's will. That eternal being has personally shown virtue's proper course, but you did not accept it. The slaughter of men, especially kinsmen, can never produce good. The Vedas always condemn it. You are still able to prevent what is about to transpire, my son, but you do not because you are attached to the kingdom. Your virtue is quickly fading. You have allowed your son, who has been born as death personified for your family, to lead the Kṛṣṇa to ruin." Tara hung his head as his father continued to criticize him in strong words, his voice breaking the still silence of the empty chamber. "What is the value of a kingdom gained through sin and earning only sin, O king? Protect your good name and your virtue. You will then be able to attain heaven. Let the Pandavas have their kingdom and let the Kṛṣṇa have peace." Tara was embarrassed before the sage. His pathetic voice pleaded in reply, "O eye of immeasurable power, your words are without fault. I also know what you know. Please believe that I am not inclined toward sin. My sons will not obey me. I have tried my best. Do not forsake me. You are able to protect my fame and virtue. See me as an ordinary man whose intentions are good but whose power is limited. O great one, you are the respected grandfather of all the Kṛṣṇas. Be gracious to me." Vaisadeva could understand that there was nothing more he could do to help the Kṛṣṇa. He stood up to leave. "O king, I am leaving. Is there any last thing you desire to hear from me?" "Yes, there is one thing. What signs portend victory for an army?" The king still hoped that somehow his sons might emerge victorious. He wanted to know if there were any indications of it. After all, the Kaurava forces were almost twice the Pandavas. Vaisadeva told him which omens indicate victory. Understanding Tara's mind, he said, "The size of an army is of little consequence. Indeed, a large army which is broken and rooted is difficult to regroup. More important is the courage and camaraderie of the soldiers. Even 50 well-trained men, who do not retreat and who know each other well, can defeat an entire army. Victory in any battle is always uncertain. Therefore, it is always superior to negotiate for peace. The result obtained by negotiation is best, that obtained by disunion is indifferent, and that obtained by war is the worst. Even the victors suffer heavy losses." The eye then took his leave, the sound of his wooden sandals on the marble floor echoing through the chamber. Tara sighed repeatedly as Sajaya began to describe what was happening at Kurukshetra. On the battlefield, Yudhishthira spoke with Arjuna. "In comparison to the enemy, our troops are but few. In such cases, Brihaspati has recommended the needle formation. Quickly array our forces in this way, O Dhananjaya, or in any other way you see fit." Arjuna stood before his brother clothed from head to foot in impenetrable armor. In his hands he held the jiva, which gave off an iridescent glow. Nearby stood his fire-colored chariot, with Kṛṣṇa holding the reins of his pure white horses. He looked at Yudhishthira, who shone in his own brilliant armor and jeweled helmet. "I will arrange our forces in the unassailable Vara formation, which Indra designed. I will station Bhishma at the head. Simply upon seeing him, the enemy will flee like so many terrified animals seeing a lion. There is no man who can even cast his eye on Vikodara when he is enraged. He will be our shelter as Indra is the shelter of the celestials." Arjuna mounted his chariot and set out to make the arrangement. The leading chariot divisions moved quickly forward and formed themselves into a long point, with Bhishma, Dhyadyumna, Nakula, Sahadeva and Dristakadu at its head. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers wielding swords, spears and axes accompanied those generals. Flanked by great elephants clad in steel armor, the army thundered forward. Behind the point they opened out into a larger group, filled with horsemen and infantry. The formation was protected in the rear by Virata and his entire Akshayani of troops. Nakula and Sahadeva guarded Bhishma's left and right sides, while Abhimanyu and Draupad's sons protected him from behind. Not far behind them came Ikha, protected by Arjuna and advancing with firm determination to kill Bhishma. Yudhishthira took up his position in the center of the army. He was protected all around by many chariot fighters, and he appeared like the sun surrounded by bright planets. The warrior standards rose above the troops like palm trees decorated with gold and silver. Above them all was Arjuna's huge banner, with Hanuman at its top shouting out his fearful battle cry. As the army advanced, Bhishma whirled his mace and roared. He seemed to scorch the Kauravas by his glance. Even his own troops were afraid of him. Once the Pandava forces were arrayed, they stopped to await orders. The two commanders had yet to blow their conches before the fighting could begin. The Pandavas looked toward the eastern side of the battlefield, where the immense Kaurava army spread out across the entire horizon as far as the eye could see. A strong wind began to blow, carrying sharp stones and pebbles, and the sky thundered, although no clouds were visible. Meteors fell and the earth trembled. A thick cloud of dust rose and obscured the sun. Seeing the Pandavas formation, Bhishma arrayed the Kaurava troops in a counter formation. With his white headdress, white banner, white bow, and a white umbrella over his head, he looked like a white mountain. Duryodhana rode in the midst of the army, riding an elephant the color of a blue lotus. Above his seat a large white umbrella sheltered him. His great mace rested on his shoulder and his bow was by his side. He was eulogized by bards and singers and was protected by hundreds of thousands of troops. All of Dhtara's sons were in the division under Bhishma's command and personal protection. Countless kings and princes from every part of the globe, surrounded by their armies, advanced toward the Pandavas. Behind all the troops came Droa, riding on a golden chariot yoked with red horses. Gazing across at the Kaurava army with Bhishma at their head, Yudhishthira again became apprehensive. He turned to Arjuna. "O mighty armed hero, it seems to me that Bhishma has arranged his troops in an impenetrable formation. Nor do I see any possibility of overpowering the grandfather. He has limitless strength and unfading glory. Who can approach him in battle? How can victory be ours?" Yudhishthira appeared disconsolate and dejected. Arjuna offered words of encouragement. "Listen, O king, as I tell you how only a few men can overpower a vast army. Brihaspati explained this in days of yore when the celestials fought the demons. Those who desire victory do not conquer by prowess but by truth, compassion, piety and virtue. Fight with assurance, dear brother, for victory is always where righteousness is found." Yudhishthira still seemed doubtful. Was his cause even righteous? It seemed to him that his desire for the kingdom was at the root of this war. Arjuna, sensing his misgivings, continued, "We have Kṛṣṇa on our side. He is righteousness and truth personified. And Radha said that victory is certain to go to Kṛṣṇa and whomever is on his side. Indeed, it is one of the Lord's eternal attributes. His might is infinite. He is the original person, beyond and above this mundane world with all its politics and suffering. I do not see the cause for your sorrow when that Lord of the Celestials is on your side and wishing you success." Thinking of Kṛṣṇa, Yudhishthira felt pacified. He looked at his troops. "It is exactly as you say, Arjuna. Kṛṣṇa desires this conflict and thus we should not hesitate. Tell our men to fight to the best of their power, with fairness and with the desire to attain heaven." Yudhishthira then distributed charity to the numerous Brahmins who had accompanied him onto the battlefield. He was surrounded by his, who walked around him chanting hymns in his praise and invoking auspiciousness for the battle. Having been given gold, cows, fruits, flowers and cloth, they left the field, uttering prayers and Vedic mantras. Arjuna's chariot moved to the front of the army. Kṛṣṇa said, "There stands that mighty hero among men Bhishma, who has performed hundreds of sacrifices, who scorches his foes in battle, and who will soon attack our troops like a lion. Innumerable troops protect him as clouds cover the sun. Make him your target, Arjuna, for none other can face him." Kṛṣṇa told Arjuna to offer a prayer to the goddess Durga so that she would empower him. Arjuna alighted from his chariot and knelt down with folded palms. With his face to the east he chanted hymns from the Vedas to supplicate the powerful goddess of the material energy. As he prayed, the goddess appeared above him in the sky. "O son of Pu, you will surely attain victory. You have the invincible and Arya to help you. No foe can defeat you, not even the mighty Indra." Durga vanished and Arjuna rose to his feet. Considering himself blessed, he remounted his chariot with a joyful heart. Seeing that both armies were in position and waiting for the battle to begin, Bhishma raised his conch and sounded a great blast. At once the sounds of hundreds of other conches reverberated around the battlefield as all the leading warriors joined with him. Drums, bugles, trumpets and horns were all suddenly sounded, creating a tumult. Arjuna and Kṛṣṇa took out their conchs. They blew long and mighty blasts that resounded across the battlefield. Bhishma, the twins, and all the other leading Pandava fighters also sounded their conchs. Hearing the celestial sound, the Kauravas felt their hearts quake, but Bhishma was cheered. His eyes flooded with tears as he recognized the sound of Kṛṣṇa's transcendental conch. Here was the eternal Lord of all the worlds prepared to protect his devoted servants by personally coming into battle with them. Bhishma gazed across at Arjuna's chariot. It was a cruel destiny that had brought him into opposition with Kṛṣṇa and the Pandavas. Surely duty was all-powerful. Chapter 4 The Bhagavad Gita. The first maneuvers of the battle began. Arjuna took up the jiva and said to Kṛṣṇa, O infallible one, please draw my chariot between the two armies so that I may see the enemy and how they are positioned. Go forward, O Lord, so I can see who is desirous of fighting with us today. Let us see those fools who wish to please the evil-minded son of Dharma. Kṛṣṇa drove the horses forward and the fine chariot moved into the center of the field. Kṛṣṇa smiled. Just behold, O Arjuna, all the Kurus assembled here. Arjuna looked across the field. Kṛṣṇa could understand Arjuna's mind. The long-awaited time for war had arrived, a terrible fratricidal war. There was now no turning back. Suddenly seeing the horror of it before him, Arjuna gazed at his relatives and friends arrayed across from him, men who were like fathers, brothers, sons and grandsons, as well as teachers, uncles, friends, in-laws and well-wishers. Arjuna was overwhelmed with compassion. How could he possibly have looked forward to killing his own kinsmen and friends? He felt weak, and addressed Kṛṣṇa in a trembling voice. My dear Lord, seeing my friends and relatives before me in a fighting spirit, I feel my limbs quivering and my mouth drying up. Arjuna's bow slipped from his hand and his body shook. His skin was burning and he felt his hair standing on end. O Kṛṣṇa, I do not think I can carry on in this fight. I am forgetting myself and my mind is reeling. It seems to me that only evil and misfortune will result from this battle. How can any good come from killing one's own relatives? What value is victory if all our friends and loved ones are killed? Arjuna dropped to his knees. There was no question of fighting. It had been different when he faced the Kauravas on Virata's field. At that time, he had no intention of killing them. He had only wanted to teach them a lesson. This time, however, either the Pandavas or the Kauravas would not be returning home. Tears streamed from his eyes as he revealed his mind to Kṛṣṇa. O Govinda, I have no desire for a kingdom bereft of my kinsfolk. When I see my teachers, fathers, sons, and so many other near and dear ones standing before me, my thirst for the fight completely deserts me. Even though they may be desiring my death, I cannot possibly think of killing them. O Janardana, I would not slay them even in exchange for the three worlds, let alone this earth. I can see no happiness arising from this battle. Sweat covered Arjuna's brow. His breath came in heavy sighs. The sight of old and respected personalities such as Mahābhārata, Alaya and Bihlika, all of whom he loved dearly, filled him with grief. The many young princes, sons of the Kauravas and their allies, were all like his own sons, and he felt compassion for them too. Even Dharma's sons were pitiable because they were so foolish. How could there be any virtue in killing them? Arjuna implored Kṛṣṇa. In my opinion, we will be overcome by sin if we slay such aggressors. Our proper duty is surely to forgive them. Even if they have lost sight of virtue due to greed, we ourselves should not forget religious principles in the same way. If we kill the learned family elders, the traditional rituals will be forgotten, and they are essential for religious life. Without tradition, the whole of society will gradually become godless. By slaying the men, we will leave the women unprotected. They will then be prey to sinful men and unwanted children will be born. Who will train these children? O Kṛṣṇa, I will be responsible for all these social anomalies and will be worthy of a permanent residence in hell. Remembering his moral training, Arjuna based his arguments on Vedic statements. It seemed to him that killing his relatives was clearly immoral, particularly killing his elders, who were responsible for maintaining the religious traditions in his dynasty. Surely they should never be killed, especially for the dubious cause of winning wealth and kingdoms. Arjuna wept. I would rather the Kauravas killed me, unarmed and unresisting, than raise my weapons against them for the sake of my own happiness. He threw down his weapons and slumped in his chariot. Kṛṣṇa was still smiling mildly as he looked at his grief-stricken friend. This was an uncharacteristic display of timidity from such a fearsome warrior. He replied to Arjuna firmly. How have these impurities come upon you at such a critical time, O Arjuna? This is not at all befitting a man who understands life's true values. It leads not to higher planets but to degradation and infamy. O son of Kṛṣṇa, do not yield to such impotence. It is quite unbecoming. Give up this petty weakness of heart and arise, O chastiser of enemies. Arjuna looked with surprise at Kṛṣṇa. What could he mean? He had simply dismissed all his arguments. Kṛṣṇa had never given improper or disastrous advice at any time. He was the personification of all religious principles. Arjuna was perplexed. Why had Kṛṣṇa disregarded the religious considerations he had raised? Of course, for a Kshatriya it was always religious to fight and check miscreants, but these were not ordinary wrongdoers. Bhima, Droa, Kapa, and so many others were highly respectable men who carefully followed their religious duties. Still shaking, Arjuna asked, "My dear Kṛṣṇa, although it is right to kill sinful enemies, how can I fire arrows at men who are worthy of my worship? I would rather become a beggar than win this world at the cost of their lives. Even if they are afflicted with greed, they are still my superiors. What religious principle sanctions slaying them? If we win the war, then all our ill-gotten gains will be tainted with their blood. It seems to me that winning will be no better than losing. Victory is in any event uncertain, but in this case it is not even desirable. How could I live after causing my relatives death? Yet they are standing before me with appraised weapons." Arjuna could see no way out of his situation. The Kauravas were clearly intent on killing him and his army. Still, he had no heart for the fight, nor did it seem religious. At the same time, his religious arguments had no effect on Kṛṣṇa. What was his duty now? There was only one person who could help him. He looked up at Kṛṣṇa, who sat peacefully with the reins in his gloved hands. It was by Krishna's help that Arjuna and his brothers had survived so many difficulties. He was without doubt the wisest person. He would know what to do. Deciding to surrender himself to whatever Kṛṣṇa advised, Arjuna said, "O Kṛṣṇa, I am confused about my duty and have lost all composure due to weakness of heart. Surely I am being consumed by miserly and selfish considerations, but I am not able to overcome them. In this condition I ask you to please tell me what is best for me. Now I am your disciple and a soul surrendered unto you. Please instruct me. I can see no means to drive away this grief. Even winning a prosperous kingdom equal to that of the gods will not assuage my sorrow. O Govinda, I will not fight." Arjuna fell silent. Now it was up to Kṛṣṇa to convince him. On the other side of the field, Bhima looked with interest at Arjuna's solitary chariot in the middle of the two armies. Why was Arjuna not in position? He seemed to have dropped down in his chariot. Something was going on between him and Kṛṣṇa. Bhima raised his hand to hold back his forces. Was Kṛṣṇa considering a final peace effort, even on the battlefield? Surely not. The conches had already been blown to signal the beginning of the fight. Whatever Kṛṣṇa was doing, Bhima wanted to respect it. Bhima decided to wait until Arjuna's chariot moved off again before giving the order to charge. Yudhishthira was also holding his forces in check, so there was no need for immediate action. Kṛṣṇa now smiled more broadly. He was pleased that Arjuna, his dear friend, was ready to accept him as teacher and guide. Holding up his hand in blessing, he said, "Although you are speaking learned words from the scriptures, you are still mourning for something unworthy of grief. A wise man laments neither for the living nor the dead. Both you, I, and all these assembled Kshatriyas have always existed and will always exist. We are eternal souls, passing from body to body. Even in this life we see how the body changes even though we remain the same person. In the same way, when death comes, we are given a new body. A self-controlled person is not bewildered by such a change." Kneeling at Kṛṣṇa's feet, Arjuna felt immediate relief. As usual, Kṛṣṇa had gone straight to the heart of the matter. Arjuna listened attentively as Kṛṣṇa continued. "O son of Kṛṣṇa, happiness and distress come and go constantly like winter and summer seasons. They arise from sense perception alone, O Bharata, and one should tolerate them without being disturbed. A person capable of such tolerance is eligible for liberation from all misery. The great seers who know the truth have concluded from a careful analysis that the soul and spiritual reality are unchanging, and that the temporary material body is ultimately without any basis in truth. The soul pervades the body and is indestructible. No one can destroy the immeasurable and eternal soul, but the body is sure to come to an end. Therefore, fight without any compunction for your relatives' bodies, O Arjuna." Arjuna understood well enough what Kṛṣṇa was saying. The soul was surely eternal. But was that a good argument to use when he was about to kill? Death and subsequent rebirth were painful experiences for the soul. Out of love for Arjuna and understanding his doubts, Kṛṣṇa said, "Neither he who thinks the living entity the slayer nor he who thinks it slain is in knowledge, for the self slays not nor is slain. For the soul there is neither birth nor death at any time. He is never created, unborn and ever existing. He is not slain when the body is slain. Knowing this, how can you ever be the cause of anyone's death? Indeed, the body's death allows the soul to receive a new body, just as a person puts on new garments after discarding the old." Arjuna understood that Kṛṣṇa was reassuring him that his beloved relatives would not be the losers. By killing their bodies, Arjuna would free them from the pain and suffering brought on by their present karma, and they would then be given a new start in a better body, probably in the higher planets. But Arjuna worried about the celestial weapons he would use, fearing they might somehow hurt even the soul. Kṛṣṇa answered that doubt. There is no weapon, be it fire, wind or water, that can damage or cut the soul. The soul is unchanging and impervious to all material effects. The soul is described by the Vedas as invisible, inconceivable and immutable. The body is only the outward dress of the indestructible soul. Arjuna remained silent. Even knowing Bhishma and Drona to be eternal souls, he still grieved at the prospect of their death. Kṛṣṇa had already instructed him that such distresses were unavoidable and had to be tolerated, but it would not be easy. Kṛṣṇa smiled affectionately at his friend. Even if you believe the self to be the same as the body, you still have no reason to lament, O mighty armed hero. The body is matter, and material objects are always being created and destroyed. What wise man laments for the inevitable changes to matter which are wrought by time? Whatever you believe, the effects of time cannot be checked. Death follows birth, and birth follows death in due course. Simply perform your duty without lamentation, for you cannot change the course of time, which is ultimately the cause of everyone's death. Arjuna reflected on Kṛṣṇa's words. It was difficult to comprehend the soul's existence. That it was undying and indestructible had been made clear, but its actual nature remained a mystery. Without pausing, Kṛṣṇa concluded his instructions about the soul. Those who know the soul consider him amazing. He is described in the Vedas as amazing. Even persons who have heard all the descriptions of the soul still fail to understand him at all. Nevertheless, O descendant of Bharata, he cannot be slain at any time. Therefore, give up your useless grief for your relatives. Kṛṣṇa changed tack and began to address Arjuna's fear that he would be tainted by sin if he killed his elders. You are a Kshatriya, Arjuna, and it is thus your foremost duty to fight according to religious principles. You should not hesitate. Rather, you should embrace this opportunity, for it opens the way to heaven for you. If you do not fight, you will incur sin for neglecting your duty. Thus you will lose your good reputation. You will become infamous, and for a respectable person dishonor is worse than death. No one will think you desisted from fighting out of compassion. They will think you fled in fear and will thus lose their respect for you. What could be more painful than that? Hearing his commitment to his warrior duties challenged, Arjuna shifted uncomfortably. The thought that he might be acting sinfully was painful, and the loss of his good reputation would be intolerable. Kṛṣṇa continued, O Parth, in this battle there are two possibilities. You will either be killed and thus attain heaven, or you will defeat your enemies and win the earth. Therefore, fight with determination. This too is my desire. O Parth, fight because it is your duty without thought for happiness or distress, loss or gain, victory or defeat. In this way you will never incur sin. Arjuna felt his heart opening as he absorbed Kṛṣṇa's instructions. Kṛṣṇa had countered his fears that he would suffer and become sinful by fighting. Actually, it would be sinful not to fight. I have told you some existential truths about the soul, O son of Kṛṣṇa. Listen now as I speak about working without desire for the results, and thus without entangling yourself in karmic reactions. This is the path to liberation. Once you are on this path you will not fall back again into the abyss of material existence. Those on this path only desire to serve the Supreme and are resolute in performing their religious duties. Those who seek worldly happiness, however, are constantly overwhelmed by diverse temptations. Only unintelligent men are attracted to those sections of the Vedas that speak about material happiness. Desiring sensual pleasures, opulence and power, they think there is nothing more to life. They become bewildered by such desires and cannot fix their minds upon yoga practice. Do not let yourself be attracted by anything in this world, O Parth. Be free from all the dualities of happiness and distress. Established in the self, give up your anxiety for material gain and safety. Arjuna could understand that his earlier arguments were aimed only at material happiness. Although he had argued on the strength of Vedic morality, it was becoming clear that he had not fully understood the Vedas and their ultimate aim. There were higher principles and truths. Kṛṣṇa continued to explain them. The Vedas give directions for achieving material happiness, O Arjuna, but there is a deeper purpose behind all Vedic instructions. One who knows this purpose can satisfy all his desires without pursuing them all separately, just as one who has access to a great river has no need for small wells and ponds. The greatest aim of life is achieved by working without desire for the fruits of action, simply because it is one's duty to do so. In this way you can be situated in yoga without attachment for success or failure in your work. Thus you will remain untouched by sin. Even your previous karmic reactions will be destroyed by such work. You will then be able to attain the highest destination, the supreme abode of God, and be freed forever from the cycle of birth and death. When you are no longer attracted by the promises of material happiness given in the Vedas and remain satisfied by the self alone, you will then be fixed in the divine consciousness which leads to eternal liberation. Arjuna asked, how can we recognize a man in divine consciousness, O Kṛṣṇa? What are his symptoms? Such a person takes no delight in sensual pleasures, O Parth. He is ever satisfied within himself. No miseries can disturb him, nor any kind of material happiness. He is without attachment, fear and anger, and remains always aloof to the dualities of this world. His senses are under complete control, even though he may still experience sense desires. His mind is fixed upon the Supreme and he is always peaceful. He does not dwell upon the objects of sense pleasure, which can steal away even a practiced yog's mind, and thus he keeps himself free from all material entanglement. Due to such sense control, his intelligence is undisturbed and he is peaceful. O Arjuna, one whose senses are uncontrolled is not peaceful. How, then, can he ever be happy? Arjuna was bewildered. Kṛṣṇa was recommending yoga and sense control, keeping oneself peaceful, and at the same time telling him to fight. How were the two compatible? O Kṛṣṇa, why do you want me to engage in this ghastly warfare if you think that yoga and detachment are better? Surely fighting requires me to be motivated by a desire for victory. I am confused by your instructions. Please tell me clearly what will be most beneficial for me. O sinless Arjuna, there are two paths to liberation. One involves renunciation and the pursuit of knowledge, while the other involves working without material desires. One cannot achieve perfection by renunciation alone, for by simply stopping work one does not necessarily remain free from karmic reaction. Impelled by his nature, a man is forced to act at every moment, even if the action is only in his mind. To withdraw the senses while allowing the mind to think of sense pleasures is useless, O Arjuna. It is simply a pretense of yoga. Far better is the man who uses his intelligence to control his senses and at the same time works without attachment. Arjuna thought of his own case. Even if he tried to renounce the battle and remain aloof, his mind would still work. It was likely he would continue to think of Duryodhana and his evil deeds, and of how Yudhishthira had been robbed of his kingdom. Those thoughts would sooner or later impel him to act, to take up arms and fight. But how can one fight without attachment? Work must be done as a sacrifice for you, O son of Kṛṣṇa. This is detached work. Any other work causes bondage in this world. Therefore, work only for his satisfaction. By such sacrificial work a man can achieve all life's necessities and at the same time make spiritual progress. Only a man who is completely self-satisfied need not perform such work. Arjuna wondered if he was able to remain self-satisfied. He already had some experience of yoga and meditation. Did he really need to work? Kṛṣṇa smiled. A genuinely detached man sees no need for work, but he also sees no need to give up work. He works simply as a matter of duty and without desire for the results. By this work he ultimately attains the Supreme. He also sets the right example for others, for whatever a great man does will always be followed by ordinary men. Kṛṣṇa was thinking of Arjuna's position in society. He was highly esteemed as a leader and hero. If he gave up his duty, even assuming he was qualified to do so, then his example would be imitated by unqualified men. Kṛṣṇa reminded Arjuna of the famous king Janaka. Although renowned as an advanced spiritualist and quite able to remain fixed in meditation on the Supreme, Janaka had nevertheless continued to do his duty as a king. Think of my own example, O Parth. You know my identity as the Supreme Lord of all the worlds. What duty is there for me? Nevertheless, I execute all the duties incumbent on a man in my position very carefully. If I did not do so, then all the worlds would fall into ruination, for all men would follow my example. Arjuna knew that Kṛṣṇa, as a householder and a member of the royal order, was scrupulous in performing the duties prescribed in the Vedas for such men. It was a perfect example. One who knows the truth knows well the difference between material work, motivated only by sensual desires, and work done for the pleasure of the Supreme. O Arjuna, I am that Supreme. Therefore, fight for my pleasure, without desire for personal gain, with no claims to proprietorship, and without lethargy. Those who work only according to my instructions, with full faith in me, attain complete liberation. Those who disregard my injunctions, however, are simply fools and will achieve neither perfection nor happiness. This made sense to Arjuna. He had always understood Krishna's divinity, and that knowledge had always stood him in good stead. He and his brothers had enjoyed Krishna's protection up to the present moment when he stood ready to go with them into battle against their enemies. Why, then, did not all men devote themselves to Krishna's instructions? Arjuna voiced his doubt. Why, dear Lord, do men not do their religious duties? They are overpowered by lust, the greatest enemy in this world. Due to excessive desire for material objects, men commit sinful activities, not seeing the suffering that will result. Lust is never satisfied. Rather, it burns like fire, and when it is frustrated, it turns to anger. A man is thus completely bewildered when he gives in to lust. O Arjuna, you should check lust by controlling your senses. Otherwise it will destroy your knowledge and self-realization. Listen now as I explain the science of sacrifice and self-control. Kṛṣṇa told Arjuna that the knowledge he was speaking was ancient. He had first told it to the sun god millions of years ago. Hearing this, Arjuna asked, how can I accept this, Kṛṣṇa? It appears that you were born in this world only recently. Both of us have had countless births, O Arjuna. I can remember all of them, but you cannot. Actually, I am never born like ordinary men. My body is transcendental and neither changes nor deteriorates. Still, I appear to take birth in every age. I come only to establish religion and to curb irreligion, Tirtha. In this way, I deliver the pious and annihilate the demons. One who understands this truth about me will not have to take another material body. Those who take refuge in me will become free from attachment, fear and anger and will attain pure, transcendental love for me. According to their faith in me, I reciprocate with all men, O Arjuna. Anyone can attain me. Kṛṣṇa explained that he had also arranged for the fulfillment of men's material desires. He was prepared to give everyone whatever they wanted, whether it be sense enjoyment or love of God. He had no vested interests in the material world and simply acted in reciprocation with men's desires according to what they deserved. Kṛṣṇa himself was always transcendental to the material world. Knowing this, all the liberated souls in the past had attained perfection. They acted only for Krishna's pleasure. Such work was without reaction, as he was the supreme transcendence. But those who renounced work, if the renunciation was not done for his pleasure, were still subject to reaction. Anything done on one's own account, whether motivated by attachment or repulsion, carried a karmic reaction. After describing various kinds of sacrifice, Kṛṣṇa said, all types of sacrifice are meant to culminate in transcendental knowledge, or realizing one's identity as an eternal servitor of the Supreme. This is the mature fruit of all mysticism and it burns to ashes all of one's accumulated karmic reactions. By working in this knowledge one is never again affected by the reactions of work. All of your doubts have arisen out of ignorance, O Arjuna. Kill them with the weapon of knowledge. Armed with yoga, O Bharata, stand and fight. As Kṛṣṇa went on to explain how to work in devotion, Arjuna began to understand that this was true renunciation. Only by dedicating all one's work to the pleasure of the Supreme could one be genuinely detached. Kṛṣṇa explained that working in such consciousness gradually brought one to the point of always remembering the Supreme, or samadhi. This type of yoga was no less effective than the practice of asceticism and meditation. Indeed, it was easier, for to give up everything and meditate in a solitary place would be difficult for a worldly man like Arjuna. To Arjuna's relief, Kṛṣṇa made it clear that this was not necessary. He also assured Arjuna that the path of yoga, once begun, was never lost. Even if he did not achieve success in this life, in his next life he would be able to continue from whatever point he had left off. Having established that constantly thinking of the Supreme was the highest goal of yoga, Kṛṣṇa made his own position clearer. It is I who should always be remembered, O Tirtha. There is no truth superior to me. Everything rests upon me, as pearls are strung upon a thread. I am the creation and dissolution of all the worlds. People are bewildered by material desires. Thus they do not know me, who am always above the material world. It is hard to fully overcome attraction to this material world and its elements. Only by surrendering to me is it possible. It may take many births and deaths of striving in yoga until one finally comes to understand me. It is a rare soul who achieves such perfection. Due to their lack of intelligence, most men are content to worship lesser gods. Other foolish men think that beyond me lies some impersonal supreme existence. Because of deep-seated material desires, such fools can never know me, although I am the Lord and the knower of all living beings. Arjuna was feeling reassured by Krishna's instructions. All his life he had thought only of Kṛṣṇa as his protector and greatest friend. Now Kṛṣṇa was telling him that this was life's perfection. The highest achievement in life was to remember Kṛṣṇa at the moment of death and thus attain his eternal, spiritual abode. But this required a lifetime of practice. Arjuna listened without question as Kṛṣṇa described the best process for always remembering him. This is the king of knowledge, Arjuna, the most secret of secrets and the perfection of religion. It is I alone who am to be worshipped and served with love. Fools cannot understand how I am able to assume a human form and appear in this world. They do not know my transcendental nature as the supreme lord of everything. Intelligent men, however, are fully engaged in my devotional service. They are always chanting my glories, endeavoring to please me with great determination, bowing down before me, and worshipping me with all their hearts. I always personally protect such persons. I am indebted to anyone who lovingly offers me even a leaf, flower or fruit. Therefore, you should do everything as an offering to me, O son of Kṛṣṇa. In this way, you will achieve perfection. This is the highest instruction. Engage your mind always in thinking of me, become my devotee, offer obeisances to me, and worship me. By such full absorption in me surely you will come to me, life's supreme goal. Arjuna was now looking at his friend with amazement and love. The Supreme Lord had become his charioteer. Surely this was a testament of his loving reciprocation with his devotees. Who could ever understand it? Kṛṣṇa seemed so human. How would people be able to accept his supreme divinity? Again understanding Arjuna's doubts, Kṛṣṇa went on. Those who are devoted to me are able to know of my position and opulence. Because you are my dear friend, I will explain further about myself. Not even the demigods and great sages can know me in full, for in every respect I am their source. I am the source of all things, material and spiritual. Everything emanates from me. The wise who know this perfectly fully engage in my loving devotional service. Their thoughts always dwell in me and they derive great pleasure from talking about me. To one who constantly serves me with love, I give the understanding by which he can come to me. With the shining lamp of knowledge I destroy all their ignorance. Arjuna had no doubts about Kṛṣṇa's position. He had already experienced Kṛṣṇa's power and opulence, as well as having heard it described by so many as. Now Kṛṣṇa was making it plain. Arjuna was awestruck. Folding his palms he knelt before Kṛṣṇa and said, You are the original supreme person, the ultimate abode, and the absolute truth. Unborn, eternal and transcendental, you are the greatest of the great and the possessor of all opulences. This is confirmed by those sages who can see the truth, such as Anrada, Asita, Devala and Vaisadeva, and now you yourself are declaring it to me. O Kṛṣṇa, I totally accept as truth all that you have told me. None can know you, not even the gods and asuras. You alone can know yourself by your own potency, O Lord of all beings, God of gods, Lord of the universe. Feeling a surge of divine love, Arjuna asked Kṛṣṇa to describe himself further. Tell me how it is that you pervade all the worlds, O Lord. How should you be remembered and how can you be known? Please tell me in detail of your mystic power and opulences. I never tire of hearing such descriptions and long to taste the nectar of your words more and more. My opulence is limitless, O Arjuna. I shall therefore tell you only of that which is most prominent. Kṛṣṇa explained that although everything was a manifestation of his energy and power, he would highlight for Arjuna some principal features by which he could be remembered. He told him that he was Viyu among gods, the sun among planets, Eva among Rudras, and Meru among mountains. He described himself in many ways, revealing to Arjuna how he was present in everything Arjuna saw. Concluding his description, he said, Know that all opulent, beautiful and glorious creations spring from but a spark of my splendor. Is there any need for so much detailed information about me? With a tiny fragment of myself I pervade and support this entire universe. Tears streamed from Arjuna's eyes. Remembering how he would often sport with Kṛṣṇa as if he were an equal, he said in a choked voice, Only out of illusion did I ever believe you to be a man like me. That illusion is now dispelled. I am convinced of your supreme position. But, O greatest of all personalities, there are many who will not believe this truth. Please, therefore, show yourself in all your majesty. I too desire to see that great form which pervades and supports the worlds. If I am able to see it, O Lord, then please display it to me now. Kṛṣṇa assented to Arjuna's request. See now my mystic opulence, O son of Kṛṣṇa. Here are my hundreds and thousands of varied divine and multicolored forms. My dear Arjuna, I shall bestow upon you divine vision, for you cannot see me with your present eyes. Behold, O best of the Bharatas, all that you desire to see and all that you will ever desire to see in the future. Everything moving and unmoving is here in one place. As Arjuna looked on in astonishment, Kaya displayed his universal form. In Hastinapura he had shown a partial manifestation of this form, but this time he exhibited it in full. Arjuna became aware of a vast form possessing unlimited mouths and eyes. It was decorated with countless celestial ornaments and held many divine weapons. Decked with celestial garments and garlands, it was wondrous, brilliant, unlimited, and expanded everywhere. It seemed as if hundreds of thousands of suns had risen simultaneously in the sky. Arjuna felt his hair standing on end. He bowed his head to the floor of his chariot and offered many prayers to Kṛṣṇa. In Krishna's divine form he could see all the gods headed by Brahma and Eva with all the Is, Siddhas and Angas. Every kind of created being appeared in that form, all the worlds were visible, and nothing was missing. Finding it difficult to look at the universal form, Arjuna said, O inexhaustible one, this unlimited body of yours is wonderful and at the same time terrifying. I see all the gods and is standing before you and offering prayers. As they are disturbed, so am I, dear Lord. Seeing this tremendous manifestation I am losing my peace of mind and my balance. I cannot look upon your thousands of blazing, death-like faces. All the soldiers of both sides appear to be rushing into the fearful mouths of those faces. Indeed, you are destroying all men and everything else. Everything is entering your mouths as moths fall into a fire. Covering all the universe, you are manifest with terrible, scorching rays. Arjuna was trembling. O Lord of Lords, so fierce of form, please tell me who you are and what is your mission. Krishna's voice seemed to Arjuna to be resounding from all sides as he replied, I am Time, O Tirtha, the great destroyer of all the worlds. With the exception of you, your brothers, and a few others, everyone will be slain. This will come to pass whether you fight or not, Arjuna. Therefore, do your duty as a warrior and you will become an instrument of my desire. Bhishma, Droa, and all the Kuru heroes are already dead. Fight without disturbance, Arjuna, and you will gain a glorious victory. Sitting before Dharma, Sajaya saw everything that was taking place between Arjuna and Kṛṣṇa. He described it in detail to the blind king, telling him the exact words spoken by them both. The king was amazed as he heard of Kṛṣṇa's divine opulence. As Sajaya tried to describe the universal form, Dharma felt his heart tremble. How could his sons face such power and survive? Now Kṛṣṇa was saying that all the Kuru heroes had already been put to death by a divine arrangement. Could it be true? Was Kṛṣṇa really able to make such a prediction? It seemed that not everything was in his power. After all, he had come to Hastinapura seeking peace and had failed in his mission. Perhaps he would also fail to fulfill his desire to see the Pandavas victorious in the war. Sajaya told the king what Arjuna said to Kṛṣṇa after he heard that all the fighters would be killed. Arjuna could understand Kṛṣṇa's desire. He then replied, all this is rightly done, O Lord. You are the protector of pious and perfected beings and the destroyer of atheists and demons. This is for the good of all, for even the demons will finally be brought to their senses by this treatment. O Almighty One, everyone should simply offer their obeisances unto you. You are the ultimate sanctuary. Knowing everything, you are all that is knowable. I fall before you again and again. My obeisances from every side, O Lord. I have obviously disrespected you until now. Please forgive me. Not knowing your glories I have lain with you on the same bed, jested with you, and surely dishonored you many times out of madness or love. O infallible one, please excuse me, even as a father would excuse his son, or a lover his beloved. Sajaya sat with his eyes closed, envisioning the scene. He saw Arjuna bowing at Kṛṣṇa's feet. As Arjuna stood up he said, O Almighty One, having seen this form which I have never seen before, my mind is filled with fear. Please be gracious and allow me to see your beautiful Vu form, with its forearms and divine decorations. Kṛṣṇa said, happily have I shown you, by my spiritual potency, this supreme universal form. No one else has seen this form. Not by any means can it ever be seen, O Arjuna. You have been disturbed and frightened by this horrible feature of mine. Let it be finished. See now my Anarya form and be peaceful again. Kṛṣṇa withdrew his universal form and Arjuna saw before him the graceful form of Anarya with his forearms holding a conch shell, disc, club, and lotus flower. After some moments, that form again changed to Krishna's original, two-armed form, from which all other forms emanate. Arjuna regained his composure and felt encouraged. Kṛṣṇa said, "O Arjuna, although my universal form is difficult to see, it is even harder to know my original form. The gods are always seeking an opportunity to see me as I now appear. This form is the most dear and it can only be known by undivided devotional service. Only in this way can one enter into the mysteries of my understanding." As Sajaya repeated Krishna's words to Dharma, the king heard about the science of bhakti yoga or devotional service. Kṛṣṇa first explained that there were two classes of transcendentalists: those who worshipped the unmanifested Supreme Brahman, the eternal, spiritual energy which is the basis of all existence, and those who worshipped Krishna's personal form. Of the two, he who fixes his mind on my personal form, worshipping me with faith and love, is considered the most perfect. For the other class, advancement in spiritual life is difficult, although they too will finally come to the point of worshipping me when their realization matures. Indeed, O Arjuna, I am the basis and origin of the impersonal Brahman. Therefore, worship me alone. I swiftly deliver my devoted worshippers from the fearful ocean of birth and death. They then live with me in perfect happiness eternally. Kṛṣṇa then explained how to approach the practice of bhakti yoga by the gradual method. After describing the qualities found in a consummate practitioner of bhakti, he spoke about the material nature and consciousness. Through descriptions of the knower, knowledge, and the objects of knowledge, Kṛṣṇa explained in detail how he pervaded the material energy and how he was the supersoul in every living being. He thus assured Arjuna of his complete ability to protect and deliver his worshippers. From Kṛṣṇa's instructions, Arjuna could understand that the living being is the cause of his own happiness and distress. By initially desiring to turn away from God, he is placed in the material energy. Then by associating with the various aspects of matter, he becomes more and more entangled, being attracted to various forms of material enjoyment. He is thus obliged to take birth in various species of life. All the while the supersoul accompanies him as the witness of all his actions. The Lord is the overseer and sanctioner of the living being's activities. If the living being turns again toward the Lord, he can at once become free of matter. Kṛṣṇa continued, "Those who can see the difference between the body and the soul, and who can see the supersoul, are eligible to approach the supreme spiritual abode. Such persons will not become degraded in this world, even though engaged in action." Arjuna was curious to know how the soul first came into the clutches of matter. Kṛṣṇa explained it in full. By this knowledge, one would be able to extract himself from the material energy. Arjuna inquired as to what were the qualities of a person who had achieved complete freedom from material bondage, and Kṛṣṇa gave a detailed description. He concluded by saying, "He who engages in full devotional service to me, unfailing in all circumstances, is at once freed from the material energy and raised to the transcendental platform." Arjuna understood that freedom from matter did not mean leaving the material world altogether. It simply meant being freed from attraction and attachment to material things and working only for the pleasure of the Lord. In this mood Arjuna should fight. Kṛṣṇa had clearly elaborated on his initial instruction to Arjuna to fight without material attachment. Having told Arjuna about the auspicious path of bhakti yoga and the qualities of a person on that path, Kṛṣṇa went on to describe the atheistic persons who went further and further away from God. Such persons are absorbed in the conceit of pride and false prestige. They are driven by lust and greed, and they believe that satisfying their senses is the prime necessity of life. Perplexed by various anxieties and bound by a network of illusions, they become strongly attached to material pleasures and fall down into hell. They then attain birth in all kinds of low and abominable species as a result of their own sinful desires. Those who disregard scriptural injunctions and act whimsically achieve, in the end, only misery. Kṛṣṇa concluded his instructions to Arjuna by describing how a person could work in the spirit of renunciation. In that mood, O Arjuna, fight. One who is not motivated by the false ego of thinking himself to be the body, whose intelligence is not entangled in material calculations of profit and loss, even though he kills men in this world, does not actually kill, nor is he bound by his actions. On the other hand, he who chooses not to kill, based upon his material calculations, is motivated only by false ego, and he becomes bound by sinful reactions. Arjuna nodded. He understood. His hesitation to fight was born of ignorance. All his considerations had been selfish. Seeing his beloved relatives before him, he had forgotten his true spiritual nature and allowed himself to be influenced by mundane sentiment. Now Kṛṣṇa had awakened his higher intelligence. He and all these kings on the battlefield were all eternal servants of God. Their highest duty was to render loving service to the Lord. That very Lord was now standing before Arjuna and asking him to fight. By acting according to Kṛṣṇa's instructions, he would achieve perfection, becoming free from material bondage, and attain the eternal spiritual abode. Seeing that Arjuna had understood his instructions, Kṛṣṇa said, "Because you are my very dear friend, I have fully explained to you all spiritual knowledge. Deliberate on it fully and do what you wish to do. My final advice is that you simply surrender to me and act for my pleasure. This is the supreme morality. There is no need to consider any other process of yoga or religion. If you act in this way, I will always protect you from sinful reactions. Do not fear." Kṛṣṇa looked at Arjuna, sitting at his feet. "Tell me then, O son of Kṛṣṇa, have you heard everything attentively? Is your illusion dispelled?" Arjuna stood up in the chariot and took hold of the jiva. "My dear Kṛṣṇa, my illusion is gone and by your mercy I have regained my memory. I am now firm and free from doubt. I shall act according to your divine instructions." Sitting before Dharma, Sajjaya said, "Having heard this conversation between two great souls, I feel my hair standing on end, so profound and wonderful is its import. My heart is thrilled. Upon remembering Kṛṣṇa's wondrous form, I rejoice again and again. Wherever there is Kṛṣṇa, the master of all mystics, and wherever there is Arjuna, the supreme archer, there will certainly be opulence, victory, extraordinary power and morality. That is my opinion." Dharma said nothing. Sajjaya's prediction was certain to be fulfilled. The old king wondered how there could be any hope for his sons, but he still could not help wishing that somehow they would win the war. It was strange. Even though his intelligence accepted the obvious fact that Kṛṣṇa, and anyone who took his side, could not be defeated, his attachment to his sons rose up and overpowered his intelligence. The internal conflict he suffered was itself a war. He could neither rest nor sleep, although he felt emotionally and physically drained. Somehow, hearing Kṛṣṇa's instructions to Arjuna had soothed him, although his son's position seemed even more hopeless. He sat holding his head as Sajjaya began to describe the beginning of the war. Chapter 5 The war begins. The warriors on the Pandava's side had watched and waited as Arjuna spoke with Kṛṣṇa. Obviously he had been overcome by uncertainty. No doubt seeing his beloved grandfather and teacher had filled him with apprehension. Now he seemed to have regained his resolve. He was again standing in position on his chariot with the jiva held high. The Pandava warrior sent up a great shout. They blew their conches and beat their drums. Horns and bugles sounded continuously and uproariously. In the sky assembled the hosts of his Siddhas and other classes of celestials, all wanting to witness the battle. They gazed in wonder at Arjuna's chariot, amazed to see Kṛṣṇa acting as his charioteer. Seeing that the battle was about to begin, Yudhishthira took off his armor and climbed down from his chariot. His brothers and the other warriors watched as he walked toward the Kauravas. What did he have in mind? Had he suddenly decided to be humble and hand over a bloodless victory to the Kuru forces? All his brothers called out to him, asking him about his intentions, but the king made no reply. Unarmed and unprotected, he walked straight toward Bhishma's chariot. Kṛṣṇa spurred on Arjuna's white horses and the chariot moved closer to the cars of Bhishma and the twins. "I know your brother's intentions," he said. "He intends to pay his respects to his gurus before fighting with them. It is said in the old histories that one who first offers his respects to his elders and teachers before engaging with them in battle gains victory." As Yudhishthira approached Bhishma, shouts of "Alas!" were heard among the Pandava forces, who thought that, in the face of such tremendous opposition, he had decided not to fight. Dharma's sons thought that Yudhishthira was afraid. "Just see this infamous wretch," they laughed. "Stricken with terror, he has gone to Bhishma to beg for his mercy." Disregarding their jeers, Yudhishthira went before Bhishma, who got down from his own chariot as Yudhishthira approached. The Pandava bowed down and took hold of Bhishma's feet. "O invincible one, I bow to you," he said. "We will fight with you. Please grant us your permission and give us your blessings." Bhishma smiled and raised his right hand. "O ruler of the earth, O great king, if you had not come to me in this way, I would have cursed you with defeat. I am pleased with you, dear son. May you fight and obtain victory. Ask for a boon, O son of Kṛṣṇa, anything you desire. Alas, men are the slaves of wealth, but wealth is no one's slave. I am bound by the wealth of the Kṛṣṇa and like an impotent man I stand against you in battle, although I know your cause is just. Tell me, dear child, what you wish to have from me. Yudhishthira felt tears coming to his eyes. O wise one, desiring my welfare, please look after my interests. Do your duty and fight for the Kṛṣṇa's sake. This is my wish. Bhishma appeared despondent. Although I must fight for your enemies, O king, tell me what I can do for you. Yudhishthira folded his hands and bowed his head. O sire, there is one thing I will ask. Tell me how we will be able to vanquish you, who are invincible. If you see any good in it, please give me this information for my benefit. Bhishma stood with his large, silver-gilded bow in his hand. Although he was now almost 90 years old, he was still a formidable figure in his polished gold and silver armor. He placed a hand on Yudhishthira's shoulder. O descendant of Bharata, I do not see that man who can defeat me in battle, even if he be the lord of the celestials. The time for my death has not yet come. Approach me again and ask this question at some other time. Be it so. Yudhishthira again bowed to his grandfather and then walked away. Making his way through the lines of curious soldiers, he went to Droa. After circumambulating his chariot he said, O invincible hero, tell me how I may fight with you, my worshipable teacher, without incurring sin. How, O great Brahmin, will I be able to vanquish my enemies? Like Bhishma, Droa said, O king, if you had failed to come to me, I would have cursed you with defeat. I am pleased with you, sinless one. You have my permission to fight. May victory be yours. Please tell me what I can do for you. I desire to give you a boon. Alas, I cannot fight for you, for I am a slave of the Kṛṣṇa's wealth, but I will pray for your victory. Tears again sprang to Yudhishthira's eyes as he heard Droa's affectionate tone of voice. How cruel a fate that he should now be forced to fight his esteemed and elderly guru. But Droa would be difficult to overcome. Despite his advanced years, he knew the secrets of all the celestial and earthly weapons. He could still fire an unending stream of arrows from his great bow. Yudhishthira could not imagine anyone even approaching him in battle. With reverence he said, O Brahmin, do pray for me and tell me also what is good for me. Fight for the Kṛṣṇa with all your might. This is my desire. Droa looked lovingly at his disciple. Although not as physically powerful as Arjuna or Bhishma, Yudhishthira was strong in his ability to remain fixed on the path of virtue. Droa knew that a pious man was always protected by his virtue. He glanced at Arjuna's chariot across the field. O king, your victory is certain. You have Kṛṣṇa as your counselor, and righteousness is always with him. Where there is Kṛṣṇa, there must be victory. O son of Kunt, go and fight with full confidence. What else will I say to you? O mighty armed one, please tell me how you may be defeated. Yudhishthira asked. As long as I fight, you will not obtain victory, O king. Therefore, seek my death at the earliest opportunity. But there are none who can face me when I am fighting. Neither man nor celestial can stand before me when I am angry and scattering an incessant shower of arrows in all directions. O Bharata, only when I lay down my weapons and am prepared for death, with my senses withdrawn, will you be able to kill me. This is the truth. Having heard something disagreeable from some credible source, I shall abandon my arms and cease fighting. Yudhishthira bowed to his preceptor. Thinking about what he had said, he walked toward Kṛṣṇa's chariot. After offering respects to the old Brahmin warrior, he said, O teacher, only with your permission can I fight without incurring sin. Please permit me to engage in battle to defeat my enemies. Like Bhishma and Droa, Kṛṣṇa replied that he would surely have cursed Yudhishthira to be defeated if he had not come to him for his permission. He also lamented his obligation to the Kauravas. Having stated his inability to fight for him, he asked Yudhishthira what else he could do for him. As he stood before Kṛṣṇa, Yudhishthira felt as if his heart might break. First Bhishma, then Droa, and now Kṛṣṇa, all three were like fathers to him and his brothers. From their childhood when they had first come to Hastinapura, these elders had cherished and taught them with the greatest care. He could not recall a single cruel word or deed from any of them. Now he must go before them and ask how they could be killed. Yudhishthira stood with his head bowed. His throat was choked and he could not say anything. Understanding his plight, Kṛṣṇa said, O king, no one can kill me. Knowing this, go and obtain victory. Kṛṣṇa's father, Gautama, had told him that he would be invincible in battle. Therefore, he advised Yudhishthira not to waste time trying to bring about his fall. Lifting his right hand in blessing, Kṛṣṇa continued, I will rise from sleep every day and pray for your victory. I say this truly. Go now and obtain your desires. Yudhishthira went at last to Alaya. After asking his permission to fight with him, he stood with folded palms, looking up at his maternal uncle. Alaya sorrowfully replied, The Kṛṣṇa's wealth has made me their slave. What can I do for you under these circumstances? I wish to bestow a boon upon you for your having come to me in humility. What do you desire? Yudhishthira reminded him of his promise to discourage Kṛṣṇa when it came time for him to fight with Arjuna. It shall be so, Alaya answered. Go and fight. I will pray for your victory. Yudhishthira bowed to Alaya and then returned to his army. Witnessing the respect and honor he paid to his elders, even the Kauravas praised him. Cries of "Excellent! Bravo!" were heard among the soldiers on both sides. As they thought on the noble qualities of Yudhishthira and his brothers, the soldiers wept aloud. After he was again stationed on his chariot, clad in armor and ready for battle, Yudhishthira called out to the Kauravas, "If any among you wishes to choose us, we will consider you our ally. Come then to our side." There was silence and no one moved. Then from out of the Kaurava ranks emerged Yuyutsu's chariot. "I will fight for you," he shouted. "O sinless one, will you accept me?" Come, replied Yudhishthira. "Fight with us against your foolish brothers. O Yuyutsu, we accept you into our ranks." It seems the thread of Dharma's line, as well as their last funeral offerings, will rest upon you. O prince, accept us who accept you. The wrathful and foolish Duryodhana will not survive. As drums and cymbals were sounded, Yuyutsu went over to the Pandavas' side. Duryodhana glared in silent fury at his half-brother. Yuyutsu had never shared his feelings toward the Pandavas. That had been obvious enough from their frequent disagreements. But how did he dare abandon his family in their hour of need? He would regret this foolish decision. Seeing that the moment of battle had arrived, the warriors on both sides began to shout in exultation. Now they would die and be elevated to the heavenly realm, or they would emerge victorious. To the sounds of thousands of conches, trumpets and drums, the warriors rushed at each other with uplifted weapons. The earth shook and clouds of dust rose into the air as they advanced. They sounded and appeared like two great oceans coming together. Bhishma's cries rose above the tumult as he raced ahead of the Pandava forces, roaring like a bull. Hearing his shouts, which drowned out other sounds, the Kaurava soldiers became afraid. Horses and elephants passed urine and excrement, faltering as they ran. Dharma's sons were struck with terror as Bhishma came toward them, his mace whirling above his head. Bhishma laughed at his frightened foes. At last the moment had arrived. Now he could finally release the full fury of his anger. Taking heart, the Kauravas shouted out their own battle cries and waved their bows in the air. They surrounded Bhishma and began firing snake-like arrows at him. Laughing as the arrows glanced off his armor, he struck other shafts down with his mace. Bhishma shook off their attack. He replied with thousands of his own arrows, dispersing the Kaurava princes in all directions. Abhimanyu and Draupadi's sons, along with Nakula, Sahadeva and Dhyadyumna, advanced in a body and tore into the Kaurava forces, scattering arrows everywhere. Neither side flinched nor turned back from the violence as they hurled their weapons at one another. The twang of bowstrings and the slap of strings hitting leather arm protectors and gloves was heard everywhere. The air was full of swift flying arrows. Spears, darts, and iron balls fell upon both armies in the thousands. The blare of conches, the lion-like roar of warriors, the heavy tread of infantry, the neighing of horses, the clash of weapons, the clatter of chariot wheels, the jingle of bells around the elephants' necks, the elephants trumpeting, and the beating of drums mingled to produce a hair-raising uproar. Recklessly the warriors rushed forward. Arjuna immediately engaged with Bhishma. With lightness of hand he fired countless arrows at him, but Bhishma countered them all. He returned numerous shafts at Arjuna. Even though Bhishma's arrows pierced him, Arjuna did not waver. Nor could he shake Bhishma, as he sent at him his own deadly shafts. The two heroes exchanged arrows while the fight raged around them. As the battle got underway, the sky began to flash red and blue, while black clouds showered flesh and blood onto the field. A terrible wind blew, carrying innumerable stones and afflicting all the troops. The loud rumble of thunder resounded and bolts of lightning struck the earth. Powerful chariot warriors engaged with other chariot fighters, while infantry battled infantry and horsemen engaged with other mounted troops. The warriors sought out their marked enemies. Bhishma assailed Duryodhana, Sahadeva Akuni, and Dhyadyumna Droe. As other kings and Kshatriyas came to their aid, the battle became general and weapons flew in all directions. On both sides of the armies divisions of RKSS marched. Gaotkaka led a division of RKSS on the Pandavas' behalf and the powerful Alambusha led the RKSS for the Kauravas. These awful beings created a huge carnage among the soldiers as they wielded their axes and bludgeons. The warriors fought as if possessed by demons. No quarter was shown. Amid the terrible confusion, fathers could not recognize their sons, brothers their brothers, nor friends their friends. Uncles slew their nephews and cousins killed cousins. Men hacked and struck at one another with swords, spiked maces, and heavy clubs. Streams of blood flowed freely across the ground, carrying mutilated and severed limbs. Chariots smashed against chariots, breaking them to pieces, while elephants tore into other elephants, gouging them with their steel-tipped tusks. The battlefield assumed the appearance of Yamaloka, the abode of death. Men screamed in pain, sounding like souls condemned to hell. The bodies of slain warriors and animals lay everywhere in heaps. Axes and swords dripping with blood whizzed through the air. There was a continuous loud thudding sound as heavy maces and swift arrows struck the bodies of soldiers. Bhishma fought with fury. His tall standard, bearing a palm tree and 5 stars, glided through the Pava army, leaving a trail of bodies and shattered chariots in its wake. With his straight arrows he severed the heads and limbs of all who came before him. The old Kuru hero seemed to dance in his chariot as he whirled about wielding his bow. His deadly shafts were fired with such power that they would pierce even great elephants to their vitals, sending them tumbling to the earth. Seeing the destruction Bhishma was causing, Abhimanyu rushed toward him shouting out a challenge. Bhishma was protected by 5 Mahābhārata heroes, but Abhimanyu attacked them all. Firing arrows that flew with blinding speed, he held off Bhishma's protectors while simultaneously attacking him. With one well-aimed arrow, he cut Bhishma's bow in 2. Another 3 arrows cut down his standard, which fluttered to the floor of his chariot. Witnessing Abhimanyu's lightness of hand, even the celestials were pleased. The warriors who saw him considered that he was in no way inferior to his father. His bow, which sounded just like the jiva, seemed like a circle of fire as he continuously released arrows. As the godlike prince spun in his chariot, his shafts appeared to be leaving his bow in all directions at once. Under attack, Bhishma gathered himself and fought back. He wounded Arjuna's son with 9 arrows, then cut down his standard with 3 more. Kṛṣṇa, Alaya and Kṛpa, who were among Bhishma's protectors, all assailed Abhimanyu, but they could not make him waver. He repelled their attack while maintaining his assault on Bhishma. The warriors witnessing the fight all praised Abhimanyu's prowess, calling out bravo, well done. Bhishma covered Arjuna's son with thousands of arrows. As he increased the ferocity of his attack, a number of other Pava heroes, headed by Bhishma, came to Abhimanyu's aid. All of them aimed their weapons at Bhishma. Not the least perturbed, Bhishma sent his long golden shafts at all of them. The prince of Virata, Bhuminya, also came to support Abhimanyu. Alaya attacked him and a fierce battle ensued between the 2 fighters. Bhuminya was mounted on a huge elephant and he rushed at Alaya, wielding a lance. The elephant placed its foot onto the yoke of Alaya's chariot, crushing and killing the 4 horses. Remaining on his chariot, Alaya took out a large iron dart and hurled it at Bhuminya with all his strength. That dart pierced his armor and went into his chest. The prince fell lifeless from his elephant, his hook and lance falling from his hands. Alaya jumped down from his chariot. Raising his sword he brought it down and severed the elephant's trunk. As the great beast fell dead, Alaya quickly climbed onto Kṛṣṇa's chariot, being praised for his heroism by all the fighters present. Bhuminya's brother, Sweta, saw Alaya kill his brother. Blazing with anger, he rushed at the king of Madra like an infuriated elephant. 7 Kaurava warriors came forward to check him, showering him with arrows. Sweta countered the shafts and, with 7 broad-headed arrows of his own, cut all his assailants' bows in 2. The Kaurava fighters angrily hurled darts at Sweta which flew toward him like fiery meteors, but with razor-headed shafts the prince cut down the missiles before they could reach him. With still more arrows he wounded his attackers and sent them reeling in all directions, their standards cut and their bodies mutilated. Sweta continued toward Alaya, and it appeared as if death personified had come for the Madra king. Seeing him advance, Bhishma quickly placed himself between Sweta and Alaya. Thousands of horsemen and charioteers had come to Sweta's aid and Bhishma began to pick them off with his unerring shafts. As he fired his uncountable golden arrows, the son of Gaji seemed like the blazing sun with its rays in summer. As the sun dispels darkness, Bhishma dispelled the foes who surrounded him. Soon, the many chariots he had deprived of warriors flew aimlessly about the field. Impetuous horses carried youthful riders killed and hanging from their saddles. Hundreds of slain warriors lay on the ground, their armor shattered and their heads and arms cut off. As Bhishma slew the Pava troops, Sweta killed large numbers of the Kaurava army. In his fury, none could stand before him. After some time only he and Bhishma remained facing one another. They attacked each other like two enraged lions. Showers of arrows sped through the sky like golden winged birds. Each fighter wounded the other. Sweeta, with blood flowing from his wounds, fired 25 arrows into Bhishma's body. He then cut Bhishma's bow with another 10 arrows. With still more arrows he killed Bhishma's horses and charioteer. Without hesitating, Bhishma took up another bow and jumped down from his chariot. He continued fighting the prince on foot. Sweeta then took out a golden dart and called out, "Wait only a moment, O Bhishma. I will slay you at once." He hurled the dart, which fell toward Bhishma like a comet. The many warriors watching the fight cried out, "Alas! Bhishma is slain." Bhishma, however, was not slain. He sent 8 arrows at the dart and cut it into fragments. He fought on with the prince, who became senseless with fury as he saw his dart checked. Sweeta took up a huge spiked mace and rushed toward Bhishma. Gaji's son, mounted on a fresh chariot brought by his aides, considered the attack unstoppable. He leapt clear of his chariot just as the prince brought the mace down upon it. The force of the blow smashed the chariot, standard, horses and charioteer. Bhishma got up on another chariot and resumed his attack on Sweeta. The prince had now mounted his own chariot and Bhishma advanced toward him. As the two warriors closed on one another, continuously releasing weapons, Bhishma heard a voice from the sky. "O Bhishma, O mighty armed hero, the time fixed for Sweeta's destruction has arrived. Fight on with all your power and gain victory." Bhishma looked at Sweeta. He was flanked by numerous Pava warriors, among them Bhishma, Abhimanyu and Astayaki. Encouraged by the divine voice, however, he attacked Sweeta alone while parrying the other attacks. Coming close to the Virata prince, he took up an arrow which resembled the rod of death. He placed the golden shaft, decked with gems, onto his bow and drew back the string to his ear. Imbing the arrow with the force of the Brahm weapon, he released it to kill Sweeta. With a flash like a thunderbolt, the arrow struck the prince on the chest and passed clean through his body. It entered the earth like a snake going into its hole, carrying with it the hero's life. Sweeta fell from his chariot like a peak loosened from the summit of a mountain. The Pandavas sent up cries of lamentation, while the Kauravas shouted joyously. Duryodhana and Dushasana danced in delight. They repeatedly praised Bhishma as the loud music of trumpets and drums sounded. The sun was slowly disappearing over the western horizon and Arjuna and Dyadyumna withdrew their troops. The two armies entered their respective camps for the night, the Pandavas cheerlessly and the Kauravas laughing and shouting. As darkness fell, thousands of vultures and jackals came onto the battlefield, their cries mixing with the sounds of the warriors withdrawing. Chapter 6 Yudhishthira's fear. Sajaya finished his description of the first day's battle. Dhyashtara smiled as he heard of Bhishma's incomparable prowess and the slaying of the two Pava heroes. Perhaps destiny would favor his forces after all. It was hard to imagine anyone overcoming Bhishma in battle. Feeling a surge of hope, the king said, "Your words are pleasing for they describe our victory. The old Kuru chief Bhishma is ever devoted to my interests and will never abandon his prowess. My heart feels no shame on remembering our transgressions against the Pandavas. But that itself is shameful." Dhyashtara fell silent again for some moments. Sighing, he continued, "Even hearing of our success I cannot condone the battle brought about by my foolish son, O Sajaya. What good can war do for anyone? Apart from my wicked sons and their equally evil advisors, I do not think there were any who approved of this fight." The king's mind swung between hope for his sons and sorrow at the thought of the Kuru's inevitable death. Sometimes he was overcome by despair as he pondered on the Pandavas' power and virtue. And then there was Kṛṣṇa. Today's report was encouraging, but Arjuna had still to exhibit his prowess, as had Bhishma and the other Pava generals. Many would die before the outcome was settled. He did not doubt that. How could his son survive? Waving away the servants who were fanning him, Dhyashtara shook his head and said, "Victory will doubtlessly attend the righteous, Sajaya, but is our case so clearly wrong? Should not the throne have been mine? Does not Duryodhana have the foremost claim to sovereignty, even over Yudhishthira?" Sajaya did not respond. It had long ago been established that Pu was the rightful monarch. Dhyashtara was born blind and that disqualified him from ruling the kingdom. Pu's sons were thus the rightful inheritors of at least half the kingdom, if not all. Sajaya knew that Dhyashtara cursed his blindness and considered it an unfortunate quirk of destiny that had denied him his rights. In Sajaya's mind, it was clearly the Lord's arrangement. There were none who could match the virtue and kindness of the Pandavas. The earth could have no better rulers, especially if the alternative was Duryodhana and his brothers. Struggling with his inner conflict, Dharma went on dolefully, but there can be no excuse for the cruelty my sons meted out to the Pandavas and their chaste wife. Soon we will see the fire of their anger blazing on the battlefield. O Sajaya, thinking of their anger, incited by Duryodhana, I am restless both by day and by night. Seated at the feet of his master, Sajaya spoke frankly, but with affection. You are the cause of the Kṛṣṇa's present plight. Why do you blame only your son? Your present remorse is like the building of a dam after the water has escaped. Listen as I describe how events are unfolding at Kurukshetra. You will soon be consumed by a lonesome regret as this war takes its inevitable course. Dharma fell silent as Sajaya again began to describe the events at Kurukshetra. After arriving back at camp at the end of the first day's fight, Yudhishthira called a council of war. He consulted with Kṛṣṇa, who sat by his side, wearing golden armor and a jeweled helmet. O Govinda, behold how the powerful Bhishma is consuming my troops as fire consumes dry grass. How can we even look at him as he releases his celestial weapons? Seeing him stationed on the battlefield, my troops are flying away in all directions. Perhaps we may defeat Vryu or Vu or even the mighty Yamraya in battle, but I do not think we can overpower Bhishma. Yudhishthira's voice was heavy with sorrow as he went on. O Kṛṣṇa, when Bhishma is my foe, I think it preferable to retire to the forest. It is wrong for me to sacrifice these Kshatriyas into the fire of his weapon simply for the sake of sovereignty. Look at my brothers. They have all been wounded for my sake. Not only that, but they have been deprived of both happiness and wealth because of the love they bear for me. How can I allow them to suffer further? I will therefore spend the rest of my days practicing asceticism. Kṛṣṇa said nothing as Yudhishthira poured out his feelings. He knew the Pandava king had no intention of abandoning the fight. The first day had not gone his way, and naturally he was frustrated, especially in the face of a warrior like Bhishma. It was not going to be easy to win this war. That much was already clear. Yudhishthira continued. It seems that Arjuna is content to be only a spectator in this battle. Bhishma alone remembers his Kshatriya duties and fights with determination. Why, O Kṛṣṇa, does your friend Arjuna look on with indifference as Bhishma annihilates our troops? Tell me who can stop Bhishma. We must devise a plan to check him before he destroys the entire army. O Govinda, only by your grace will we regain our kingdom after killing our enemies. Yudhishthira sat with his head down. Kṛṣṇa replied, O best of the Bharata race, do not give way to grief. You are surrounded by great chariot warriors who are all dedicated heart and soul to your welfare. I am also engaged in doing you good. You have your brothers as well as Drupada, Virata, Dhyamna, Astayaki, Ikha, and many others. All of them are illustrious fighters who will not waver in battle. Ikha will surely slay Bhishma in due course. Do not despair. Yudhishthira was heartened by Kṛṣṇa's assurance. Certainly he could never utter an untruth, and it was obvious that he wanted the battle to continue. Nor could it be checked regardless. It must go on. Yudhishthira was concerned that his outpouring of sorrow may have discouraged his troops. Looking at Dhyamna, he said, O hero, you have been appointed leader of my troops. Even as Kartikaya leads the Celestials, led our army to victory. Use your prowess to kill the Kṛṣṇa. I will follow behind you, along with my brothers and all the other Kshatriyas. Dhyamna replied, O son of Pth, it is ordained that I will kill Droa. I will now fight with any Kuru who stands before me. Let all those proud kings try their best. I am not afraid of any of them. Everyone present cheered. Yudhishthira then discussed the arrangements for the next day's battle. His army would arrange itself in the Kṛṣṇa Vyuha, the formation shaped like a crow, which Brihaspati had devised. After arranging the warriors' positions, the Pandava army rested for the night with the moon casting its glow over their thousands of tents. As the sun rose on the second day of battle, the Pandava forces arranged themselves in the Kṛṣṇa formation. Seeing this formidable array, with its Uttaratas and Mahābhāratas stationed at key points, Duryodhana asked Bhishma to form a counter-array of his own troops. Bhishma formed his forces into another mighty Vyuha. As countless conchas and trumpets were sounded, the two armies attacked. Bhishma headed the Kaurava attack personally. He immediately assailed the foremost Pandava fighters, led by Dhyamna, Abhimanyu, Bhishma and Arjuna. Under Bhishma's attack, the Pandava Vyuha wavered. Charioteers and horsemen fell in quick succession. Bhishma's gold-winged arrows whistled through the air with deadly accuracy. The Pandava troops were terrified as the old Kuru hero continuously showered them with his shafts. Seeing the carnage, Arjuna was infuriated. Go, O Janradana, to the place where the grandfather stands. It seems he will annihilate our entire army for Duryodhana's sake. Therefore, I will kill him. Be on your guard, Kṛṣṇa cautioned. I will now take you to Bhishma. As Kṛṣṇa crossed the field, Arjuna sent arrows in all directions, killing the Kaurava forces in large numbers. The twang of his bow, the slap of the string on his leather fences, and the whistling of arrows leaving his bow made one continuous sound. An endless line of shafts emanated from his chariot in many directions as he whirled about. Bhishma saw him approach. The great chariot with its white horses, huge ape banner, and numerous other celestial flags was easy to recognize. Without delay, Bhishma sent 80 long shafts at Arjuna. At the same time, Duryodhana sent another 60, while Kṛṣṇa fired 50, and Drona 25. Many other powerful warriors supporting Bhishma also trained their arrows on Arjuna. Although struck on all sides, Arjuna was unmoved. He sent his own arrows at his assailants, piercing each of them. Satyaki, Virata, Dhyamna and Draupad's sons came to support him as he targeted Bhishma. Each engaged with one or more Kuru heroes, leaving Bhishma unprotected. Unperturbed, Bhishma quickly sent another 80 arrows which wounded Arjuna and sent him reeling in his chariot. The Kauravas shouted with joy. This infuriated Arjuna. He quickly regained his stance and had Kṛṣṇa drive his chariot toward the Kaurava heroes, attacking all of them with arrows fitted with heads shaped like calves' teeth. Suffering Arjuna's attack, the Kauravas resembled an ocean lashed by a tempest. Their armor was torn off and their bows repeatedly shattered. Arjuna routed them by the thousands and they fled in terror. Duryodhana quickly rode up to Bhishma, who had not followed through on his attack on Arjuna. He called out, "O sire, see how this mighty Pava is cutting down our troops like a farmer cutting wheat. How can you allow this? Only for your sake has Kara laid aside his weapons. As a result, it seems Arjuna will destroy us all. Act quickly to protect us, O son of Gaji." Bhishma looked at the agitated prince. "Fie upon the Kshatriya's duty," he replied, turning his chariot toward Arjuna. He did not want to face the Pandavas in battle, but he knew it could not be avoided. As he went toward Arjuna, the Kauravas cheered and blew their conches. Duryodhana, Avatham and Dushashana went with him on his two sides and at his rear. The two Uttaratas, Bhishma and Arjuna, exchanged arrow for arrow. Each fighter released first 10, then 100, then 1,000 shafts. Arjuna sent so many arrows at Bhishma that he seemed to be covered by a net, but the Kuru hero soon dispelled the arrows with his own and quickly counter-attacked Arjuna. As they fought, both were pleased by the other's prowess. Neither could gain the advantage. Kṛṣṇa was struck on the breast by 3 arrows and blood flowed from his wounds. As he dexterously drove the horses, he appeared like a blossoming Kinsuka tree with bright red flowers. Standing on the chariot, he made it advance and retreat with beautiful circling motions. So swift was its movement that Bhishma found it difficult to aim at Arjuna. He too wheeled rapidly about the field, confusing Arjuna's aim. The earth trembled under the chariot wheels and appeared ready to split open. Those who witnessed the fight were wonderstruck. They could not mark any difference between the two combatants, nor see any flaw in their fighting techniques. Most of the time both remained invisible beneath a network of arrows. In the sky the celestial said, "These two cannot be defeated by any foe, earthly or divine. Surely this battle will be without end." While Arjuna and Bhishma fought, the two armies continued cutting each other down. Drona and Dhyamna contended like two enraged lions. As guru and disciple battled, the contest was no less spectacular than that between Arjuna and Bhishma. Both pierced the other's armor, and both stood as immovable as the Himalayan mountains. Dhyamna, conscious of his destiny to kill Drona, constantly sought an opportunity to slay his opponent, but Drona repeatedly and fearlessly confounded his attacks. The martial preceptor displayed his unmatched ability as he fought Draupada's son. At one point, seeing his chance, Dhyamna hurled a long dart adorned with gold and Vaidurya gems. It flew like a streak of lightning toward Drona. The moment it was released, however, Drona shot 3 razor-headed arrows that cut it to pieces in midair. It fell to the earth like a shower of meteors. Infuriated, Dhyamna rained down arrows on Drona, but the Kuru warrior checked them all and at once cut apart Dhyamna's bow with a crescent-headed shaft. He then killed his 4 horses and smashed his chariot. Clutching a massive mace, Dhyamna leapt from the smashed chariot. Drona immediately struck the mace with a volley of arrows and shattered it into small pieces. Dhyamna took out his long sword and, raising his shield adorned with 100 gold moons, ran at Drona. Seeing him charging like a hungry lion running at an elephant, Droa checked him with a cluster of barbed shafts. Bhadyamna could not take another step but was forced to ward off the arrows with his sword and shield. Bhishma saw him struggling, and he pulled him up onto his own chariot, riding swiftly away from Droa. After Bhadyamna had mounted a fresh chariot and turned again to face his opponent, Bhishma encountered the king of Kalinga, Kṛṣṇa, and his vast army. Kṛṣṇa was supported by another monarch named Shrutish, who was followed by thousands of Niyata fighters. The two armies surrounded Bhishma. Finding himself hemmed in on all sides by elephants, chariots and horsemen, Bhishma laughed and began unleashing his arrows in all directions. The arrows, fired by Bhishma's mighty arms from his huge bow, passed clean through the bodies of men and horses. But the Kalinga and Niyata forces were fearless. Other Pava troops moved in to assist Bhishma. The Matsyas, Chedi and Kaurushas together attacked the armies surrounding him. A terrible fight then took place. The clash of weapons and the screams of men and animals was deafening. Hacking and chopping, the soldiers made the field resemble a ghastly crematorium strewn with flesh and blood. They could hardly distinguish between friend and foe, and warriors slew others from their own side. Gradually, the Niyata troops, fighting with demonic fury, forced back the Chedi and Matsyas. Bhishma was left alone on his chariot, still surrounded by thousands of fighters. Undaunted, the Pava stood his ground. He covered the Kalingas with showers of arrows and sent up a great cry. Kṛṣṇa and his son Sakradeva rushed upon Bhishma, letting loose numerous shafts. Roaring, Bhishma shook his bow and warded them off with ease. Sakradeva fired a volley of shafts that killed Bhishma's horses. Remaining on his chariot, Bhishma fended off Sakradeva's attack. He quickly took up an iron mace and hurled it at the prince. That mace sped through the air as straight as an arrow. It caught Sakradeva on the chest, killing him instantly and throwing him out of his chariot onto the earth some distance away. Seeing his son killed, Kṛṣṇa rushed forward backed by his troops. Bhishma took up a long sword forged from the finest blue steel. Holding the sword as well as a massive shield made of bull hide decorated with golden stars and crescents, he leapt from his chariot. Hoping to kill Kṛṣṇa, he ran at him with his sword held high. Kṛṣṇa at once released a poison dart that sped toward Bhishma. The Pava whirled his sword and cut it down as it flew. He shouted in the exultation of battle, and his shout filled his enemies with fear. Kṛṣṇa became completely enraged and hurled 14 more darts at Bhishma, each with heads of sharpened stone. Bhishma cut all of them into fragments with his sword. As he performed this wonderful feat, Kṛṣṇa's brother Bhanumat, who was mounted upon a great elephant, rushed upon him with a lion-like roar. Unable to tolerate that cry, Bhishma shouted even louder. Both yells terrified the troops, and their animals froze in fear where they stood. Bhishma ran toward Bhanumat and leapt onto his elephant. With a powerful sword stroke he cut Bhanumat into two halves, which fell on either side of his elephant. Bhishma then swept his sword down and severed the elephant's trunk. As the beast fell like a mountain hit by a thunderbolt, Bhishma jumped clear. He stood on the ground roaring furiously. The Kauravas looked in horror upon Vyu's enraged son, no longer considering him human. Bhishma began to whirl around like a firebrand, cleaving a path through the enemy with his bright, blood-soaked sword. Heads and limbs flew about as he slaughtered innumerable warriors and their animals. He moved around the field with the speed of a hawk. Anyone who came before him was instantly slain. He seemed to be Yamriya himself at the time of universal dissolution. The Kaurava troops were terrified. They ran about in all directions, screaming in fear. Bhishma exhibited various motions. He wheeled and whirled, making side thrusts, leaping high, jumping forward and then back. He moved about like a frenzied dancer. All the while his sword flashed, seeming to cover all sides at once. As he butchered them, the enemy soldiers shrieked. Hundreds of elephants fell with fearful cries. Bhishma hacked indiscriminately into the forces of the Kalingas and Niyatas. The ground around him was strewn with broken armor and weapons. Lances, bows, mallets, maces, darts and axes all cut asunder lay everywhere. Beautiful golden housings from the backs of elephants adorned the field, along with shining bells and other colorful decorations. The heads and arms of warriors lay about in large numbers, their jeweled ornaments glinting from the ground. Bhishma could not be checked. The earth around him became a thick mire of flesh and blood. Wanting to save his soldiers, Shrutish came before him on his chariot and shouted out a challenge. He immediately shot 100 fierce arrows at the rampaging Pava. Pierced by the arrows like an elephant pierced by a hook, Bhishma's anger knew no bounds. His charioteer, Vishoka, came to him with a fresh chariot and Bhishma leapt aboard, crying, "Wait, wait." He rushed at Shrutisha, who continuously fired sharp arrows at him. Bhishma took up his bow and sent 9 iron arrows at the Kalinga king. 3 shafts hit Shrutisha with the force of a thunderbolt and threw him lifeless to the ground. Turning at once to Ketumat, Bhishma similarly slew him with a number of long shafts that left his bow with the sound of thunderclaps. The remaining Kalinga surrounded Bhishma in the hundreds of thousands. All of them rained their weapons on him at once. Bhishma repelled their weapons and then took up his mace. He jumped down from the chariot and resumed fighting on foot. Wielding his huge mace, he sent the Kalingas to the region of death. So rapid were his movements that no one could touch him. He crushed his enemies and they broke and ran. Seeing his foes fleeing, Bhishma took out his conch and blew repeated blasts on it. The incredible sound reverberated around the field and struck the Kauravas with panic. They trembled and seemed to lose consciousness. As Bhishma continued to move among the remaining Kalingas, they appeared to be in a trance. The whole army shook like a lake agitated by an alligator. Bhishma wiped out their entire army. With great difficulty their commander rallied the few that were left and brought them back to the fight. Bhishma remounted his chariot and stood ready as more troops came to assist the Kalingas. The Adyumna then came up to Bhishma, followed by large numbers of Pava warriors. As the sun approached the western horizon, the fight raged on. When twilight fell, the 2 armies disengaged and withdrew from the field. As jackals and vultures again gathered around the grisly scenes of carnage, the soldiers made their way back to their encampments. Chapter 7 Bhishma wreaks havoc. On the 3rd day, the Kauravas formed their troops into the Gru of Yuha, shaped like the divine eagle with outspread wings. On the neck of the eagle stood Bhishma, and its 2 eyes were Dro and Katavarma. At its head stood Avatham and Kapa, backed by the Matsya, Keka and Vatadana armies. Other armies made up its 2 wings and back. Duryodhana, with all his followers, were its center and tail. In opposition to the Kauravas, the Pandavas countered with a formation in the shape of a crescent, its points toward the enemy. Bhishma stood at the right point, surrounded by many kings. The Adyumna and the immense Pashala army formed its middle. Behind was Yudhishthira, protected by Astayaki and numerous other chariot fighters. Arjuna stood at the left point with Ghaotkaca and his awful Arkayasa troops. Once again the 2 armies closed to the sound of countless drums and conch shells. They resembled 2 clouds merging in the heavens. As soon as they met, the great slaughter began again. Urged on by Kṛṣṇa, Arjuna displayed his full prowess. He seemed like the destroyer himself at the end of creation. Many heroes, hoping to win glory and with death as their goal, came before Arjuna as he let loose his shafts. They fell by the thousands. Arjuna carved a path through the Kauravas. Fearing that Arjuna might destroy his entire force in one day, Duryodhana commanded his generals to surround the Pava. Coming upon him from all sides, they hurled their bright lances, darts, clubs, maces, pikes, battle axes, mallets and arrows. Smiling in the midst of the downpour of weapons, Arjuna quickly checked them with his arrows. At the same time, he maintained his attack on his assailants. In the sky the celestials were astonished by his extraordinary lightness of hand and they praised him loudly. As Arjuna engaged with the Kuru chiefs, other Pava heroes also attacked the Kauravas. Yudhishthira and the twins fought furiously, driving back the Kuru forces with their incessant showers of arrows. Bhishma and Ghaotkaca, father and son, performed terrible feats of valor. Clenching his teeth in fury, Duryodhana challenged Bhishma. The Pava at once fired an iron arrow at him. Struck on the chest, Duryodhana collapsed on the floor of his chariot. His charioteer quickly carried him away and all the troops supporting him broke and fled. As Bhishma, Ghaotkaca, Yudhishthira, and the twins fought together, Abhimanyu joined them. At the same time, Arjuna continued his attack on the kings surrounding him. Thus the Pava warriors assailed the Kauravas like a tempest tearing into a forest. Although both Bhishma and Droa tried to rally their fleeing forces, they were unsuccessful. Duryodhana returned to his senses and again stood in his chariot. Seeing the commotion, he called out to his panic-stricken soldiers, "Where will you go, foolish men, leaving behind your fame? Do not act like eunuchs. The fight has hardly begun. While I am still standing, and while Bhishma and Droa are our leaders, how will we not gain victory? Turn back and fight." The warriors stopped, shamed. Desiring to exhibit their prowess, they turned back toward the Pandavas. Rallied, the huge Kaurava army resembled the sea surging at the full moon's tide. As they again rushed toward the foe, Duryodhana rode over to Bhishma. "O grandfather, O descendant of Bharata, please hear my words." Bhishma lowered his bow and looked across at the agitated prince. It was obvious that Duryodhana was angry and trying to control the harshness in his voice. "O scion of the Kuru race, I do not consider the Pandavas to be a match for you. When you are fighting, backed by Droa, Kapa, Avatham, and so many other Mahābhāratas, how is it possible that my troops are flying from the battle? Surely you are favoring the Pandavas. Therefore, you forgive them for this slaughter of our men. O king, you should have told me before the battle began that you would not fight the Pandavas. I could then have consulted with Kṛṣṇa and decided what needed to be done. O best of men, if I do not deserve to have you abandon me, then fight to the utmost of your power." Bhishma laughed angrily in return. "O king, have I not told you on so many occasions that the Pandavas are invincible? I will nevertheless do whatever I am capable of doing. See now my power in battle. In the sight of all I will chastise the Pandavas with their troops and kinsmen." Duryodhana clenched his fist and smiled. He ordered drums and conches to be sounded. As the sun began its descent toward the west, Bhishma advanced toward the Pandavas, flanked by the best of the Kauravas. Seeing the Kauravas returning back to the battle, roaring and beating their drums, the Pandavas cheered and blew their conches in reply. The fight continued. Warriors on both sides again fell like ripe ears of corn in a field. The brave shouts of thousands of fighters merged together and sounded like a roaring sea. Cries of "Stand your ground! Strike! Turn back! On your guard! And here I am!" were heard everywhere, and the stench of blood filled the air. The warriors could hardly traverse the battlefield. It was so thick with corpses. Strewn with colored armor, turbans and ornaments, the field appeared as beautiful as the autumn sky at night. Though mortally wounded, warriors were seen to rush upon their enemies with pride. Others who lay dying called out to their loved ones, "O father, O brother, O uncle, do not abandon me." In some places, headless drunks ran about wildly, blood spurting from their severed necks. In accord with his promise to Duryodhana, Bhishma wrought a terrible havoc on the battlefield. His bow was constantly drawn to a circle. Virulent arrows sped in all directions and cut down warriors by the thousands. The blazing shafts never missed their aim. The old Kuru chief trained his weapons on all the principal Pandava heroes, calling them by name as he fired. His chariot made wondrous motions as it careened about. It seemed as if he was everywhere at once, and he left a trail of destruction in his wake. Everyone who saw him considered that he had somehow multiplied himself 1,000-fold by the power of illusion. None could look at him. All that they could see was an endless stream of arrows leaving his bow. The Pandavas and their allies gave way to lamentation. Any Kshatriya brave enough to encounter Bhishma was immediately dispatched to death's abode. Whoever came near him was seen at that moment to fall to the ground. With a single long arrow he pierced 3 or 4 men seated on the back of an elephant. With another shaft he slew the elephant itself. Horsemen and infantry were swept away like leaves blown by a gale. The Pandava army trembled and gave way, fleeing in all directions. They were so completely routed that no 2 persons were seen together. With cries of "Oh" and "Alas" they scattered in fear. Many men with disheveled hair and clothes were seen running away in terror, throwing aside their weapons and armor. Even the Pandava chiefs were confounded by Bhishma's prowess. Seeing their confusion, Kṛṣṇa halted Arjuna's chariot and said, "O foremost of men, strike Bhishma alone. He alone is dispersing your army. Take action or everything will be lost." "O hero, formerly in the assembly of kings you said, I will kill all the Kaurava warriors, headed by Bhishma and Droa. O Babitsu, O son of Kunt, chastiser of foes, make good your words. Stand before Bhishma. He appears today like the destroyer himself with his mouth opened wide to consume all beings." Arjuna looked around at the annihilation. Even though it was his own army being destroyed, he was nevertheless filled with an admiration and joy. Bhishma's power in battle was incomparable. But he had a duty to perform. Bhishma had sided with Duryodhana. Thinking of the Kaurava prince again incited Arjuna's anger. "Plunge through this sea of hostile troops, O Kṛṣṇa, and take my chariot to Bhishma. Today I will throw down that invincible warrior." Kṛṣṇa at once urged on the silver-white horses, and the brilliant chariot sped unobstructed toward Bhishma. Seeing Arjuna coming to face Bhishma, the rest of the Pandava army was heartened and rallied back to the fight. Bhishma saw Arjuna approach and he roared like a lion. He immediately covered him with countless shafts. In a moment Arjuna's chariot with its standard and charioteer became invisible beneath a curtain of arrows. Kṛṣṇa fearlessly and patiently maneuvered the chariot out from under the arrows. As he emerged, Arjuna fired 4 straight flying shafts from the jiva and cut apart Bhishma's bow. Bhishma, angry, took up another bow and strung it in an instant. Without delay, Arjuna cut the new bow to pieces with razor-headed arrows. Bhishma praised him, calling out, "O Pirtha, O son of Pu, well done, well done. I am pleased with you for this wonderful feat. Now fight your hardest with me." Bhishma whirled around in his chariot and appeared with yet another bow. He shot large numbers of shafts at Arjuna, but Kṛṣṇa, by his expert driving, baffled them all. The chariot went around in swift circles with Arjuna moving about to keep his arrows aimed at Bhishma. Both Arjuna and Kṛṣṇa were wounded, and they both resembled angry bulls scratched by one another's horns. Laughing loudly, Bhishma again covered his foe with arrows on all sides. Even Kṛṣṇa was astonished by his skill and power. Seeing Arjuna's chariot swamped, Dhyamna rushed to his aid, accompanied by a large number of troops. He released volleys of powerful shafts, which distracted him from his attack on Arjuna. At the same time, the twins hurled their weapons at him. Arjuna, freed from Bhishma's assault, sent countless arrows back at him and at the kings supporting him. Other Kuru fighters rode up to assist Bhishma, and gradually the fight between all the warriors became a general conflagration. As the two armies clashed, the sun pursued its course to the western hills. Once again the conches blew and the soldiers lowered their weapons. Slowly they withdrew from the field. Both sides had suffered heavy losses, but the Pandavas had been particularly afflicted by Bhishma's prowess. As Rakshasas and carnivorous beasts and birds descended on the battlefield, the troops rested for the third night, exhausted from the day's fighting. Dhyamna was cheered by the report of the third day of battle. It seemed that even Arjuna and Kṛṣṇa together could not check Bhishma when he fought with fury. And there was also the mighty Droa, who was perhaps even more powerful than Bhishma. What to speak of Kṛpa, Avatham, and the other Mahābhāratas. Even if the Pandavas somehow managed to overpower Bhishma, there was still Kṛṣṇa waiting on the sidelines to come into the battle. And he would not have been fighting, so his strength would be fresh. Things looked promising for the Kauravas. The old king looked forward with hope to the fourth day. On the fourth morning, Arjuna arranged the Pandava forces in a vyuha shaped like an alligator. From a distance it looked like a mass of clouds. On the other side the Kauravas arranged a counter-array and moved toward their foe. As the two armies came together, the earth shook. The chief chariot fighters of the two sides clashed, while the infantry fought hand to hand on the ground. Once again a great din arose. The Pandavas had been cheered by Kṛṣṇa after their battering at Bhishma's hands, and they fought with renewed vigor. Arjuna fought with Bhishma and kept him at bay, while Dhyamna and other great fighters slaughtered many enemy kings and their forces. Thinking of his vow to slay Dhyamna's sons, Bhishma began to search them out. As he ranged across the earth, causing destruction, he came across Duryodhana's chariot. Drawing up his own chariot at a distance, he smiled as he saw Duryodhana's many brothers surround their king. Here was his chance to finish them all. Duryodhana saw Bhishma facing him. The two enemies glared at one another for a moment. Then Bhishma took up his mace, roared and raced toward Duryodhana. With a wave of his gloved hand, Duryodhana ordered a large division of elephants to charge the advancing Bhishma. Licking his lips and whirling his iron mace, Shakya, Bhishma leapt from his chariot. He ran straight at the company of elephants with his mace held high. Careering about, he smashed the elephants and brought them down one after another. The elephant warriors could not approach this circling firebrand. Even his terrible shouts made the huge beasts stop in their tracks and tremble. Behind Bhishma came Abhimanyu and Draupad's sons, as well as Dhyamna and the twins. They all fired razor-headed arrows, which beheaded the fighters on the elephants. The riders appeared like trees on a mountain with their tops cut off. The leader of the elephant division, Mahābhārata, goaded his mount toward Abhimanyu. The immense beast resembled Airvata, Indra's elephant carrier. Unperturbed, Abhimanyu shot a long iron arrow which hit the elephant between the eyes, penetrating up to its feathers. As the beast fell like a mountain toppling, Abhimanyu fired another arrow which took off the head of its royal rider. Bhishma continued annihilating the elephants with mace blows. He felled them with a single stroke and they dropped down with their heads broken open. Others had their tusks, backs and legs broken. They fell vomiting blood and screaming. Bhishma moved among them like Eva wielding his pinaka weapon. The Pandava looked exactly like that mighty god dancing his wild dance of destruction at the end of the cosmic age. His mace, stained with blood and fat, whizzed through the air with a roar like the ocean. Like clouds driven in a tempest, the elephant forces broke and fled. Surrounded by the carcasses of the hundreds that were slain, Bhishma looked like Rudra standing in the middle of a cremation ground. He roared repeatedly, his red eyes looking about for more enemies. Duryodhana foamed at the mouth. He screamed out to his troops, "Kill Bhishma!" All the forces supporting Duryodhana turned and rushed toward Bhishma, who smiled grimly as they charged. The advancing army came like a tidal wave toward him, but Bhishma stood firm to meet them. The other Pava warriors flanking Bhishma blew their conches and roared along with him. All of them joyfully met the charging Kauravas with volleys of weapons. They were like the seashore resisting the surging sea. Bhishma alone checked the leading Kauravas by ranging about with his mace. He again created confusion among his foes. They looked on him as if he were the immovable Mount Meru. None of their weapons affected him at all. Most were knocked to the ground by his mace. Those that struck him he shrugged off. Headed by Bhishma, the Pava forces crushed the Kaurava army like an elephant crushing a cluster of reeds. With one blow from his mace, Bhishma would destroy a chariot along with its charioteer and the warrior fighting on its terrace. As he roved about like a tornado, the Kaurava soldiers turned their eyes away from him in utter horror. Surrounded by many of his brothers, Duryodhana roared out a challenge. With a grim smile, the Pava glared at him. Seeing the prince and his brothers mounted on chariots, Bhishma quickly signaled to his charioteer to bring over his own chariot. Jumping aboard, he rushed at his foes. As Bhishma approached them, Duryodhana and his brother Nandaka fired arrows at him, wounding both Bhishma and Vishoka, his charioteer. They cut Bhishma's bow apart and it fell in pieces to the floor of his chariot. Unable to tolerate their attack, Bhishma took up another bow, as tall as a man. Releasing an arrow fitted with a horseshoe head, he cut apart Duryodhana's buffalo horn bow. Excited to the highest pitch of his anger, Duryodhana took hold of another bow from the many lying in his chariot. He instantly fired at Bhishma a long hammer-headed arrow that resembled a bludgeon. It blazed through the air and struck Bhishma full on the chest. Rendered senseless by the blow, Bhishma fell to his knees for some moments. The Pava forces supporting Bhishma poured upon Duryodhana a relentless shower of arrows. As the Kaurava warded off the attack, Bhishma regained his senses and sent up a shout. He quickly pierced Duryodhana with 8 swift shafts. As Duryodhana's brothers converged on him, he licked the corners of his mouth like a hungry wolf. 14 of Dhtara's sons surrounded him at once and hurled countless arrows and other weapons at his chariot. Laughing amid their furious assault, Bhishma swiftly fixed razor-headed shafts onto his bow. Sending the arrows to all sides with deadly accuracy, he cut off his opponents' heads one after another. Duryodhana looked on helplessly as his brothers were slain like a herd of deer killed by a lion. Their beautiful helmeted heads, adorned with golden earrings, rolled in the mud. In a short time, all 14 were killed and the rest of the brothers had turned and fled. Bhishma came up to Duryodhana to support him and he shouted commands to the army. Bhishma is wantonly slaying the king's sons, although they are accomplished in arms and courageous. Quickly fight with the son of Pu before he annihilates all our princes. The battle soon became general as the warriors of both sides came together, matching their prowess and their weapons. As evening approached, another great carnage was wrought among the Kauravas by Ghaotkaca and his archaeos of followers, whose strength increased with the onset of night. Seeing his troops receiving the worst of the fight, Bhishma blew his conch and ordered the army to withdraw. As the afflicted Kaurava forces left the battlefield, the victorious Pavas cheered. Ashamed and dispirited, the Kauravas went back to their encampment. On their side, the Pavas, cheerful despite their wounds, returned to their camp with Bhishma and Ghaotkaca at their head. They praised and worshipped their 2 heroes, who had caused such destruction among the Kauravas. Chapter 8 The Archaeas show their power. Dhtara wept when he heard of his sons' deaths. O Sajaya, I am afraid. I am amazed to hear of Bhishma's godlike prowess. Hearing, too, of my son's humiliation, I am burning with anxiety. What will the outcome of this war be? I remember only Vidura's prophecies. By the influence of destiny, it seems his words will prove true. The Pava heroes are emerging successful, even though our forces, headed by Bhishma and Droa, appeared so invincible. What austerities have they performed? What knowledge did they cultivate? What boons have been bestowed upon them? Alas, my sons are doomed. Dhtara began to wail. Sajaya consoled him, but the king continued to weep for some time. Struggling to regain his composure, he clutched the arms of his golden throne and continued to speak. I am being chastised by destiny. Tell me, Sajaya, why my sons are being killed while the Pandavas survive. I cannot see any end to this ocean of distress into which I am being plunged. I am like a man who desires to swim across the sea. No doubt Bhishma will slay all my sons. O Sajaya, tell me what Duryodhana and his generals are doing as a result of the Pandavas' victory. Sajaya sat at the king's feet with his eyes closed. He could see everything occurring on the battlefield in both camps. Visualizing the scene in Duryodhana's tent, he said, "Listen carefully, O king, and I shall describe everything. What is the use of hoping to be victorious? You have already been told so many times about the Pandavas' position. Those heroic men live only for Kṛṣṇa's pleasure, and the universe itself depends on his will. Your sons are wicked and have perpetrated numerous ills upon their cousins. Now they are reaping the bitter fruits." Sajaya then continued his description of the battle. Duryodhana entered his tent with a heavy heart. Tens of thousands of his troops lay dead on the battlefield, and Bhishma had killed 14 of his brothers. Tears of grief and frustration ran down his face as he took his seat among his counselors. Turning to Bhishma, he spoke in a voice laden with sorrow. "O grandsire, on my side I have you, Droa, Alaya, Kapa, Katavarm, Avatham, and many other warriors incapable of being defeated. All of you are ready to lay down your lives for my sake. Our numbers are far superior to those of the Pandavas. In such circumstances, I cannot understand how we can be suffering at their hands. How is it, O hero, that we are being overcome? What is the secret of their success?" Bhishma, laying his silver helmet by his side, turned and looked at Duryodhana. "O king, I will explain once again why we cannot defeat the Pandavas. For your own good you have repeatedly been counseled to seek peace with them. You have chosen to ignore these instructions. Therefore, you will have to suffer, as all your counselors predicted. I have cried myself hoarse trying to make you see sense. What more do you want me to say? However, because I desire your welfare and the welfare of your brothers, I will try one more time." Bhishma felt his compassion stir for the grieving Duryodhana, who sat weeping as he remembered his brothers, relatives and friends who had died for him. Although the prince had always scorned his well-wisher's advice, Bhishma hoped that his misery would make him more receptive. The Kuru commander waited until he had the attention of all the kings present, then he spoke in a loud voice. "O king, O lord of the earth, there was not, is not, and will never be any person who can slay the Pandavas while Kṛṣṇa protects them. I will describe to you an ancient history which I heard while I resided in heaven with my mother. Once, Brahma was sitting in his assembly with the gods. At that time, the earth goddess Bhumi came to him crying. She said she was afflicted by the sinful acts of the demons and Danavas, all of whom had taken birth on earth. Thus she sought the shelter of the unborn creator. O my lord, she prayed, all the mighty and wicked Daityas and Danavas whom the gods slew in battle have now appeared on earth as kings and warriors. I can no longer bear the burden of such cruel men, who rape and plunder my resources for their own selfish pleasure." Feeling compassion for Bhumi, Brahma, accompanied by the gods, went at once to the limitless milk ocean where the inconceivable Vishnu lies. After offering prayers to the Supreme Personality, he told him of the earth's plight. Brahma then heard Vishnu speak to him from within his heart where the Lord ever resides as the supersoul of all beings. The Lord told him that he would soon appear on earth to destroy the demons. His personal servants would incarnate along with him. All the gods should expand themselves by their mystic power and take birth on earth. Assisted by all of them, the Lord would execute his divine plan for the salvation of the earth. Bhishma paused and looked at Duryodhana. He knew the Kaurava cared little for histories. Although he was prepared to accept that Vishnu was a powerful being who acted for the gods' good, Duryodhana could not accept Vishnu's identity as the Supreme Lord. Duryodhana was not a religious man in that sense. Despite performing his religious duty as a Kshatriya, he had no concept of serving and pleasing a god who controlled everything. He believed in his own power. Now, in a moment of distress, where it was obvious that his own power was limited, Bhishma hoped to find his mind more open. He went on addressing the grieving prince. That eternal and indescribable Lord Vishnu has now appeared as Kṛṣṇa. Indeed, it is Kṛṣṇa who is the source of Vishnu. There is no difference between the two personalities. O Duryodhana, you have already heard that Kṛṣṇa and Arjuna are the two ancient Is, and Arya and Nara. Know too that the many kings and Kshatriyas fighting with them are expansions of the gods. The Pandavas themselves are all former Indras from different ages. Through them Kṛṣṇa will execute his divine plan to kill the demons, who have amassed as your army, O king. Kṛṣṇa's will is infallible. He is the supreme mystery, the supreme shelter, and the supreme glory. Do not disregard him, thinking him an ordinary man. You should worship that undeteriorating being of endless energies. The wise say that one who thinks Kṛṣṇa to be an ordinary man is a fool and a sinner. Bhima stopped and Duryodhana sat in thought. It was hard to accept that Kṛṣṇa was the all-powerful supreme being. Certainly he was an extraordinarily powerful person, but God? Could any being lay claim to possessing such power? Some great force or power lay beyond everything, that was sure, but how could it be a person? And how could that person be Kṛṣṇa, who had sided with his foes? After all, was he, Duryodhana, the king of the Kūrus, really such an irreligious person? Everyone condemned him as such, but he had always done his duty and tried to rule the people with justice. If there was a God, why should he be antagonistic toward him? But if Kṛṣṇa was God, it would certainly explain why the Pandavas proved so difficult to overpower. Why, though, was he favoring Pandu's sons? Duryodhana took a deep breath. Tell me more about Kṛṣṇa, he asked, his voice unusually subdued. I always hear him spoken of as the highest being. O grandsire, I desire to know all about his position and his glory. Bhima then described Kṛṣṇa's opulence as he had heard of it from Narada, Vyasadeva, Amritaya and Parabrahma. All these wise sages accept Kṛṣṇa's divinity. They consider him the master and sustainer of all beings. He is everyone's well-wisher and friend, but you do not see him as such, O king. For this reason I consider you to be Arkayasa of wicked heart and mind. You are immersed in ignorance, absorbed only in thoughts of selfish happiness. Thus you cannot know Kṛṣṇa. He can only be known by those free from lust, greed and anger, and those who realize themselves to be his eternal servants. O king, try to see things in this way, for that alone will lead to everlasting happiness. Make peace and live happily with your cousins. You cannot win this war. Your enmity toward Kṛṣṇa and the Pandavas will result only in suffering and defeat. Hearing Bhima speak at length about Kṛṣṇa, many of the kings surrounding Duryodhana began to regard the Vaidava as the supreme person. Even Duryodhana began to wonder. Perhaps Kṛṣṇa was something more than just a man. Maybe he was even higher than a celestial. But it was too late to turn back from the fight now. Whoever Kṛṣṇa was, the Pandavas were Duryodhana's enemies. He would give them nothing. If they wanted the kingdom, they would have to fight for it. Even if their army was comprised of expansions of the gods, his forces would be empowered by the Dandavas, whose power was equal to that of the gods. Duryodhana dismissed the assembly and went to bed. Before laying down to sleep he bowed down to Kṛṣṇa. If the Yadu hero was actually the supreme, then it would do no harm to offer him some respect. Perhaps, the prince thought, his own fortunes might change. Lying on his milk-white silk sheets, Duryodhana then slept fitfully. As the sun rose on the fifth day, the two armies again rushed at one another. The warrior slain the previous day had been allowed to lay on a hero's bed for one night, then had been cremated at dawn, leaving the field clear for the day's action. Worked up with the fury of battle, the opposing troops again slaughtered one another. The killing did not end at any time throughout the day. Arjuna showed his incomparable prowess as he moved about the field. The Jivabhara resembled flashes of lightning as he released innumerable arrows on all sides. Other great fighters, such as Abhimanyu, Bhima, the twins, Astayaki, and Yudhishthira, also created havoc among the Kauravas. On the Kaurava side, Bhima and the other powerful warriors continued their destruction of the Pandava army. Ikha faced Bhima on a number of occasions, intent upon his destruction, but each time Bhima turned away from the fight. Dādhyamna also constantly sought an opportunity to slay Drona, but the Kuru preceptor held off his attack and drove Dādhyamna back with his own irresistible assault. Drupada's son wondered how he would ever fulfill his destiny, but he fearlessly challenged Drona again and again. Bhima also constantly watched for any opportunities to catch Dhrupada's sons. He was determined to kill them as quickly as possible. As he roved across the battlefield, he appeared like the god of death. He favored fighting with his mace, although he was equally accomplished with the bow and would frequently shower volleys of arrows on the Kūrus. The 5th, 6th and 7th days passed with many men being slaughtered, but none of the principal warriors fell on either side. In an attempt to limit the destruction Arjuna was causing among his troops, Duryodhana assigned Sasharma and his army, the Samshaptakas, to engage him. Those warriors challenged Arjuna at the start of each day and the Pandava duly fought with them, killing thousands. Despite their inferior numbers, the Pandava army slowly wore down the enemy. Duryodhana repeatedly harangued Bhishma and Droa, accusing them of partiality toward the Pandavas. Both of them tried again and again to convince Duryodhana to stop the war and to make peace, but Duryodhana was resolute. The fight would continue. On the 8th day, Bhishma encountered and killed another 17 of Duryodhana's brothers. Although a large contingent of them had surrounded Bhishma and hurled their weapons at him, he cut them down relentlessly with his arrows. Standing on his chariot, it was clear that he intended to kill all of Duryodhana's brothers there and then. Only when Droa came forward, showering him with arrows, were they able to stop him. By shooting so many arrows that Bhishma could no longer be seen, Droa allowed Dhtara's sons to escape. Breaking free from Droa's attack, Bhishma again ranged about the battlefield like a wolf amid a flock of sheep. As Bhishma ravaged the Kaurava troops and the other Pandava heroes slew warriors in other parts of the battlefield, Arjuna's son Iravan came to the battle. Born from the ENG princess Ulpi, Iravan was a powerful celestial fighter. He headed a division of warriors who rode upon many hued horses which had been raised on the high tracts of the Himalayas. The horses were clad in steel mail and caparisoned in gold. The ENG fighters riding them charged at the Kauravas with fearful cries, appearing amid the battle like a flock of swans on the bosom of the ocean. The ENG cavalry were met on Duryodhana's side by the large division of horseback warriors from the hilly region of Gandhara led by Akuni's 6 younger brothers. Covered in armor and screaming battle cries, they rushed at Iravan and his troops and penetrated their forces, their minds fixed on victory or the attainment of heaven. Iravan laughed loudly, calling out to his followers, "Kill all these warriors by any means." The ENGs displayed dazzling skills at riding and fighting. Their horses seemed to float in the air, and their weapons fell from all sides onto their enemies. The Gandhara fighters were crushed, leaving only Akuni's brothers to face the ENGs. They threw lances at Iravan and pierced his armor. The lances stuck out from his chest, back and huge legs. Undaunted, Iravan pulled out the lances and hurled them back at his roaring foes. He came down from his horse with blood streaming from his wounds. Taking out a fearsome saber, he ran at Suvala's sons. The powerful ENG appeared like a moving mountain covered with red oxides. As he whirled his saber and buckler, he covered himself on all sides. Although the Gandhara princes shot hundreds of arrows at him, they could find no gap in his defense. They surrounded Iravan and hurled their long lances. Beating down their spears, Iravan leapt up with his saber and cut off their arms and legs. Their mutilated limbs fell to the earth, along with their weapons, armor and shields. Iravan then swung his saber with deadly accuracy, severing his opponent's heads. Only one prince, Vrishabha, escaped. He ran to Duryodhana to report that the Gandhara forces had been annihilated. Duryodhana's wrath flared. He called for Alambusha, a massive Rakshasa of frightful appearance. Alambusha had joined with Duryodhana because he hated Bhishma, who had slain his brother Baka. As he came before Duryodhana, the Kaurava said, "Behold the destruction caused by Arjuna's son. The master of illusions, Iravan, can only be checked by one of equal power. O hero, you are capable of going anywhere on the earth and in the sky. You can assume forms at will. Go and slay Iravan in battle, the son of your sworn enemy's brother." Replying, "So be it," the Rakshasa uttered his terrible war cry and rushed at Iravan. By his mystic power he created a large division of demons, mounted upon chargers. The demon warriors held lances fitted with spiked ends and brandished bludgeons stained with blood. Seeing Alambusha racing toward him, Iravan rallied his horsemen. Then the ENGs and Rakshasas clashed. Soon, both divisions were slain and Iravan and Alambusha faced one another alone just as Indra met Vitrasura in ancient times. As the Rakshasa approached Iravan, the ENG swung his saber and cut apart his enemy's sword. Alambusha rose up into the sky and confounded Iravan's attack. Iravan, by his own powers, followed the Rakshasa into the heavens. In their shining armor the fighters appeared like two planets colliding. Assailing the Rakshasa with great force, Iravan cut off his limbs and mutilated his body, but Alambusha somehow evaded death. Rather, he immediately appeared in a new, youthful body. Iravan slashed at him again and again with his saber and battle axe, but the Rakshasa appeared in a new body each time. Alambusha roared discordantly, the sound filling the sky. He suddenly assumed a dreadful and prodigious form and tried to capture Iravan. As thousands of warriors looked on from below, Iravan created his own illusions. He appeared in an enormous form resembling Anantasesha. He was surrounded by numerous other ENGs in the forms of terrible-looking serpents. They closed on Alambusha, baring their fangs and spitting poison. The Archaeasa, after reflecting for a moment, assumed the form of Grue. Swooping about rapidly, he devoured his antagonists. Iravan was confounded by Al-Ambusha's illusory powers. As the ENG again assumed his own form, Al-Ambusha rushed at him, swinging his great sword. With a powerful stroke he cut off Iravan's head, graced with earrings and a diadem, and it fell down to the earth like the moon falling from the heavens. Duryodhana and his followers cheered loudly and fought on with renewed vigor. The Pandava forces cried out in dismay. Elsewhere on the field, Arjuna battled the Samshaptakas, unaware of his son's death. But Ghaotkaca had seen Iravan's death. Enraged, he sent up a huge roar. The earth with her mountains and lakes quaked as the terrifying cry echoed off the distant hills. The Kauravas trembled and perspired. Their limbs froze in fear and they gazed about to see what had caused that horrific sound. Depressed by the cry, they fled in all directions like a herd of deer frightened by a lion. Ghaotkaca raised his blazing trident and advanced toward the Kauravas. He was backed by hordes of Archaeasas who had all assumed fearful forms. As they rushed into battle, they dispersed the enemy troops like the wind blowing away dust and debris. Duryodhana saw his forces fleeing in fear at the sight of the Archaeasas. Shouting out a battle cry, he stood firm to face them. He shook his bow and took out a number of long, razor-headed shafts. Behind him stood a large division of elephant fighters. They rushed at the Archaeasas, yelling out their war cries again and again. Ghaotkaca was furious. Screaming, he and his loyal followers met Duryodhana's forces. Appearing as fiends, goblins and hideous demons, the mighty Archaeasas attacked the elephants. With arrows, darts, sabers, lances, mallets and battle axes, they slew the warriors who rode them, then lifted boulders and trees and killed the elephants. Crushing and butchering the entire division, the Archaeasas roared in triumph. Duryodhana was beside himself with anger. Heedless of his own life, he rushed at Ghaotkaca and his troops. The powerful Kuru sped countless arrows at his foes. He killed dozens of them, and they fell screaming to the earth. Duryodhana exhibited astonishing prowess as he ranged about the field. His shafts flew like lightning and severely afflicted the Archaeasas. Ghaotkaca then personally attacked Duryodhana. Although Ghaotkaca rushed forward like death incarnate, Duryodhana did not waver. The Archaeasa approached him and began to rebuke him. "O evil-minded one, today I will liquidate the debt I owe my fathers whom you exiled. You robbed such virtuous men and insulted their chaste wife. O man of perverse intelligence, wretch of your race, for these and many other insults I will now punish you. Stand and fight, if you have any courage." Biting his lips, Ghaotkaca released a shower of arrows at Duryodhana. The Kaurava seemed like a mountain under a storm in the rainy season, but he bore the arrows without flinching as if he were an elephant receiving a shower of flowers. He shot 25 shafts at the Archaeasa in reply. His arrows fell like serpents falling upon the Gandhamdana mountain. Pierced and bleeding, Ghaotkaca resolved to kill Duryodhana. Forgetful of his father's vow, he took up a mighty lance which was capable of penetrating rock. It blazed with a brilliant effulgence as Ghaotkaca raised it to destroy Duryodhana. Seeing the Kaurava in danger, the leader of an elephant division, a king named Banga, urged his elephant forward. He came between Duryodhana and the Archaeasa just as the lance was hurled. Struck by the blazing lance, the elephant was slain and the king leapt from its back. Duryodhana seethed. His forces were being slain on all sides. Now Bhishma's Archaeasa son stood before him like an immovable mountain. How could he possibly overpower him? But keeping in mind his Kshatriya duty, the Kaurava prince stood firm. He let go a number of searing shafts that flew toward Ghaotkaca like a cluster of comets. The Archaeasa moved about swiftly and expertly evaded the arrows. He roared repeatedly, petrifying his enemies. Hearing his roars, Bhishma became fearful for Duryodhana's life. He went quickly to Drona and said, "It seems from his cries that Ghaotkaca is overpowering the king. No creature can conquer Bhishma's son. Only you can help the king. Go at once and rescue him. May good betide you." Drona immediately turned toward the sound of Ghaotkaca's roars. He was followed by Avatham, Kapa, Ihlika, Samadatta, Alaya, Parasrava, and other Kuru warriors. Reaching Duryodhana, Drona saw that he was hard-pressed. He quickly shot a volley of arrows at Ghaotkaca, while the other Kurus attacked the Archaeasa army with arrows, darts and lances. The crack of bowstrings striking leather fences sounded like the crackling of burning bamboos in a forest fire. The Kurus hurled their lances at the Archaeasas and they soared through the air like thousands of virulent serpents. Seeing the Kuru force arriving, Ghaotkaca laughed and stood his ground. With another terrible yell he stretched his huge bow and released a crescent-headed shaft that destroyed Droa's bow. With other arrows he pierced all the leading Kṛṣṇa and broke their standards. So swift was his movement that the Kṛṣṇa had hardly any opportunity to train their weapons upon him before they were struck by his arrows. The power of his shafts sent them reeling. Many of them sat down on the terraces of their chariots, stunned and wounded. As the Kṛṣṇa fell back under the fierce assault, Gautaka focused his attention on Duryodhana. He rushed at him with his sword held high. Seeing this, the Kṛṣṇa rallied and rained arrows on the roaring Arkayasa. Sorely afflicted, Gautaka rose into the sky like an eagle. His roars carried to Yudhishthira, who said to Bhishma, "Those are surely the roars of your son. I suspect he is under attack from many powerful foes. O foremost of men, go at once to his assistance." Bhishma obeyed his brother's instruction and raced off toward Gautaka, supported by other Pava chariot warriors and a large contingent of soldiers. As he approached his son, he shouted out his battle cry. Hearing Bhishma's cries, the Kṛṣṇa turned pale with fear. As he rushed toward them, many fled. But the leading Kṛṣṇa stood their ground. A violent battle ensued between them and the combined forces of Gautaka and Bhishma. Duryodhana rallied his troops and they returned to the fight only to be slaughtered by the charging Pava warriors. The earth became thick with the mutilated bodies of fighters from both sides. The clash of weapons striking armor was deafening. A thick cloud of red dust filled the air and no one could see anything clearly. In that awful and confused encounter, friend struck friend, unable to distinguish him from foe. Gradually, the earth became covered with so much blood that the dust cloud subsided. Everything again became visible, revealing scenes of destruction everywhere. Bhishma and Gautaka swept about the field like whirlwinds, killing thousands of men. Duryodhana saw his forces overpowered. He ordered Bhagadata, the king of Pragyutisha, to attack Bhishma and his son. The mighty warrior rode upon a great elephant no less powerful than Airvata. Backed by a vast division of other elephant warriors, he advanced toward Bhishma, shouting out his challenge. Seeing him approach like a moving mountain, the Pava fighters surrounded him and assailed his elephant with numerous shafts that thudded into its side. Wounded by hundreds of arrows, the huge beast resembled a hill decorated with seams of red chalk. It screamed in fury and rushed at its foes, trampling entire chariots with their horses, charioteers and warriors. Despite its wounds, the elephant could not be checked. The ruler of the Dasaras, Kshatradeva, mounted upon another elephant, ran in fury at Bhagadata. The two elephants collided, but Bhagadata's mount did not waver. Kshatradeva's mount, however, stumbled backwards. In swift succession, Bhagadata hurled at him 14 lances decked with gems and fitted with long, barbed points. They pierced through the elephant's armor and sent it reeling. Screaming in pain, the Dasarha monarch's elephant turned and ran, crushing the army to which it belonged. Bhagadata roared in joy and goaded on his own beast, which began to careen wildly about the field. The unstoppable elephant crushed divisions of soldiers as it ran here and there. The Pavas were dispersed and they raced away in all directions, shouting in terror. Gautaka then challenged Bhagadata with a roar of anger. Assuming an immense form, he hurled a blazing trident at the elephant. As it flew it emitted fire. Bhagadata instantly shot a crescent-headed shaft that cut the trident down before it reached him. It fell in pieces to the earth like a couple of meteors fallen from heaven. Bhagadata then threw a lance at the Arkayasa that blazed as it flew. Gautaka leapt up and caught that lance. Yelling, he broke it across his thighs as the Pavas cheered. Infuriated, Bhagadata rushed at the Pava warriors, backed by his elephant division, and a fierce fight ensued. Gautaka kept Bhagadata at bay while Bhishma and other warriors slaughtered the enemy troops. Chapter 9 Bhishma's vow. On the far southern side of the battlefield, Arjuna fought the Samshaptakas, headed by Sasharma. These warriors were dauntless and had vowed never to retreat. They kept the Pava fully engaged and away from Bhishma and the other leading Kṛṣṇa. Arjuna fought fairly. He would not use the weapons he had received from the gods, even though the celestial missiles were capable of annihilating his human foes. But even with conventional weapons Arjuna was formidable. The Samshaptakas rushed at him in waves, hurling darts, lances, clubs, axes and countless arrows, all of which Arjuna effortlessly countered with his own arrows from the Jiva. He repeatedly struck his antagonists with clusters of shafts that tore through their armor. With every attack thousands fell, but they kept coming at him. Late in the day a messenger reached Arjuna and informed him of Iravan's death. He immediately cried out and sat down on his chariot. Seeing him overpowered by grief, Kṛṣṇa maneuvered the chariot away from the enemy. Arjuna buried his head in his hands and wept. After a few minutes he said, "Alas, O Lord, I am realizing how pious was Yudhishthira in seeking to avert this war by any means. Surely that great-minded soul saw clearly how this war would mean such a terrible destruction of men. Therefore he begged for only 5 small villages. But the mean-spirited Duryodhana refused. Now innumerable Kshatriyas are being slain for the sake of wealth. Seeing all these heroes lying prostrate on the earth, I can only reproach myself. Fie upon the duty of a Kshatriya. Fie upon the desire for kingdom and wealth. I cannot take any pleasure in this battle." Arjuna gazed with tearful eyes at the waiting Samshaptakas. There was now no question of abandoning the fight. It was clear that the war would end only when Duryodhana's forces were annihilated, and him along with them. Arjuna's grief turned to anger as he thought of Duryodhana's obstinacy. Now Arjuna's own dear son had perished thanks to Duryodhana. Frowning and breathing heavily, Arjuna reached for his bow. "This is no time for a display of feminine sentiments. Drive the chariot toward Duryodhana, O Keva. Let us cross over this impassable ocean of soldiers. By your grace, dear Lord, I will soon end this war." Kṛṣṇa urged the horses forward and the chariot raced across the field. From a distance Arjuna saw the banners of Duryodhana, Dro and Bhishma, who were fighting together supported by Kṛṣṇa, Avatham and Bhagadatta. As they saw Arjuna approach, they met him with volleys of arrows. Not tolerating their attack, Arjuna replied with arrows of his own. He began to range about the field firing his shafts on all sides. Each of them flew with unerring accuracy toward its target. Warriors fell from their chariots like ripe fruits falling from trees caught in a gale. As the sun fell to the west, the battle raged on. The combatants fell upon each other like angry lions fighting for their prey. They dragged one another by the hair and hacked off each other's limbs and heads. Striking with weapons, fists, feet and teeth, they fought in a frenzy, slaying both armies in droves. Beautiful bows, their staves decked with gold and jewels, lay discarded on the field. Precious ornaments and arrows soaked in oil shone from the ground. Steel swords with ivory hilts and fine shields embossed with gold engravings fell from their owners' lifeless hands. Lances, darts, battle axes and maces, all ornately worked with gold and jewels, were scattered about. Men lay in unnatural positions, still clutching weapons. With wide, staring eyes, they appeared as if still living. Others lay butchered and twisted, their arms and legs akimbo and their mouths hanging open. The smell of blood and burning flesh filled the air. Toward the end of the day, a fearful fight took place between Bhishma and Duryodhana. Having just single-handedly slain an entire division of 10,000 men, Bhishma heard Duryodhana challenging him. "Stand and fight with me, Bhishma, if you have any courage. So far you have killed only ordinary soldiers. Let us see now how you fare against a truly powerful warrior." Clasping his iron mace as if he might crush it, Bhishma laughed. "The hour I have so long anxiously awaited has arrived. Today I will kill you, if you do not abandon the fight out of fear. Today I will soothe the sorrows of Kṛṣṇa and Draupadi. Killing you in battle, I will avenge the woes we suffered in the forest. Inflated with pride you have disregarded us. Reap now the fruit of that folly. O man of wicked mind, you have despised even the sinless Kṛṣṇa, although he personally came to haste in Pura to seek peace. Filled with a sick joy you sent Uluka to us with your depraved messages. For all these acts I will dispatch you and your relations to death's abode." Bhishma lifted his bow and instantly fired 36 arrows resembling thunderbolts at Duryodhana. They killed Duryodhana's horses, knocked his charioteer to the ground, and broke his bow. Bhishma swiftly followed the arrows with 2 more razor-headed shafts, which cut down Duryodhana's standard and the white umbrella above his chariot. The Kaurava's fine standard, emblazoned with a golden serpent and decked with gems, suddenly dropped to the ground and Bhishma roared in exultation. Duryodhana reached for another bow, but Bhishma struck him with 10 more arrows. The Kaurava reeled about on his chariot. Without his horses, he could not maneuver away from Bhishma's attack. Seeing his plight, Jayadratha advanced and attacked Bhishma with a shower of arrows. At the same time, Kṛṣṇa came up to Duryodhana and took him onto his own chariot. As Kṛṣṇa carried away the almost unconscious Duryodhana, many other Kaurava fighters attacked Bhishma, who was then joined by Abhimanyu. A ferocious battle ensued among all those heroes. Once again the sun set on scenes of widespread destruction all over the battlefield. The 2 armies withdrew for the night, praising each other for their respective feats of prowess. Back in his tent, Duryodhana slowly came back to his senses. Smarting from the wounds inflicted by Bhishma and from the shame of losing the fight, he began to think of Kṛṣṇa. If Bhishma was not willing to slay the Pandavas, then he should stand down and allow Kṛṣṇa to fight. The Kaurava prince decided to speak with his friend, who was waiting in the camp for his opportunity to join the battle. Seeing him entering his tent bloodied and covered with dust, Kṛṣṇa jumped up and embraced him. "How fares the Kṛṣṇa? Are you gaining victory over your enemies and increasing your fame?" Duryodhana shook his head. "No, my friend, things are not going our way. We are being routed by the warlike Pandavas, who cannot be slain even by the celestials. Day by day they are grinding down my forces. O Kṛṣṇa, I am weakening and our store of weapons has been reduced. I am now wondering if we will ever defeat the Pandavas." Kṛṣṇa's face flushed and he clenched his fists. "Grieve not, O best of the Bharatas. I will do what is pleasing to you without delay. Let Bhishma be withdrawn from the battle. When that old hero lays down his weapons, I will come personally to slay the Pandavas. Bhishma will always treat Pandu's sons leniently and is incapable of killing them. Order him to stand down, O king. I swear that I will then, before everyone's eyes, bring down the mighty Pandavas in battle." Kṛṣṇa only wanted to say what pleased Duryodhana. He knew that he too could not kill all the Pandavas. He had promised Kṛṣṇa to spare all but Arjuna. At least he would fight with his full power, perhaps killing Arjuna and sending the other brothers fleeing. That would lead to the Kauravas' victory without a doubt. Duryodhana was heartened. "Your words fire me with new enthusiasm, O great hero. I will go to Bhishma. If the powerful warrior will not agree to slay the Pandavas tomorrow, then I will return. You will then be able to fight, for I will persuade Bhishma to retire." Duryodhana left Kṛṣṇa's tent. Mounting his dark-colored horse, he made his way to Bhishma's quarters. Seeing him so badly hurt, Bhishma had royal physicians cleanse his wounds. He then personally applied herbs, which quickly healed the prince. By the application of Vishalyakarani, a herb taken from the Himalayan mountains, Bhishma removed Duryodhana's pain. As he was treated, the Kaurava leader spoke anxiously with his commander. "It seems we can do nothing to stop the Pandavas' onslaught. O sire, they surge forward and break our lines. Penetrating, crushing, and slaughtering, the mighty warriors gain fame at our expense. Today they smashed apart our formation and routed our troops. I myself have been wounded by Bhishma and almost slain. O best of men, I do not accept that you are incapable of checking the Pandavas. Tomorrow you should exert your full power. By your grace, I desire to obtain victory and kill Pandu's sons." Bhishma looked with pity upon Duryodhana. He still could not realize that his hope to destroy the Pandavas was futile. Equally futile was trying to explain that to him. He would have to learn the hard way. Bhishma thought of Kṛṣṇa. Whatever plans or maneuvers the Kṛṣṇa attempted, no matter how skillful, Kṛṣṇa would doubtlessly thwart. Yet as the commander of the Kuru army, Bhishma knew it was his duty to do everything in his power to try to defeat the Pandavas. Duty was painful. At least it brought him into contact with Kṛṣṇa, and that could never be inauspicious under any circumstances. Having finished his medical administrations, Bhishma took a seat by Duryodhana's side. "I have fought to the utmost of my power each day." The old Kuru held up his arms, which were scarred from countless strikes of the bowstring. "I have slain tens of thousands of warriors. Still, I cannot harm the Pandavas and their foremost fighters. They are protected by virtue and by the Lord of Virtue himself. What can exertion achieve?" Duryodhana folded his palms as he addressed Bhishma. "Relying on you, O slayer of foes, we are capable of vanquishing in battle even the celestials and asuras combined. What then of the Pandavas? How can I believe that you cannot kill 5 men, even if they are supported by their relatives and allies?" Tears flowed from Duryodhana's eyes. "O son of Gaji, O Lord, you should be merciful to me. Slay the sons of Pandu like Indra slays the Danavas. Make good your promise to me that you would slaughter the enemy armies. Exhibit your full power and kill the 5 brothers along with all their followers." Duryodhana paused and breathed deeply. He looked into Bhishma's eyes. "Or, if out of compassion for them, O Lord, or hatred for me, you do not wish to kill the Pandavas, then please step down and allow Kṛṣṇa to fight. That great hero, the very ornament of battle, has promised to kill Kṛṣṇa's sons and all their allies." Bhishma felt the dagger of Duryodhana's words pierce his heart. The prince's suggestion that he was not trying his best only compounded the pain he already felt at having to fight in the first place. It seemed Duryodhana had no intelligence. Had he not seen how hard his warriors had been fighting? What more did he think Kṛṣṇa could achieve? Bhishma remained silent for a moment to control his anger. Breathing heavily and clutching the hilt of his sword, he finally said in a cool voice, "Why, O Duryodhana, are you stinging me with this insult? I am always endeavoring to the best of my ability to accomplish your good, even at the cost of my life. I say the Pandavas are invincible. Is it not sufficient evidence that Arjuna gratified Agni by withholding the celestial hosts at Kshava, or that he and his brother rescued you from the enraged Gandharvas? Where was the Suta's son that time?" Bhishma felt an increasing sense of frustration as he addressed Duryodhana. The prince thought only of himself. He cared nothing for others. Why could he not understand what was in his own best interests in this case? Surely he was blinded by envy and hatred for his cousins. Thus he embraced his own destruction, even as it unfolded before his eyes. Mixed with his frustration, Bhishma felt compassion. Surely a man on the brink of death loses his senses. O son of Gandhar, you cannot see the inevitable consequences of the enmity you have created with the Pandavas. Standing as they are with the immortal and infallible Kshava on the field, there can only be one outcome. This is your doing. Why do you rant? The time you have long anticipated has arrived. Now match your malice with acts of valor. Display your long-vaunted prowess in battle and end this conflict. Servants entered the tent to inform Bhishma and the prince that their meal was ready. Duryodhana dismissed them with a wave of his hand. He had no appetite. Since the battle had begun, he had hardly eaten, refusing even the wine which he normally enjoyed so much. His mind thought only of the Pandavas and how they might be slain. Sitting at Bhishma's feet, he looked up at him imploringly. If the son of Gaji became determined, then the Pandavas were as good as dead. Bhishma drew a deep breath. You should know, O monarch, that I will not at any time abandon you or the Kṛṣṇa. Such is the duty of Kshatriyas and indeed my own determination. For your sake, O king, I will make a mighty effort to bring about the Pandavas' death tomorrow. Breaking through the hostile ranks, I will personally confront them in the thick of battle. Any who come to protect them will be at once killed. With the exception of Ikha, I will spare none. Bhishma reached down by his side and lifted up his large silver quiver, which was studded with precious stones. He extracted 5 shining arrows, gilded with gold and decked with gems. These arrows were fitted with long spiked heads and fletched with buzzard feathers. Bhishma spread out a silk cloth on the ground and carefully placed the 5 arrows upon it. As Duryodhana watched, he sat in meditation for a few moments, muttering Vedic mantras. Finally he said, I have imbued these 5 arrows with the full force of my ascetic powers. Even Indra would not escape them. With them, I will kill the 5 Pandavas tomorrow. Bhishma's voice was flat and cheerless. Tears came to his eyes as he continued. Sleep peacefully tonight, O king. In the morning I will come out and fight a terrible battle, the like of which has never been seen. The Pandavas will not escape. Only Kṛṣṇa can save them, but he has vowed not to take up weapons. A smile touched the corner of Bhishma's mouth. Would Kṛṣṇa find some way to save his beloved servants? That would be wonderful indeed. But failing that, the Pandavas would be finished. His empowered arrows would not fail. Duryodhana jumped to his feet, beaming and slapping his arms. Then he became thoughtful. Like Bhishma, he also wondered if Kṛṣṇa might devise some means to thwart the plan. Looking down at the arrows lying before Bhishma, he said, Let me keep these shafts tonight. I will guard them carefully and hand them over to you at the start of the battle. Bhishma nodded and Duryodhana took the arrows. He bowed before Bhishma and went to his own quarters, carefully placing the arrows by his bed. Now surely the Pandavas were doomed. Bhishma was famous everywhere as Mahābhārata, one of unbreakable vows. Nothing would stop him from fulfilling his promise. Duryodhana lay down happily to rest. He could not wait for the next day's battle. Yudhishthira sat in his tent surrounded by his brothers. After 8 days of fighting, it seemed his forces were gaining the upper hand. Although pleased, Yudhishthira was simultaneously saddened that so many men were being slaughtered. By the time the war ended, the earth would be full of widows. Yet what could be done? He had made every attempt to bring about peace. The stubborn Duryodhana and his blind father were to blame. Now they were suffering the results of their folly. They were so foolish that not even Kṛṣṇa could change their minds. Yudhishthira looked at Kṛṣṇa. The Vaidava hero had assumed a pensive expression. As everyone settled into their seats around him, he began to speak. We are becoming successful in this fight. Bhishma and Arjuna are crushing the Kauravas, supported by all you men. In my view, our enemies will resort to every desperate means to reverse the situation. Even now I sense that they are devising some dangerous scheme. Kṛṣṇa looked at Arjuna, who sat apart from the others, his head bowed. He thought only of Iravan. The Enga prince had fought only out of love for his father. Arjuna remembered the day long gone when he had conceived Iravan with Ulpi. She had raised the boy among the Engas, but he had sometimes come to see Arjuna at Indraprastha. Tears fell from Arjuna's eyes as he recalled the days he had spent with his son. Now that boy lay on a hero's bed, another victim of Duryodhana's greed. Arjuna sighed and looked through the tent opening into the dark night. Kṛṣṇa moved toward his friend and placed an arm round his shoulder. O Tirtha, holding fast to the duty of a Kshatriya, dismiss this grief. Your son has surely reached everlasting regions of bliss. Shake off your sorrow and fix your mind on the fight. Arjuna wiped his eyes and turned toward Kṛṣṇa. How fortunate he was that the Lord of all beings was personally present to keep him fixed in virtue. The duty of a warrior was certainly not easy. Kṛṣṇa smiled comfortingly as he went on. There is something you must do tonight, Arjuna. Do you recall the time when you saved Duryodhana from the Gandharvas, how he then promised to return the favor? I believe that time has now come. The Kaurava has in his possession 5 arrows meant for the death of you and your brothers. O Arjuna, go to him in friendship and ask for the arrows. Arjuna remembered that day in the forest when he had released Duryodhana and his brothers. The Kaurava had been consumed by shame, yet his Kshatriya honor had compelled him to admit he owed Arjuna a boon. Arjuna recalled how he had laughed and said he would claim it in the future. He had thought that day would never come, but it seemed that Kṛṣṇa thought differently. Arjuna began to remove his armor. O Janradana, I will always follow your determination. I will go at once to Duryodhana. Unarmed and alone, Arjuna mounted a white horse and rode across to the Kaurava camp. By the Kshatriya's code of honor he knew he faced no danger. Many times after the day's fighting, the soldiers of the two armies would meet together as friends. The Kaurava guards stood aside as they saw Arjuna arrive. He was quickly shown to Duryodhana's quarters, where he found the prince about to sleep. Duryodhana stood up in surprise as Arjuna was shown in. Hail, O Tirtha, he said, pointing to a seat near his bed. You are welcome. Tell me, why you are here. Have you come to ask for the kingdom without a fight? If so, then I will give it to you at once. Arjuna knew that Duryodhana was being facetious. Arjuna would never beg for anything. If he were to take the kingdom now, it would only be at the end of the war, after his enemies were slain. But he obviously wanted something. Duryodhana looked at him curiously. Arjuna continued to stand. O hero, I have come here remembering that you offered me a boon. Do you recall that promise? Duryodhana shrank with shame as he thought back to that day. Yes, of course I remember it well. What would you ask of me? I believe you have here 5 arrows, O Bharata. I wish to have them. Duryodhana looked at him with shock, but without hesitation he reached down and picked up the arrows. Placing them across his outstretched hands, he offered them to Arjuna. Take them at once, Tirtha, but pray tell me how you knew about them. Taking the arrows and thanking Duryodhana, Arjuna told him that Kṛṣṇa had informed him of their existence. He then took his leave and returned to Yudhishthira's tent, leaving Duryodhana seated on his bed, wringing his hands. Kṛṣṇa again. Maybe the eulogies of Bhishma and Vidura were true. There was surely something extraordinary about that Vaidava. It seemed he knew everything. Duryodhana lay down and gazed up at the empty expanse of the tent's large roof. Was there any hope of victory? Perhaps. The arrows may be gone, but Bhishma had still decided to kill the Pandavas. Chapter 10 Kṛṣṇa protects his devotee. At sunrise the following morning, Bhishma went to Duryodhana and asked for the arrows. Hearing that Arjuna had taken them at Kṛṣṇa's behest, Bhishma smiled. He was not surprised. Even if he had kept the arrows, Kṛṣṇa would no doubt have found some way to thwart him. While Kṛṣṇa rode on Arjuna's chariot, the Kurus were doomed. How much longer could this fight go on? Would everyone have to die before it was over? Donning his armor, Bhishma said, It seems the Vaidava has made my promise false. I cannot invest another 5 arrows with the same power. Therefore, it will not be possible for me to slay the 5 brothers today. However, I will still exert myself on your behalf. Everything that lies within my power will be done. I will focus my attention on Arjuna. Even if I slay him alone, your purpose will be accomplished. As he prepared for the day's fighting, Bhishma thought of Kṛṣṇa's promise not to take up arms in the battle. Well, today he would test that promise. If the Yadu hero made him forsake his vow, then he would force Kṛṣṇa to break his own. Either he would have to fight or he would see his beloved Arjuna slain. Bhishma mounted his chariot and moved off to the head of the army. Shouting commands, he arranged the Kauravas in the formation named Sarvabhadra. It resembled an eagle with outspread wings. With Mahābhārata, Jyadratha and other kings, he stationed himself at the front and center of the troops. Other mighty heroes stood at the right and left wings, guarding the infantry in their separate divisions. Duryodhana stood in the middle, surrounded by his brothers and protected by Drona and his son. Alambusha and his Archaeasas stood in the rear, along with tens of thousands of other soldiers. Duryodhana looked at Bhishma at the front of his army. Amid the Kauravas, the old hero shone like the moon. The prince felt his hopes rise. With Bhishma exhibiting his full power, the Pandavas would doubtlessly be thrown into complete disarray. Still, they would try by any means to stop him. But there was only one person capable of that, at least according to the prophecy. Duryodhana turned to Dushasana and called out, "Today the grandfather will slay our enemies in battle like a fire burning grass. Surely that which we have longed for all these years will now be achieved. Thus I consider it our highest duty to protect Bhishma. But for Ikha, he said, he will slay anyone who crosses his path in the battle. We should therefore ensure that he does not have to face Drupada's son. We should not let Ikha kill him, like a wolf in a pack slaying a lone lion." On Duryodhana's order, many powerful chariot warriors rode up to surround Bhishma. The army then moved off, shaking the earth. On the other side of the field, the Pandava forces stood ready for battle. Cased in shining mail and arrayed in a counter formation, they advanced toward their foe. Arjuna, riding alongside Dhyamna, said, "Today Bhishma, feeling that we deceived him, will be angry. Therefore let Ikha face him. I will protect your brother." Then the two armies clashed. Amid war cries and the blare of countless instruments, they met furiously. Above the soldiers hovered shrieking birds of prey. Jackals howled. All the points of the compass appeared as if ablaze, and showers of stones fell from the sky. The horses and other animals shed tears and stumbled as they ran. Despite these inauspicious omens, which portended a massacre, the warriors rushed into battle with full force. They drove remorselessly into one another, hacking, slicing and piercing. The chariot warriors showered volleys of shafts that fell like grey clouds from the sky, while countless lances sped through the air like silver and gold-winged serpents. Breaking forward from the Pandava ranks, Abhimanyu displayed astonishing skill and power. Driven by tawny-colored horses, he charged against Duryodhana and his division. He shot arrows at the prince and all his followers with such force and speed that they were stunned and unable to respond. Many heroic chariot fighters were slain by his unerring shafts. Chariots were smashed and elephants were brought down. Abhimanyu's arrows flew like virulent serpents spitting fire. He scattered the Kaurava divisions like a wind scatters clouds. They could hardly look at him as he careered about the field, his bow drawn constantly to a circle. As Abhimanyu crushed them, the Kaurava warriors considered him another Arjuna. No one could detect any weakness in him. He even confounded Drona, Kṛṣṇa and Avatham, who all tried to check him. The Kauravas broke and fled in terror. Seeing his troops' distress, Duryodhana called for Alambusha and instructed him, single-handedly, "Subhadur's son is destroying my troops. I do not see any way to stop him other than through yourself, O Prince of Archaeasas. Go at once and slay him. In the meantime, Bhishma, Drona and I will slay Arjuna." Alambusha bowed to the command and uttered a deafening roar that shook the earth. Upon hearing the roar, warriors fell stunned to the ground. Abhimanyu, however, was delighted to see the Archaeasa charge him. Grasping his tall bow, he urged his charioteer to approach him. He appeared to be dancing in his chariot as he released arrows at Alambusha and his followers. The Archaeasas began crushing the divisions supporting Abhimanyu. Alambusha moved with such speed and power that he quickly killed thousands of warriors. His arrows fell like poisonous showers and consumed the Pandava forces. Seeing the Archaeasa's prowess, Draupada's 5 sons rushed at him like 5 planets rushing at the sun. Yudhishthira's son, Prativindya, pierced his armor with a number of keen arrows that screamed through the air. Shining, blood flowing from his wounds, the Archaeasa was as beautiful as a dark cloud fringed with the sun's red rays. The Pandava's sons continued to rain fierce shafts on Alambusha from all sides. Sorely afflicted and wounded, he became infuriated like a snake who had been carelessly kicked. Unable to gather his senses under the attack, he crouched down in his chariot and swooned for a few moments. As the Archaeasa regained consciousness, he rose to his feet and swelled with anger. He shot long arrows decked with buzzard feathers that broke apart his adversaries' bows and standards. Every one of the 5 brothers standing against him was severely wounded. The frenzied Alambusha sent his deadly arrows with frightening force. The shaft slew the 4 horses drawing each of his opponent's chariots and killed the charioteers. He pierced the brothers again and again with arrows that resembled fiery meteors. With his bow working non-stop, Mahābhārata rushed against his foes, intent on slaying them, but as he approached them he was checked by a volley of arrows from Abhimanyu. The Kṛṣṇa turned his attention to Subhadhar's son, and a ferocious battle ensued between the two heroes. Their eyes red with rage, they gazed at each other for some moments. Both of them roared and clutched their bows as they circled each other on their cars. Suddenly, they both released arrows, their bows twanging like thunderclaps. The Kṛṣṇa employed his illusory powers and Abhimanyu countered with celestial weapons. The sky between the two fighters was filled with clouds of arrows. Fire and smoke issued from them as they struck each other in midair and fell to the earth, each seeking the weak point in the other. The two warriors pierced one another on the chest, arms and legs. Although hit with powerful shafts that stuck from their bodies like trees on a mountain, neither fighter flinched. Abhimanyu then fired arrows that passed clean through the Kṛṣṇa's body and entered the earth like red serpents going into a hole. Mahābhārata gasped in pain and turned his face away. By his mystic power he spread a cloak of darkness over the battlefield. No one could see anything in the gloom. Then Abhimanyu invoked the Sriya Astra. As the effulgent weapon appeared, the battlefield was once again illuminated. Abhimanyu then covered his adversary with a network of golden arrows. Finding himself hard-pressed, the Kṛṣṇa employed many kinds of illusion. He made strange beings appear on the field. Blazing weapons of all sorts fell on Abhimanyu from all sides. Unperturbed, Abhimanyu countered the illusions with his celestial missiles. Mahābhārata, his mystic powers neutralized by Kṛṣṇa's nephew, was overwhelmed. He leapt down from his chariot and fled. After defeating the Kṛṣṇa, Abhimanyu began crushing the Kaurava troops like an infuriated elephant crushes lotuses in a lake. Only Bhishma could check him. The Kuru grandfather was backed by many other powerful chariot fighters. Similarly, many Pava warriors supported Abhimanyu and a general fight ensued. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Duryodhana, Droa, Kṛṣṇa, Sasharma, and the Trigarta army encountered Arjuna. Both sides invoked their celestial weapons as they assailed one another to their full power. As they contended together, Droa and Arjuna appeared like Eva and Yamriya. Forgetful of their relationship, they fought remorselessly. Challenging Arjuna repeatedly, the Trigartas poured their arrows upon him from all sides. Although assailed by a thick shower of shafts, Arjuna exhibited his lightness of hand by countering them. Even the Celestials cheered Arjuna's skill. Infuriated at being attacked by so many warriors at once, Arjuna invoked the Viyu Astra. That irresistible weapon created a tempest that hurled warriors, chariots and elephants all around the field. Seeing the destruction that weapon wrought, Droa countered it with the Sala missile. The wind subsided and men and horses fell from the sky. Arjuna, moving with blinding speed, fired innumerable arrows that sent the Trigarta division reeling. The chariot fighters ranging against Arjuna fell screaming from their shattered cars. Quickly, he was surrounded by Duryodhana, Kṛṣṇa, Avatham, Alaya, Bihlika, and a number of other Kaurava Mahābhāratas. Bhagadata and Shruti, heading an elephant division, surrounded Bhishma, who was supporting his younger brother. While numerous fighters held the two Pandavas at bay, Bhishma approached Yudhishthira. The Kuru chief knew that if he could capture Yudhishthira, the war would be over. He surrounded him with thousands of chariots and horsemen. The eldest Pandava, supported by Dhyamna, Astayaki, Ikha and other heroes, fought off his attack. Seeing himself surrounded by many elephants, Bhishma licked the corners of his mouth and smiled. He grasped his mace and leapt from his chariot with a roar. The elephant warriors closed in on him, goading their rocking beasts with their hooks. In the midst of the elephant division, Bhishma resembled the sun amid dark clouds. Then like a tempest scattering clouds, he moved swiftly among his opponents. Struck by Bhishma's flailing mace, the elephants shrieked. The elephant scored Bhishma as he fought. The blood running from his wounds made him appear like a blossoming Ashoka tree. Catching hold of the elephant's tusks, he wrenched them out and felled the screaming beasts with blows from his mace. Although the elephants were highly trained in crushing and killing, Bhishma was able to slaughter their entire division. The survivors ran frantically back through their own ranks, trampling soldiers and chariots as they fled. In the meantime, Arjuna had repelled the warriors who surrounded him. The Kauravas had fled. Both Bhishma and Arjuna then came to support Yudhishthira, who was still under Bhishma's attack. In his fury, Bhishma had alone crushed a huge detachment of Samakas. Although the Samakas were fierce fighters, they could not face Mahābhārata. Drupada and Drupada's two sons came before Mahābhārata and challenged him. They pierced him with arrows decked with gems. Ikha came forward and shouted out his challenge, firing 100 shafts, but Mahābhārata did not respond. Turning from Ikha, he attacked Drupada and Virata. Dhyamna brought his chariot to the fore and shot 3 arrows that penetrated Mahābhārata's armor and pierced his chest. Bathed in blood, he shone all the more on the battlefield. Without flinching, he struck Dhyamna with 25 arrows, then fired an arrow which cut Drupada's bow. At that time, Bhishma and Arjuna arrived and the battle raged on between the two sides. Both armies were fearless. Embracing a hero's death, their minds fixed on heaven, they rushed at their foes with uplifted weapons. Many warriors fell to the ground and lay there laughing as they died. Horses dashed about wildly with their warriors hanging lifeless from the saddle. Chariot fighters fell from their cars with their armor smashed and their limbs severed. So many men were slain that it appeared as if a river of blood flowed across the earth, carrying heads, arms, legs and torsos. Heroes were cheered by the sight and cowards became afraid. As the carnage increased, the kings and Kshatriyas censured Duryodhana. All this destruction has arisen through the folly of that prince and his blind father. Why did Dhyatara, of crooked mind and intentions, infatuated by greed, harbor feelings of envy toward the sinless Pandavas? Hearing their cries, Duryodhana scowled. He looked at Bhishma and Drona, calling out, "Do not heed these shouts. Fight with determination and slay our enemies before they annihilate us. O grandsire, why do you tarry?" Bhishma turned to Duryodhana and raised his hand in silent assent. He gazed around the field. Some way off he could see Arjuna's standard rising above the battle. He could hear Hanuman crying on the flag. Bhishma again thought of Kṛṣṇa. Soon the Vaidava would see his dearest friend in danger. By his cunning he may have saved the Pandavas last night, but now he would need more than that to save Arjuna. Bhishma was filled with joy at the thought. Whatever Kṛṣṇa decided would doubtlessly be for his good, and the good of the world. Bhishma ordered his charioteer to move toward Arjuna. Remembering his promise, he slew every soldier he saw. Arjuna was fighting with Sasharma and his army when Bhishma arrived. Like the destroyer himself, he was slaughtering their warriors mercilessly. No one could stand before him for even a moment before being struck by his shafts. Faced with the impossible task of fighting Arjuna, many warriors fled in terror. Some left their horses, others their chariots, and some their elephants, to escape on foot in their panic. Others galloped away at full speed, not looking back. Although Sasharma tried to rally his troops, they paid him no heed. Soon the king stood in the battle with only his own brother supporting him. Duryodhana saw his plight and came to assist him. With Bhishma, they assailed Arjuna with volleys of shafts. The other Pandavas then rushed to Arjuna's assistance. At the same time, other great fighters among the Kauravas came to Bhishma's side. Soon a mighty battle between the best warriors on both sides ensued. Satyaki and Ketavarma, disregarding their long friendship, battled together. Drona fought Drupada, while Bhishma engaged with Bihlika. Duryodhana and Akuni, along with some of Dhyatara's other sons, fought Yudhishthira and the twins. Bhishma slew the Pandava troops with a vengeance. It appeared that even death personified could not approach him. 10,000 chariot warriors from the races of the Chedi, Kashas and Kaurushas, all fearless and unretreating in battle, rushed at Bhishma, but he killed them all. Now the Pandava army began to flee. Seeing this, Kṛṣṇa said, "O Partha, the hour which you have so ardently longed for has now arrived. Make good the words you spoke at Virata's palace. Before the assembled kings you said, I will slay any and all of Duryodhana's fighters, headed by Bhishma and Drona. O grinder of foes, make true your words. Remembering the duties of your order, do not hesitate. Fight and slay Bhishma before he destroys our army." Arjuna stood in his chariot, his head hung down. He knew it was indeed time to try to kill his grandfather. Heavy with sadness, he looked at Kṛṣṇa and replied, "Burdensome is the duty of a Kshatriya in this world. Killing those who ought not to be slain, he strives for wealth and power. Yet, O Janardana, I must do your bidding. That is my highest duty. Then drive my horses toward that virtuous man of irresistible splendor. Today I will kill Bhishma." Kṛṣṇa took up the reins and the horses moved according to his will. The Pandava troops, seeing Arjuna rushing for an encounter with Bhishma, rallied. Bhishma roared out his war cry and covered Arjuna's chariot with a blanket of arrows. Kṛṣṇa dexterously drove the chariot out from under the attack and Arjuna fired a broad-headed shaft that split Bhishma's bow in two. Bhishma immediately strung another, but before he could fit an arrow to it, Arjuna again destroyed it. Bhishma smiled and cheered Arjuna. Well done, O mighty armed one. Evading Arjuna's arrows, the Kuru chief took up another bow, then spun around to fire dozens of shafts at his foe. Again Kṛṣṇa baffled the attack by his expert chariot driving. None of Bhishma's arrows found their mark, and they whistled past harmlessly. Bhishma increased the intensity of his assault, anticipating Kṛṣṇa's moves and striking both him and Arjuna with numerous shafts. Kṛṣṇa and Arjuna, mangled by Bhishma's arrows, appeared beautiful, like a pair of heifers scratched by each other's horns. Arjuna countered Bhishma's attack, but found himself unable to strike his beloved grandfather with all his might. Bhishma maintained a relentless assault on Arjuna. At the same time he attacked the surrounding Pandava troops. The twang of his bow made one continuous roaring sound. His shafts streaked in all directions, passing through the bodies of warriors, horses and elephants and killing them. The fearful shafts then entered the earth. Bhishma concentrated his attack on Arjuna's chariot. He struck Kṛṣṇa with a number of shafts and the Vaidava trembled in his seat as he guided the horses. Laughing loudly, Bhishma rained thousands of arrows on Arjuna. Still the Pandava resisted him only half-heartedly. Kṛṣṇa looked astonished to see Bhishma's prowess. It seemed like the Kuru warrior would consume the three worlds. Bhishma stood in battle like the destroyer on the day of universal dissolution. Seeing him killing the foremost Pandava warriors and that Arjuna was not fighting to his full power, Kṛṣṇa became thoughtful. Bhishma could kill the combined armies of the gods and asuras if left unchecked. Unless Arjuna did something, then even he would succumb to Bhishma's deadly shafts. Already he was sorely afflicted. Kṛṣṇa reflected, I will personally slay Bhishma. I cannot tolerate the slaughter of the Pandavas. Arjuna is not doing what he should do out of his respect for Bhishma. Therefore I will lighten the Pandavas' load by killing that best of men in battle. Even as Kṛṣṇa thought in this way, Bhishma stepped up his attack. By employing celestial weapons, he fired so many arrows that all points of the compass around Arjuna were covered. Neither the sky, the earth, nor the sun could be seen. Yudhishthira's troops were crushed and forced back by the irresistible wall of arrows. Jumping down from their cars, they fled in terror. Arjuna's chariot was entirely shrouded. Neither he nor Kṛṣṇa were visible. Only his tall standard could be seen. Seeing him hard-pressed, Dhyamna blew his conch and came to his aid. Kṛṣṇa whirled Arjuna's chariot around and managed to evade Bhishma's attack. Seeing Dhyamna coming up, he called out, O hero of the Sinis, our men are retreating. The grandfather is slaying them like a lion killing deer. Behold, I will myself kill that hero of fixed vows along with all his followers and the sons of Dhyamna. O Satvata chief, no one can escape me when I am angry. With great joy I will secure the kingdom for Ajtatru. Kṛṣṇa threw down the reins and leapt from the chariot. Taking up a nearby chariot wheel, he raised it above his head as if it were his own favorite weapon, the Sudarshana chakra. He ran toward Bhishma as a lion might run at an elephant. The end of his yellow silk garment fluttered in the dusty air, resembling lightning dancing in a dark cloud. The wheel in his hand seemed to glow with his own effulgence, and it looked as beautiful as the primeval lotus from which Brahm was born. Kṛṣṇa's dark arm appeared like the stalk of the lotus, and his charming face, covered with beads of perspiration, was its filament. Seeing Kṛṣṇa intent on Bhishma's destruction, the Kurus felt their end was near. Kṛṣṇa looked like the all-destroying Samvartaka cloud, which appears at the end of the millennium. Bhishma's limbs trembled and his eyes flooded with tears. Here was the Lord of the universe, breaking his own promise to protect his devotee. The Kuru hero threw down his weapons and stretched out his arms. As Kṛṣṇa approached him he called out, Come, come, my lord. O supreme deity, Lord of all the gods, I bow to you. Seeing you forsake your vow to save your friend, and thus fulfilling my own desire, I am satisfied. Fell me from this chariot, O Kṛṣṇa. Killed by you, O Janardana, I will obtain great good fortune. My fame and dignity will be celebrated throughout the worlds. Arjuna was mortified to see Kṛṣṇa breaking his promise not to fight. It was his fault. If he had exerted himself against Bhishma, this would not have been necessary. Of course, Kṛṣṇa's promise had been that he would not wield weapons in the war, and a wheel was hardly a weapon, but still, he would be condemned by foolish men for his apparent dishonesty. Arjuna put down his bow and jumped from the chariot. His armor flashing in the late afternoon sun, he ran after Kṛṣṇa. Kṛṣṇa had covered almost half the distance to Bhishma. As he ran with the upraised wheel, his upper garment fell from his body into the mud. Gazing at Bhishma with eyes red with anger, he shouted, "You are the root of this great slaughter. A wise minister who treads the path of virtue should restrain a wicked king by any means. If that is not possible, then such a wretched monarch should be abandoned." Arjuna succeeding in reaching Kṛṣṇa. Hurling himself forward, he caught hold of Krishna's legs. But even with Arjuna hanging onto his thighs, Kṛṣṇa continued to run at Bhishma. Bhishma bowed his head and replied to Kṛṣṇa as he came near, "You forever speak the truth, my lord. I told Dharma to abandon Duryodhana, even as the Bhajas abandoned Kṛṣṇa, but he did not listen. Surely destiny is all-powerful." Dragged by Kṛṣṇa, Arjuna dug his feet into the ground. After taking 10 steps with the Pāva gripping him tightly, Kṛṣṇa was at last brought to a stop. Arjuna released his legs and fell at his feet. "Quell your anger, O Pāva. You are the Pāva's refuge, without doubt, but please do not violate your promise. These were your words, O Lord. I will not take up arms. Do not falsify your vow. I swear by my sons and brothers that I will make good my promise. You will see me fight as never before. O Kṛṣṇa, at your command, I shall surely annihilate the Kurus, headed by Bhishma." Hearing Arjuna's promise, Kṛṣṇa was pacified. He lowered the chariot wheel. As Bhishma looked on in wonder, both Kṛṣṇa and Arjuna turned and walked back to their chariot. Even as they were returning, the sun set and the day's hostilities ended. Conches were blown on both sides and the two armies withdrew. The battle-weary warriors made their way to their camps. Speaking of the wonderful incident between Kṛṣṇa and Bhishma, the Kuru chief himself thought only of Kṛṣṇa as he led his forces away for the night. The image of the Vaidava hero running toward him with the appraised wheel would stay forever in his heart. Chapter 11 Yudhishthira approaches Bhishma in the Pāva camp. Everyone was talking about Bhishma. The next day would be the 10th day of battle, and still the Kuru commander was scorching their army. It seemed there was no way to stop him. If Kṛṣṇa had not taken matters into his own hands today, then even Arjuna might have been killed. Surely no fighter could equal him anywhere in the three worlds. As the Pāvas consulted with their allies, Yudhishthira said, "O Pāva, Bhishma ranges across the battlefield like an all-consuming fire. We dare not even look at him as he stands with his weapons raised, his face blazing with anger. Even the god of death wielding his mace, or Varuna his noose, or Indra his thunderbolt might be overcome, but not Bhishma. O Kṛṣṇa, I am again thinking of retiring from this battle. So many heroes have died. It is clear that none will survive this fight. Bhishma will destroy our forces. We are like insects rushing into a blazing fire. Thus it is preferable to stop now and spend the rest of my days practicing asceticism. What do you advise, O Janardana? My mind is afflicted by duality and doubt." Even though he had spent the day exerting himself fully as Arjuna's charioteer, Kṛṣṇa appeared fresh and spotless. A garland of unfading lotuses and necklaces of pearls and gems rested on his chest. Lifting a graceful hand he replied, "O son of Dharma, do not indulge in grief. On your side you have warriors equal to the gods. All of your brothers still stand ready to do your bidding in the battle, and all of them are invincible. I too am here to do you good, O mighty monarch. Simply order me and I will personally slay Bhishma. For your sake, O son of Pu, what would I not do? I can challenge Bhishma and kill him before Duryodhana's eyes. Even if Arjuna is reluctant, you will not find me so. If you feel that by killing Bhishma victory will be attained, then riding out alone, I shall end his life." Kṛṣṇa glanced affectionately at all the Pāvas. "He who is inimical toward your brothers is my enemy. Your friends are as dear to me as my own relatives. Arjuna is my friend, relative and disciple. For him I would cut off and give away my own flesh. He too would lay down his own life for my sake. Although I am ready to do whatever is necessary, I think Arjuna should keep his vow. He should slay the grandfather, not me." There is also the prophecy regarding Ikha. Somehow Ikha will be involved in Bhishma's destruction. The grandfather's death is imminent. He has lost his good sense and no longer knows right from wrong. Let us therefore act now to bring about his end. Yudhishthira replied, "It is exactly as you say, Madhusudana. You are capable of destroying the entire universe with all its moving and non-moving creatures. With your support alone I am sure to obtain everything I desire, but I cannot let your words be falsified for my sake. It is already enough that you came close to breaking your promise today. You must not kill Bhishma. I think we will be able to find some other means, my lord." Yudhishthira's brothers nodded their approval. Kṛṣṇa was like their second self. They would never be able to tolerate hearing him criticized. Kṛṣṇa's words were meant to guide all men. If he broke his word, then others would follow his example and the whole world would be ruined. People would disregard his instructions and end up in hell. Remembering what Bhisma had said to him at the beginning of the battle, Yudhishthira said, "It is Bhishma himself who will tell us how to kill him. Alas, how vile is a Kshatriya's duty that I must now seek to kill he who became our father when we were fatherless. That one who has always sought our good and loved us as his own, that aged grandsire, I now wish to kill." Consoling the weeping Yudhishthira, Kṛṣṇa said, "Take heart, O hero. The son of Gaji has chosen to follow Duryodhana and thus cannot avoid death in this battle. You have spoken rightly. We must hear from Bhishma himself how he may be slain. This was his promise to you. Let us go to him now and once more beseech him. If you question him, he will surely speak the truth. O Yudhishthira, take off your armor and we will go and see the son of Gaji." Servants removed the Pandava's armor and they then accompanied Kṛṣṇa to the Kaurava camp. They were ushered into Bhishma's tent and they bowed at his feet. Bhishma's face lit up when he saw them. "Welcome, O best of the Vrishnis. Welcome to all you sons of Pu." Bhishma stood resplendent in his white silks. He waved his long arm toward the many fine golden seats arranged around him on the silk rugs in his tent. After his visitors were seated, he took his own seat and said, "What can I do for your delight? I will do it with all my soul, even if it is extremely difficult to accomplish." Yudhishthira folded his palms. Looking at Bhishma, he remembered their years together in Hastinapura. His heart melted and he could hardly speak. Glancing across at Kṛṣṇa to gain strength, he took a deep breath and addressed the old Kuru leader. "O Bhishma, O highly learned men, please tell us how we may gain victory in this fight. How can we put an end to this slaughter? O Lord, please tell us how we may vanquish you. You do not display even the slightest weakness in battle. Your bow is always drawn fully. No one can see when you take up your shafts. Place them on your bow and fire them. Who could dare face you when you blaze forth with such awful prowess? Each day you slaughter more of my army, and I fear that soon we shall be ruined. Thus I have come to you again, as you instructed me, O grandsire." Bhishma was moved as he looked at Yudhishthira and his brothers. All of them carried scars from the wounds they had received in the battle. All of them were gazing reverentially at his face. How different they were from Duryodhana and his brothers. Bhishma knew that if he told Yudhishthira now to give up the fight and leave the kingdom to the Kauravas, he would obey. There was nothing the Pandavas would not do to satisfy their elders. If only Yudhishthira's sons were like these virtuous brothers, this horrible carnage would never have happened. Yet here was Kṛṣṇa. It was surely his desire and arrangement that all the earth's kings and warriors be destroyed. So many of them were, after all, atheistic, even demonic. Obviously, he wanted to relieve the earth's burden. After a few moments, Bhishma said, "O son of Kṛṣṇa, as long as I am alive you will not gain victory. I tell you this truly. Strike me down and victory will be yours. I will permit you, O sons of Kṛṣṇa, to strike me as you please. When I am slaughtered, then all the others on our side will be overcome." Yudhishthira spoke with difficulty. "Please tell us in detail how we may achieve this apparently impossible feat, O wise man. We could perhaps vanquish Indra, thunderbolt in hand, or Yamarya wielding his mace, but you appear to be invincible." Bhishma held up his hands. "It is as you say, O king. When with these hands I clutch weapons and stand to fight, none can withstand me. Only when I lower my weapons will I be approachable. Here is my vow, which I will not break. I will not raise weapons against one who is weaponless, one whose armor and standard are shattered, one who flies away in fear, one who surrenders, one who has only one son, one who is disabled, a woman, or one who bears the name of a woman. O son of Pu, I will fight with none of these at any time." Bhishma placed a hand on Yudhishthira's shoulder as he spelled out his meaning. "Drupada's valiant and wrathful son, who is known in your army as Ikha, it is he who will cause my fall. Formerly he was a woman, as everyone knows. Therefore, I will not strike him, even if he attacks me. Place him at the forefront of the fight and let Arjuna stand behind him. Only Dhananjaya or the illustrious Kṛṣṇa can bring me down in battle. If Ikha faces me, I will not fight. Then it will be possible for Arjuna to slay me. Do this, O Yudhishthira, and gain victory." When Bhishma stopped speaking, the Pandavas rose from their seats. Bowing before him one by one, they touched his feet and asked his permission to leave. Kṛṣṇa also placed his hands on Bhishma's feet and bowed to the floor before him. Then they all left the tent, leaving Bhishma alone. As they made their way back to their own camp, Arjuna spoke with Kṛṣṇa. His face was flushed and his voice choked as he addressed his friend. O Vasudeva, while playing in my childhood I would soil the high-souled Bhishma's garments by climbing onto his lap. Clambering on his body I would say, Father. That hero would then gently reply, I am not your father, but your father's father, O Bharata. How can I slay him, O Madhava? Let him kill our troops. I cannot kill him under any circumstances. What do you think, O Kṛṣṇa? Krishna's voice was firm. O Gu, having promised to kill Bhishma in battle, how can you now avoid that without transgressing your Kshatriya duties? Overthrow him, O son of Kund. Without slaying Gaji's son in battle, you can never hope to win this war. It has been ordained by the gods that Bhishma will soon go to death's abode. Only you can bring him down. Do not hesitate. Hear from me an ancient instruction given by Brihaspati. One should slay even an aged man or an elder or one endowed with all virtues if he comes as an enemy or indeed anyone else who comes for one's destruction. This is the eternal duty of Kshatriyas, O Dhanajaya. Fighting, protecting the subjects, and performing sacrifices all without maliciousness are their sacred duties. Arjuna looked ahead into the darkness as they rode across the field. He knew he could not avoid this fight, especially as Kṛṣṇa repeatedly urged him on. Clearly it was his duty. Only sentiment held him back. Somehow he had to get past that. Clutching the reins of his white horse, Arjuna replied dourly, Surely, O Kṛṣṇa, Ikha has been born for Bhishma's death. As soon as Bhishma sees him he will drop his weapons. Therefore, as Bhishma has suggested, let us place Ikha at the front as we attack the grandfather. I will then do the needful. The Pandavas returned to their camp with mixed feelings. They now knew that victory would be theirs before long, but only at the cost of Bhishma's life. Censoring Duryodhana and his old father, they entered their tents to rest for the night. After describing to Dhrupada the fights which resulted in the death of his sons, Sajaya fell silent. The blind king was weeping again, beating his chest and tossing about on his great throne. Alas, everything is my fault. Why did I not listen to Vidura? Where is my learned brother now? Where will all this end, O Sajaya? What refuge is there for an old and weary man, bereft of his sons and other relations? Sajaya tried to console the monarch as he vented his grief. He had little to say. The battle was taking its inevitable course. Dhrupada had been told many times about the outcome. Now Bhishma was systematically destroying his sons, just as he had vowed. But would even that make Dhrupada realize his fault? His self-condemnation was certainly nothing new. Every time the Kauravas suffered a reverse he expressed his remorse, but those feelings dissolved whenever he heard that they had won a battle. As the king's sobbing subsided, Sajaya continued describing the battle in full. Sure enough, as he described how Bhishma was coursing through the battle like death personified, the king was enlivened. He sat forward and listened carefully as Sajaya told him how the grandfather had routed the Pandava troops. Then Sajaya told him of the episode in Bhishma's tent. Dhrupada was aghast. Why has our grandsire revealed how he may die? How can that be his duty? I think he has become weary of the fight. Surely he is favoring Pu's sons over mine. Alas, I do not think I will be able to hear of the next day's fighting, bringing as it will the fall of such a hero. Dhrupada's wails again filled the empty chamber where he and Sajaya sat. They echoed mournfully around the hall as Sajaya looked across at the ornate seat where Bhishma used to sit. Chapter 12 The fall of Bhishma. As sunrise approached on the 10th day, the sounds of thousands of drums, cymbals, conches, and trumpets filled the air. Donning their armor and taking up their blood-stained weapons, the warriors came forward for battle. The Pandavas arranged for Ikha to ride in his chariot at the forefront of their formation. Bhishma and Arjuna protected his two flanks and behind him came Abhimanyu and Draupada's sons. Then, spreading out in a fan behind them, all the Pasachlas, headed by Dhyamna, Astayaki and Chekatana, stood ready to fight. Other powerful Rathas and Mahābhāratas protected the formation's key points. With a joyful roar they rushed at the Kauravas. Bhishma stood at the center of the Kaurava formation. Duryodhana ordered his best fighters to surround and protect him. He knew the Pandavas would target him. Until they checked Bhishma, their success would be uncertain. Duryodhana himself stayed close to his grandfather, carefully watching the Pandavas' moves. As the two armies clashed, the slaughter began. Knowing that it would likely be his last day, Bhishma made one final and supreme effort. If he were to fall, then he should go down fighting to the best of his ability. He let loose his arrows on the Pandava troops in incessant showers, and countless men, horses and elephants fell under his assault. It began to seem as if Bhishma was present everywhere as he wheeled about in the battle. All 5 Pandavas went toward him, awed by his power. They honored him in their minds. With depressed hearts they gazed at him even as the gods had gazed at Vitrasura. He was consuming their forces like a fire swallowing a forest. Standing between Bhishma and Arjuna, Ikha roared out his challenge and sent 3 arrows at Bhishma. They struck him on the chest, penetrating his armor. Bhishma felt his anger rise, but with a slight smile he called out, "O Ikha, I will never strike you in this fight. You are even now the same person the Creator made you before and are no match for me." Ikha was infuriated by Bhishma's words. "You are the destroyer of Kshatriyas, O mighty armed hero. I have heard of your fight with Paramarma and have seen for myself your prowess. Still, I will fight with you. Whether you fight back or not, I will slay you in battle. Know this for certain, O afflictor of foes. Take a good view of this world while you can, for you will not escape from me with your life." Ikha at once fired 5 more arrows that pierced Bhishma in the shoulder joint. Wincing, Bhishma turned away from Ikha and attacked the warriors surrounding him. Arjuna came up next to Ikha and said, "Maintain your assault on the grandfather, mighty armed hero. He will not be able to harm you. I will protect you from any other fighters who come to his aid. Today we must lay Bhishma low or face the derision of our own men." Ikha longed for Bhishma to fight with him. He sent clusters of swift arrows at the Kuru commander, striking him all over, but Bhishma did not respond. Moving back and around in a circle, Bhishma avoided Ikha and at the same time rained down his shafts on the Pandavas. He was supported by a huge division of elephant warriors and thousands of charioteers. Duryodhana personally marshaled his forces around Bhishma, ensuring that he was carefully guarded on all sides. With a roar, Arjuna charged into the fray. Shooting countless arrows, he carved a path through the Kauravas. As he ranged about, leaving in his wake a trail of destruction, Duryodhana was alarmed and approached Bhishma. "O sire, behold how my troops are being routed by the enraged Arjuna. As a herdsman belabors his herd with a cudgel, so Arjuna belabors my troops with his jiva. O mighty hero, I see no other shelter than your illustrious self." Bhishma lowered his bow and looked at Duryodhana. "O best of men, hear my words. Before the battle began I vowed I would slaughter 10,000 men a day. I have kept my vow. Now I will make one final promise. Today, either I will kill the Pandavas or they will kill me. Thus I will liquidate the debt I owe you, arising from the food you gave me, by throwing off my mortal coil in the thick of battle." Without another word, Bhishma moved off and began scattering arrows among the Pandava forces. Like the sun drawing moisture with its rays, he robbed the strength of all heroes who approached him. Having slain 10,000 swift-moving elephants and 10,000 chargers with their riders, as well as a full 100,000 infantry, he stood on the field like a smokeless fire. The Pandavas could not look at him. Arjuna again enthused Ikha. "Go toward Bhishma, O hero. Do not fear. I will dislodge him from his chariot with my sharp arrows." Ikha again challenged Bhishma, followed by Dyadyamna, Abhimanyu, Drupada, and Virata. Arjuna, Yudhishthira, and the twins flanked them and joined the charge. The Kuru warriors, however, checked their advance. There was a terrible encounter between the enraged warriors. Arrows, lances, darts, and maces flew through the air, and the screams of the soldiers mixing with the clash of the weapons was intolerable. With Ikha before him, Arjuna steadily approached Bhishma. Seeing him moving determinedly toward the grandfather, Dushasana came before him. He checked Arjuna with a volley of shafts. Dismissing fear from his mind, he withstood the Pandava like the shore resisting the ocean. The two fighters contended like Indra and Mahābhārata meeting in the celestial realm in the days of yore. Dushasana stopped Arjuna with 25 shafts, then struck Kṛṣṇa with 3 more. Incensed at seeing Kṛṣṇa attacked, Arjuna sped 100 long shafts at Dushasana. Penetrating his armor, they drank his blood and made him gasp with pain. Without delay, he sent back 3 arrows that struck Arjuna on the forehead. As blood streamed down his face, Arjuna was as beautiful as Mount Meru with its towering crests stained with red oxides. Laughing loudly, Arjuna cut Dushasana's bow with 3 crescent-headed shafts fired simultaneously. He followed that at once with 50 more hammer-headed arrows that smashed the Kaurava's chariot. Arjuna shot 100 more spiked arrows toward Dushasana as his chariot fell apart around him. Without losing his composure, Dushasana resisted Arjuna's attack by firing his own razor-headed shafts, which cut down Arjuna's arrows in midair. All the warriors who saw this marvelous feat cheered Dushasana. The Kaurava prince felt encouraged and launched another 20 arrows at Arjuna. Struck by his shafts, Arjuna blazed up in fury. He sent so many arrows at Dushashana that the prince was forced to flee. With his body pierced all over, he ran 300 paces and mounted Bhishma's chariot. With all their principal warriors at their head, both armies faced each other for a violent exchange of weapons. Bhishma was backed by Duryodhana, Droa, Kṛṣṇa, Avatham, and all the other Kuru heroes, while the 5 Pandavas, backed by Dhyadyumna, Ikha, Satyaki, Abhimanyu, and the other Pandava fighters, all stood against them. They fought like the gods and asuras. Watching the fight, Droa spoke to his son, who was stationed by his side. It seems, my dear Avatham, that Arjuna will exert himself fully to destroy Bhishma. See how he targets the grandfather again and again, keeping Ikha by his side. I am seeing many evil omens. My arrows seem to fall from my quiver and will not fit themselves to my bow. I feel my enthusiasm wane. All around us I hear the cries of carnivorous birds and beasts. Even the earth seems to cry out in pain and the sun is dimmed. Though clad in bright armor, the kings on our side do not shine. All these signs indicate that our illustrious sire will soon fall. Droa urged his son to challenge Arjuna. This is not the time when dependents should think of their own lives. Fixing your mind on heaven, dear son, confront the roaring Dhanajaya. That diadem-dicked hero is agitating our army like a storm tossing the ocean. Listen to the cries of men and the constant crack of his bowstring. Go quickly and exert yourself fully to check your godbrother before he destroys us all. Avatham moved off at once, supported by Alaya, Kṛṣṇa, and Bhagadatta, along with another 6 Kaurava Mahābhāratas. All 10 warriors advanced in a body toward Arjuna. Bhishma challenged them when he saw their intention. All 10 of them trained their weapons on the powerful Pandava, but he remained unmoved by their attack. He cheerfully assailed every one of them with his own arrows, each of which resembled one of Indra's blazing lances. The Kaurava warriors found themselves completely engaged by Bhishma alone. With roars of delight he held them all at bay. As other battles raged around him, Arjuna focused on Bhishma's chariot. After beating back an attack from Sasharma and his brother Citrasena, he rushed at Bhishma like an elephant rushing at another for the sake of a mate. Quickly, Bhagadatta placed his elephant in Arjuna's way, but the Pandava sent it reeling with a volley of swift arrows. Then Ikha was again before Bhishma. He rained countless arrows on his chariot. Still Bhishma refused to fight with him. Instead, he bore his attack patiently while maintaining his assault on the soldiers supporting him. Bhishma resembled Rudra at the end of the creation. No one who came within range of his arrows escaped. Only Arjuna was able to withstand his attack and approach him, along with Ikha, who was still unharmed. When only Arjuna and Ikha were left standing against Bhishma, Ikha pierced him in the chest with 10 broad-headed arrows. Bhishma gazed at him as if to burn him by that look, but he did not attack. Urged on by Arjuna, Ikha attacked Bhishma more and more fiercely. Arjuna also shot his golden-winged arrows at the grandsire. Bhishma fought only Arjuna, disregarding Ikha's arrows, which wounded him in every part of his body. As Arjuna and Ikha bore down on Bhishma, Dushashana came again to protect him. Cheered by the Kauravas, he single-handedly resisted the arrows of Bhishma's 2 assailants. Other charioteers came up to support Arjuna, but Dushashana struck them down. Dhrishta's second son exhibited his prowess, allowing Duryodhana to marshal more troops for Bhishma's protection. Arjuna was infuriated. Losing all patience, he sent arrows that struck Dushashana like thunderbolts and tore off his armor, sending it crashing to the ground. The Kaurava fell from his chariot, then got up and ran. By then, a large force of Kaurava warriors had come to surround Bhishma. Numerous tribes of barbarians, clad in animal skins and clutching bludgeons and spears, rushed at Arjuna. Thousands of other soldiers galloped forward screaming their battle cries and hurling spiked lances. Not caring for their attack, Arjuna sent flaming arrows charged with mystic power. Sheets of fired-up shafts swept through the barbarian ranks. They fell by the thousands, making the ground impassable. Those that were not slain turned back and fled. Arjuna again turned his attention to Bhishma, who was now supported by Duryodhana, Kṛṣṇa, Alaya, and a number of Dhrishta's other sons. All those Kuru heroes trained their arrows on Arjuna. The other 4 Pandavas attacked Bhishma's protectors. Numerous Kaurava fighters were struck down by Pu's sons as they fired their searing shafts. Bhishma and Arjuna contended like 2 lions. Neither could find any gap in their opponent's defenses. Both invoked celestial weapons which the other neutralized. Each praised the other's prowess as they fought. Arjuna covered Bhishma's chariot with arrows. Taking the opportunity, other Pandava fighters came forward to support Arjuna. backed by innumerable chariots, Bhishma, the twins, Dhyamna, Astayaki, Abhimanyu, Gaotkaka, and other principal Pava warriors pressed forward in the battle. Duryodhana and the best of the Kauravas warriors met them. Coming out from underneath Arjuna's attack, Bhishma assailed every one of the heroes who came toward him. With one razor-headed shaft he slew Satanika, Virata's beloved brother. Bhishma rained down death-dealing shafts that destroyed Satanika's entire division of chariot warriors. At the same time he held off Arjuna's attack as well as the attacks of other fighters. The Kuru commander seemed to be sporting as he battled against the hundreds of warriors. He danced on the terrace of his chariot as if he had regained his youth. Like the rising sun dispersing clouds, he dispersed the Pava forces with his sun-like arrows. Untouched by Bhishma's attack, Ikha moved closer to his chariot. From time to time Bhishma threw a deriding glance at him, but he focused his energy on slaughtering the Pava forces. He knew the Pavas had decided to bring him down today, and they pressed in on him on all sides. Like clouds covering the sun, they surrounded the old Kuru fighter and threw their weapons at him. Spiked and razor-headed arrows, battle axes, maces, mallets, lances, bludgeons, darts and javelins fell toward Bhishma, but Bhishma only smiled. His armor was shattered and he had been pierced many times. Oblivious to pain, he fought on, embracing a hero's end. His chariot wheeling in the midst of his attackers, he spun around and fired arrows in all directions. Sensing that it was now time to defeat Bhishma, Arjuna again placed Ikha in front of him and rushed forward. With a perfectly aimed arrow he cut apart Bhishma's bow. As the Mahābhāratas of both armies engaged, Arjuna and Ikha came before Bhishma, both of them firing barbed arrows that pierced him deeply. Arjuna killed his horses and charioteer and brought his chariot to a halt. With a crescent-headed arrow he brought down his standard. Bhishma took up another bow worked with gold and ivory, but Arjuna immediately shattered it. Without a second's delay, Bhishma hurled a lance at Arjuna, but Arjuna fired 5 broad-headed arrows that broke the lance into 6 pieces. They fell to earth like forks of lightning. Arjuna thwarted all of Bhishma's weapons. Bhishma looked at Kṛṣṇa, who was expertly guiding Arjuna's swift-footed horses. Bhishma knew it was the end, as fate had ordained. He could not win a battle when Kṛṣṇa was on the opposite side. Even though Kṛṣṇa was not fighting, his mere presence was sufficient to ensure the Pava's invincibility. Bhishma lowered his weapons. All his skill and power would prove to no avail now. Bhishma began to think of death. In the heavens the assembled is, along with the 8 Vasas, addressed Bhishma. We also desire that you stop fighting. Withdraw your heart from the battle. It is time. Bhishma alone heard the heavenly voices. Suddenly a cool, fragrant breeze began to blow. Celestial drums resounded and flowers fell from the sky. As Bhishma stood in thought, Ikha raised his bow and shot 9 shafts that struck him full on the chest. At the same time, Arjuna fired 25 short, thick arrows that struck Bhishma with tremendous power. Arjuna quickly followed them with 100 steel shafts. Stunned, Bhishma resolved to make one final assault on Arjuna. He would go down fighting. There could be no other way. Firing a volley of shafts, Bhishma thwarted the attacks of both Arjuna and Ikha. Arjuna quickly cut Bhishma's bow. With hot tears pricking his eyes he fired thousands of straight shafts and pierced Bhishma's mighty frame, like snakes enter the holes in mountains. Although both Arjuna and Ikha shot their arrows at Bhishma simultaneously, the Kuru hero considered that only Arjuna's shafts were capable of bringing him down. He called out to Dushasana, who had rushed to his side. These arrows, O Bharata, resembling thunderbolts and coming at me in a straight line end to end, are Arjuna's and not Ikha's. I can distinguish between them because they have the touch like a Brahmin's rod or of Indra's Vara weapon. Even the gods could not resist them. Like furious snakes with protruding eyes, they are penetrating my vital organs. Only Arjuna is capable of bringing me down. Even the world's monarchs united could not afflict me. With one last supreme effort, Bhishma raised a massive lance and hurled it at Arjuna with all his strength. Arjuna cut it into 100 pieces. Bending the jiva to a full circle, he fired arrows 20 at a time in a continuous line. Seeing Ikha directly before him, Bhishma lowered his weapons and did not resist Arjuna's attack. Arrows struck him in waves. There was no space thicker than 2 fingers' width on his body that was not pierced. Before the Kaurava's shocked eyes, he fell headlong from his chariot. With his head pointed toward the east he lay fully supported by Arjuna's arrows. No part of his body touched the earth. The Kuru army was overwhelmed by sorrow. Cries of grief rippled across the field. From the sky a celestial voice resounded. How can this hero, this illustrious son of Gaji, leave his body when the sun is in its inauspicious southern course? Hearing that voice, Bhishma replied, I am still living. He had noted the course of the sun and, by his father's boon, had decided to wait until it moved toward the north before dying. He knew the Vedic instructions that a yog should leave his body only when the sun was in its northern track. Until then he would lie on the battlefield, as befitted a warrior, awaiting his final moment. Death would not take him until he desired it. Duryodhana and his followers were utterly confused. They did not know what to do or where to go. They dropped their weapons and wailed. As the sun reached the western horizon, the Kauravas stood about the battlefield dispirited and afflicted by grief. No one could find the strength to move for some time. On the side of the Pandavas conches were blown and soldiers cheered. Thousands of drums were beaten and trumpets and horns sounded. Word of Bhishma's fall spread around the battlefield in moments. The warriors of both armies stopped fighting and stood wherever they were, their minds stunned by the impossible news. Some men wept aloud, others ran wildly around, and some swooned. Assuming the forms of swans, celestials descended from the heavens and walked around the fallen Bhishma, who lay with his mind absorbed in yogic meditation. Seers, siddhas and sirayas praised Bhishma from the skies. As darkness fell, the earth seemed to cry out, this one is the best of all Veda-knowing sages. Duryodhana breathed long and heavy sighs. He rode swiftly to Droa, who had been taken to a distance from Bhishma, and told him of his fall. Hearing the news, Droa fell from his chariot in a faint. When he returned to his senses he ordered the Kauravas to withdraw. Duryodhana, Droa, Kṛṣṇa, and all the other Kuru leaders made their way sorrowfully toward where Bhishma lay. Seeing Bhishma at last felled, Bhishma leapt from his chariot and danced on the battlefield. Arjuna, however, was sober. He asked Kṛṣṇa to drive his chariot over to the Kuru chief. Dismounting with bow in hand he went over to the fallen warrior and knelt by his side. Please instruct me what I can do for you, O sire, he asked, struggling to control his voice as his grief rose. Command me at once and consider it done. Bhishma opened his eyes. He spoke with difficulty. O Laguna, see how my head is hanging down. Fetch me a suitable pillow, O hero. You alone are equal to this task. Understanding Bhishma's desire, Arjuna lifted his bow and fired several arrows, charged by Vedic mantras. The arrows stuck in the ground beneath Bhishma's head and formed a headrest. Bhishma smiled. His arms were pierced all over and resting on arrows, but he raised his right hand from the wrist to bless Arjuna. O son of Pu, you have properly understood my desire. This is the only fitting pillow for a warrior slain on the battlefield. Bhishma looked around. He was surrounded both by Pandavas and Kauravas. They stood with folded palms and gazed at his face. Duryodhana and his brothers were shamefaced. They had failed to protect their finest fighter and the leader of their forces. The old grandfather and Kuru guide had fallen. Remorse consumed Duryodhana's heart. It was by his insistence only that this war had to be fought and Bhishma be slain. Seeing the Kauravas' shame and sorrow, Bhishma reassured them. I have attained the end which is always sought by heroes. This bed is to me no less than an excellent bed of the finest down and silk. Soon I will see my ever-living ancestors in the blissful realms of paradise. Why should I lament? As Bhishma spoke, a number of skilled physicians arrived carrying herbs and balms. Bhishma raised his head to speak, his rasping voice barely rising above a whisper. O kings of the earth, after paying proper respects to these Brahmins who know mantras and then rewarding them, please dismiss them. I have no more need of physicians. My end has come and I am ready for it. It is not my duty to allow myself to be treated by these physicians. I want to die from these arrows. Let me lie here until the sun reaches the point of the compass occupied by Vaishravana. Then I will depart for the higher regions. Bhishma's head fell back onto the arrows and he closed his eyes. Duryodhana sent the Brahmins away. He stood for some time in silence, looking at the fallen hero. Then, sighing, he and his brothers and all the kings supporting the Kauravas circumambulated Bhishma 3 times. They slowly made their way back to camp, seeing nothing but desolation before them. The Pandavas also offered respects to Bhishma before returning to their camp. As they went, Yudhishthira said to Kṛṣṇa, O Janardana, surely victory comes to a man through your grace, and defeat overtakes him through your wrath. You are our sole refuge. You assure your devotees of your protection. Nothing is wonderful for one who has taken shelter of you, O Madhava. Kṛṣṇa replied, these words, O foremost of all the earth's rulers, could only have fallen from your lips. Feeling sure that they would soon attain victory, the Pandavas rested for the night while the Kauravas lay tossing in grief. Chapter 13 Dro in command. Dhtar's pitiful voice echoed around his great chamber. How has Bhishma fallen? He who had arrows for teeth, a bow for a mouth, a sword for a tongue, that chastiser of foes who spread terror and destruction among the enemy ranks as the sun destroys darkness, who was as invincible in battle as the mighty Indra, who could keep death itself under his control. How has he fallen? How did Ikha and Arjuna bring about his end? The king was inconsolable. Sajaya was himself grieving, and he sat at Dhtar's feet with his head bowed, crying. The blind monarch continued. After destroying the enemy troops for 10 days, achieving the most difficult feats, he has now set like the sun. As a result of my evil counsels, that scion of Bharata scattered an inexhaustible shower of arrows as Indra showers rain, killing in battle hundreds of thousands of warriors. He now lies on the bare ground like a great tree uprooted by the wind. How could he whom even Paramarma could not master, that Uttaratha of boundless power, have been overcome in battle? O Sajaya, surely nothing is wonderful in this world when I hear that Bhishma is fallen. The king asked Sajaya to describe in detail how Bhishma had been brought down. Sajaya had only told him the news of Bhishma's defeat and not the details of how it had come about. Dhtarā listened in horror as Sajaya related the events leading up to Bhishma's fall. Tears sprang from Sajaya's eyes as he envisioned the scene again. When Sajaya finished his description, Dhtarā again lamented.